In 2014, a secret group of scientists gathered in a Warsaw church under cover of night. They came to examine a human heart, one that had been preserved in cognac for 165 years, the heart of Frédéric Chopin. When they finally opened the crystal urn, they found what medical science had suspected for more than a century and a half: the lesions of tuberculosis. The disease that silenced the most poetic piano ever played. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we trace the journey of Frédéric Chopin, the Polish exile who revolutionized the piano, who composed music of such intimate beauty that it was never meant for concert halls, and who spent the last 11 years of his life slowly suffocating from tuberculosis. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from literature to music, from fashion to the architecture of cities. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in. Find a comfortable position. Let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through Warsaw drawing rooms and Parisian salons, through a disastrous winter in Majorca, and finally to a quiet apartment on the Place Vendôme, where Europe's greatest pianist drew his final breath. Let's begin. Paris, a winter evening in 1842. The salon is small by aristocratic standards, perhaps 30 guests arranged on silk-upholstered chairs. The women wear their hair parted in the centre, swept back, their gowns high-waisted in the Empire style, now giving way to fuller sleeves and tighter bodices. The men stand at the edges, their evening coats dark against the cream walls. At the centre of the room, barely visible behind the curved lid of a Pleyel piano, sits a man so slight, so pale, that he might be mistaken for a consumptive's ghost. He's 32 years old, though he appears older, worn somehow, as if life has been slowly erasing him. His fingers touch the keys, and the room holds its breath. This is Frédéric Chopin, and what he plays is unlike anything else in the musical world of his time. The great virtuosos of the era, Franz Liszt, Sigismund Thalberg, they perform in concert halls. They dazzle crowds of thousands with cascading arpeggios and thundering chords. They are athletes of the keyboard. Chopin is something else entirely. He plays as if the music were breathing. The melody rises and falls like the chest of someone dreaming, the notes suspended in candlelight, intimate as a whispered confession. There are no pyrotechnics here, no displays of superhuman dexterity, only poetry. And poetry is what Chopin needs, because his body cannot sustain anything more. In his entire life, Frédéric Chopin will give only about 30 public concerts, 30 performances for a career spanning 20 years. In an era when professional pianists might perform 100 concerts in a single year, this is an almost incomprehensible restraint. But Chopin does not restrain himself by choice. His lungs cannot endure the demands of concert performance, the travel, the exertion, the sheer physical toll of projecting music across a vast hall, the intimate salon where he can play softly, where he can breathe between phrases, where the audience comes close enough to see his hands. This is not aesthetic preference, it is medical necessity. The disease that makes him too weak for concert halls will also make him immortal, because music written for intimate spaces, for quiet evenings, for the edge of sleep, that music will outlive the thundering virtuosos by centuries. Tonight we explore how tuberculosis shaped the sound of the piano itself. To understand Chopin, we must first understand the Poland that made him, and the Poland that he could never return to. Friedrich Franciszek Chopin was born on the 1st of March 1810 in the village of Żelazowa Wola, about 50 kilometers west of Warsaw. His mother, Justyna Krzyżanowska, was Polish. His father, Nicholas, was French, an emigrant from Lorraine who had arrived in Poland in 1787 at the age of 16 and never left. The Poland of Chopin's birth was not truly Poland at all. It was the Duchy of Warsaw, a puppet state created by Napoleon, and even this fiction would dissolve within a few years. By 1815, when Chopin was 5 years old, Poland had been carved up between Russia, Prussia and Austria. The country existed only in memory and in music. 6 months after Chopin's birth, the family moved to Warsaw, where his father had secured a position teaching French at the Warsaw Lyceum, housed in the Saxon Palace. The boy grew up in rooms within the palace grounds, surrounded by the children of the Polish aristocracy, speaking French at home and Polish in the streets. He was a prodigy in the truest sense. By the age of 4, he was playing the piano. By 7, he had composed 2 polonaises. By 8, he was giving private concerts for Warsaw's elite, a child in a velvet suit, seated at a piano far too large for him, producing sounds that made grown men weep. His first formal music tutor was Wojciech Żywny, a Czech-born pianist who recognized immediately that the boy was extraordinary. Żywny trained him in the classical tradition, Bach, Mozart, but there was something in the child's playing that could not be taught, a quality of intimacy, of inner listening, as if the music existed first inside him, and the piano was merely the instrument of revelation. Żywny was an old-fashioned musician, trained in the 18th century style. He believed in the supremacy of Bach, in the importance of counterpoint, in the discipline of correct technique. He instilled in young Frederick a foundation that would serve him throughout his life, even as the student quickly surpassed the teacher. By the time Chopin was 11, Żywny admitted that he had nothing more to teach the boy. The child had absorbed everything his teacher knew, and had begun to develop in directions that Żywny could not follow, but the foundation remained. Throughout his career, Chopin revered Bach above all other composers. He warmed up by playing the well-tempered clavier. He recommended Bach to his students as the ultimate teacher. At the Warsaw Lyceum, Chopin was a good student, popular among his classmates. He had a gift for mimicry and caricature, a sharp wit and an easy charm. But music consumed him. By the time he entered the Warsaw Conservatory in 1826, at 16, he was already one of the finest pianists in Eastern Europe. During summer holidays, the teenage Chopin visited the countryside, attending peasant weddings and harvest festivals. He listened to the village musicians with their fiddles and bagpipes. He noted down the texts of folk songs. He absorbed the rhythms of the mazurka and the polonaise, the dances that would later become his signature. The mazurka, a folk dance from the Mazovia region where Chopin was born, had a distinctive triple meter with an accent on the second or third beat. It was rough, vital music, played on instruments that would never be welcome in a Warsaw salon. But Chopin heard something in it that sophisticated musicians had missed. He heard poetry. The polonaise was more ceremonial, a processional dance associated with the Polish nobility, with national pride, with the grandeur of a Poland that no longer existed as an independent nation. To play a polonaise was to make a political statement, however indirect. It was to assert that Poland still lived, if only in music. These folk influences shaped everything Chopin later composed: the rhythms of the village, the harmonies of the bagpipe, the ceremonial pride of the polonaise. They seeped into his nocturnes, his ballads, his preludes. Even his most sophisticated Parisian works carry traces of the Polish countryside. Polish folk music entered his bloodstream and never left. Even in Paris, even at the height of sophistication, his mazurkas would carry the unmistakable accent of the Polish village. In November of 1830, Chopin left Warsaw. He was 20 years old, carrying a small container of Polish soil given to him by friends. He did not know it, but he would never return. Within weeks of his departure, the November uprising began, Poland's desperate attempt to throw off Russian rule. The uprising was born of hope and desperation in equal measure. Polish nationalists believed that the moment had come, that Europe was ready to support their cause, that the Russian Empire could be challenged, that independence was within reach. They were wrong, but they could not have known that at the time. Young men took up arms, students left their studies. The streets of Warsaw became battlefields. For nearly a year, the Poles fought with courage and determination. They won early victories. They established a provisional government. They believed for a brief moment that freedom was possible. Chopin, in Vienna, and then in Munich and Stuttgart, followed the news with anguish. He wanted to return to fight, but friends persuaded him that his health would not survive a military campaign. His contribution to Poland would have to be his music, not his blood. Within a year, the uprising had been crushed. Warsaw was occupied. Many of Chopin's friends were imprisoned, exiled, or dead. In Stuttgart, waiting to hear whether his family had survived, Chopin received the news that Warsaw had fallen. He wrote in his journal, "The suburbs are destroyed, burned. Jas Willisch probably dead on the ramparts. I see Marcel a prisoner, Sawinski, that kind soul, in the hands of those brutes. Oh God, do you exist?" The Poland he loved existed now only in his music, and in the soil he carried with him, which would one day be scattered on his grave. The container of Polish soil became one of Chopin's most treasured possessions. It was a tangible connection to a homeland he could not visit, a piece of the earth that had nurtured him. Throughout his years in Paris, through all his travels, he kept it with him, a talisman, a reminder, a promise. Friends who knew of the soil understood what it meant. It was not merely sentiment, it was identity, carried in a small container across borders that Chopin could not cross himself. When he asked for it to be scattered on his grave, he was asking to be reunited with Poland in the only way left to him. But that reunion was years away. First came Paris, the city that would become his second home, the stage for his greatest triumphs and his most profound suffering. Chopin arrived in Paris in September of 1831, at the age of 21. He came as one of thousands of Polish refugees fleeing the failed uprising, but unlike most, he came with letters of introduction to the most important musicians in Europe. Paris, in the 1830s, was the undisputed capital of the musical world. The city throbbed with talent. Berlioz was writing his Symphonie Fantastique. Liszt was dazzling audiences with his demonic virtuosity. Rossini held court at the Théâtre Italien. Into this world stepped the pale, young Pole with his quiet manners and his revolutionary fingers. His debut concert in February of 1832 was a sensation. The Revue Musicale wrote, "Here is a young man who, surrendering himself to his natural impressions and taking no model, has found, if not a complete renewal of pianoforte music, at least a part of what has been sought in vain for a long time, namely, an abundance of original ideas." Another critic wrote that Chopin had an entirely new character in his playing, something that could not be classified according to the prevailing schools of pianism. He was neither the thundering virtuoso in the Liszt mode nor the elegant sentimentalist. He was something unprecedented. The concert took place at the Salle Pleyel, named for the piano manufacturer Camille Pleyel, who would become one of Chopin's most important supporters. The hall was intimate by concert standards, seating perhaps 400. Even so, it was larger than Chopin preferred. But Chopin quickly realized that public concerts were not for him. The physical demands were enormous. A concert pianist in the 1830s needed to project across halls seating 1,000 or more. The playing had to be loud, emphatic, theatrical, and Chopin's style was the opposite, refined, nuanced, dependent on subtleties that would be lost in a vast space. More than that, his body was beginning to fail. The symptoms had started earlier, perhaps as early as his adolescence. Chronic coughs, fatigue, susceptibility to every passing cold. In Paris, the symptoms worsened. The damp winters, the coal smoke, the endless social demands. They wore him down. So Chopin made a strategic choice that would define his career. He would perform primarily in salons. This was not a retreat from musical life. It was a redefinition of what musical life could be. Chopin recognized that the intimate salon offered something the concert hall could not, a space where his particular genius could flourish. He did not compete with Liszt for the crowds. He created his own audience, his own context, his own world. The strategy was brilliant. Within a few years, Chopin became the most sought-after pianist in Paris, not because he filled concert halls, but because he filled salons with people desperate to hear him. An invitation to a soirée where Chopin would play became one of the most coveted social prizes in the city. And the fees he could command for private performances matched or exceeded what concert artists earned. The wealthy aristocrats who hosted him were willing to pay handsomely for the privilege of his presence. Chopin never suffered from want of money, despite playing so few public concerts. The Parisian salon of the 1830s was not merely a party, it was an institution, the crucible of French cultural life. In the drawing rooms of aristocratic hostesses, poets met painters, politicians met philosophers, and musicians performed for audiences who listened with an attention that the concert hall could not match. For Chopin, the salon was ideal. 30 guests, 40 at most. Candles rather than gas lamps. A Pleyel piano, lighter in touch than the English instruments, positioned so that he could play softly and still be heard. The audience close enough to see his hands to catch every nuance. Contemporary accounts describe his playing as extraordinary. One had to come close to him to catch the pianissimo, wrote one listener. His fortissimo was still a mezzo forte. Another described a quality of tone that seemed to float above the keyboard, never quite striking the keys but caressing them. His rubato, the elastic stretching and contracting of tempo, was unlike anything else in the repertoire. Rubato, from the Italian for stolen, refers to the practice of slightly accelerating or slowing the tempo for expressive purposes. All romantic pianists employed rubato, but Chopin's approach was distinctive. He would often keep the left hand strictly in time while allowing the right hand to float freely, creating a sense of melody that hovers above the accompaniment like a voice above its backing. The left hand, Chopin told his students, is the conductor. It must never waver. The right hand, meanwhile, could sing and sigh and breathe. This independence between the hands, this sense of two voices in conversation rather than one mechanism operating, was central to Chopin's sound. The great German poet Heinrich Heine, who knew Chopin personally, wrote, "Chopin is the Raphael of the piano. He is a poet, the most profound of any living musician. He gives you countries that exist only in our dreams." The salon also provided Chopin with his primary income, teaching. He became the most sought-after piano teacher in Paris, charging what would be several $100s per lesson in today's money. His students were the daughters of counts and bankers, young aristocrats seeking the polish that a Chopin education could provide. He was, by all accounts, a meticulous and patient teacher. He insisted on technique, on fingering, on the correct posture of the hand, but above all he insisted on singing, on making the piano breathe as a human voice breathes, on phrasing as an Italian opera singer phrases. "You must sing if you wish to play," he told his students, and they understood what he meant only when they heard him play. The music seemed to come from somewhere beyond technique, beyond the black and white keys. It came from the same place that poetry comes from, some depth of feeling that ordinary language cannot reach. His teaching schedule was punishing, sometimes 5 or 6 lessons a day, walking or taking carriages across Paris from one aristocratic household to another. The income was excellent, but the toll on his fragile health was considerable. By afternoon, he was often exhausted, and yet the lessons continued. His students remembered specific details of his instruction. He demanded a particular position of the hand, curved but relaxed, the fingers striking the keys at a slight angle. He insisted on suppleness of the wrist. He abhorred unnecessary movement, theatrical gestures, anything that interfered with the pure transmission of sound. Simplicity is the final achievement, Chopin told one student. After one has played a vast quantity of notes and more notes, it is simplicity that emerges as the crowning reward of art. This philosophy, that complexity should serve expression, not display, ran counter to the prevailing virtuoso culture. The great performers of the day competed to play faster, louder, more astonishingly. Chopin taught his students to play more beautifully. Among his students were some of the finest pianists of the next generation. Karol Mikuli, who would later publish an important edition of Chopin's works, studied with him for years. Princess Marcelina Czartoryska became one of the most celebrated performers of Chopin's music. They carried his teachings forward, creating a chain of transmission that extended into the 20th century. In Paris, Chopin found himself at the centre of the greatest concentration of artistic genius in 19th century Europe. He knew Franz Liszt, his temperamental opposite, Liszt the showman, Liszt the theatrical virtuoso, Liszt who played to thousands where Chopin played to dozens. They admired each other, though their friendship was complicated. Liszt sometimes performed Chopin's music in concert, but he added his own embellishments, his own theatrical touches which Chopin found vulgar. The contrast between the two men was striking. Liszt was tall, handsome, commanding, a born performer who thrived on the energy of crowds. Chopin was slight, delicate, reserved, a born artist who preferred the intimacy of small gatherings. Liszt conquered audiences, Chopin seduced them. They respected each other's gifts, but they understood music differently. For Liszt, music was a public act, a form of communication with the masses. For Chopin, music was private, personal, almost secret. Liszt sought glory. Chopin sought perfection. In later years, their friendship cooled. There were rumours of jealousy, of competition, of slights real or imagined. After Chopin's death, Liszt wrote a biography that was more hagiography than scholarship, a tribute to a genius he had admired but perhaps never fully understood. He knew Hector Berlioz, the visionary orchestrator who was remaking what the symphony could be. He knew Felix Mendelssohn, the German prodigy who combined classical form with romantic expression. He knew Vincenzo Bellini, the Italian opera composer whose melodic lines influenced Chopin's own sense of vocal phrase. Bellini's influence on Chopin was profound. The Italian composer wrote operas, Norma, La Sonnambula, I Puritani, with melodies of such purity and expressiveness that they seemed to transcend the voice itself. Chopin studied these operas obsessively. He attended performances whenever he could. He analysed how Bellini constructed his melodic lines, how he phrased, how he allowed the voice to breathe. Play as Bellini would sing, Chopin told his students. It was the highest praise he could offer. When Bellini died in 1835, at the age of 33, Chopin was devastated. He had lost not just a friend, but a teacher, someone who had shown him what the piano might become if it could only learn to sing. and he knew the painters, Eugène Delacroix above all. Delacroix, the leading painter of French Romanticism, became one of Chopin's closest friends. They met through George Sand in 1838, and the connection was immediate. Delacroix, like Chopin, was an artist of intensity who concealed his fire beneath a reserved manner. He understood what Chopin was trying to do with the piano in the same way that a fellow painter might understand. In 1838, Delacroix painted a double portrait. Chopin at the piano, George Sand behind him, listening. It was never finished. Later, after some unknown dispute or simply through the chaos of artistic estate sales, the painting was cut in two. Today, Chopin and Sand hang in separate museums, forever separated, a metaphor more apt than anyone could have planned. The portrait shows a younger Chopin than the daguerreotype taken the year of his death. His face is softer, less haunted, but there is already something in the eyes, a distance, a melancholy, as if he is listening to music that the viewer cannot hear. Delacroix wrote in his journal, "Chopin is the truest artist I have ever known. The rest of us labour to create our work. Chopin simply opens a door and the music flows through." The friendship between Chopin and Delacroix was a meeting of kindred spirits. Both men were obsessed with craft, with the technical means by which emotion could be conveyed through art. They spent hours discussing the parallels between painting and music, the ways that colour in a painting might correspond to harmony in a composition, the ways that brushwork might parallel phrasing. Delacroix was fascinated by Chopin's creative process. Unlike many composers who worked systematically, Chopin composed in bursts of inspiration, followed by painstaking revision. He would improvise at the piano for hours, searching for a melody, a harmonic progression, a rhythmic pattern. When something emerged that satisfied him, he would begin the agonizing work of writing it down. Chopin suffers over his compositions, Delacroix observed. He shuts himself in his room for days, weeping, walking, breaking his pens. He changes and destroys and starts again 100 times. This perfectionism was both a blessing and a curse. It meant that every note Chopin published was exactly as he intended it. But it also meant that composition was torment, a process of endless revision that exhausted him physically and emotionally. A single page of music might take weeks to complete. A single phrase might be rewritten dozens of times. And all the while his lungs were failing, his energy was declining, and he knew that time was running out. During his Paris years, Chopin produced an astonishing body of work. Unlike many Romantic composers who wrote symphonies, operas, and grand orchestral pieces, Chopin wrote almost exclusively for solo piano. It was a limitation that became a universe. The Nocturnes, Opus 9, published in 1832, established the form that would become his signature. The Nocturne was not Chopin's invention. The Irish composer John Field had coined the term for his own dreamy piano pieces, but Chopin transformed it into something deeper. A Chopin nocturne is not simply night music. It is the sound of consciousness at the edge of sleep, when thoughts dissolve into feeling, and feeling dissolves into pure sensation. The right hand sings a melody, ornamented, floating, never quite predictable, while the left hand moves through gentle harmonies that seem to support the melody as water supports a boat. The effect is hypnotic. Contemporary listeners described falling into a kind of trance, a suspension of ordinary awareness. The music seemed to speak directly to some part of the mind that existed below language. John Field, the Irish composer who invented the nocturne as a genre, wrote pieces of considerable charm, but Chopin transformed the form entirely. Where Field's nocturnes were pleasant, Chopin's were profound. Where Field offered decoration, Chopin offered depth. The difference lay in harmony, in structure, in the quality of melodic invention. Chopin's nocturnes could move from tenderness to passion to despair within a few pages. They could explore emotional territories that Field never imagined. They could break your heart. The Nocturne in C-sharp minor, Diet 27 No. 1, begins with a melody of almost unbearable sadness. A lament, a confession, a cry in the night. It builds to a passionate middle section, then returns to the opening material transformed. The listener who follows this journey arrives somewhere different from where they began. This is what Chopin added to the Nocturne: narrative, drama, emotional development. He took a pleasant salon form and made it capable of tragedy. The nocturnes were meant for the night hours, for that liminal time when the mind relaxes, when defences drop, when we are most open to emotion. They were written for candlelight, for quiet rooms, for intimate company. They were written, in a sense, for the very experience you may be having now. Listening in the dark, letting the music wash over you, drifting towards sleep. It is no accident that Chopin's nocturnes remain among the most popular pieces for relaxation and sleep. They were designed for that purpose. Not literally perhaps, but in their essence. They meet you where you are in the quiet hours, and they ask nothing except your attention. The Etudes, published in 1833 and 1837, were ostensibly teaching pieces, exercises in piano technique. But they were exercises that no one had imagined before. Each etude isolates a particular technical problem, octaves, thirds, legato playing, but frames it within a complete musical statement. The revolutionary etude, written in response to the fall of Warsaw, is a fury of passionate running notes, anguish made audible. The ballades, there would eventually be 4, were something entirely new. Chopin essentially invented the piano ballade as a form. These were large-scale narrative works, each telling a story that the listener could almost but not quite follow. The first ballad, in G minor, is one of the most performed pieces in the piano repertoire. Schumann said of it, "I have a new ballad by Chopin. It seems to me his most inspired, though not his most perfect work." The ballades may have been inspired by the poetry of Adam Mickiewicz, the great Polish Romantic poet who was also living in exile in Paris. Chopin never confirmed this connection, but the parallels are suggestive. Mickiewicz wrote epic poems about Polish history and legend. Chopin wrote ballades that seemed to tell stories without words. The fourth ballad, in Fa minor, composed in 1842 during the happy years at Nohant, is perhaps Chopin's greatest single work. It is a piece of extraordinary complexity and emotional depth, a narrative that seems to encompass an entire life. It begins quietly, almost tentatively, and builds through variations and developments to a conclusion of shattering power. Pianists speak of the fourth ballad with reverence. It is technically demanding, of course. All of Chopin's major works are. But the technical demands are not the point. The point is the emotional journey, the sense of having lived through something profound in the space of 12 minutes. When Chopin performed the fourth ballad in private, listeners wept. They could not have said exactly what the music meant, but they felt its meaning in their bones. The mazurkas, 61 in total over his lifetime, brought the Polish village into the Parisian salon. These were not authentic folk dances, but transformations of folk material. The rough country music refined and deepened until it became art music of the highest order. To play a Chopin mazurka was to hear Poland, to remember what had been lost. And the polonaises, grander, more ceremonial than the mazurkas, were statements of Polish national pride disguised as salon music. The revolutionary polonaise, the heroic polonaise, these were declarations of identity by a man who would never see his homeland again. The waltzes, more than 20 of them, were perhaps the most immediately popular of Chopin's works. They were dance music nominally, but dances that no one could actually dance to. The tempos were too flexible, the harmonies too complex, the structures too free. They were the idea of the waltz, the essence of the waltz, distilled into something that existed only for listening. The Grande Valse Brillante, Opus 18, became a favourite of the salons. It was dazzling but accessible, technically demanding but melodically memorable. Chopin himself performed it frequently, and it helped establish his reputation among audiences who might not have appreciated the more searching depths of the nocturnes. The scherzos, 4 of them, were larger, more dramatic works. The word scherzo means joke in Italian, but there's nothing humorous about Chopin's scherzos. They're intense, driven, sometimes violent. The second scherzo in B-flat minor was among the most frequently performed of his works during his lifetime. It opens with a question, 2 urgent chords, a silence, a response, and builds through cascading arpeggios to a triumphant conclusion. These diverse genres, nocturnes, etudes, ballads, mazurkas, polonaises, waltzes, scherzos, together formed a complete world. Chopin wrote almost nothing outside the piano, but within the piano he explored every possibility. He found, in this single instrument, enough range to express everything he needed to say. Through all this creativity, Chopin's health was deteriorating. The coughs came more frequently, the fatigue deepened. Friends noticed that he tired easily, that he needed to rest after any exertion. The vigorous young man who had arrived in Paris in 1831 was becoming visibly fragile. In 1835, a doctor examined him and delivered an alarming verdict. Chopin showed signs of consumption. Tuberculosis in the 1830s was not simply a disease. It was a cultural phenomenon, almost an identity. Consumptive, pale, feverish, creative had become a romantic archetype. Byron wished to die of consumption because he said the ladies would find it interesting. Keats had died of it in Rome in 1821. In the popular imagination, consumption was the artist's disease, the price of genius. But for those who actually suffered from it, there was nothing romantic. The disease attacked the lungs, causing bloody coughs, chronic fatigue, night sweats, and progressive wasting. In the era before antibiotics, there was no cure. Treatment consisted of rest, fresh air, and the hope that the body's own defences might arrest the disease. For many, this hope was futile. The physicians of Chopin's era were not entirely ignorant about tuberculosis. They understood that it was contagious, that it ran in families, that certain climates seemed to help or hinder its progress. What they lacked was any effective treatment. They could observe the disease, document its progress, offer palliative care, but they could not stop it. The standard advice for consumptives was to seek out warmer, drier climates. Italy was popular, as was the south of France. Majorca, with its Mediterranean sun and mild winters, seemed ideal. Physicians assured their patients that a change of air might make all the difference. Sometimes it did. Some patients recovered, or at least stabilized, in more favorable environments. But tuberculosis was unpredictable. What helped one patient might do nothing for another, and the journey itself, the stress of travel, the disruption of routine, the exposure to new pathogens, could sometimes accelerate the disease rather than slow it. Chopin's doctors prescribed what doctors of the era prescribed: tonics, rest, and change of climate. They suggested that he leave Paris in winter, seek warmer, drier air. It was this advice that would lead to the most difficult episode of his life, and some of his greatest music. In the autumn of 1838, Chopin departed for Majorca with George Sand and her 2 children. He had been in love with her for over a year. She believed the warm Mediterranean air would heal him. Neither of them understood what they were walking into. The decision to travel to Mallorca was made quickly, perhaps too quickly. Sand was eager to escape Paris, where her relationship with Chopin was causing scandal. She was also concerned about her son Maurice's rheumatism. Mallorca seemed to offer solutions to multiple problems: a warm climate, a retreat from gossip, a chance to work in peace. For Chopin, the appeal was simpler. He wanted to be with Sand, and his doctors had recommended a change of air. He did not particularly want to leave Paris with its salons and its concerts and its familiar routines. But love made him willing to try. They gathered their belongings, made their arrangements, and set off into the unknown. It was a journey that would test everything: their love, their patience, their faith in each other. And it would produce some of the most extraordinary music ever written. Amandine Lucille Aurore Dupin, who wrote under the pen name George Sand, was one of the most famous women in Europe. She was a novelist of extraordinary productivity and influence, the author of dozens of works that sold in the tens of thousands. She was notorious for wearing men's clothes, for smoking cigars, for taking lovers of both sexes. In an era that confined women to domestic roles, she had made herself a public figure, a working writer who supported herself and her children by her pen. Chopin and Sand met on October 24, 1836, in the salon of the Countess Marie de Goul, who was herself the mistress of Franz Liszt. According to some accounts, Chopin was initially repulsed. He reportedly asked Liszt, "Is she really a woman?" Sand, for her part, was intrigued. She wrote to a mutual friend asking if Chopin was still engaged to his former pupil, Maria Wodzinska. If so, she would back off. But the engagement had already dissolved, and within 2 years, Chopin and Sand had become lovers. It was an unlikely match: the reserved, fastidious Polish aristocrat and the bold, unconventional Frenchwoman. But something in each of them answered something in the other. Sand saw in Chopin a genius who needed nurturing. Chopin saw in Sand a force of nature, a protector, someone who could manage the practical world while he devoted himself to music. To celebrate their union, Sand proposed a winter in the Mediterranean. Her son Maurice was recovering from rheumatism. Chopin's lungs were struggling. The warm air of Mallorca, she believed, would heal them all. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. Sand would later describe the Mallorca journey in her book Un hivern a Majorque, A Winter in Mallorca. It is a remarkable document, part travelogue, part polemic, part love letter to the landscape and bitter denunciation of its inhabitants. Sand's gift for prose served her well in capturing both the beauty of the island and the horror of what she and Chopin endured there: time and wounds. But at the moment of departure, all was optimism. They were escaping Paris, escaping winter, escaping the constraints of conventional society. They were beginning an adventure. The journey itself was arduous. They travelled by stagecoach to Lyon, then down the Rhône River by steamboat to Avignon. From there, they continued to the Mediterranean port of Perpignan, then crossed into Spain and made their way to Barcelona. From Barcelona, they took a small packet boat across the Mediterranean to Mallorca. The crossing was rough. Chopin was seasick, weakened, miserable. Sand did her best to care for him and keep the children calm. By the time they arrived in Palma, Chopin was exhausted. But the sun was shining, the air was warm, and they allowed themselves to hope. The party arrived on November 8, 1838. Chopin, Sand, her son Maurice, age 15, and her daughter Solange, age 10. They had brought a servant, a mountain of luggage, and optimistic expectations. At first, everything seemed promising. They rented a villa called Son Vent, the Windhouse, at the foot of the mountains outside Palma. The weather was warm, Chopin explored the island and wrote enthusiastic letters to friends in Paris. "The sky is like turquoise," he wrote, "the sea like lapis lazuli, the mountains like emeralds, the air is just what I need." He wandered through olive groves and almond orchards, marvelling at the landscape. He felt stronger than he had in months. Perhaps the doctors had been right. Perhaps this was what he needed. Sand was equally enchanted. She explored the local villages, observed the customs of the Majorcan peasants, began gathering material for the book she would later write. The children played in the gardens. For a few brief weeks it seemed that they had found paradise. Then the rains began. By early December, the sunny Mallorca of travel brochures had become a cold, damp nightmare. The rains were incessant. The villa, charming in good weather, had no heating and poor drainage. Moisture seeped through the walls. On December 3rd, Chopin wrote to a friend, "I have been ill for the last 2 days like a dog." Word of Chopin's condition spread through the local community. The residents of Parma understood what his coughing meant: consumption. In an era before antibiotics, tuberculosis was both deadly and contagious. The people who had been happy to rent lodgings to Parisian tourists wanted nothing to do with a dying man. The landlord of Sonvent demanded that they leave immediately. Worse, he demanded payment for everything Chopin had touched: furniture, bedding, dishes, which would need to be burned. Sand was furious. She wrote blistering accounts of Majorcan, cruelty and ignorance. But the family had no choice. In the midst of winter, with Chopin increasingly ill, they needed somewhere to go. The situation was desperate. They had come to Mallorca seeking health and peace. Instead, they found themselves outcasts, rejected by the local population, stranded without shelter. Chopin was growing weaker by the day. The children were frightened and miserable. Sand was at the end of her rope. It was at this moment of crisis that they learned of a possibility. The former Carthusian monastery at Valdemossa, high in the mountains above Parma, had cells available for rent. The monastery had been secularized in 1835 when the Spanish government dissolved the monastic orders. The former monks' quarters were now used as summer residences by local families, but in winter they stood empty. They found shelter in the Real Cartuja de Valdemossa, a Carthusian monastery that had been secularized 3 years earlier. The former monks' cells were available for rent, and the authorities were less particular about their tenants' health. The cells were cold, damp, and largely unfurnished. The village of Valdemossa was remote, accessible only by rough mountain roads. Supplies were difficult to obtain, and Chopin's condition was worsening by the day. The monastery itself was beautiful. There is no denying that. The cloisters, the gardens, the views over the valley below, all were magnificent. Sand, who had an artist's eye for landscape, described the setting in rapturous terms, but beauty cannot heat a room, and the cold was relentless. They occupied cells 2 and 4 of the former monastery, connected by a small garden. The rooms had thick stone walls, once a blessing for monks seeking contemplative silence, now a curse for a consumptive trying to stay warm. There was no glass in the windows, only wooden shutters that let in draughts and rain. Sand set about making the cells habitable. She hung curtains, arranged furniture, created a semblance of domestic order. But the fundamental problems remained: cold, damp, isolation. Chopin huddled in his cell, coughing, composing when he could, suffering always. Sand later described the months at Valdemossa as a nightmare. The rain fell in torrents, she wrote. The monks' cells were open to all the winds of heaven. The only heating was a small iron stove that made us cough more than it warmed us. Chopin was confined to his cell, too weak to venture out. his coughs echoing off the stone walls. The locals avoided them. They believed that my companion was a consumptive, Sand wrote, which in their primitive minds was equivalent to being a plague victim. No one would transport them, no one would serve them. They were pariahs. The isolation was complete. The local peasants would not sell them food directly. Transactions had to be conducted through intermediaries. The local doctors would not treat Chopin. They feared contamination. Even the donkeys that might have carried supplies up the mountain were withheld, their owners afraid that the animals might be infected. Sand, who had travelled the world, who had known the salons of Paris and the courts of Europe, found herself reduced to the most primitive conditions. She cooked on a makeshift stove. She nursed Chopin through fevers and hemorrhages. She kept the children occupied and educated despite the chaos. She maintained somehow the discipline to continue her own writing. Her accounts of this period are remarkable documents. They reveal a woman of extraordinary resilience, but also of considerable anger. She never forgave the Majorcans for their cruelty. Her book about the experience is a mixture of travel writing and invective, lyrical descriptions of the landscape interspersed with bitter denunciations of the people who inhabited it. Whether her criticisms were fair is debatable. The Majorcans had legitimate fears about tuberculosis, a disease that was indeed contagious and for which there was no cure. Their caution, however excessive, was not irrational. But Sand, watching the man she loved suffer and be rejected, was in no mood for understanding. And yet, despite everything, or perhaps because of it, Chopin composed. He had brought no piano from Paris. For weeks he worked on a small rented instrument of poor quality. Then, in January, his own Pleyel piano finally arrived, having spent weeks in customs while officials debated import duties. On that piano, in that cold stone cell, with the rain falling and his lungs failing, Chopin completed the 24 preludes. The preludes are among the most extraordinary works in the piano literature. Brief, some only a minute long, they cycle through all 24 major and minor keys. Each is a complete world. The fourth prelude, in E minor, is often called the suffocation prelude, a slowly descending melody over obsessively repeated chords, like the last breaths of a dying man. The 15th prelude, the raindrop, is said to have been composed during a storm while Sand was travelling. The repeated A-flat note suggests water dripping endlessly. Whether or not these programmatic interpretations are accurate, the preludes undeniably carry the weight of that terrible winter. They are dark, introspective, at times despairing. They are the sound of a man confronting his own mortality. But they are also the sound of defiance. To compose at all under those circumstances was an act of will. To compose works of such concentrated beauty was something approaching heroism. The stone walls of Valdemossa, the hostility of the locals, the rattling cough that would not stop. None of it silenced him. The music continued. Chopin's letters from this period reveal his state of mind. "I dream of music," he wrote, "but I cannot write anything because here there are no pianos." And then, when the piano finally arrived, "Now I have music. At last I have music." The instrument was his lifeline, his connection to everything that mattered. Sand later wrote that watching Chopin compose was like watching a man possessed. He would play the same passage over and over, varying it slightly each time until something clicked. Then he would rush to the manuscript paper, afraid of losing what he had found. His handwriting on the Majorca manuscripts is cramped and hurried, the writing of someone racing against time. The preludes were not the only works completed during the Majorca winter. He also worked on the second ballade and the third scherzo, but the preludes remain the most complete expression of that period. a cycle of miniatures that range from the achingly beautiful to the almost unbearably bleak. On February 11th, 1839, the party finally left Mallorca. The departure was as miserable as the stay. No one in Valdemossa would agree to transport them. They had to hire a cart from a distant village. The journey to Palma took hours over terrible roads. Chopin hemorrhaged blood during the trip, a terrifying sign of how far the disease had advanced. When they reached Barcelona, they burned or threw away nearly everything they had brought. The locals insisted, and Sand no longer had the energy to fight. Chopin's bed, his linens, his clothes from the island, all were destroyed for fear of contagion. They returned to France by ship. Chopin was so weak he could barely stand. A French naval physician who happened to be on board took charge of his care. "One more hemorrhage," the doctor reportedly said, "and he would have died on the crossing." The ship stopped at Barcelona, where Chopin was examined by a doctor who specialized in lung diseases. The diagnosis was blunt. Chopin's lungs were severely compromised. He might live for years, or he might die within months. There was no way to predict the course of the disease. From Barcelona, they sailed along the coast to Marseille. The sea was rough, and Chopin suffered terribly, but he survived. He arrived in Marseille weak, wasted, but alive. In Marseille, they rested for several months. The climate was gentler than Mallorca, the accommodations were comfortable, and slowly, very slowly, Chopin began to recover. He never regained full strength. The Mallorca winter had permanently damaged his lungs, but he stabilized, enough to travel, to return to Paris to resume his life. But he did not die. Not yet. And ahead of him lay nearly a decade more of music. In May of 1839, Chopin and Sand arrived at Nohant, Sand's country estate in the Berry region of central France. It was here, in the following years, that Chopin would find something approaching peace. The contrast with Majorca could not have been greater. Nohant was comfortable, familiar, safe. Sand had grown up here. She knew every corner of the house, every path through the gardens. For Chopin, it became a second home, the only stable domestic life he had known since leaving Warsaw. The house itself was substantial but not grand. A country manor with thick walls and tall windows surrounded by gardens that gave way to farmland and woods. There was a music room with a good piano where Chopin could work undisturbed. There was a routine, meals at regular hours, walks in the afternoon, quiet evenings by the fire. Sand had inherited Nohant from her grandmother, and it was the one place where she felt truly at home. Each summer, from 1839 to 1846, Chopin would join her there, composing, teaching her children, recovering what strength he could. He missed only the summer of 1840, when illness kept him in Paris. The years at Nohant were Chopin's most productive. He composed the second and third ballads. He wrote some of his greatest nocturnes, the Polonaise Fantaisie, the Berceuse, the Barcarolle, works that pushed the boundaries of what the piano could express, all came from these summer months in the French countryside. The Berceuse, a lullaby, is built on a single hypnotic bass pattern that repeats throughout the entire piece, while the right hand spins increasingly elaborate variations. It is music of extraordinary delicacy, music that seems to float above the ground, music that could indeed lull a child to sleep, or an adult for that matter. Chopin composed it at Nohant in 1844, during one of his most productive summers. The Barcarolle from 1846 evokes the songs of Venetian gondoliers, the gentle rocking motion of a boat on water, the play of light on waves, the sense of drifting through a dream. It is one of Chopin's most sensuous works, full of rich harmonies and yearning melodies. Some have heard in it the warmth of his relationship with Sand at its best. two people moving together through life, in harmony, at peace. The Polonaise Fantaisie, also from 1846, is a more complex work. Part Polonaise, part fantasy, part meditation on what it means to be Polish in exile. It wanders through keys and moods, never quite settling, always searching. Some pianists consider it Chopin's most forward-looking work, anticipating developments in harmony and form that would not become common until decades later. Sand managed his life with maternal efficiency. She arranged his schedule, protected him from unwanted visitors, made sure he rested. She called him her third child, a description that reveals both the tenderness and the imbalance of their relationship. For his part, Chopin taught Sand's children piano, played cards with the household and worked. Always he worked. The music poured out of him even as his body failed. The household at Nohant was lively. Sand's children, Maurice and Solange, were growing up. Friends came to visit for weeks at a time. There were theatrical performances, amateur dramatics in which the household participated. Chopin sometimes played the piano for these entertainments, providing incidental music for the plays they staged. But his days followed a pattern. He rose late, his health did not permit early rising, and spent the mornings at the piano. He would work until lunch, then rest, then perhaps walk in the gardens if he felt strong enough. In the evenings he might play for the assembled company, improvising on themes suggested by the guests, demonstrating his latest compositions. Visitors to Nohant left accounts of these musical evenings. They described Chopin playing in the candlelight, his face pale, his hands moving with uncanny precision over the keys. They described the silence that fell over the room, the sense that something sacred was happening. Even casual listeners understood that they were in the presence of genius. One visitor wrote, "Chopin played for us after dinner. I cannot describe what I felt. It was as if he were not playing the piano at all, but speaking directly to my soul in a language I had never heard before, but somehow understood perfectly." These summers at Nohant were an island of stability, in a life increasingly marked by illness. Here, Chopin could work without the exhausting demands of Paris, the teaching, the social obligations, the endless carriage rides across the city. Here, he could breathe. But all things end. The relationship between Chopin and Sand did not end with a single dramatic rupture. It frayed slowly over years as illness, family conflicts, and fundamental incompatibilities took their toll. Sand was a restless spirit. She needed activity, engagement, conflict. Chopin was increasingly fragile, both physically and emotionally. He needed quiet, routine, protection from disturbance. As the years passed, these needs became harder to reconcile. Sand's children complicated matters. Maurice, her son, had never liked Chopin. He resented the presence of this frail foreigner who claimed so much of his mother's attention. Solange, her daughter, was more sympathetic to Chopin, which created its own problems as mother and daughter had a difficult relationship. In 1847, the tensions exploded. The catalyst was Solange's marriage. Now 17, she had grown into a beautiful and willful young woman, much like her mother in fact. She attracted the attention of Auguste Clezinger, a sculptor who was handsome, charming, and deeply untrustworthy. Sand saw through Clezinger immediately. She recognized him as a fortune hunter, a man of volatile temperament who would make her daughter miserable. She forbade the match. But Solange, perhaps precisely because her mother opposed it, was determined to proceed. Chopin found himself caught in the middle. He liked Solange, had always liked her better than the hostile Maurice. and he was reluctant to interfere in what he saw as a private family matter. When Sand demanded that he condemn Clesinger, he declined. It was a fateful decision. Solange announced her engagement to Auguste Clesinger, a sculptor of talent and terrible character. Sand opposed the match. Chopin quietly supported Solange's choice. When the marriage happened anyway and quickly descended into scandal, Clesinger demanded money. There were physical altercations at Nohant. The newlyweds were essentially exiled. Sand blamed Chopin for having sided with her daughter. She believed that Chopin was in love with Solange. There is no evidence that this was true, but Sand's jealousy was ferocious. She wrote to Chopin demanding that if he wished to remain in her life, he must never mention Solange's name again. Chopin could not accept this condition. He had watched Solange grow from a child into a young woman. He had taught her piano, played games with her, been a quiet presence in her life for nearly a decade. Whatever Sand believed about his feelings, he could not simply pretend that Solange did not exist. The demand was impossible. The final exchange of letters was painful. Sand accused Chopin of betrayal, of disloyalty, of putting her daughter before her. Chopin responded with wounded dignity, insisting that he had done nothing wrong. Neither would yield. The relationship that had sustained him for 9 years was over. On July 28, 1847, Sand wrote her final letter to him. "Goodbye, my friend." The brevity of the farewell was devastating. After everything they had shared, the years at Nohant, the terrible winter in Mallorca, the music he had composed in her presence, it came down to 3 words. Goodbye, my friend. Not lover, not beloved, friend. They had been together for 9 years. They would see each other only once more, a chance encounter in March of 1848 in the stairway of a friend's house. They exchanged a few words. Sand asked about his health. Chopin replied that he was well. He was not well. He was dying. The break with Sand left Chopin devastated. She had been more than a lover. She had been a caretaker, a protector, a manager of his fragile existence. Without her, he was adrift. Friends noticed the change immediately. He became withdrawn, melancholy. He composed almost nothing in the months following the separation. The creative energy that had sustained him through years of illness seemed to have deserted him. His health, already precarious, deteriorated further. The coughs came more frequently. The fevers returned. He lost weight he could not afford to lose. By the autumn of 1847 he was visibly wasting away. And yet, even in this state, he continued to maintain his social position. He dressed impeccably. He attended salons when his health permitted. He kept up appearances with a determination that bordered on the heroic. The romantic ideal of the dying artist was something he embodied without quite believing in it. In February of 1848, revolution swept across Europe. In Paris, King Louis-Philippe abdicated and fled. The Second Republic was proclaimed. The political world that Chopin had known was collapsing. The revolutions of 1848, what historians would later call the springtime of the peoples, touched nearly every country in Europe. In France, the July monarchy gave way to the Second Republic. In the German states, in the Italian states, in the Habsburg Empire, citizens rose up demanding constitutional government, national unity, liberal reforms. For Polish exiles like Chopin, the revolutions offered a tantalizing hope. Perhaps, finally, Poland would be restored. Perhaps the European powers would recognize Polish independence. Perhaps the long exile would come to an end. But the hope was short-lived. The revolutions were crushed one by one. By 1849, the old order had been restored across Europe. Poland remained partitioned. The exiles remained exiles. With Paris in turmoil and his health in decline, Chopin made an unlikely decision. He would undertake a concert tour of Britain. The tour was organised by his devoted Scottish student Jane Stirling, who hoped that success abroad might restore both his spirits and his finances. Chopin's expenses had always been high, and with the disruption of the revolution, his teaching income had collapsed. He arrived in London in April of 1848. Over the following months he performed in London, Manchester, Glasgow and Edinburgh. He played for Queen Victoria at Buckingham Palace. He was celebrated, feted, exhausted. The British tour was a series of triumphs and agonies. The English aristocracy welcomed Chopin with open arms. He gave recitals in the finest houses, met the leading figures of British society, was presented at court. By the standards of the day, he was an enormous success. But behind the scenes, he was falling apart. The British climate, wet, cold, foggy, was devastating to his lungs. He caught cold after cold, each one weakening him further. He could not sleep. He could not eat. He was consuming himself, burning through whatever reserves of strength remained. His letters from this period are heartbreaking. To his family in Warsaw he tried to maintain an optimistic tone, but to close friends he was honest about his condition. "I am nearer the coffin than the altar," he wrote to one correspondent. "I feel weaker day by day." The performances continued despite everything. Chopin was a professional. He honoured his commitments, but those who attended his concerts noted the change. Where once he had played with fire and passion, now there was only a fragile beauty, a whisper of what had been. "I can scarcely breathe," he wrote in a letter. "I am ready to give up the ghost." The damp British climate was devastating to his lungs. The travel drained what little strength remained. Between concerts he was barely able to stand. He would arrive at the piano, pale and trembling, play his programme and collapse backstage. The reviews were warm, but Chopin himself knew the truth. His playing had lost its power. The fingers that had once floated effortlessly over the keys now struggled. The tone was thin, the phrasing uncertain. He was a ghost performing the memory of music. He returned to Paris in November of 1848, weighing less than 90 pounds. The British tour had been, in one sense, a success. He had been celebrated, admired, received in the highest circles. But it had cost him dearly. The small reserve of strength he had brought with him was exhausted. He returned to Paris knowing that he would never perform publicly again. His final public concert had been in London on November 16, 1848, a benefit for Polish refugees at the Guildhall. He was so weak that he had to be carried to the piano. He played for the last time before an audience, and then he was done. Jane Stirling, his devoted student and the organiser of the British tour, remained hopeful. She believed, or wanted to believe, that Chopin might recover, that he might return to Scotland and make a new life there. Some have speculated that she hoped to marry him. But Chopin had no such illusions. He knew what was happening to his body. In a letter to a friend he wrote, "I have never cursed anyone, but now I am so weary of life that I am near to cursing. I feel that I am useless to anyone and to myself." The year 1849 began with Chopin confined largely to his apartment. He could no longer teach. The effort of speaking was too great. He could no longer compose. The concentration required was beyond him. He could barely play. Friends visited constantly, bringing flowers, books, gossip from the outside world. The pianist and composer Delfina Potocka, one of his oldest friends and perhaps a former lover, came to sing for him when he was too weak to leave his bed. The visitors who saw him in these final months were shocked by his appearance. The elegant, fastidious Chopin, who had always dressed impeccably, who had always maintained an air of refinement, was now a shadow. His clothes hung loose on his wasted frame. His eyes, always large, seemed enormous in his hollowed face. He looked, as one visitor put it, like a beautiful ghost. And yet his mind remained sharp. He could no longer play, but he could listen. He asked visitors to bring him music, to describe concerts they had attended, to keep him connected to the world he could no longer participate in. He maintained his interest in everything: politics, literature, the gossip of the salons. The disease had claimed his body, but not yet his spirit. His apartment became a kind of salon in itself, a gathering place where friends came to pay their respects, to share news, to simply sit in his presence. The dying Chopin, confined to his bed, presided over these gatherings with the same quiet grace he had always shown. In June, Chopin's sister Ludwika arrived from Poland. She had not seen her brother in years. The change in him must have been shocking. The brilliant young man she remembered reduced to a skeletal figure, barely able to speak above a whisper. She stayed with him for the remaining months of his life, providing the family presence he had lacked since leaving Warsaw 19 years earlier. Ludwika's presence was a comfort that words could not express. She spoke Polish to him, his first language, the language of his childhood, the language he had not heard daily since leaving Warsaw. She reminded him of home, of family, of the world he had left behind. In her presence, he was not a dying celebrity in a foreign city. He was Frederick, her little brother. She brought news from Poland, from their mother, from friends and relatives he had not seen in decades. She described how Warsaw had changed, how their old neighbourhood had been transformed, how their mother was managing despite her own advancing age. For Chopin, confined to his apartment, these reports were windows into a world he would never see again. They talked about their childhood, about their father, about the summers in the countryside. They talked about music, about Poland, about the future he would not live to see. Ludwika kept vigil, bearing witness, providing comfort. It was the most important thing anyone could do. In September, Chopin moved to a new apartment, a sunny suite at his 12 Place Vendôme, in one of the finest buildings in Paris. Friends paid for it, knowing that he would never be able to repay them, knowing that what they were providing was a dignified place to die. The apartment had large windows looking out over the Place Vendôme, with its famous column commemorating Napoleon's victories. Chopin could see the monument from his bed. He could hear the sounds of the city he had loved for 18 years. By October, he could no longer leave the bed at all. The doctors came and went. There was nothing they could do. Tuberculosis in 1849 was a death sentence. The treatments of the era, rest, fresh air, tonics, laudanum for the pain, could ease suffering, but could not cure. Chopin knew this. Everyone knew this. Friends came in shifts to sit with him. They read to him, talked to him, simply sat in silence when he was too weak for conversation. The apartment on the Place Vendôme became a kind of shrine, a gathering place for those who loved him and wanted to say goodbye. The Countess Potocka came again and sang Polish songs, the music of his childhood. He asked his friend Auguste Franchomme to play cello. He asked for Beethoven, for Mozart. On October 15th, his condition sharply worsened. A priest was called to administer last rites. Chopin received the sacrament calmly, confessing his sins, accepting the blessing. He lingered 2 more days. On the night of October 16th, the Countess Potocka visited him. Chopin asked if she would sing. With what? She asked. There was no piano in the sick room. A piano was brought from the salon. Potocka sang an aria by Bellini. Chopin's beloved composer of operatic melody. Then she sang a hymn to the Virgin Mary. Tears ran down Chopin's face. It was the last music he ever heard. The scene has been described many times by many witnesses, each adding their own details, their own interpretations. Some accounts are surely embellished. Memory is imperfect, and the death of a genius invites myth-making. But the essential facts are not in doubt. On the night before he died, Chopin asked for music, and music was brought to him. It was fitting. Music had been his life, his identity, his reason for being. From the age of 4, when he first touched a piano, to this final night at 39, music had been the constant. Everything else, love, health, country, had been taken from him, but the music remained. And now, as the music filled the room, as Potocka's voice rose above the gentle piano, accompaniment, Chopin wept. Not from sadness necessarily, perhaps from gratitude, perhaps from the simple, overwhelming beauty of sound, perhaps from the knowledge that this was goodbye, not just to life, but to the art that had given his life meaning. In the early hours of October 17, 1849, Chopin's physician, Dr. Jean Cuvelier, was summoned to the apartment. The end was clearly near. According to those present, Chopin was peaceful in his final hours. He had suffered terribly, but the suffering was nearly over. His sister Ludwika held his hand. Friends gathered in the adjoining rooms, speaking in whispers. At some point in the night, Chopin spoke his last recorded words. "The earth is suffocating," he whispered. "Swear that you will make them cut me open, so that I will not be buried alive." The fear of premature burial was common in the 19th century, not unreasonably given the limits of medical technology. But Chopin's words also carried a deeper resonance. The earth is suffocating. For 11 years his lungs had been suffocating, unable to draw enough breath to sustain life. Now that suffocation was nearly complete. At 2 o'clock in the morning of October 17, 1849, Frédéric Chopin died. He was 39 years old. Dr. Cuvelier confirmed the death in the traditional manner, by holding a mirror to the patient's lips to check for breath, and by illuminating the pupils with a candle to check for response. There was neither. The death certificate listed the cause as tuberculosis of the lungs and larynx. The news of Chopin's death spread quickly through Paris and then across Europe. Newspapers printed obituaries, friends wrote letters of condolence. The musical world mourned one of its brightest lights. Franz Liszt, who had been Chopin's friend and rival for nearly 2 decades, was devastated. He would later write a biography of Chopin, a florid, romantic account that captured the legend, if not always the facts. But the grief was genuine. They had disagreed about music, about performance, about almost everything. But Liszt had recognized Chopin's genius from the beginning. Hector Berlioz wrote, "Chopin was dying all his life, but while he lived, what sounds he drew from the piano." Delacroix, who had been closer to Chopin than perhaps any other artist, wrote in his journal, "What a loss! What miserable rogues fill the marketplace while that beautiful soul is extinguished." Per Chopin's last wish, Cuvelier performed an autopsy. What he found confirmed what everyone had known for years. Chopin's lungs were devastated by tuberculosis. The left lung was nearly destroyed, the right was severely compromised. It was remarkable that he had survived as long as he had. But the autopsy had another purpose, one that Chopin had specifically requested. "I want my heart to go home," Chopin had told his sister. His body would be buried in Paris, the city that had been his home for 18 years, but his heart would return to Poland. Cruvelier carefully removed the heart and placed it in a crystal urn. The urn was then filled with alcohol, probably cognac, to preserve the tissue. The container was sealed with wax. 2 months later, in January of 1850, Ludwika Jędrzejewicz departed Paris to return to her family in Poland. Hidden beneath her travelling cloak was the small oak casket containing her brother's heart. The journey was not simple. Poland was partitioned between Russia, Prussia and Austria. Border crossings were complicated, suspicious. The Russian authorities in particular were vigilant against anything that might arouse Polish national sentiment, and the heart of a famous Polish exile was precisely such a symbol. But Ludwika succeeded. Past Austrian customs, past Russian border agents, she smuggled her brother's heart into Poland. For the next 3 decades, the heart was kept privately, its location known only to the family. Finally, in 1882, it was immured in a pillar of the Holy Cross Church in Warsaw, the church where Chopin had attended Mass as a child, where his father had served on the parish council. For decades under Russian rule, the heart was the only public monument to Chopin that the authorities would allow. It became a focus of covert nationalist devotion, a symbol of the Poland that survived only in memory and music. Chopin's funeral took place on October 30th, 1849, at the Church of the Madeleine in Paris. 3,000 people attended. The Church of the Madeleine was one of the grandest in Paris, a neoclassical temple with Corinthian columns, modelled on ancient Roman architecture. It was the church of high society, the place where the elite came to worship. For Chopin, who had spent his life among the aristocracy, it was the fitting final venue. The wait for the funeral, 13 days after his death, was not unusual for the era. Time was needed to organise a service of this scale, to assemble the musicians, to notify friends and acquaintances across Europe. But there was another reason for the delay. The Madeleine initially refused to allow women to sing in the choir, and Chopin had specifically requested female voices for the Mozart Requiem. After much negotiation, the church relented. Women would sing hidden behind a black curtain so that they could not be seen by the congregation. It was a compromise that satisfied no one fully, but it allowed the service to proceed. Per his explicit request, Mozart's Requiem was performed, the same Requiem that Mozart himself had left unfinished at his death. The Madeleine's organ was not powerful enough for the occasion, so a curtain was erected across the entrance to reduce the acoustic space. Behind that curtain, the great singers of the Paris Opera performed the solos. Chopin had specifically requested the Mozart Requiem because of its significance. Mozart too had died young, leaving a legacy of extraordinary music. Mozart too had been taken before his time. In choosing the Requiem, Chopin was placing himself in a lineage of genius cut short, not out of vanity, but out of a deep identification with his predecessor. The orchestra included some of the finest musicians in Paris. The soloists were stars of the opera. The mourners included the most distinguished figures in French cultural life. It was a funeral befitting a man who had transformed the piano into a vehicle for poetry. Also performed were 2 of Chopin's own preludes, the 4th and 6th from Opus 28, orchestrated for the occasion. His music would be heard at his own funeral. The poetry of the piano would speak one last time on his behalf. At the graveside in Père Lachaise Cemetery, Chopin's own funeral march, the 3rd movement of his Piano Sonata No. 2 in B-flat minor, was played on wind instruments. It was the music he had written himself for such moments, and it accompanied him into the earth. The Polish soil that friends had given him when he left Warsaw 19 years earlier was scattered on the coffin. His body rested in French earth, but Polish earth covered it. The grave was marked with a statue of Euterpe, the muse of music, weeping over a broken lyre. It was designed by August Clesinger, the very man whose marriage to Solange had precipitated Chopin's break with George Sand. The irony was not lost on those who knew the history, but Clesinger was a talented sculptor, and the monument is beautiful. The grave in Père Lachaise became, and remains, a place of pilgrimage. Visitors come from around the world to leave flowers, to pay their respects, to stand in the presence of genius. The cemetery itself is a city of the dead, with elaborate tombs and monuments lining its winding paths. Chopin's grave is among the most visited. George Sand did not attend the funeral. She had not been invited, and it is unclear whether she would have come if she had been. In her later writings she rarely mentioned Chopin, and then only in passing. The great love of her middle years had become a silence. Some have speculated about her feelings in those days after Chopin's death. Did she regret the harshness of their parting? Did she grieve privately for the man she had once called her third child? We cannot know. Sand was a prolific writer who documented much of her life, but on this subject she was largely silent. What we do know is that she lived another 27 years, continuing to write, continuing to hold court at Nohant, continuing to be one of the most famous women in France. She died in 1876, having outlived Chopin by more than a quarter century. By then, his reputation had grown to proportions he could never have imagined during his lifetime. Within years of his death, Chopin's music had become a central pillar of the piano repertoire. His students spread his teachings across Europe. His works were published and republished in increasingly elaborate editions. Pianists competed to perform his nocturnes, his waltzes, his etudes. The Romantic generation that had known him in person gave way to new generations that knew him only through his notes on the page. The teaching lineage proved especially important. Chopin's students became teachers themselves, passing along his methods, his insights, his particular approach to the instrument. Karol Mikuli taught in Lviv. His students included several who would become important pedagogues in their own right. Princess Czartoryska performed and taught in Paris, maintaining the Chopin tradition in the city where he had made his name. Through these chains of transmission, something of Chopin's actual sound, not just his notes but his style of playing, survived into the 20th century. Early recordings by pianists who had studied with Chopin's students give us some sense of how the music might have sounded in the composer's own hands. The tempos are often freer than we might expect. The rubato is more pronounced. There is a quality of spontaneity, of improvisation, that later generations of pianists would sometimes lose. The published editions of Chopin's music present their own challenges. Chopin was meticulous about his scores, but he often made changes when teaching, suggesting different fingerings, altering dynamics, adding ornaments. His students' copies preserve some of these variations, but reconciling them into a single authoritative text is nearly impossible. Every modern edition is, to some extent, an interpretation. The music proved remarkably durable. Where other Romantic composers faded from fashion, Chopin remained. The intimacy that had limited his constant appearances during his lifetime became, in the age of recordings, a strength. His music worked in small spaces, living rooms, bedrooms, headphones. It did not need a concert hall to breathe. And there was something else. Chopin's music seemed to speak to fundamental human experiences in a way that transcended its historical moment. The nocturnes, written for Parisian salons of the 1830s, became the soundtrack for Lovers a Century and a Half Later. The preludes, composed in a cold monastery on Majorca, became touchstones for anyone confronting mortality. The music carried grief, tenderness, longing, resolution. It carried them without words, without explanation. You did not need to know that Chopin was dying when he wrote a particular piece to feel what the piece contained. This universality is perhaps Chopin's greatest achievement. He wrote from a specific place, a specific time, a specific set of experiences: Polish exile, Parisian sophistication, romantic love, terminal illness. But the music he created speaks to experiences that are universal: loss, love, the passage of time, the beauty of the world, the approach of death. We listen to the nocturnes and we hear our own losses, our own loves, our own mortality. The music becomes a mirror, reflecting back to us what we bring to it. This is why Chopin's music remains powerful nearly 2 centuries after his death. It is not museum music, preserved but lifeless. It is living music, speaking to each generation in terms that generation can understand. Consider how the music has been used in the 2 centuries since Chopin's death. It has been played at weddings and funerals, in concert halls and living rooms, in films and television shows. It has been used to sell products and to accompany meditation. It has been arranged for orchestra, for guitar, for synthesizer. It has been sampled and remixed and reimagined. Through all these transformations, the essential quality of the music remains. The melodies are still haunting. The harmonies are still moving. The emotional content, whatever we choose to call it, still speaks to listeners. Chopin's music has proved remarkably adaptable, remarkably resilient, remarkably alive. The specific circumstances of Chopin's life, the exile, the illness, the love affair with George Sand, these provide context, depth, understanding. But they are not necessary. The music works even for listeners who know nothing of the biography. It works because it speaks to something deeper than biography, something more fundamental than history. The heart in the Holy Cross Church became, over time, a shrine. When Poland finally regained independence in 1918, the heart became a symbol of national continuity. Proof that Poland had survived partition, that its culture had endured, that its greatest composer had never truly left. The newly independent Poland embraced Chopin as a national hero. His music was played at official ceremonies. His image appeared on currency and postage stamps. The anniversary of his birth became a national holiday. The Chopin competition, the International Chopin Piano Competition, was established in 1927, bringing pianists from around the world to Warsaw to compete in performing his music. The competition became one of the most prestigious events in the classical music world. Winners included Martha Argerich, Maurizio Pollini, Christian Zimmermann, some of the greatest pianists of the 20th century. To win the Chopin competition was to join an elite company, to be recognized as one of the finest interpreters of the composer's music. And at the center of all this activity, the competitions, the concerts, the pilgrimages, was the heart in the Holy Cross Church. The physical Chopin, or what remained of him, anchored the cultural Chopin. The heart was proof that he was real, that he had lived and suffered and died, that he was not merely a legend but a man. Then came the Second World War. In August of 1944, the Warsaw Uprising began. Polish resistance fighters attempted to liberate the city from Nazi occupation. The fighting was brutal. Building by building, street by street, the Germans destroyed the city. The Holy Cross Church was caught in the combat. It was damaged, then occupied by Nazi forces, who used its tower as a defensive position. A German priest serving with the occupying forces, his name was Schulze, understood what was at stake. He requested permission from his superiors to remove Chopin's heart for safekeeping. Remarkably, permission was granted. The story of the heart's rescue is itself remarkable. In the midst of one of the most brutal urban battles of the war, with Warsaw being systematically destroyed, a German chaplain took the time to protect the heart of a Polish composer. It was an act of cultural preservation that transcended the terrible logic of the war. Schulze took the heart and kept it safe through the final months of the conflict. When the war ended and Warsaw lay in ruins, 80% of the city had been destroyed. The heart was one of the few treasures that had survived intact. The reconstruction of Warsaw after the war was itself a massive undertaking. The old town was rebuilt stone by stone, using historical paintings and photographs as guides. The Holy Cross Church was restored to its pre-war appearance, and in 1951, in a ceremony attended by government officials and cultural leaders, Chopin's heart was returned to its pillar. The heart had survived partition, world war and communist rule. It had witnessed the destruction of the city and its rebirth. It remained, as it had always been, a symbol of Polish cultural resilience, proof that some things cannot be destroyed by bombs or bullets. The inscription on the pillar comes from the Gospel of Matthew. "For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." The heart became more than a relic. It became a symbol of Polish identity, of cultural survival, of the nation's refusal to be extinguished by partition and occupation. When Poland was not allowed to exist as a country, Chopin's heart kept the idea of Poland alive. Pilgrims came to the Holy Cross Church to pay their respects. Polish exiles around the world knew that a piece of their greatest composer had returned home. The heart was a promise that Poland would endure, that its culture would survive, that one day the nation would be reborn. Through decades of foreign rule, through the upheavals of the 20th century, the heart remained. It was a fixed point, a constant, a reminder that some things cannot be destroyed. For more than a century and a half, Chopin's heart rested undisturbed in its crystal urn. But there were concerns. The seal might have degraded, the cognac might have evaporated, the heart might be decaying, turning to dust in its hidden chamber. Some historians and scientists urged that the urn be opened and examined. Others argued that Chopin's remains should be left in peace. In 2014, the decision was made to conduct a secret examination. Late at night, when the church was closed to the public, a small group gathered. Church officials, scientists, medical experts. They removed the pillar's covering, they extracted the sealed casket, they opened it. What they found was remarkable. The heart was still submerged in liquid, cognac, or something similar. After 165 years, it was still largely preserved. The tissue had darkened but remained intact. The scientists were able to conduct a visual examination without disturbing the specimen. They found lesions on the pericardium, the sac surrounding the heart. These lesions were consistent with pericarditis, an inflammation typically caused by tuberculosis. The pattern of damage matched what would be expected from long-term TB infection, spreading from the lungs to the heart. In 2017, the findings were published in the American Journal of Medicine. The conclusion was clear. With a high degree of certainty, Chopin died from tuberculosis. The death certificate had been accurate. The romantic legend of the consumptive artist was also the clinical truth. Some researchers have speculated that Chopin might also have suffered from cystic fibrosis, which could explain his lifelong respiratory problems and some other symptoms. But the 2014 examination could not confirm or rule out this possibility. What it could confirm was the presence of TB. The heart was resealed in its urn, returned to its pillar and covered once more. It rests there still. The examination answered questions that had lingered for more than a century and a half. It confirmed what the death certificate had stated, what the doctors of 1849 had believed, but it also raised new questions about the nature of Chopin's illness, about whether he might have suffered from additional conditions about the exact mechanisms by which tuberculosis had destroyed his lungs and finally stopped his heart. Some researchers have suggested that Chopin might also have had cystic fibrosis, a genetic condition that causes chronic lung infections and digestive problems. His lifelong respiratory issues, his thin frame, his difficulty gaining weight, all could be consistent with CF, but the 2014 examination could neither confirm nor rule out this possibility. The heart, however well preserved, could not answer every question. What we know for certain is that tuberculosis was present. The lesions on the pericardium tell that story clearly. Whatever else might have contributed to Chopin's suffering, TB was undeniably part of it. The heart, having given up its secrets, was sealed once more. The scientists photographed their findings, wrote their reports, and returned the relic to its resting place. The ceremony was quiet, respectful, brief. By dawn, the heart was back in its pillar, waiting for the next century of pilgrims. The examination had lasted only a few hours, but it had bridged nearly 2 centuries. Modern science had reached across time to touch the heart of a romantic composer, and what it found was exactly what the doctors of 1849 had believed. Chopin died of tuberculosis. It would be too simple to say that tuberculosis made Chopin the composer he became. He was a genius before the disease struck, and he would have been a genius regardless. The early works, composed before he knew he was ill, or before the illness had made itself impossible to ignore, were already masterpieces. The Piano Concerto No. 1 in E minor, written when he was 20, is brilliant and assured. The Etudes of Opera 10, composed around the same time, are revolutionary. The genius was there from the beginning. What tuberculosis provided was context. It gave him a reason to turn inward, to reject the spectacular virtuosity of the concert hall, to seek an intimacy that his lungs would have demanded anyway. It gave him a deadline, a sense of urgency, a knowledge that every composition might be his last. But illness shaped how that genius expressed itself. The preference for salons over concert halls was not merely aesthetic, it was physical necessity. Chopin could not sustain the demands of large-scale public performance. His lungs could not support the projection required, so he developed a style suited to intimate spaces, subtle, nuanced, dependent on details that would be lost in a vast hall. The pianos of Chopin's era were lighter, more delicate instruments than the modern concert grand. The Pleyel pianos that Chopin preferred had a singing tone in the upper registers, a responsive action that allowed for the most subtle gradations of touch. They were ideally suited to the intimate salon, where their relatively modest volume was not a limitation but a virtue. Chopin's relationship with the Pleyel company was more than commercial. Camille Pleyel became a friend, a patron, a provider. The company gave Chopin pianos to use, arranged for instruments to be shipped to wherever he was travelling, supported his career in countless ways. In return, Chopin's endorsement helped make Pleyel the most prestigious piano manufacturer in France. This style, born of limitation, became the foundation of a new kind of piano music. Before Chopin, the piano was an instrument of power and display. Virtuosos like Liszt played to overwhelm, to dazzle, to demonstrate superhuman technical ability. Chopin showed that the piano could also whisper, suggest, imply. He showed that the softest passages could carry the deepest emotions. The nocturnes, in particular, embodied this approach. They were music for the edge of sleep, for the quiet hours when the mind turns inward. They asked the listener to come close, to lean in, to meet the music on its own terms. This is music that does not demand attention. It invites attention. And this invitation, this gentle, persistent offer of beauty, has kept listeners coming back for nearly 2 centuries. Some listeners have tried to hear tuberculosis directly in Chopin's music. They point to the breathing quality of his melodies, the way phrases rise and fall like the chest of someone struggling for air. They point to the repeated notes in pieces like the Raindrop Prelude. Obsessive, insistent, like a pulse or a dripping cough. They point to the long sighing descents in the late nocturnes, the sound, perhaps, of someone accepting the inevitable. The Raindrop Prelude, the 15th of the 24. Prelude is perhaps the most famous example. The repeated A-flat that sounds throughout the piece has been interpreted as the sound of rain falling on the roof of the monastery, or as the drip of water in the cloister, or as the beating of a heart. George Sand claimed that Chopin composed the piece during a storm while she was away, and that when she returned she found him in a kind of trance. Whether this story is accurate is uncertain. Sand was a novelist and she understood the power of a good narrative, but the music itself is undeniably evocative. The repeated note creates a sense of obsession, of something that cannot be escaped. The melody that floats above it is peaceful, resigned, beautiful. It is music of acceptance, of rain, of time, of mortality. These interpretations are speculative. We cannot know what Chopin consciously intended. We cannot know whether the patterns we perceive in his music correspond to patterns he experienced in his body. But it is undeniable that his music carries an extraordinary weight of feeling, and it is at least plausible that living with a fatal disease, knowing, for 11 years, that each composition might be his last, intensified the emotional depth of what he created. The certainty of death focuses the mind wonderfully, as Samuel Johnson observed, and Chopin had that certainty from at least his mid-20s until his death at 39. Every nocturne he composed as a dying man. Every prelude, every ballade, every mazurka, all of them are the work of someone who knew that time was running out. Perhaps this is why the music feels so urgent, so necessary, so deeply felt. It is not the idle entertainment of someone with endless years ahead. It is the testimony of a man racing against his own mortality. Consider the late nocturnes, particularly the nocturne in E major, Tone 62 number 2, one of his final works. It is music of extraordinary serenity, of acceptance, of peace. The melody floats above gently moving harmonies, unhurried, contemplative. There is no struggle here, no protest against fate, only beauty. The late works have a quality that the earlier works lack, not because they are better, necessarily, but because they are different. There is a wisdom in them, a patience, a willingness to let the music breathe. The young Chopin composed with brilliance and passion. The dying Chopin composed with depth and resignation. Both are beautiful, but there is something in the late works that only time and suffering could have taught him. The nocturne in E major opens with a simple melody that seems almost to float above the piano, unsupported by the usual accompaniment patterns. It breathes, it sighs, it meanders without hurrying. There is nothing to prove here, nothing to demonstrate, only the pure expression of feeling. Some pianists say that the late nocturnes are the hardest to play, not technically but emotionally. They require a maturity, a stillness that cannot be faked. A young pianist can play the notes, but the music eludes them. It takes a lifetime to understand what Chopin was saying in those final works. To compose such music while dying, to find tranquility in the midst of suffering, requires something more than talent. It requires a particular kind of wisdom, a particular relationship with mortality. Chopin had 11 years to make his peace with death. Perhaps, by the end, he had done so. What Chopin created was an art of intimacy. Time? Ones. In an age that celebrated the grand, the spectacular, the overwhelming, vast symphonies, enormous operas, virtuoso display, Chopin insisted on the small, the quiet, the personal. His music was for the parlour, not the concert hall. It was for the friend, not the crowd. This intimacy has proved remarkably durable. Symphonies require orchestras, operas require stage machinery, but a Chopin nocturne requires only a piano and a listener. The music scales to any space. It works in a concert hall, certainly, but it works equally well in a bedroom through headphones in the small hours of the night when you cannot sleep. It is music that meets you where you are. This adaptability is part of Chopin's genius. He composed for a specific audience, the sophisticated listeners of Parisian salons, but the music he created transcends that original context. It works in contexts he could never have imagined, in concert halls with modern amplification, through recordings played on gramophones and later on digital devices, through headphones on airplanes and in hospitals and in the bedrooms of people who have never heard the name Pleyel. The salon for which Chopin composed no longer exists. The aristocratic world that supported him is gone, but the music remains, finding new audiences in each generation, adapting to new technologies, new listening environments, new cultural contexts. The technology of music reproduction has changed dramatically since Chopin's death. He composed for live performance, for a single listener or small group, for a specific moment in time. He could never have imagined recordings, radio, streaming, headphones. He could never have imagined his music reaching millions of listeners simultaneously, or being available at the touch of a button. And yet the music has adapted remarkably well to these new technologies. The intimacy that was a feature of salon performance translates beautifully to headphones. The subtlety that would be lost in a large concert hall is preserved in high-quality recordings. The breathing quality of his melodies seems almost designed for private listening, for the experience of having music speak directly to you, without mediation. Perhaps Chopin, who valued intimacy above all, would have appreciated this. Perhaps he would have been delighted to know that his music could reach listeners in their bedrooms, in their headphones, in the quiet hours of the night. Perhaps he would have seen in streaming technology the ultimate realization of his artistic vision, music for the individual, for the solitary listener, for the person seeking beauty and solace in the dark. And this, perhaps, is why Chopin's music has become so central to the experience of relaxation, of contemplation, of sleep. The nocturnes in particular, those night pieces with their floating melodies and gentle harmonies, seem designed for the threshold of consciousness. They do not demand active listening. They invite you to drift, to let go, to sink into a state between waking and dreaming. This was not, of course, what Chopin intended. He composed for alert listeners in candlelit salons, not for sleepy listeners with wireless earbuds. But the qualities that made his music work in the salon, the subtlety, the intimacy, the absence of bombast, also make it work at bedtime. Beauty, it seems, is adaptable. Chopin lived his entire adult life in exile. He left Poland at 20 and never returned. The country he loved existed during his lifetime only as an idea, a memory, a hope, a political aspiration that would not be realized until nearly 70 years after his death. And yet his music is saturated with Poland. The mazurkas carry the rhythms of the Polish village. The polonaises carry the ceremonial pride of the Polish court. Even the nocturnes and preludes, which have no obvious national content, are shaped by a sensibility formed in Warsaw, by a childhood spent listening to folk musicians at country weddings. Chopin could not go home, so he made home portable. He carried Poland with him in his music, in the container of Polish soil that he kept throughout his life, in the heart that his sister smuggled back across hostile borders. There is something universal in this exile experience. We all carry places within us, childhood homes, beloved cities, landscapes that shaped our sense of beauty, and we all experience in some form the impossibility of return. Time exiles us from our own pasts. The places we remember no longer exist. We no longer exist as the people who knew them. Chopin's music speaks to this universal exile. The nostalgia in his melodies is not only for Poland, it is for everything we cannot go back to, everything we carry forward only in memory. This is why the music resonates so powerfully across cultures. A Japanese pianist playing a mazurka is not pretending to be Polish. She's connecting to something in the music that speaks to her own experience of longing, her own sense of distance from things she has lost. A Brazilian teenager listening to a nocturne through headphones is not thinking about 19th century Paris. He is feeling something in the music that mirrors his own inner landscape. The mazurkas, in particular, are saturated with this longing. They carry the rhythms of the Polish village, the accented second beat, the modal harmonies, the drone bass that evokes the folk musicians of the countryside. But they are not folk music. They are the memory of folk music, filtered through the consciousness of an exile who can never return. Each mazurka is a small world complete in itself. Some are bright and danceable, others are dark and introspective. Some seem to celebrate the joy of the village festival, others mourn what has been lost. Together they form a portrait of a homeland that exists only in imagination, a Poland of the mind preserved in sound. When we listen to the mazurkas, we hear Chopin remembering. We hear the ache of distance, the impossibility of return. And something in us recognizes this ache, because we have felt it too, for places, for people, for versions of ourselves that no longer exist. Tuberculosis was the defining disease of the Romantic era. It killed Keats at 25, Shelley's wife Mary at 53, Emily Bronte at 30. It shaped the imagination of an entire culture. The consumptive, pale, feverish, creative, dying young became an archetype of artistic genius. The association between tuberculosis and creativity was so strong that some romantic writers actually envied the disease. Lord Byron reportedly said that he would like to die of consumption, because then the ladies would say, "See that poor Byron, how interesting he looks in dying." The comment was meant as a joke, but it captured something real about the cultural moment. Consumption seemed to refine its victims, to burn away the gross physical body and reveal the spirit within. The pallor, the flushed cheeks, the brightness of the eyes. These symptoms of disease became markers of sensitivity, of artistic temperament, of genius. The consumptive artist was not merely sick. He was touched by something transcendent. This was, of course, nonsense. Tuberculosis did not make anyone more creative. It did not confer genius. It was a terrible disease that caused suffering and death. The romantic myth of consumption was a fantasy, a way of making sense of something senseless. Chopin embodied this archetype. He was pale, fragile, brilliant. He coughed blood in Mallorca while composing some of the most beautiful music ever written. He died at 39, leaving behind a body of work that seemed almost impossibly refined. The legend of the consumptive artist, that suffering produces genius, that early death is the price of beauty, is, of course, a dangerous fantasy. Tuberculosis was a brutal disease that killed millions of people who were not artists, whose deaths produced nothing but grief. The romantic glorification of consumption was, at best, a coping mechanism for an era that had no effective treatment. The discovery of effective antibiotics in the 20th century revealed the myth for what it was. Tuberculosis could be cured, The pale, ethereal consumptive could become a healthy, ordinary person, and when the disease no longer carried its aura of doom, the romantic associations faded. Tuberculosis became just another illness, serious certainly, but no longer touched by transcendence. For Chopin, of course, there was no cure. He lived and died in an era when tuberculosis meant a slow, inevitable decline. He watched his body waste away. He experienced the exhaustion, the hemorrhages, the progressive loss of function. He knew for more than a decade that he was going to die. And yet, there is something in the experience of living with a fatal diagnosis that concentrates the mind. There is something in the certainty of limited time that clarifies priorities. Chopin knew from at least his mid-20s that he would not live long. He knew that every composition might be his last. Did this knowledge make his music better? We cannot know, but we can observe that his music has a quality of urgency, of compressed meaning, that seems to come from someone who has no time to waste. The romantic myth of the consumptive artist is false, but it is false in the way that a metaphor is false, pointing toward a truth that it cannot quite capture. What we can say with certainty is that Chopin did not waste his illness. He did not surrender to it, did not allow it to define him entirely, did not let it silence him before his time. For 11 years he composed and taught and performed, even as the disease progressively destroyed his lungs. He worked until he could work no more. This is not to romanticize his suffering. The suffering was real, and it was terrible. But so was the art that emerged from it, and the art outlasted the suffering, as art tends to do. We listen to the nocturnes today without thinking about tuberculosis. We hear the beauty, the tenderness, the melancholy, and these qualities speak to us directly, without requiring knowledge of their origin. The music has freed itself from biography. It belongs to anyone who listens. This liberation from biography is itself a kind of triumph. Chopin's music is not merely about tuberculosis or exile or unrequited love. It is about being human. It speaks to experiences that we all share, regardless of our circumstances. The specifics of his life gave him something to say, but what he said transcends those specifics. A listener who knows nothing of Chopin's biography can be moved by a nocturne. A listener who knows everything about his biography can be moved in a different way. Both responses are valid. Both are what Chopin would have wanted. He composed not for scholars or biographers, but for listeners, for anyone willing to sit quietly and let the music speak. And yet knowing the context can deepen our appreciation. When we understand that these sounds came from a man whose lungs were failing, whose every breath was precious, whose creative time was running out, we hear something more. We hear courage, we hear defiance, we hear the human spirit refusing to be silenced. Here is one way to understand Chopin's music, as the sound of breathing. The melodies rise and fall like the chest of someone drawing breath. The phrases have the length of human exhalation. The rubato, that elastic stretching and contracting of tempo that was Chopin's signature, mimics the irregular rhythms of respiration. This breathing quality was partially a matter of influence. Chopin learned from the Italian opera singers of his time, particularly Bellini, whose melodic lines were designed for the human voice. He translated this vocal quality to the piano, making the instruments sing as voices sing. But it was also perhaps a matter of necessity. A man whose lungs are failing is acutely aware of breath. He knows what it feels like when the air will not come, when the chest tightens, when each respiration requires conscious effort. This awareness might naturally shape the music he creates. When we listen to Chopin, we are listening to music that breathes, and in following that breath, and letting our own respiration synchronize with the rise and fall of his phrases, we enter a kind of meditation. We become aware of our own lungs, our own rhythm, our own fragile hold on life. This is one reason the music works so well for relaxation and sleep. It slows us down. It brings us into our bodies. It reminds us that we, too, are breathing, and that this breathing, which we take for granted, is itself a kind of miracle. There is a meditation practice that involves focusing on the breath, simply observing the inhale and exhale, without trying to control it, without judging it, simply being present to this fundamental rhythm of life. Chopin's music invites a similar kind of attention. It asks us to be present to the rise and fall of melody, to the pulse of harmony, to the gentle breathing of musical phrase. For Chopin, breathing was never to be taken for granted. Every breath was a struggle, a reminder of the disease that was slowly destroying him. Perhaps this is why breath is so present in his music, not as a technical device, but as a fundamental element, as essential as the notes themselves. When Chopin instructed his students to play as one breathes, he was not speaking metaphorically. He was describing his own experience of music, music that rose and fell with the chest, that paused when the lungs needed rest, that flowed with the rhythm of respiration. He was teaching them to embody the music, to make it physical, to connect it to the most fundamental process of being alive. The music breathes because he could not take breathing for granted, and when we listen, we are reminded of what he knew so intimately, that breath is life, and life is fragile, and every moment of breathing is a gift. Of Frédéric Chopin, what remains? The music, obviously, more than 200 compositions, almost all for solo piano, that form a central pillar of the repertoire. Every pianist learns Chopin, every concert hall performs him. The nocturnes, the preludes, the etudes, the ballads. These are not historical curiosities. They are living presences, performed and recorded and streamed constantly around the world. The influence remains too, the countless composers and pianists who have been shaped by his example. Debussy, who continued Chopin's exploration of piano sonority. Rachmaninoff, who shared his gift for melody. Scriabin, who pushed Chopin's harmonic innovations into new territory. The entire tradition of piano music since the mid-19th century bears his stamp. The recordings remain, thousands of them by hundreds of pianists, each offering a different interpretation of his scores. Rubinstein's aristocratic elegance, Horowitz's volcanic intensity, Pollini's crystalline clarity, Zimmermann's searching introspection. Each generation produces new interpreters, new readings, new ways of hearing music that is nearly 2 centuries old. The manuscripts remain, his handwritten scores, preserved in archives and libraries, bearing the evidence of his creative struggle. The crossed-out passages, the revisions, the second thoughts, the physical artifacts of a genius at work. The body, buried in Père Lachaise cemetery in Paris, in a grave marked by a statue of Euterpe, the muse of music. Pilgrims come to leave flowers, to pay respects, to stand in the presence of what remains of the physical man. And the heart in its crystal urn, in its pillar in the Holy Cross Church in Warsaw. The journey of the heart is itself a story of love and devotion. Ludwika carried it across borders, through checkpoints, past customs officials. She risked her own safety to fulfill her brother's last wish. She understood that this was not merely a piece of tissue in a jar. It was Poland's claim on Chopin, the piece of him that would finally come home. When she delivered the heart to the Holy Cross Church, she was completing a promise made in a Parisian apartment as her brother lay dying. She was reuniting Chopin with the homeland he had loved and lost. She was giving him back to Poland in the only way she could. Chopin wanted his heart to go home. Poland was not free in his lifetime, but his heart has been there for more than 170 years, through partitions and world wars, through occupation and liberation, through communism and its collapse. His heart has witnessed the nation being reborn. There is something almost unbearably moving in this, the exile who could never return, returning after death. The heart that kept beating for Poland long after it stopped beating in his chest. And there is something moving too in the 2014 examination, the scientist opening the urn in the middle of the night, confirming what the death certificate had said 165 years earlier: tuberculosis, the disease that shaped his music, that limited his performances, that killed him at 39. The heart remembers. Even preserved in cognac, it bears the marks of what the body endured. Every year, thousands of visitors come to the Holy Cross Church in Warsaw. They stand before the pillar, read the inscription, pay their respects. Many are pianists who have spent years learning Chopin's music. Many are Poles for whom Chopin represents something essential about their national identity. Many are simply lovers of beauty who have been moved by the nocturnes and want to connect somehow with the man who made them. They come from every country, every culture. They come speaking dozens of languages, but they share this. They have heard Chopin's music, and they have been changed by it. They have experienced something that words cannot quite capture, and they want to stand in the presence of the heart that made that music possible. The pillar is modest, not a grand monument but a simple marker. The inscription is brief, and yet this is one of the most visited sites in Warsaw, a place of pilgrimage for music lovers around the world. They stand before the pillar and think about what is inside. A heart preserved in cognac, bearing the marks of tuberculosis, carrying the memory of a genius who died too young. They think about the music that Hart helped to create. They think about the exile who wanted so desperately to come home. Chopin wanted his heart to go home, and home has welcomed it. After nearly 2 centuries, he rests where he belongs, not in body, but in the part of himself that mattered most. And so we return to where we began. A heart in a crystal urn, scientists gathering in the night, the confirmation of what everyone had suspected, that the poet of the piano died as romantic poets were supposed to die, consumed by the disease that gave consumption its name. But Chopin's story is not finally about disease. It is about what can be created within limitation. It is about making intimate art in an age of spectacle. It is about carrying home within you when you cannot go home. It is about loving something, music, country, another person, even when that love offers no guarantees. The music he left behind is not music of despair. It is melancholy, yes, it is touched by loss, but it is also beautiful, and beauty is always an affirmation. To make something beautiful is to say, this matters, this deserves to exist, this is worth the effort of creation. There is a kind of hope in Chopin's music, not hope for recovery, not hope for a miracle, but hope that beauty endures, hope that what we create outlasts us, hope that our suffering is not wasted if it can be transformed into something that brings consolation to others. Every nocturne is an act of hope. Every prelude is an assertion that art matters. Every mazurka is a refusal to surrender to despair. The music says, I am dying, but I am still here. I am suffering, but I am still creating. I am in exile, but my heart knows where it belongs. Chopin spent 11 years dying of tuberculosis. He spent those same 11 years creating some of the most beautiful music ever written for the piano. The two facts are inseparable. The dying and the creating were the same life. We cannot know what Chopin would have composed if he had lived longer. We cannot know whether the late style, the increasing complexity of the Polonaise Fantaisie, the searching harmonies of the final mazurkas would have continued to develop. We cannot know what masterpieces were lost when his hands could no longer play. But perhaps that is not the right question. Perhaps the question is not what we lost, but what we have. And what we have is extraordinary. A body of work that has brought joy and solace to countless millions, that continues to be played and loved nearly 2 centuries after its creation, that speaks to something deep and universal in the human experience. The nocturnes, the preludes, the etudes, the ballades, the mazurkas, the polonaises, these are not museum pieces, they are living presences. They are played tonight somewhere in the world. They will be played tomorrow night, and the night after, and the night after that. They have become part of the fabric of human culture. At this moment, as you listen to these words, someone somewhere is playing a Chopin nocturne. A student in a practice room, working through the fingering. A professional preparing for a concert. An amateur at home, playing for the pleasure of it. A child learning what the piano can do. Somewhere in the world, at every moment, Chopin's music is being made. This is a kind of immortality, not the preservation of a body or a heart, but the endless recreation of sounds he imagined nearly 2 centuries ago. Every time someone plays a nocturne, Chopin lives again. Every time someone listens, he speaks again. The music is not a memorial. It is a presence. This is Chopin's true legacy. Not the heart in the church, however moving. Not the myths and legends that have grown up around him, but the music itself, the sounds he left behind, the beauty he created, the gift he gave to the future. And so, as the night deepens and the nocturnes fade into memory, we leave behind the salons of Paris, the cold monastery in Majorca, the quiet apartment on the Place Vendôme. We leave behind the heart in its church, the body in its grave, the music that lives on. But the music does not truly leave us. It enters us and stays. It becomes part of how we hear, how we feel, how we breathe. When we listen to Chopin, we are not merely consuming entertainment. We are participating in something that a dying man offered to the future, a gift made more precious by the knowledge of its cost. There is a word in Polish, żal, that is often translated as sorrow or regret, but carries meanings that have no exact English equivalent. It suggests a longing for what is lost, a bittersweet acceptance of impermanence, a tenderness toward the past that can never be recovered. Chopin's music is saturated with żal. Every nocturne carries it. Every mazurka embodies it. It is the emotional texture of exile, of loss, of love that cannot last. When you hear Chopin's music, tonight or any night, you're hearing żal. You're hearing the sorrow of a man who could not go home, who could not stop the disease that was killing him, who could only pour his feelings into music and hope that someone somewhere would understand. Someone does understand. Millions of people over nearly 2 centuries have understood. They have listened to the nocturnes and felt the joie. They have recognized in Chopin's music something of their own experience, their own losses, their own longings, their own mortality. This is the miracle of art, that one person's suffering can become another person's consolation, that music written in 19th century Paris can speak to a 21st century listener in Tokyo, or Sao Paulo, or Lagos. That sounds made by fingers on ivory keys can travel through time and space to touch hearts that Chopin could never have imagined. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another chapter in the history of tuberculosis. But that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of those nocturnes carry you gently into sleep. Let the melodies you have heard even if only in imagination, continue to play in your mind. Let them take you where they took the listeners in those Parisian salons nearly 2 centuries ago, to a place beyond words, beyond thought, to the quiet centre where music lives. Chopin composed for people like you, people who are ready to listen, ready to feel, ready to be moved. He composed for the night hours, for the threshold of sleep, for the moments when the day's noise fades and something deeper becomes audible. He composed for now. And if you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might need it. The channel depends on your support, and every subscriber helps bring more stories like this one to listeners around the world. But even if you do nothing at all except rest, that is enough. That is what Chopin would have wanted. The music was always meant to give comfort, to bring peace, to ease the burden of being human. If it has done that for you tonight, then it has done its work. The earth is suffocating, Chopin said in his final hours. But the music breathes on. It breathes in concert halls and bedrooms, in headphones and speakers, in the fingers of pianists and the ears of listeners. It breathes wherever someone takes the time to listen. It breathes because we keep it breathing, because we return to it again and again, seeking what it offers. It breathes because we need it to breathe. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for keeping the music alive. Thank you for allowing Chopin to speak to you across nearly 2 centuries of silence. Good night. Sleep well. They called them lungers. 20,000 a year, packed into train cars heading west, coughing blood into handkerchiefs, racing the disease that was killing them. By 1900, 1 in 3 people living in Colorado had come there to die. Not for gold, not for land, not for the frontier. They came because their doctors had told them the truth. Go west, or go to your grave. Denver became the largest tuberculosis camp in the world, and it changed everything. The city, the state, the very idea of what the American West was for. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're travelling to the American West, to a mile-high city built on hope and desperation, where the dying came by the trainload seeking a cure that no medicine could provide. A city whose very identity was shaped by tuberculosis. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through frontier towns and tent colonies, through luxury sanatoria and sleeping porches, through the story of how disease built a state. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a train car rolling westward across the Great Plains. It is the summer of 1892, and this particular car is different from the others. The windows are thrown open despite the dust. The passengers sit apart from one another when they can, and every few minutes someone coughs, a deep, rattling cough that seems to come from somewhere far beneath the lungs. Many of these passengers carry one-way tickets. They have sold their homes back east, said goodbye to families they may never see again, and put everything they own into the hope that the air of Colorado will save their lives. Some have money, enough for the luxury sanatoria that advertise in the eastern newspapers, promising sun-drenched terraces and fresh mountain air. Others have almost nothing, just enough for the train ticket and perhaps a week's lodging, after which they will figure something out somehow, or die trying. The mountains appear on the horizon, rising blue and distant above the brown plain. Snow gleams on the highest peaks even in summer. And somewhere ahead, still hours away, lies Denver, the mile-high city, the world's sanatorium, the last best hope for thousands of the dying. They have heard the promises. The air is pure, the sunshine is constant, the altitude itself has healing properties. Eastern doctors have told them to go west or die. And so they come, 20,000 a year by some estimates, filling entire train cars with their coughs and their hopes. This is their story. To understand why so many desperate people converged on Colorado, we must first understand what tuberculosis meant in 19th century America. In the crowded cities of the eastern seaboard, tuberculosis was everywhere. It was the leading cause of death in the United States, killing more people than any other disease. Entire tenement buildings were infected. Families watched helplessly as one member after another fell ill, wasted away, and died. The disease was called consumption because of the way it seemed to consume its victims from within. The cough, the fever, the blood in the handkerchief, the slow wasting away of flesh until the patient was little more than bones and skin. And always, always, the cough. Persistent, unstoppable, a constant reminder that the lungs were filling with disease. In the tenements of New York, families lived 6 or 8 to a room, breathing the same stale air, sharing beds, unable to isolate the sick from the healthy. The disease spread through families like fire through dry timber. A mother would catch it from her husband, then pass it to her children. By the time one generation was buried, the next was already coughing. The numbers were staggering. In 1850, tuberculosis killed more than 400 people per 100,000 in the United States. In the crowded immigrant neighborhoods of the eastern cities, the rate was even higher. Some tenements became so infected that landlords could not rent the rooms, not because tenants feared the disease, but because they had already seen what happened to the previous occupants. There was no cure, no effective treatment. Doctors could offer rest, good food, perhaps some morphine to ease the coughing, but they knew, and their patients knew, that these were palliative measures at best. The best they could hope for was to make the patient comfortable as the disease ran its inexorable course. Some physicians experimented with radical treatments. Bloodletting was still practiced, though it was beginning to fall out of favour. Cod liver oil was prescribed, as were tonics containing various combinations of alcohol and herbs. Some doctors punctured the chest cavity to collapse the lung, hoping that rest would allow the damaged tissue to heal. None of these treatments worked consistently. Most did more harm than good. The wealthy could flee to the countryside, to the mountains, to any place where the air was cleaner and the disease less prevalent. They could afford sanatoria in the Swiss Alps, where patients lounged on balconies wrapped in blankets, breathing the thin mountain air. But the poor had no such option. They stayed in the tenements, coughing into the darkness, waiting for the end that they knew was coming. And yet some doctors had noticed something peculiar. Patients who moved from the humid, crowded cities to drier, higher climates sometimes improved. The cough lessened. The fever subsided. Some patients who had been given weeks to live survived for years. A theory emerged. Perhaps the problem was not just the disease itself, but the environment in which the disease flourished. Perhaps the humid air of the cities, thick with coal smoke and factory fumes, and the exhalations of thousands of crowded inhabitants was the real enemy. Perhaps what the consumptive needed was fresh air, dry air, pure air. And where in America was the air purest? Where was it driest? Where did the sun shine more than 300 days a year? Where could patients escape the coal smoke and the humidity and the crowded conditions that seemed to make the disease spread so quickly? Colorado. The answer seemed obvious. Colorado's altitude, a mile above sea level in Denver, even higher in the mountain towns, meant thin, dry air. The lack of humidity meant fewer of the damp conditions in which disease seemed to flourish. The endless sunshine meant patients could spend hours outdoors, breathing the clean mountain air, soaking up the healing rays of the sun. The Colorado Chamber of Commerce was not slow to recognize the opportunity. Advertisements appeared in eastern newspapers proclaiming the state's miraculous climate. The air was 100% aseptic, the boosters claimed. The altitude, more than a mile above sea level, was itself therapeutic. The constant sunshine bathed patients in healing light. For families watching loved ones die, these promises were irresistible. What did they have to lose? If they stayed in the east, death was certain. But if they went west, if they reached Colorado, perhaps there was a chance. And so the migration began. By 1880, Denver had earned the nickname the World Sanatorium. By 1900, 1/3 of Colorado's entire population had moved there because of tuberculosis. It was, in a sense, the largest health-related migration in American history. The story of Colorado as a tuberculosis destination begins with the Civil War hero and railroad tycoon named William Jackson Palmer. Palmer was born in Delaware in 1836 to a Quaker family. During the Civil War, he distinguished himself as a cavalry officer, rising to the rank of Brevet Brigadier General and receiving the Medal of Honor for his actions. He was, by any measure, a man of exceptional ability and ambition. After the war, Palmer turned his attention to railroads, the great engine of American expansion. He came to the Colorado Territory in the late 1860s as a surveyor for the Kansas Pacific Railway, seeking possible routes through the mountains. He was accompanied by an English physician named William Abraham Bell. Together they saw something in this rugged territory that others had missed. It was not just the mineral wealth, though there was plenty of that. It was not just the scenic beauty, though the mountains were spectacular. It was the air itself, thin, dry, crystal clear. The kind of air that doctors back east were beginning to prescribe for their consumptive patients. On July 31st, 1871, Palmer and Bell founded a new town at the base of Pikes Peak. They called it Fountain Colony, later renamed Colorado Springs, and from the beginning, Palmer envisioned it as something more than an ordinary frontier settlement. He wanted to build a health resort, a place where the sick could come to heal, a destination that would attract not just settlers and miners, but invalids with money to spend. Palmer understood that the railroad could carry more than freight and settlers. It could carry the sick, the wealthy sick in particular, who would pay handsomely for the chance to recover in the mountain air. His Denver and Rio Grande Railway would be the artery through which this new industry would flow. The first section of the railway opened in 1871, running south from Denver across the Palmer Divide to Colorado Springs. It was the first narrow-gauge railroad in the West, an engineering achievement that opened the mountains to commerce and, crucially, to patients. The plan worked beyond his dreams. By 1880, tuberculosis patients were arriving in Colorado Springs by the hundreds. By 1900, the town was known as the City of Sunshine and America's Playground, one of the most popular health destinations in the United States. More than 15 sanatoria operated in the region. Palmer poured millions of his own money into the community. He donated over 1,600 acres for parks, hospitals, and schools. He gave land for Colorado College, for the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind, for several churches in the downtown area. He funded the Cragmore Sanatorium, a facility for tuberculosis treatment that would become one of the most famous in the nation. The houses along North Nevada Avenue were converted into boarding houses for consumptives. The large homes on the old North End built sleeping porches for their consumptive boarders. The area became known locally as Lunger's Row. Palmer shaped the very landscape of the city around, the needs of the health-seeking population. When he died in 1909, from injuries sustained in a horse-riding accident, not from disease, William Jackson Palmer left behind not just a railroad empire, but a city whose identity had been forged by tuberculosis. His legacy endures. The narrow-gauge railway he built still runs through the mountains. The college he founded still educates students, and the sanatorium he funded, Cragmore, eventually became the University of Colorado Springs. The man who saw health in the mountain air built a city to prove it. The term was not kind, but it was widely used. Lungers. That's what the locals called the tuberculosis patients, who poured off the trains by the thousands. They came from everywhere, from the tenements of New York and the row houses of Philadelphia, from the mill towns of New England and the crowded neighborhoods of Chicago. They came with letters of recommendation from their Eastern doctors. They came with newspaper clippings promising miracle cures. They came with everything they owned packed into a single trunk. And they came in all conditions. Some arrived in the early stages of the disease when the prognosis was still uncertain. These patients had the best chance of benefiting from the mountain air. With rest and good food and years of careful living, some of them would recover, or at least survive far longer than they would have in the East. But others arrived in the final stages of consumption. They came on stretchers too weak to walk. They came with hollow eyes and skeletal frames, coughing blood into stained handkerchiefs. For these patients, Colorado was not really a cure. It was a place to die in sunshine rather than in shadow. The quality of care depended entirely on one's ability to pay. The wealthy could afford the luxury sanatoria that charged $50 a week, enormous sums at the time. These institutions offered private rooms, special diets, live orchestras, and the attentive care of trained nurses. The middle class might find placement in more modest facilities at $7 per week, adequate care if not luxurious. But the poor, and many of the Lungers were poor, having spent their last savings on the train ticket west, had few options. Some ended up in tent colonies, rows of canvas shelters erected on wooden platforms at the edges of towns. They lived exposed to the elements, wrapped in blankets, hoping that the open air would heal what medicine could not. Others had nothing at all. They slept in parks, they begged on street corners, they filled the jails of Denver, not because they had committed crimes, but because the authorities had nowhere else to put them. At the opposite end of the spectrum stood places like Cragmore. Founded in 1906 by Dr. Edwin S. Solly, Cragmore Sanatorium was designed from the ground up to cater to the wealthy consumptive. Located in the Austin Bluffs north of Colorado Springs, an area that came to be called Cragmore, it offered spectacular views of the Rocky Mountains and an atmosphere of refined luxury. Dr. Solly's dream was ambitious, to build a first-rate sanatorium for wealthy Lungers. He designed wide windows for every room, a sunroof to allow patients maximum time in fresh air and sunlight, and excellent food prepared by skilled cooks. General William Jackson Palmer donated funds toward the initial construction. The sanatorium's director, Dr. Alexius Forster, articulated the philosophy to create an atmosphere of happiness and cheerfulness. At Cragmore, the emphasis was not merely on physical treatment, but on maintaining the patient's spirits through a pleasant social environment. And pleasant it was. Cragmore became known as the most luxurious palace for well-to-do consumptives in the United States. Millionaires, musicians, artists, dancers and poets came to take the cure. The patients came from the main line of Philadelphia, from Boston, from New York, from the great centers of American culture and wealth. Constance Pulitzer, daughter of the newspaper magnate Joseph Pulitzer, spent time there. Broadway performers convalesced in its sun-drenched rooms. The sanatorium attracted a gregarious, cultured clientele who refused to let their illness dampen their spirits. The patients even published their own journal, which they called 98.6, a reference to the ideal body temperature to which they all aspired. The journal contained poems, essays, and humour, all produced by people who knew they might be dead within the year. It was in its way a monument to human resilience, or perhaps to human denial. The architecture itself was designed around the cure. Wide windows flooded every room with light. Sun porches allowed patients to recline for hours, breathing the mountain air while gazing at the peaks. The social calendar included parties, dances, and entertainments, though the patients were encouraged to rest between engagements. The atmosphere was, by all accounts, more like a resort than a hospital. There were romances between patients, affairs conducted in the shadow of death. People who might have only months to live found themselves attending dinner parties and afternoon teas, dancing with partners who were as sick as themselves. It was, in its way, a kind of denial, a refusal to surrender to the disease that was consuming them. If one was going to die, one might as well die in pleasant surroundings, surrounded by good company with champagne in one's glass. Cragmore thrived for 2 decades. The money flowed in, the patients kept coming. And then came October 1929. The stock market crash devastated Cragmore's clientele. The wealthy patients who had filled its rooms found themselves suddenly impoverished. Fortunes built over generations vanished in weeks, and the sanatorium, which depended on those fortunes, found its revenue collapsing. Some patients were forcibly removed when they could no longer pay their bills. Imagine it. Men and women who had come to Colorado expecting either to recover or to die in comfort, suddenly expelled from the sanatorium because their money had evaporated in the crash. They had nothing. No health, no wealth, no home. A few, devastated by their financial losses and their failing health, took their own lives. The sanatorium that had promised happiness and cheerfulness became, for some, a scene of despair. Cragmore struggled on through the Great Depression. It began accepting middle-class and working-class patients at reduced rates, $7 a week instead of $50. The parties grew quieter. The champagne disappeared. The atmosphere of refined luxury gave way to something more modest, more desperate. By the late 1940s, the sanatorium was bankrupt. It seemed destined to close, another casualty of the antibiotics that were making such institutions obsolete. Then came an unexpected reprieve. The federal government made an offer. It would financially support the sanatorium if Cragmore would accept tuberculosis-infected Navajo tribal members from Arizona and New Mexico. The director signed the contract, and in the early 1950s, Navajo patients were transported to Cragmore for care. It was a strange final chapter. The sanatorium that had catered to the wealthiest Americans now served some of the poorest, Native Americans whose communities had been ravaged by tuberculosis, often spread by contact with white settlers. In 1964, Cragmore was sold to the University of Colorado system. The sanatorium became a campus. Today, 2 of its former buildings, Cragmore Hall and Main Hall, house students at the University of Colorado Springs. The sun porches where dying millionaires once reclined are now classrooms. The dining room where champagne toasts were raised to uncertain futures now hosts academic conferences. Archaeologists from the university have recently begun excavating the grounds, finding artifacts from the sanatorium era, medicine bottles, patient belongings, fragments of a vanished world. They are digging up history in the shadow of Pikes Peak. arrived in Colorado with nothing. What of the thousands who spent their last dollars on train tickets, only to find themselves homeless and dying in a strange city? One woman saw their suffering and refused to accept it. Frances Weisbart Jacobs was born in Kentucky in 1843 and moved to Denver with her husband in 1863, when the city was barely 4 years old. She became known as Denver's Mother of Charities, a title she earned through decades of tireless work on behalf of the poor. As part of her charitable work, Jacobs regularly visited impoverished homes to bring food, coal, clothing, and soap. She was not afraid to touch an emaciated body. She did not flinch at the sight of blood. She often stopped to give aid to someone who had fallen on the street from a hemorrhage, a common occurrence in a city filled with consumptives. She watched as tuberculosis patients flooded into Denver, overwhelming its resources. By 1890, some 30,000 people were arriving in Colorado each year seeking the cure. Many had nothing. They had sold everything to buy their train tickets, and when they arrived, they found that no institution in Denver would admit penniless consumptives. They slept in the streets. They begged for food. They coughed in the public parks. Many of them ended up in jail, not because they had committed crimes, but because the authorities had nowhere else to put them. They lived and died on the city's streets, and Jacobs saw it all. She determined to do something about it. Jacobs launched a relentless campaign to arouse public awareness on behalf of the indigent consumptives. She sought the support of business people and political leaders. She found an ally in a young rabbi named William Stern Friedman, who shared her vision of a hospital that would serve the poor regardless of their religion. On April 8, 1890, articles of incorporation for the Jewish Hospital Association of Colorado were filed. The association bought land east of the city, and on October 9, 1892, the cornerstone of the hospital was laid. Just a month after construction began, tragedy struck. Frances Weisbart Jacobs fell ill with pneumonia. In November of 1892, she died. She was 49 years old. The hospital was named in her honour, but she never saw it open. The building sat completed but vacant for 6 years. First because of the devastating silver crisis of 1893, which collapsed Colorado's economy, and then because of continued fundraising difficulties. Finally, with assistance from the International Order of B'nai B'rith, a Jewish-led service organisation, the hospital found the funds it needed. On December 10, 1899, the National Jewish Hospital for Treatment of Consumptives admitted its first patients. The hospital adopted a remarkable motto: "None may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter." Think about that. It was the first facility in Colorado, perhaps in the country, to treat impoverished tuberculosis patients completely free of charge. If you had money, you were turned away. If you had insurance, you were sent elsewhere. Only the truly destitute could enter. The hospital was funded entirely by donations from across the country. Jewish communities in particular supported it, though the institution served patients of all religions and ethnicities. It was a monument to the principle that medical care should not depend on ability to pay. The treatment was similar to other sanatoria of the era: fresh air, plenty of food, moderate exercise, and close supervision of every aspect of patients' lives. But what made National Jewish unique was its mission: to serve those whom society had abandoned, the dying poor who had come west with nothing but hope. For nearly 70 years, until 1968, the institution admitted only patients who could not afford to pay. All care was provided free of charge. The policy ended only when Medicare and Medicaid created new funding mechanisms for the poor. Today, more than 125 years later, the institution continues to operate as National Jewish Health. It is now a leading research and treatment centre for respiratory diseases, heart disease, and immune disorders. It has been ranked the #1 respiratory hospital in the United States for many years running. The free treatment policy has long since ended, but the hospital's commitment to respiratory care, born in the tuberculosis era, born from the vision of a woman who would not accept that the poor should die in the streets, remains. Frances Weisbart Jacobs never saw her dream realised, but her dream saved thousands of lives. Among the thousands of lungers who came to Colorado, one stands out in American legend. John Henry Holliday was born in Griffin, Georgia, on August 14, 1851, into a prosperous Southern family. His father was a druggist and sometimes soldier. His mother, Alice Jane, was by all accounts a refined woman who instilled in her son a love of literature and music. When Holliday was 15 years old, his mother died of tuberculosis. He watched her waste away, watched the disease consume her from within. He could not have known then that the same fate awaited him. Holliday was educated, cultured, and ambitious. At 20 years old, he graduated from the Pennsylvania College of Dental Surgery in Philadelphia, one of the finest dental schools in the country. He returned to the South to establish a practice, first in Atlanta, then in Griffin. He was, by all appearances, destined for a respectable life as a Southern professional. But shortly after opening his practice, Holliday developed a persistent cough. He knew what that cough meant. He had heard it before in his mother's bedroom in the months before she died. The doctors confirmed his fears: tuberculosis. The same disease that had killed his mother had found him. He was given, at most, a few months to live, perhaps longer if he sought a drier climate. The prescription was familiar to anyone who had studied medicine in those years. Go west, seek the dry air of the desert, the thin atmosphere of the mountains. Perhaps, just perhaps, the change of climate might slow the disease. And so John Henry Holliday, D.S., packed his bags and headed west. He was 22 years old and he expected to die. Holliday moved his practice to Dallas, Texas, hoping the drier climate might help. It didn't. The cough followed him, and so did the customers, or rather, the lack of them. Patients in Frontier, Texas were reluctant to sit in a dentist's chair while the dentist coughed blood onto their open mouths. His practice failed. He needed income. And on the frontier there was one profession that didn't mind if you coughed: gambling. Somewhere in those years, in the saloons of Dallas and Denison, in the cattle towns of Kansas, John Henry Holliday transformed. The cultured Southern dentist became something else entirely: a gambler, a drinker, and increasingly a man with a reputation for violence. He drifted through the frontier towns: Cheyenne, Denver, Dodge City, Las Vegas, in the New Mexico territory. He played faro and poker in smoke-filled saloons. He got into fights. He was arrested repeatedly for gambling and for violence. The disease was killing him slowly, and he seemed determined to live as recklessly as possible in whatever time remained. The whiskey helped with the cough, or at least dulled the awareness of it. Holliday drank heavily, a practice that surely hastened the progress of the disease, but he was dying anyway. What did it matter if he died a few months sooner, so long as those months were lived on his own terms? It was in this period that he acquired the nickname that would follow him into legend: Doc, not for his dental training, but because even hardened frontier gamblers could see that this thin, coughing man was a sick man, a dying man. In 1879, in Dodge City, Kansas, Doc Holliday met a lawman named Wyatt Earp. The two men formed an unlikely friendship: the dying gambler and the austere peace officer. It was a friendship that would lead them both to Tombstone, Arizona, and to immortality. By the time he arrived in Tombstone, Arizona in 1880, Doc Holliday was infamous. His reputation preceded him, a dangerous man, quick with a gun, unpredictable when drinking, and always coughing. Tombstone was a boom town, built on silver mining and populated by the usual frontier mix of miners, merchants, prostitutes, and outlaws. Wyatt Earp had come there to enforce the law, along with his brothers Virgil and Morgan. Doc Holliday followed his friend. The events that followed have been told and retold so many times that it's difficult to separate fact from legend. What we know is this. On October 26, 1881, the Earp brothers and Doc Holliday confronted a group of cowboys near the OK Corral. The gunfight lasted approximately 30 seconds. When it was over, 3 men were dead: Tom McClory, Frank McClory, and Billy Clanton. Virgil and Morgan Earp were wounded. Doc Holliday had been grazed by a bullet. It was, in terms of actual deaths, a minor incident. Frontier towns saw far worse. But the gunfight at the OK Corral would become the most famous shootout in American history, and Doc Holliday would become a legend. The irony was not lost on those who knew him. Here was a man who should have been dead years ago, a man whose lungs were slowly filling with the bacilli of tuberculosis, a man who coughed blood into handkerchiefs every day of his life. And he had walked into a gunfight and walked out alive. But the tuberculosis that had driven him west in the first place was a more persistent enemy than any outlaw. Through all his adventures, the gambling, the gunfights, the long nights in frontier saloons, the cough remained. The fever came and went. The disease that had already taken his mother was slowly, inexorably, claiming him as well. After the gunfight at the OK Corral, violence followed the Earps and Holliday. Virgil Earp was ambushed and crippled. Morgan Earp was assassinated while playing billiards. Wyatt launched a vendetta ride that left several men dead. Through it all, Doc Holliday rode alongside his friend, coughing between gunfights. Eventually the violence subsided. Wyatt Earp moved on to California, to Alaska, to the various ventures that would occupy his remaining decades. Doc Holliday drifted through the mining towns of Colorado, Leadville, high in the mountains, Denver, with its growing population of health seekers. He moved restlessly, perhaps hoping that one more change of scenery would give him relief. But there was no relief to be found. The disease had progressed too far. The 15 years since his diagnosis had been a gift. Most consumptives died within months, but the gift was running out. By the spring of 1887, the situation was dire. The long winters and high altitude of Leadville, over 10,000 feet above sea level, had taken their toll on his already emaciated body. The thin air that was supposed to heal consumptives was now too thin for his damaged lungs to process. He needed something more. Holliday had heard of the hot springs at Glenwood Springs, a small town in western Colorado nestled in a valley at the confluence of the Colorado and Roaring Fork rivers. The waters were said to have healing properties. Native Americans had bathed in them for generations. The Ute people considered the springs sacred, imbued with the power to cure. Perhaps one more desperate hope. The springs might provide some relief. Perhaps the vapor caves, filled with the steam rising from the hot mineral waters, might ease his tortured lungs. He arrived in Glenwood Springs in the spring of 1887. He checked into the Hotel Glenwood, a modest establishment near the springs. Kate Horany, the woman known as Big Nose Kate, who had been his companion on and off for years, later claimed that she attended to him in his final days. He was 36 years old and he knew he was dying. Holliday spent the last 57 days of his life in that Colorado town. He visited the springs when he could walk. He soaked in the warm mineral waters. He breathed the steam of the vapor caves, hoping that the Indian medicine might accomplish what Western medicine could not. He played cards when he had the strength. Old habits die hard, even when the gambler is dying. He drank whiskey, which at least dulled the pain and the cough that never stopped. As the weeks passed, his condition deteriorated. He grew weaker. The cough became more constant. He spent more and more time in bed, too exhausted to make the walk to the springs. On November the 8th, 1887, the end came. According to the stories that have come down to us, Holliday was lying in bed at the Hotel Glenwood when he asked for a glass of whiskey. Someone, perhaps Kate, perhaps a hotel employee, brought it to him. He drank it, apparently with satisfaction. It may have been his last drink. It was certainly one of thousands he had consumed in his short, violent, remarkable life. Then he looked down at his bare feet sticking out from under the blankets. "This is funny," he said. And he died. The meaning of those last words has been debated ever since. Most historians believe that Doc Holliday, the gunfighter who had faced down outlaws and lawmen, who had walked into the OK Corral expecting death, who had lived for 15 years with a disease that should have killed him in months, had always assumed he would die with his boots on. In a gunfight, probably, or in some violent confrontation at a gambling table, or perhaps on the run from the law, shot down by a deputy in some dusty frontier town. That was how men like Doc Holliday died. To die in bed, of consumption, with bare feet, after all the violence, after all the near misses, after all the times he had cheated death at the hands of men, to be killed not by a bullet, but by a bacillus. It must have seemed absurd, funny even. The Glenwood Springs Ute Chief newspaper wrote in its obituary that Holliday had been baptized in the Catholic Church shortly before his death. This was based on correspondence between Holliday and his cousin, Sister Mary Melanie, a Catholic nun. No baptismal record has ever been found, but the story persists, the idea that the notorious gunfighter found religion at the end. Doc Holliday was buried in Linwood Cemetery, on a hillside overlooking the town of Glenwood Springs. The exact location of his grave is unknown. The records were lost or never kept. Somewhere on that hillside, unmarked, lies one more consumptive who came west hoping for a cure. An obelisk now marks the general area. A plaque reads, "This memorial is dedicated to Doc Holliday, who is buried someplace in this cemetery." It is a fittingly uncertain monument to a man whose life was full of legends and whose death was oddly peaceful. Tourists hike up the trail to see where the famous gunfighter rests. They take photographs by the obelisk. They imagine the thin, coughing man looking down at his bare feet and finding it funny. Wyatt Earp did not learn of his friend's death until 2 months after it happened. The news reached him eventually, as news did in those days before telephones. The man who had saved his life in Dodge City, who had stood beside him at the OK Corral, who had ridden with him on the Vendetta ride, that man was gone. Wyatt Earp would live until 1929, dying in his bed in Los Angeles at age 80. He spent his final years consulting on Hollywood westerns, trying to set the record straight about what had really happened in Tombstone. Doc Holliday had no such opportunity. The disease that had chased him across the West, that had transformed him from a dentist into a legend, had finally caught up with him. He was 36 years old, which was, for a consumptive in the 1880s, a remarkably long life. Not all of Colorado's famous longers died of the disease. Some not only survived but thrived, and left their mark on the very landscape of the state. Robert Walter Speer was born in Pennsylvania in 1855, the son of a farmer. Like so many families of the era, the Spears were touched by tuberculosis, the disease that seemed to spare no household, no social class, no corner of America. In 1877, Robert's sister Margaret fell severely ill with consumption. The family, desperate, made the difficult decision to send her to Colorado for treatment. She was following a path that thousands had already taken, hoping that the mountain air might accomplish what Eastern doctors could not. It soon became clear that Robert himself had also contracted tuberculosis. He was 22 years old when he suffered a severe lung hemorrhage, the terrifying moment when the cough produces not just blood-streaked sputum, but actual blood, bright arterial red, filling the handkerchief, filling the mouth. In 1878, Robert Speer followed his sister westward. But rather than checking into a sanatorium, rather than taking the rest cure that most physicians prescribed, Speer did something different. He went into the mountains, high into the mountains, and found work on a ranch, hard physical labour in the open air at altitude. It was unconventional. Most consumptives were told to rest, to conserve their strength, to avoid exertion. The sanatoria prescribed carefully regulated activity, gentle walks, never too strenuous, always with periods of rest. The idea of a tuberculosis patient doing ranch work, hauling hay, mending fences, riding horses, would have struck most physicians as dangerous. But it worked. Slowly, Robert Speer's health improved. The cough lessened. The hemorrhages stopped. The weight he had lost began to return. Whether it was the altitude, the exercise, the outdoor air, or simply the luck of a constitution strong enough to fight off the disease, he never knew. What he knew was that the mountains had saved his life. Speer always credited that mountain ranch with his survival. For the rest of his life, he advocated for fresh air, outdoor activity, and the healing power of the Colorado climate. He had experienced it himself. He was living proof. With his health restored, Speer moved to Denver. He took a job at the Daniels and Fisher department store, a prestigious position for a young man on the rise. From there, he launched a career in real estate, then in Democratic Party politics. The former invalid was becoming a power broker. In 1904, Robert Speer was elected mayor of Denver. He would serve 2 terms, from 1904 to 1912, and then win election to a 3rd term in 1916. The former Longer, the man who had come to Colorado expecting to die, became one of the most consequential mayors in the city's history. Robert Speer had seen the future of American cities, and it looked like Chicago. In 1893, Speer had attended the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, the great World's Fair that introduced millions of Americans to the possibilities of urban planning. The fair's centerpiece was the White City, a collection of neoclassical buildings arranged around grand plazas and reflecting pools. It was elegant, orderly, beautiful, everything that the crowded industrial cities of the era were not. Speer was entranced. He saw in the White City a vision of what Denver might become. Not a dusty frontier town, not a mining camp grown large, but a Paris on the Platte. A city of parks and boulevards, of monuments and fountains, of civic grandeur. When he became mayor, Speer set about making that vision real. The movement he championed was called City Beautiful, a nationwide effort to transform American cities through comprehensive urban planning. City Beautiful advocates believed that beautiful surroundings would produce better citizens, that parks and monuments would inspire civic pride and moral improvement. For Speer, there was also a personal dimension. He knew what fresh air and open spaces had done for his own health. The parks he built were not merely decorative, they were therapeutic. They were the city's lungs, bringing clean air into neighborhoods that might otherwise have been as congested as the tenements of New York. under Speer's leadership, Denver doubled its park acreage in just 8 years. He built Civic Center Park, the green heart of downtown Denver, surrounded by the state capitol, the city and county building, and the Denver Art Museum. He cleaned up Cherry Creek, which had become virtually an open sewer, channeling it and creating parkland along its banks. He built the City Auditorium. He planted trees along the major streets. He created the boulevard that today bears his name, Speer Boulevard, running along Cherry Creek through the center of the city. Speer was not without his critics. He was accused of corruption, of awarding contracts to his friends, of running a political machine. Some of the accusations were probably true. He was a product of his era, and urban politics in the early 20th century was rarely clean. But his impact on Denver was undeniable. The city he left behind was fundamentally different from the city he had found. Greener, grander, more beautiful. Robert Speer died on May 14, 1918, during the global influenza pandemic that would kill more people than the recently concluded World War. The cause was double pneumonia, an ironic echo of the tuberculosis that had almost killed him 4 decades earlier. At least 10,000 people attended his funeral. He was the first mayor of Denver to die while serving in office. The city he had helped build mourned the Lunger who had stayed, who had survived, who had transformed a frontier town into a metropolis. Today, if you walk through Civic Center Park, past the fountains and the monuments, you're walking through Robert Speer's vision. The former consumptive who came to Colorado expecting to die left behind a city that will long outlive him. The impact of tuberculosis on Colorado went far beyond the hospitals and sanatoria. It shaped the very architecture of the state, the design of ordinary homes that still stand today. If you walk through certain Denver neighborhoods, Montclair for instance, you will notice something distinctive about the older houses. Many have dual porches on the side, open or only lightly enclosed. The floor plans are unusually open, with good airflow between rooms. The windows are large, designed to let in maximum light and air. These are TB houses. Designed specifically for families with tuberculosis patients, these homes reflected the medical wisdom of the era. Fresh air and sunshine were essential for treatment. A consumptive needed to sleep outdoors, or as close to outdoors as possible. The theory behind this was straightforward. Doctors believed that the tuberculosis bacillus thrived in stagnant humid air, the kind found in the cramped tenements of eastern cities. Fresh, dry air, constantly circulating, would dilute the concentration of bacteria. Cold air in particular was thought to invigorate the lungs and strengthen the body's natural defences. And so the sleeping porch was born. These were not the decorative porches found on southern mansions, designed for afternoon lemonade and social visits. Colorado sleeping porches were utilitarian, screened enclosures, usually on the second floor, equipped with beds and heavy blankets. Patients would sleep there year-round in all weather. In summer, the experience was pleasant enough. Cool mountain breezes, the scent of pine, the stars visible through the screens. But in winter, sleeping outdoors in Colorado took a peculiar kind of courage. The temperatures could drop well below zero. Patients would pile on blankets, 4, 5, 6 layers deep. They would wear woolen caps and mittens to bed. Their breath would freeze in the air above them, and yet they slept there, night after night, because their doctors had told them it was the only way. Some sanatoria took this principle to an extreme. At Glockner Sanatorium in Colorado Springs, patients were wheeled onto open-air porches even during snowstorms. The theory was that if fresh air was good, more fresh air was better, and the freshest air of all was cold winter air laden with snow. The patients wrapped themselves in blankets until only their faces were visible. Snow would accumulate on their blankets while they slept. In the morning, they would brush off the snow and, if they were still able, walk inside for breakfast. It sounds torturous, and yet many patients reported feeling better after sleeping in the cold. Whether this was the effect of the fresh air or simply the psychological benefit of doing something, of taking action against a disease that otherwise left them helpless, is impossible to say. The sleeping porch became a distinctive feature of Colorado architecture. While homes across America had porches for sitting, Colorado homes had porches for sleeping, screened enclosures where patients could spend the night breathing mountain air even in winter. Builders adapted their designs to accommodate the needs of the tuberculosis patients who comprise so much of their clientele. Houses were oriented to maximize southern exposure, ensuring that sleeping porches received the maximum amount of sunshine. Windows were designed to open wide, allowing cross-ventilation. Floor plans were made more open, reducing the number of small enclosed spaces where air might become stagnant. One remarkable structure from this era was the Molkery, built in 1888 by a German immigrant named Baron Walter von Richthofen, a distant relative of the famous Red Baron of World War I. Located in the Montclair neighbourhood, the Molkery served as a dairy barn, restaurant, hotel and tuberculosis treatment facility. The Baron was a remarkable character in his own right. He had served as an officer in the Prussian army before emigrating to America, where he made his fortune in real estate development. He saw in Colorado's tuberculosis trade an opportunity, and he designed the Molkery to capitalize on it. The treatment offered was the traditional German milk cure. Patients, called chasers by the locals because they were chasing the cure, would lounge on sun porches, drink mugs of fresh milk from the Baron's dairy cows, and breathe the supposedly health-restoring air. The idea was that the rich nutrients in fresh milk would help patients regain the weight they had lost to consumption. Combined with the fresh air and sunshine, the milk cure was believed to offer the best chance of recovery. Whether it actually worked is debatable, but the Molkery thrived for several years, attracting patients from across the country. The Baron had created not just a treatment facility but an experience, a taste of old-world elegance in the shadow of the Rockies. The Molkery operated until 1893. Today it houses a civic organisation, but its distinctive architecture, designed around the needs of tuberculosis patients, remains visible. The sleeping porch faded from popularity in the mid-20th century, replaced by air conditioning and antibiotics. But many of the old porches remain, enclosed now for year-round use, their original purpose forgotten. If you look carefully at older homes in Denver's historic neighbourhoods, you can still spot them. Those second-floor additions with their distinctive banks of windows, their odd proportions, their suggestion of outdoor living, they are the architectural fingerprints of an epidemic. Perhaps the most distinctive architectural legacy of the tuberculosis era can be found in Colorado Springs, where strange octagonal structures dot the landscape, in backyards, at hospitals, in parks. These are Gardner huts, named for their designer, Dr. Charles Fox Gardner, and they represent one of the most innovative and poignant approaches to tuberculosis treatment. Dr. Gardner was himself a health seeker. Born in the East, he had contracted tuberculosis and come to Colorado Springs in search of relief. The mountain air served him well. He recovered sufficiently to attend medical school and eventually became a practicing physician in the very city that had saved his life. He understood from personal experience what tuberculosis patients needed. They needed air, they needed isolation, and they needed dignity, some sense of having their own space, their own home, even as they fought a disease that might well kill them. Dr. Gardner developed his design in the early 1900s, inspired by the shelters used by the Ute tribe, who had lived in the region for centuries. The Utes had survived Colorado winters in shelters that were open to the elements yet surprisingly livable. Gardner adapted their wisdom for a medical purpose. His huts were deceptively simple: an octagonal wooden floor, a canvas tent stretched over a wooden frame, with a conical roof that came to a point at the top. The octagonal shape was not merely decorative, it allowed for efficient airflow from all directions and made the structure more resistant to the high winds that swept down from the mountains. What made the design effective was the ventilation. The canvas walls were fastened 1 inch away from the floor, allowing a constant flow of fresh air at ground level. An opening at the apex let stale air escape. The patient inside was essentially living outdoors, exposed to the elements, breathing the cold mountain air day and night. Each hut was designed for a single patient. They were small, perhaps 10 feet across, but surprisingly well equipped. Many had electric lights, a luxury in the early 20th century. Small wood stoves provided heat for the coldest nights, though patients were encouraged to keep them low. The goal was cold air, not warmth. The huts contained a bed, chairs, a small dresser, and a system for calling nurses, often a bell or a flag that could be raised to signal distress. Patients decorated their huts with photographs, books, letters from home. These tiny shelters became their world. The idea was isolation. The patient was separated from other patients, reducing the risk of spreading the disease. Each cough, each expectoration, each exhaled breath remained within that patient's own space, and the constant exposure to fresh air was believed to be the best treatment available. There was also a psychological element. In the crowded sanatorium wards, patients were constantly reminded of their illness, by the coughs of their neighbours, by the empty beds of those who had died, by the pervasive sense of disease. In a gardener hut, alone with the wind and the sky, a patient might almost forget that they were sick. Almost. Sanatoria across Colorado adopted the gardener hut design. The modern woodmen of America Sanatorium, located northwest of Colorado Springs in Woodman Valley, had nearly 250 of these octagonal structures arranged in neat rows, a small city of the dying, each patient in their own canvas shelter. The Modern Woodmen of America was a fraternal organization, a kind of mutual aid society that provided insurance and benefits to its members. When tuberculosis struck the families of woodmen, the organization established its own sanatorium to care for them. At its peak, the facility could accommodate 400 patients. From above, the rows of huts must have looked like a military encampment, or perhaps a village from some strange fairy tale. Each hut had its own small porch, its own patch of ground. Patients might wave to their neighbours across the way, exchange books or newspapers, compare symptoms and treatments. But at night, each patient was alone with the wind and the cold and the stars and the disease that was slowly claiming them. Patients might live in these huts for months or years. Some recovered, others died. The hut was home and hospital, and for many a final resting place. When a patient died, the hut would be cleaned, the bedding burned, and a new patient would move in, hoping for a different outcome. The turnover was constant. New patients arriving, old patients departing, some to resume their lives, most to be buried in the sanatorium cemetery. When the sanatoria closed in the 1940s and 50s, made obsolete by antibiotics that could actually cure tuberculosis, they faced a practical problem: what to do with hundreds of octagonal huts. The sanatorium buildings themselves could be repurposed. They became hospitals, schools, office buildings. But the huts, those strange little canvas shelters that had housed the dying, seemed to have no obvious use. The answer, in the end, was simple: sell them. Residents and businesses across Colorado Springs purchased the former tuberculosis huts. They were sturdy structures after all. The wooden floors and frames had been built to last, and the octagonal design was charming in its way. People converted them to storage sheds, garden houses, art studios, playhouses for children. The canvas walls, of course, were gone, replaced with more durable materials, but the distinctive octagonal shape remained, unmistakable to anyone who knew what to look for. Today, if you know where to look, you can find these huts scattered across the city. They appear in the most unexpected places, in backyards, in parking lots, alongside hiking trails. They have been painted, decorated, modified beyond recognition, but their bones remain the same. That octagonal floor, that peaked roof, that peculiar geometry of survival. One is on permanent display at the Colorado Springs Pioneers Museum, preserved in something close to its original state. Visitors can step inside and see how patients lived. The small bed, the sparse furnishings, the canvas walls that offered so little protection from the elements. It is a sobering experience, standing in that tiny space and imagining months or years of confinement. Another has been converted into a small visitor centre at Rockledge Ranch, a living history farm on the outskirts of town. Two in Manitou Springs have become storage sheds, their medical history forgotten by their current owners. One, remarkably, has been transformed into a small cafe, serving coffee and pastries in a space that once housed the dying. At Penrose Hospital, itself the successor to the Glockner Tuberculosis Sanatorium, a hut stands in Marjorie Reed Memorial Park, preserved as a memorial to the era. A plaque explains its history to visitors who might otherwise walk past without a second glance. Some huts have been lost entirely, demolished, burned, left to decay. Others survive in such altered form that their origins are unrecognisable. But enough remain that a dedicated explorer can still map the tuberculosis era across the Colorado Springs landscape. It is a strange afterlife for these structures. Built to house the dying, they now hold gardening tools and lawn furniture. The disease that created them has been conquered, but the huts remain, quaint, elfin, oddly cheerful reminders of a time when architecture itself was pressed into service, against an invisible enemy. If walls could speak, these octagonal walls would have stories to tell. Stories of hope and despair, of recovery and death, of human beings fighting for life in tiny canvas shelters under the Colorado sky. The architectural innovations developed for tuberculosis treatment did not remain confined to sanatoria. They spread into mainstream design, influencing the way Americans thought about homes and health. The sleeping porch, developed for consumptives, became a standard feature of American homes in the 1910s and 20s. Real estate advertisements touted sleeping porches as signs of modern, healthful living. Sleep in the open air, the advertisements urged. Your body craves fresh air. Families who had no connection to tuberculosis found themselves sleeping outdoors on screened porches, breathing the night air. The practice was particularly popular in the summer months, when the alternative was suffocating in bedrooms without air conditioning. But some enthusiasts slept outdoors year-round, bundled in blankets, convinced that the fresh air would keep them healthy. This was the tuberculosis treatment, democratized. The same regimen that doctors prescribed for consumptives, fresh air, plenty of rest, exposure to the elements, became a lifestyle choice for the healthy. It was preventive medicine, the logic went. If fresh air could help the sick, surely it could keep the well from becoming sick in the first place. The emphasis on sunlight and ventilation also shaped early modernist architecture. The flat roofs and large windows that became hallmarks of 20th century design had their origins, in part, in the sanatorium. buildings designed to maximize patients' exposure to sun and air. Architects like Le Corbusier explicitly drew on sanatorium design in developing their modernist visions. The Villa Savoy, one of the most famous houses of the 20th century, features a solarium on the roof, a direct descendant of the cure porches where tuberculosis patients had once reclined. The ribbon windows, the open floor plans, the emphasis on light and air, all of these can be traced back to the architectural experiments of the tuberculosis era. The connection was not accidental. Many early modernist architects had personal experience with tuberculosis. Some had been patients themselves. Others had designed sanatoria before moving on to other commissions. The lessons they learned about ventilation, about sunlight, about the relationship between architecture and health informed everything they built afterward. Even the hospital design of today owes something to the tuberculosis era. The spacious patient rooms, the large windows, the attention to air quality, all of these features were pioneered in sanatoria where fresh air was believed to be the only cure. Before the tuberculosis era, hospitals were dark, cramped, poorly ventilated places. The very word hospital carried connotations of death and suffering. Patients avoided them when possible, preferring to be treated and to die at home. The sanatorium changed that. These were light-filled, airy, even beautiful buildings. They were designed not merely to treat disease but to promote healing, to create an environment in which recovery seemed possible. When the antibiotic era arrived and tuberculosis could actually be cured, the lessons of the sanatorium were applied to general hospital design. Walk through any modern hospital. Notice the large windows, the natural light, the attention to airflow. Notice the private or semi-private rooms designed to give patients some sense of personal space. Notice the gardens and courtyards, the outdoor spaces where patients can sit in the sun. All of this traces back, directly or indirectly, to the tuberculosis sanatoria of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The mountain air of Colorado may not have cured tuberculosis, but the architecture that sprang from that desperate hope has shaped the way we design healing spaces to this day. When we walk through a modern hospital surrounded by glass and light, we are walking through a space shaped by the tuberculosis epidemic. The ghosts of the lungers walk with us. At first, Colorado welcomed the lungers. They were, after all, paying customers. They filled the hotels, they patronized the shops, they brought money from the east and spent it in the west. The economics was straightforward. A tuberculosis patient who came to Colorado for treatment might spend months or years in the state, paying for lodging, food, medical care and entertainment. They were, in a sense, the ideal tourist, one who stayed indefinitely and spent continuously. Early tuberculosis sufferers were among the state's champions. They praised the climate to anyone who would listen. They wrote letters home encouraging others to make the journey. Some, like Robert Speer, recovered and became prominent citizens. Others, even those who did not recover, contributed to the economy until their final days. The boosters were enthusiastic. Colorado had something that no other state could offer: the combination of altitude, dryness and sunshine that Eastern doctors prescribed for their consumptive patients. This was a natural resource like silver or gold waiting to be exploited. And so the advertisements went out. Colorado, the health paradise. Breathe the pure mountain air. Nature's cure for consumption. The state marketed itself as a destination for the dying, a place where the hopeless might find hope. The lungers came by the thousands. They filled the hotels, they rented rooms in private homes, they set up tents on the outskirts of town. And Colorado welcomed them, their coughs, their fevers, their money. But by the late 1890s, attitudes were beginning to shift. The turning point was germ theory. Throughout most of the 19th century, tuberculosis was believed to be hereditary, a constitutional weakness that ran in families. This theory, however wrong, at least had the virtue of making patients seem unthreatening. If tuberculosis was inherited, it could not be caught. Then came Robert Koch's discovery in 1882. Tuberculosis was caused by a bacterium. It was contagious. It could be spread from person to person through coughing, through sputum, through the very breath of the infected. Koch demonstrated his findings in Berlin, presenting slides of the rod-shaped bacteria he had isolated from the lungs of tuberculosis patients. Within a year, his discovery was confirmed by laboratories around the world. The truth was undeniable. Tuberculosis was infectious. The news spread slowly at first. Many physicians resisted the new theory, preferring the older explanations they had learned in medical school. But by the 1890s, the implications were becoming clear to both doctors and laypeople. Every cough from a lunga might contain millions of bacteria. Every handkerchief might be a source of infection. Every spittoon, every piece of shared crockery, every common space where consumptives gathered, all of these could be transmission vectors. The health seekers who had seemed harmless, even admirable in their courage, now seemed dangerous. They were not merely sick, they were contagious. They were walking, coughing carriers of a deadly disease. Colorado officials began to worry. What if the state's healthy residents became infected? What if the cure for some became the death sentence for others? The very policy that had built the state's economy, welcoming tuberculosis patients, now seemed like a terrible mistake. By the first decade of the 20th century, the welcome had turned cold. State officials began discouraging tuberculosis patients from coming to Colorado, at least certain kinds of tuberculosis patients. Those with early-stage disease, who had money for treatment and a reasonable chance of recovery, were still tolerated. The wealthy consumptive, the kind who could afford Cragmore or a private sanatorium, remained welcome. Their money still spent the same, regardless of their disease. But those with advanced or incurable forms of tuberculosis were told to stay away. State health officials issued warnings: do not come to Colorado unless you have sufficient funds for at least 1 year of treatment. Do not come unless you have a letter from an Eastern physician confirming that you are in the early stages of the disease. Do not come if you are already dying. The message was clear: we want your money, but not your corpses. The change was not subtle. Innkeepers who had once competed for the lucrative tuberculosis trade now refused to rent rooms to obviously sick visitors. The cough that had once signalled a paying customer now signalled a dangerous infection. Shop owners asked coughing customers to leave. Landlords included clauses in leases prohibiting consumptive tenants. The hotels were particularly zealous. A tuberculosis patient who died in a hotel room was bad for business. Other guests would hear of it. They would refuse to stay in that room, perhaps refuse to stay in the hotel at all. The value of the property would decline. Better to refuse the consumptive at the door than to deal with the consequences of their death. The stigma extended to the newspapers. "Two brothers are insane," screamed one 1906 headline in the Denver Post, describing two victims of the White Plague who had come from Cincinnati, lived in a tent and grown increasingly ill. The story treated them not as patients deserving sympathy, but as problems to be solved. Other headlines were equally harsh. "Dying consumptive found in park." "Lunger arrested for begging." "Health seekers become public burden." The newspapers that had once celebrated Colorado's healing climate now wrote of tuberculosis patients as if they were criminals. In the Colorado legislature, some representatives proposed a remarkable measure, requiring tuberculosis patients to wear bells around their necks, like lepers in medieval Europe, so that healthy citizens could avoid them. The image is almost medieval. Patients shuffling through the streets of Denver, bells tinkling with every step, warning the healthy to keep their distance. It was public humiliation dressed up as public health. The proposal did not pass, but the fact that it was seriously debated, that elected officials stood before their colleagues and argued for this measure, tells us something about how dramatically attitudes had changed. Other proposals were more successful. Spitting in public places was outlawed in many Colorado cities. This was, in fact, a sensible public health measure. The tuberculosis bacillus could survive for weeks in dried sputum, but the laws were enforced selectively. A healthy businessman who spat on the sidewalk might receive a warning. A consumptive who did the same might be arrested. During the Great Depression, the hostility intensified. The legislature passed a law prohibiting non-residents from receiving public assistance for tuberculosis treatment. If you came to Colorado sick and poor, the state would not help you. You could die in the streets, but you could not claim a dime from the state treasury. The sanatoria themselves were increasingly built on the outskirts of town. Cities wanted the economic benefits of the tuberculosis industry, the jobs for nurses and orderlies and cooks, the money spent on supplies and services, the business generated by visiting family members, but they wanted the actual patients kept at a safe distance, out of sight, out of cough. The modern Woodman of America Sanatorium, with its hundreds of gardener huts, was located miles from downtown Colorado Springs. Cragmore was built on a bluff north of the city, separated from the main population by geography. The message was unmistakable. We will treat you, but we do not want to see you. For the poor Lungas, those who had come west with nothing but hope, the discrimination was devastating. They had sold everything to buy their train tickets. They had liquidated their savings, mortgaged their homes, borrowed from relatives who expected never to see them again. They had said goodbye to families they might never see again. And when they arrived in the Promised Land, they found that no one wanted them. The advertisements had promised healing. The doctors had promised hope. But no one had mentioned what would happen if they arrived without money. Some ended up in the tent colonies that dotted the outskirts of Denver and Colorado Springs. These were not the orderly rows of gardener huts at the proper sanatoria. They were makeshift camps, canvas tents on wooden platforms, exposed to the elements, with little in the way of medical care or sanitation. The locals called these areas Lunga's Row. They were not hard to find. Just follow the sound of coughing, the sight of emaciated figures wrapped in blankets, the smell of illness. These were the people that the sanatoria would not take, that the hotels would not admit, that the boarding houses would not tolerate. Life in the tent colonies was harsh. The tents leaked in the rain. They provided little protection from the cold. Food was scarce. Medical care was virtually non-existent. Patients who were too weak to care for themselves simply lay in their cots, waiting for someone to bring them water, waiting for death. Some of the tent colonies were organised by charitable organisations which provided at least minimal oversight. Others were entirely informal, just groups of desperate people who had pitched their tents in the same location because there was nowhere else to go. The mortality rate in these camps was high. Without proper nutrition, without medical attention, without even basic sanitation, the consumptives weakened quickly. Some died within weeks of arriving in Colorado. Others lingered for months, their condition worsening steadily, their hopes fading. Others had not even the resources for a tent. They slept in the streets. They slept in parks and under bridges. They begged for money on street corners, their coughs punctuating their pleas. They coughed in public spaces, spreading the disease they had come to cure. The city authorities, unsure what to do with these homeless invalids, often resorted to the only solution they could think of. They put them in jail. Not for crimes, simply for existing. Simply for being sick and poor and having nowhere else to go. The jails were not equipped to handle tuberculosis patients. There was no isolation, no fresh air, no treatment. The consumptives simply coughed in their cells, infecting other prisoners, infecting the guards, spreading the disease through the incarcerated population. It was, in a sense, the worst possible outcome for public health. Instead of treating the sick, Colorado was concentrating them in closed spaces where the disease could spread freely. The jails became incubators for tuberculosis. Some of the jailed lungers died in their cells. Others were released when the authorities realized they were dying, sent back onto the streets to spend their final days wherever they could find shelter. A few were given train tickets back east, a cruel irony for people who had come west to escape death. It was this crisis, the spectacle of dying men and women jailed for the crime of poverty, that had motivated Francis Weisbart Jacobs to found National Jewish Hospital. Someone had to care for those whom everyone else had abandoned. None may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter. That motto was a direct response to the discrimination that the poor lungers faced. It was an acknowledgement that the tuberculosis industry had failed the most vulnerable, that the healing climate had become a death trap for those without means. The pattern established in Colorado would repeat itself across the American West. As germ theory spread, so did discrimination against tuberculosis patients. Cities that had once advertised themselves as health destinations began closing their doors. Phoenix, Arizona, which had marketed itself as aggressively as any Colorado town, began requiring tuberculosis patients to register with the health department. Pasadena, California, banned consumptives from certain public spaces. El Paso, Texas, established zones where tuberculosis patients were forbidden to live. Hotels posted signs refusing to accept consumptive guests. The language was often blunt. No, consumptives. Health seekers not welcome. TB patients must apply elsewhere. These signs hung in the lobbies of establishments that had once profited handsomely from the tuberculosis trade. Towns passed ordinances restricting where tuberculosis patients could live. They could not reside within a certain distance of schools. They could not rent rooms in certain neighborhoods. They could not, in some cases, walk on certain streets. The sick were being zoned out of public life. The irony was profound. The sick, who had been told that their only hope was to go west, found that the west did not want them. Some lungers fought back. They formed patient advocacy groups. They wrote letters to newspapers protesting their treatment. They pointed out that many of Colorado's most prominent citizens, including Mayor Robert Speer, had themselves been health seekers. If tuberculosis patients were good enough to build the state, why were they now being cast out? But the fear was too strong. The healthy majority, convinced that every cough might bring death, were not interested in the rights of the sick. They wanted protection. And if protection meant treating the ill as pariahs, so be it. It is a bitter irony. The states that had been built by tuberculosis patients, that had welcomed them when they brought money and boosted local economies, turned on them when they became too numerous, too visible, too threatening. The disease had not changed. The treatment had not changed. The climate had not changed. What had changed was the understanding that tuberculosis was contagious, and the fear that followed from that understanding. We should not be too quick to judge. Fear of contagion is a natural human response, rooted deep in our evolutionary history. The people of Colorado in 1900 had no way to protect themselves from tuberculosis except through avoidance. There were no antibiotics. There was no vaccine. Masks, if used at all, were primitive and of uncertain effectiveness. Isolation was the only tool they had. And yet we can acknowledge the tragedy of what occurred. We can recognise that the discrimination, however understandable, inflicted real suffering on real people. We can mourn for those who came seeking hope and found only rejection. But we can still mourn for the lungers who came west seeking a cure and found instead rejection, who had given up everything for the hope of another few years of life, only to discover that their disease made them pariahs, who had sold their homes and said goodbye to their families, only to die in tent colonies or jails far from anyone who loved them. They are buried in cemeteries across Colorado. Many of their graves are unmarked, their names forgotten. The stone markers, if there were any, have weathered away. The families who might have tended the graves were 2,000 miles away, unable to visit. They came by the tens of thousands, and many of them never went home. Their bones lie beneath Colorado soil, in plots that no one visits anymore, their stories lost to history. The mountains they came to see still rise on the western horizon. The air they came to breathe still flows down from the peaks, but they are gone. The lingers, the health seekers, the desperate and the hopeful, leaving behind only unmarked graves and the faint echo of a million coughs. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We have travelled to a place built on hope and desperation. A place where the dying came by the thousands, seeking in the mountain air the cure that no medicine could provide. A place that welcomed them when they had money and rejected them when they became too numerous, too sick, too visible. We have met remarkable individuals. William Jackson Palmer, the railroad man who saw in the clear mountain air an opportunity to build an empire. Frances Weisbart Jacobs, the woman who refused to let the poor die in the streets. Doc Holliday, the gunfighter whose legend began with a cough. Robert Speer, the lunger who became a mayor and transformed a city. We have seen remarkable places. Cragmore, the palace for the dying rich, where champagne flowed and consumptives danced. The tent colonies, where the poor coughed their lives away on wooden platforms. The gardener huts, those strange octagonal shelters that now hold garden tools where patients once lay dying. The sleeping porches, still visible on old houses, their original purpose forgotten. Colorado in the tuberculosis era was many things at once. It was a place of genuine healing. Some patients did improve in the high, dry air, their symptoms easing, their lives extending beyond what anyone expected. It was a place of compassion. Frances Weisbart Jacobs and her hospital, treating those who had nothing, asking nothing in return. It was a place of luxury, Cragmore with its orchestras and dinner parties for the dying rich, where patients refused to surrender their dignity, even as the disease consumed them. But it was also a place of exploitation. The boosters who advertised 100% aseptic air knew they were exaggerating, knew that the mountain air could not actually cure tuberculosis, that most patients would die regardless. The sanatoria that charged $50 a week knew that most patients could not afford their services, that the poor would be left to suffer while the wealthy lounged on sun porches. The cities that built their economies on the tuberculosis trade knew that many of their customers would die, that the cemeteries would fill with the bodies of those who had come seeking life. And when the fear of contagion finally overcame the desire for profit, Colorado showed another face entirely. The lungers who had built the state, who had filled its hotels and restaurants, who had funded its hospitals and schools, who had become its mayors and businessmen, were suddenly unwelcome. The sick were stigmatized, marginalized, jailed. This is not a simple story of heroes and villains. The people of Colorado were responding to a disease they did not fully understand, using the limited tools available to them. They were capable of both compassion and cruelty, sometimes simultaneously. The same city that founded National Jewish Hospital debated making patients wear bells. History rarely offers us pure heroes or pure villains. What it offers instead is the full complexity of human nature, our capacity for both grace and fear, our ability to care deeply and to exclude ruthlessly. We know now what the doctors of the 1890s did not know. The mountain air could not cure tuberculosis. This is not to say that the climate was entirely without benefit. The dry air of Colorado was genuinely healthier than the humid, polluted air of the eastern cities. Patients who left the crowded tenements for the open spaces of the West were removing themselves from constant exposure to the bacillus. They were breathing cleaner air, eating better food, getting more rest. All of these factors could in some cases give the immune system a better chance to fight the infection. And the sunshine, that constant Colorado sunshine, may have had some modest therapeutic effect. We know now that sunlight helps the body produce vitamin D, which plays a role in immune function. We know that ultraviolet light can kill bacteria on surfaces. The doctors of the era did not understand these mechanisms, but they observed that patients seemed to do better in sunny climates. But none of this could cure tuberculosis. The bacillus, once established in the lungs, continued its slow destruction regardless of altitude or climate. A patient might feel better in Colorado, a patient might live longer in Colorado, but the disease remained, biding its time, waiting for the moment when the body's defences would finally fail. The true cure came not from geography, but from science. In 1943, at Rutgers University in New Jersey, a microbiologist named Selman Waxman and his graduate student Albert Schatz isolated a compound from soil bacteria. They called it streptomycin, and when they tested it against tuberculosis, the disease that had killed millions, that had built and destroyed towns, that had sent 20,000 people a year to Colorado, the bacteria died. For the first time in human history, there was an effective treatment for tuberculosis, a drug that could actually kill the bacillus, that could save patients who would otherwise have died, that could end the scourge that had haunted humanity since the dawn of civilization. Streptomycin was not perfect. It had side effects. It did not work for all patients, but it worked often enough and well enough that the sanatorium industry collapsed almost overnight. The patients who had filled the hotels and tent colonies simply stopped coming. Why travel 2,000 miles to breathe mountain air when a pill could actually kill the disease? Why spend years lying on a cure porch when a course of antibiotics could accomplish the same thing in months? By the 1950s, other antibiotics had joined streptomycin in the fight against tuberculosis. Isoniazid, rifampicin, pyrazinamide, a whole arsenal of drugs that could attack the bacillus from multiple angles. The cure rate climbed, the death rate fell, and the sanatoria emptied. By the 1960s, most of the sanatoria had closed. Some were converted to other purposes. Cragmore became a university, Glockner became a hospital, others became resorts or office buildings. Others were simply abandoned, their cure porches empty, their patient registries closed forever. The gardener huts were sold off to become garden sheds and playhouses. The sleeping porches were enclosed and converted to bedrooms. The TB houses of Montclair became ordinary family homes, their original purpose forgotten by the new owners. Tuberculosis, which had shaped the very identity of Colorado, became a historical curiosity, a strange chapter in the state's past, interesting to historians and few others. The disease had not been defeated by the mountain air. It had been defeated by science, by the patient work of researchers in laboratories far from the Rockies. The cure that Colorado had promised for decades was finally delivered, but by Rutgers University, not by Pikes Peak. And yet, the legacy remains. Denver today is a thriving metropolis, one of the fastest growing cities in America, attracting hundreds of thousands of new residents every year. They come for the job opportunities, for the outdoor recreation, for the quality of life. They come, in their way, for the same things that drew the Lungers a century ago: the sunshine, the mountain air, the sense of possibility. The parks and boulevards that a former Lunger named Robert Speer built continue to define the urban landscape. Walk along Speer Boulevard, past Civic Center Park, through the green spaces that wind through the city, and you are walking through the vision of a man who came to Colorado expecting to die, and stayed to transform it. The medical industry that was born in the tuberculosis era remains a major economic driver. Denver is home to some of the nation's leading hospitals and research institutions. The doctors and nurses who work in these modern facilities are the professional descendants of the physicians who once prescribed fresh air and rest. Colorado Springs, the city that William Jackson Palmer founded as a health resort, is now known for other things. Military installations like the Air Force Academy and NORAD technology companies, tourism to Pikes Peak and Garden of the Gods. But the Sanatorium buildings still stand, converted now to other purposes but still recognizable to those who know what to look for. The tuberculosis huts still dot the neighborhoods, octagonal reminders of a vanished era, housing garden tools and holiday decorations where patients once lay dying. They are strange little monuments, these huts. Most people who pass them have no idea what they are. And National Jewish Health, the hospital that Francis Weisbart Jacobs dreamed of, continues to operate on its original campus in East Denver. It is consistently ranked among the best respiratory hospitals in the nation. Its mission has expanded beyond tuberculosis to include asthma, allergies, immune disorders, and heart conditions. But its origins, as a refuge for the dying poor, funded by donations, caring for those who could not pay, remain part of its identity. The hospital's current motto is Breathing Science, but the old motto still resonates: none may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter. The 1/3 of Colorado's population that came seeking the cure left their mark on the state, in ways that persist to this day. They shaped its architecture, the sleeping porches, the open floor plans, the orientation toward the sun. They shaped its economy, the hospitals and research institutions, the tourism industry, the real estate market. They shaped its culture, the outdoor lifestyle, the emphasis on health and wellness, the very identity of Colorado as a place of renewal. They brought their money and their desperate hope, and in exchange they received, sometimes, a few more years of life. Some recovered and became pillars of their new communities. Others died quickly, barely unpacking their trunks before the disease claimed them. Most fell somewhere in between, living out their remaining days in the thin mountain air, watching the peaks change colour with the seasons. Many of them never went home. They are buried in Colorado cemeteries, in Denver and Colorado Springs, in Glenwood Springs and Leadville, in small towns throughout the state. Their names are carved on headstones that weather a little more each year. Their stories are mostly forgotten. They came from everywhere, from the tenements of New York and the row houses of Philadelphia, from the mansions of Boston and the farms of Ohio. Rich and poor, young and old, desperate and hopeful, they ended their journeys here, in the shadow of the mountains, and here they remain. What does the tuberculosis migration teach us about ourselves? Perhaps this, that human beings, faced with death, will try almost anything. They will sell their homes, they will leave their families, they will travel thousands of miles into an uncertain future. They will breathe cold mountain air through damaged lungs, hoping that geography might accomplish what medicine cannot. This is not foolish. It is profoundly human. The will to live is the most basic of instincts rooted deep in our biology, and it drives us to extraordinary efforts. We will grasp at straws. We will chase rumours of cures. We will try anything at all, if there's even the smallest chance it might work. The Lungers who came to Colorado were not naive. Many of them understood that their chances were slim. They had seen friends and family die of the same disease. They knew that the mountain air was no sure cure, that many who made the journey never returned. But slim chances are still chances, and in the face of certain death, even a small hope is better than none. We should also remember the capacity for both generosity and cruelty that the tuberculosis era revealed. Francis Weisbart Jacobs, walking through the streets of Denver, bringing food and comfort to the dying, refusing to accept that the poor should be abandoned simply because they had no money. The Colorado legislature, seriously debating whether to make patients wear bells around their necks, treating the sick as if they were lepers in medieval Europe. National Jewish Hospital, with its motto of unconditional care, refusing to charge the patients who needed help most. The hotels and boarding houses posting signs that read, "No consumptives allowed," turning away the desperate because they feared infection. Robert Speer, the Lunger who became a mayor dedicating his life to building a more beautiful city. The tent colonies, where the poor coughed their lives away because no institution would take them in. Both impulses, the generous and the fearful, live within us still. They are not separate tendencies but intertwined aspects of our nature. The same person might show compassion in one moment and cruelty in the next. The same society might build hospitals for the dying poor while debating whether to make them wear bells. When the next epidemic comes, as epidemics always do, we will face the same choices that Coloradans faced in the 1890s. How do we balance compassion with self-protection? How do we care for the sick without fearing them? How do we respond to a threat that we cannot see, cannot understand, cannot control? We have already faced these questions in our own lifetimes. The HIV epidemic of the 1980s, the SARS outbreak of 2003, the COVID-19 pandemic of 2020. Each time we saw the same mix of compassion and cruelty, generosity and fear. Each time we discovered that our ancestors were not so different from ourselves. The Lungers of Colorado are distant now, a century and more removed from our own lives. But they were people like us, facing choices like ours, responding with the same complex mix of courage and fear that we bring to our own challenges. There are no easy answers. There never were. But perhaps there is wisdom in remembering, wisdom in honouring those who came before, who faced impossible choices with such limited tools, who tried to do their best even when their best was not enough. Let us return one final time to that train rolling westward across the Great Plains. The passengers sit with their one-way tickets, their coughs, their desperate hopes. The sun is setting ahead of them, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. The mountains appear on the horizon, blue and distant and somehow holy. Somewhere ahead lies Denver, the world sanatorium, the place where the air will heal them. Or so they have been told. We know now what they did not know. The mountain air cannot cure tuberculosis. Some of them will improve, perhaps many more than would have survived in the crowded tenements they left behind. Some will linger for years, perhaps decades, in the thin, clear atmosphere, finding in Colorado, if not a cure, then at least a reprieve. But most of them will die, if not in weeks, then in months, if not in months, then in years. They are the Lingers, 1/3 of a state's population, 20,000 a year, rolling westward with the desperate faith that geography might save them. The train chugs onward through the gathering dusk. The mountains grow closer, their peaks catching the last light of day. And somewhere in those crowded cars someone is coughing. That deep, rattling cough that speaks of lungs filling with disease. But there is hope in that car as well. There is the hope of the young man from Philadelphia who has read the advertisements and believes that the clear mountain air will restore him. There is the hope of the mother from Chicago who has brought her daughter west, praying that this new land will give her child the years that the doctors back home said she would never have. There is the hope of the businessman who has sold everything he owns to make this journey, betting his entire fortune on the chance that he might live long enough to rebuild it. There is the hope of the elderly woman who has come to Colorado not expecting to survive, but hoping that she might die in a beautiful place, surrounded by mountains and sunshine, rather than in the cramped darkness of her city apartment. Hope. That is what the Lungers carried with them, more precious than any luggage, more sustaining than any medicine. Hope that the air would heal them, hope that tomorrow would be better than today, hope that death, if it came, would be gentle. They came seeking life. They found in the end what we all find, the limited span of years that fortune allows us, spent in whatever place seems kindest. Some found peace in Colorado, some found suffering, most found something in between, a mixture of good days and bad, of sunrises over the mountains and long nights of coughing, of friendships formed in sanatorium wards and losses that could never be replaced. They were, in the end, simply human. They faced their mortality with whatever courage they could muster. They lived their remaining days as fully as they were able, and when the end came, they went gently into whatever lies beyond, their last breaths drawn in the thin, clear air that had drawn them west. And so, as the night deepens and the mountain wind fades into memory, we leave Colorado behind for now, but its legacy remains in the parks that a Lunger built, in the hospital that compassion created, in the octagonal huts that now hold garden tools where the dying once lay, in the sleeping porches of old houses, in the cemeteries that dot the landscape, in the very soil of this mountain state. The mountains still rise as they have risen for millennia. The air is still thin and clear. The sun still shines 300 days a year. Colorado remains a place of healing, even if the disease it once promised to cure has been conquered by other means. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another dimension of tuberculosis history, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the ghost of mountain air carry you gently into sleep. Imagine yourself on one of those old cure porches, wrapped in blankets, gazing up at the stars that seem so close at this altitude. Feel the cold air on your face. Hear the distant wind in the pines. The peaks stand eternal, their snows unchanged, their promise of healing as old as the hills themselves. They watch the Lungers come, they watch the Lungers die, and they will remain long after we, too, have passed. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like or share it with someone who might need it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for remembering the Lungers with us, those thousands upon thousands of desperate, hopeful souls who came, west seeking life. Good night. In the 19th century, women swallowed arsenic. Not by accident, not in desperation. They ate it on purpose. Little white wafers sold openly, advertised as perfectly harmless, because arsenic gave them the look they craved. The look of someone dying of tuberculosis. Because in Victorian England, dying was beautiful. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we explore one of the strangest chapters in the history of beauty, a time when the symptoms of a deadly disease became the height of fashion, A time when pale skin, flushed cheeks and an impossibly thin waist weren't just desirable, they were aspirational. A time when looking like you were dying was the best way to look alive. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from literature to architecture, from music to the clothes we wear. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through ballrooms and dressing rooms, through fashion plates and poison cabinets, through an era that dressed for death. Let's begin. London, an evening in 1845. The ballroom of a great house blazes with candlelight, hundreds of flames reflected in mirrors, in crystal, in the polished floor. The orchestra plays a waltz, and across the room, arranged on gilded chairs, wait the debutantes. Look at them. Their skin is impossibly pale. Not the healthy glow of exercise, but the translucent pallor of a hothouse flower. Their waists are impossibly narrow, 18 inches, perhaps less, compressed by corsets so tight that breathing comes in shallow gasps. Their cheeks carry a delicate flush of pink, their lips a hint of rose, their eyes shine with an almost feverish brightness. They are beautiful. Every man in the room agrees, every dowager mother approves. This is the ideal, the template of femininity that a generation of young women aspires to match. And the template is killing them. Not metaphorically, not slowly, over decades. The corsets damage their internal organs. The cosmetics they use contain lead and arsenic. And the look they're trying to achieve, that perfect consumptive pallor, is in many cases a sign of actual consumption. Tuberculosis in the 1840s kills 1 of every 7 Europeans. It kills the poor in cramped tenements and the rich in country estates. It kills slowly, over months or years, wasting the body until the victim becomes a pale, ethereal shadow of themselves. And somewhere along the way, that wasting became beautiful. The pallor caused by anemia, the flushed cheeks caused by fever, the bright shining eyes caused by chronic illness, the thin, fragile frame caused by the body consuming itself. All of these symptoms, all of these signs of a fatal disease, became the markers of feminine beauty. Tonight, we trace how a plague became a fashion, how the look of death became the look of desire, how tuberculosis shaped not just bodies but beauty itself. This is consumptive chic. To understand consumptive chic, we must first understand consumption. Tuberculosis, known throughout most of history as consumption, or the White Plague or Ptisis, is one of humanity's oldest companions. Archaeological evidence suggests it has been killing us for at least 9,000 years. In the 19th century, it reached what may have been its historical peak. The Industrial Revolution had packed millions of people into cramped, poorly ventilated cities. Factories, tenements, workhouses, anywhere that people breathed each other's air became a breeding ground for the bacteria. By the 1880s, tuberculosis was responsible for 1 of every 7 deaths in Europe and America. In some cities, the rate was even higher. But consumption did not strike at random, or so it seemed. It appeared to choose its victims, and its choices fascinated the romantic imagination. The disease killed poets and musicians, novelists and artists. John Keats, dead at 25, Percy Bysshe Shelley's first wife Harriet, and later his own son, Emily Bronte, dead at 30, Anne Bronte, dead at 29, Chopin, dead at 39, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, fragile and bedridden for years, Edgar Allan Poe's young wife Virginia, dead at 24. The list went on and on. The disease seemed to prefer the creative, the sensitive, the spiritually refined. This was, of course, an illusion. Tuberculosis killed labourers and servants in far greater numbers than it killed poets, but the labourers died anonymously, while the poets left behind immortal works. And so a mythology grew up around consumption, a mythology that saw the disease not as random bacterial infection, but as a kind of spiritual ordeal. The consumptive was dying, yes, but they were dying beautifully. The ancient Greeks had a term for this, spes tisica, the hope of the consumptive. They observed that tuberculosis patients often experienced an unusual optimism, an earnest hope of recovery even as the disease ravaged their bodies. This hope, the Greeks believed, drove heightened sensitivity and great creativity despite overwhelming illness. The Romantics embraced this idea wholeheartedly. They saw in consumption not merely a disease but a kind of divine selection, a mark of artistic destiny. The symptoms of tuberculosis, in their advanced stages, created a striking appearance. The victim grew thin as the body wasted away, but this thinness was ethereal rather than starved, suggesting spiritual refinement rather than material want. The skin grew pale as anemia set in, but this pallor was translucent, almost luminous, like fine porcelain. The chronic low-grade fever of the disease produced a persistent flush in the cheeks, a rosy glow that mimicked the blush of emotion. The same fever caused the eyes to shine with unusual brightness. The lips too remained red even as the rest of the face grew pale. And then there was the temperament. Contemporary observers believed that consumption produced a heightened state of consciousness. The dying were said to become more creative, more passionate, more spiritually aware. This was probably a combination of confirmation bias and the stimulating effect of fever, but it became part of the mythology. Lord Byron, the most famous poet of his age, the definition of romantic celebrity, captured the attitude perfectly. "I should like, I think, to die of consumption," he said, "because then the women would all say, 'See that poor Byron, how interesting he looks in dying.'" Byron was joking, probably, but he wasn't wrong about the cultural moment. In early 19th century Europe, consumption was interesting. It was romantic. It was, in its terrible way, beautiful. No death better illustrated the romantic mythology of consumption than that of John Keats. In September 1820, Keats left England for Rome. He was 24 years old, and he knew he was dying. His brother Tom had died of tuberculosis 2 years earlier, and Keats, trained as a surgeon, had recognised his own symptoms immediately when he first coughed blood onto his pillow in February 1820. "I know the colour of that blood," he told his friend Charles Brown. "It is arterial blood. That drop of blood is my death warrant." He travelled with his friend Joseph Seven, a young painter who had volunteered to accompany him to a warmer climate in hopes of recovery. They took lodgings at 26 Piazza di Spagna in Rome, in a small room overlooking the Spanish Steps. There, over the next 3 months, Seven watched his friend die. Seven's letters from that period are devastating documents. By January 1821, Keats's condition was hopeless. His stomach and lungs were compromised. He could no longer digest food. He coughed constantly, bringing up what Seven described as clay-like expectoration, blood-streaked fluids that built up in his throat until Seven had to lift him to prevent choking. Keats wanted to die. He had brought laudanum, opium dissolved in alcohol, and hoped to end his suffering quickly, but Seven refused to give it to him. The doctor took it away, and so Keats endured what Seven called dreadful agonies with nothing to ease the pain at all. Dr. James Clark, the English physician who treated Keats in Rome, placed him on a starvation diet, an anchovy and a piece of bread a day, intended to reduce blood flow to his stomach. He also bled the poet. a standard treatment of the day that almost certainly hastened his death. On the day before Keats passed away, Seven wrote that his intellects and health are breaking down, and that Keats had sunk in the last 3 days to a most ghastly look. On February 23, 1821, at about 2 in the afternoon, John Keats died. He was 25 years old. An hour before midnight, Seven wrote, "His eyes looked upon me with extreme sensibility but without pain." Keats was buried in the Protestant cemetery in Rome. His tombstone, at his own request, bears no name, only the words, "Here lies one whose name was writ in water." He believed his work would be forgotten, that he had failed as a poet. He was wrong about that. The point of this story is not merely the tragedy of a young poet's death. It is the way that death was received, the way it became part of the mythology of genius. Percy Bysshe Shelley, devastated by the news, wrote Adonais, one of the great elegies in English literature, in which Keats's death is transformed into something transcendent, almost beautiful. "He has outsoared the shadow of our night," Shelley wrote, "envy and calumny and hate and pain, and that unrest which men miscall delight, can touch him not and torture not again." The reality, the starvation diet, the bleeding, the agonizing cough, the friend begging for opium that was denied him, disappeared into mythology. What remained was the image of the dying poet, pale and beautiful, consumed by genius as much as by disease. This was the template. This was what consumptive death was supposed to look like. And if dying was beautiful, then looking like you were dying must be beautiful too. This is where fashion enters the story. The beauty standards of any era reflect that era's anxieties and aspirations. In a time when death was everywhere, when consumption could claim anyone, at any time, regardless of wealth or status, the culture developed a strange relationship with mortality. It aestheticized it. It made it beautiful. And in doing so, it transformed the symptoms of a plague into the markers of ideal femininity. The women in the fashion plates of the 1840s do not look healthy. They look wasted. They look fragile. They look to a modern eye like they might collapse at any moment. Their waists are impossibly narrow, their skin is impossibly pale. Their expressions carry a melancholy that borders on morbidity. This was not an accident. This was the consumptive ideal translated into commercial imagery. And women, particularly upper-class women, who had the time and resources to pursue fashion, did everything in their power to achieve it. The consumptive body became the ideal body. This was not entirely new. European beauty standards had long favoured pale skin and delicate frames over tanned skin and muscular builds. Pallor was the mark of the aristocrat who didn't labour in the fields. Thinness was the mark of the lady who didn't perform manual work. But consumption intensified and refined these preferences. The ideal woman was no longer merely pale, she was translucent. She was no longer merely thin, she was waifish, fragile, seemingly weightless. She was no longer merely delicate, she was visibly, almost ostentatiously, weak. Contemporary fashion plates, the magazine illustrations that showed women how to dress, depicted figures that would be impossible for a healthy person to achieve. Waists measured 18 inches or less. Arms were thin as reeds. The chest was hollow, the collarbones prominent. These were not merely idealized bodies. They were bodies in the grip of disease. And the fashion industry rose to meet the demand. The corset was the engine of consumptive fashion. Corsets, in some form, had been worn for centuries, but the corsets of the mid-19th century were something new, precision instruments of bodily control. engineered to compress the female form into the consumptive ideal. In 1793, the German physician Samuel Thomas von Soemmerring had published a treatise called On the Effects of the Corset, warning that these garments constituted a serious health hazard by compressing the ribs and internal organs. His warnings went largely unheeded. Fashion, it seemed, was more powerful than medicine. By the 1840s and 1850s, tight lacing had become both an art and a cult. These were not the relatively flexible stays of earlier eras. They were heavily boned, with whalebone, later with steel, and designed to be pulled tighter and tighter over time. A properly fashionable woman might have her waist compressed by 6, 8, even 10 inches from its natural circumference. The effect was dramatic, a tiny waist emphasizing the relative width of skirts and shoulders, creating the appearance of fragile, almost insect-like proportion. The health consequences were severe. Tight lacing compressed the ribcage, limiting lung capacity. Medical journals of the era documented cases of collapsed lungs, bruised and fractured ribs. It displaced internal organs, the stomach, the liver, the intestines, pushing them down and distorting their function. It weakened core muscles by doing their work for them. It restricted blood flow to the lower body. The medical establishment recognised these dangers. The Lancet published numerous articles on the subject. Death from tight lacing in 1890, effects of tight lacing in 1892, civilization and the corset in 1909. Doctors identified a condition they called chlorosis, a complex of symptoms including fatigue, shortness of breath, digestive problems, and a distinctive greenish pallor, and attributed it directly to corset wearing. Chlorosis was sometimes called the green sickness. It primarily affected young women. It almost entirely disappeared in the 1920s, when women stopped wearing tightly laced corsets. Chlorosis deserves a closer look because it reveals how deeply consumptive beauty had penetrated Victorian medicine itself. The disease was first described in 1554 by German physician Johannes Langer, who called it the disease of virgins. By the 19th century, it had become one of the most commonly diagnosed conditions affecting young women. Doctors described patients with bodily weakness, dietary disorders, heart palpitations, fainting spells, pallor, and an absence of menstruation. The skin, they claimed, took on a greenish hue, hence the name green sickness. The treatment was curious. Physicians prescribed iron tonics, cod liver oil, and, yes, arsenic. They also prescribed marriage, because chlorosis was believed to be a disease of virgins, cured by the consummation of matrimony and the bearing of children. Modern historians have examined chlorosis with considerable skepticism. Some scholars argue that the disease was largely a cultural construction, a medicalised version of the consumptive ideal. Young women learned to have the disease from family, friends, the popular press, and their doctors themselves. Physicians expected to see chlorosis in adolescent girls, and so they did. The symptoms of chlorosis overlapped remarkably with the effects of tight lacing, malnutrition, and iron deficiency anemia. The standard treatment, iron tonics, inadvertently addressed the anemia, which masked the underlying misdiagnosis. Women who were effectively starving themselves to achieve the consumptive ideal were diagnosed with a mysterious disease and given treatments that partially counteracted the damage they were doing to themselves. In 1898, Catherine van Tussenbroek, the first female Dutch gynecologist, pointed to the social factors at the root of the disease. She argued that chlorosis reflected the lack of perspective for young girls in Victorian society. The disease, she suggested, was not really about blood or iron. It was about the impossible position of young women, trapped between the demands of fashion and the demands of survival. The disappearance of chlorosis in the 1920s was not merely due to improved diagnostics. It coincided with changes in the social position of women. The right to vote, increased access to education, greater independence. As women's horizons expanded, the green sickness simply vanished. The disease had been real, in a sense. Young women really did faint and lose their appetites and turn pale, but the framework that made sense of those symptoms, the narrative that said, this is chlorosis, a disease of virgins cured by marriage, that framework was cultural. It was a story the Victorians told themselves about young women's bodies, and it was a story built on the consumptive ideal. And yet women kept wearing them, not because they were unaware of the dangers, but because the alternative, appearing unfashionable, appearing healthy, appearing robust, was socially unacceptable. Some women became so dependent on their corsets that they could not hold themselves upright without them. Their back muscles had atrophied from lack of use. Others reported that removing their corset caused dizziness and faintness as blood rushed through vessels that had been constricted for hours. Some women even slept in their corsets, unable to endure the sensation of their own unsupported body. But here is the strange truth. The suffering itself became part of the appeal. A woman who could barely breathe, who felt faint from lack of oxygen, who moved slowly and carefully to avoid losing consciousness, she embodied the consumptive ideal. Her laboured breathing mimicked the shallow respiration of the tubercular patient. Her pallor, induced by restricted blood flow, matched the anemic pallor of disease. The corset was not just shaping bodies to look consumptive, it was making bodies feel consumptive, creating a kind of artificial illness in the service of beauty. Not everyone accepted the corset's dominion. In 1881, a group of women in London founded the Rational Dress Society. Their motto was uncompromising. The Rational Dress Society protests against the introduction of any fashion in dress that either deforms the figure, impedes the movements of the body, or in any way tends to injure the health. The society specifically targeted tight lacing. They also objected to high-heeled shoes, heavily weighted skirts that made walking difficult, and any garment that restricted movement of the arms. Their alternative proposals included divided skirts, looser bodices, and clothing that allowed women to breathe, walk, and even, scandalously, ride bicycles. One of the Society's founding members was Viscountess Florence Wallace Pomeroy, known as Lady Harberton. She championed what she called reformed dress, baggy pantaloons worn beneath knee-length skirts. She invented the divided skirt, and she was widely ridiculed for it. The dress reform movement had its greatest success in the reform of women's undergarments, which could be modified without exposing the wearer to public mockery. Reformers also influenced athletic clothing, the specialised garments women wore for bicycling, swimming and gymnastics, activities that would be impossible in a tightly laced corset. But everyday fashion proved resistant to change. The consumptive ideal was too deeply embedded in the culture. To reject it was to reject beauty itself, and few women were willing to make that sacrifice. Florence Nightingale, herself treated for what may have been tuberculosis, and famous for her practical approach to health, wrote extensively about the damage that fashionable dress did to women. Yet even she, when photographed for official portraits, wore conventional dress with a corseted waist. The pressure to conform was overwhelming. If the corset shaped the body, cosmetics shaped the face. The consumptive complexion was very specific. Pale skin with flushed cheeks and red lips. This combination, pallor plus flush, was the distinctive signature of tuberculosis fever, and women who didn't have tuberculosis wanted it anyway. The challenge was that respectable women weren't supposed to use obvious cosmetics. Makeup was associated with actresses and prostitutes, women of dubious morality who needed to attract attention. A proper lady was supposed to be naturally beautiful. So Victorian cosmetics were designed to be invisible. They weren't meant to look like makeup. They were meant to look like disease. Women whitened their skin using a variety of methods, many of them dangerous. The most traditional was ceruse, white lead paint, the same substance that Queen Elizabeth I had famously worn in the 16th century. Ceruse gave the skin a smooth, porcelain appearance. It also caused lead poisoning, with symptoms including hair loss, rotting teeth, skin lesions, and eventually death. Others used zinc oxide or rice powder, which were less toxic but also less effective. Some washed their faces with ammonia solutions, which bleached the skin over time but caused chemical burns. Some drank vinegar, believing it would lighten their complexion from within. And then there was arsenic. Rose's arsenic complexion wafers and similar products like Dr. James P. Campbell's safe arsenic complexion wafers were sold openly throughout the Victorian era. They were little white tablets containing small amounts of arsenic trioxide, small enough not to kill immediately, but enough to produce visible effects on the skin. The advertisements promised a deliciously clear complexion. They claimed the wafers were absolutely harmless, perfectly safe, used by thousands. This was, of course, a lie. But the lie had a kernel of truth that made it believable. In 1851, a Swiss physician named Johann Jakob von Tschudi published a remarkable account of the peasants of Styria, a mountainous region of what is now Austria. These peasants, he reported, regularly ate arsenic, and not only survived but thrived. The Styrian arsenic eaters, known as toxicophagi, had been consuming the poison for centuries. They obtained it from local mines and springs. They began with tiny amounts, a piece the size of a lentil, and gradually increased their doses over time. Some reportedly consumed what would normally be lethal quantities with no apparent ill effects. The reasons they gave were twofold. First, they believed arsenic improved their appearance, giving them clear skin and robust figures. Second, they claimed it helped them breathe more easily in the thin mountain air. The medical world was fascinated. Scottish physician Craig MacLagan travelled to Styria in 1864 to investigate. He watched two arsenic eaters consume doses that should have killed them. Neither showed any ill effects the following day. How was this possible? The answer seems to be a combination of factors. The arsenic the Styrians consumed was in a relatively coarse form that was poorly absorbed by the digestive system. Their bodies developed some degree of tolerance through gradual exposure, and their gut microbiomes may have evolved mechanisms to detoxify the poison. But the cosmetics industry didn't care about the science. They cared about the marketing. Reports of the clear and blooming complexions of Styrian peasant women became selling points for arsenic beauty products across Europe and America. If Austrian peasants could eat arsenic and glow with health, surely refined English ladies could do the same. They couldn't. The arsenic wafers sold in pharmacies were not the same as the arsenic consumed in Styria. The doses were different, the delivery method was different, and the consumers had none of the gradual tolerance that the Styrians had built up over generations. Long-term arsenic consumption caused hair loss, it caused kidney damage, it caused nerve damage, producing numbness and tingling in the extremities. It caused distinctive skin growths called arsenical keratoses. Users developed a tolerance, requiring ever-increasing doses to achieve the same effect. Those who survived long enough developed a greenish pallor, not the translucent white they sought, but the unmistakable colour of arsenic poisoning. And yet women kept buying them. The desire for consumptive beauty was strong enough to justify the risk. Some women died. We don't know how many. Victorian death certificates rarely listed arsenic poisoning from cosmetics as a cause of death. The shame would have been too great. But the medical literature of the era contains enough case studies to suggest that arsenic wafer deaths were not uncommon. The consumptive look required more than pale skin and flushed cheeks. It required bright, luminous eyes, the feverish shine that marked the tubercular patient. For this, Victorian women turned to belladonna. Belladonna, from the Italian for beautiful lady, is another name for deadly nightshade, one of the most poisonous plants in the Western world. Its berries can kill a child who eats them. Its name, according to legend, comes from its use by Italian women to dilate their pupils, making their eyes appear larger and more alluring. Victorian women continued this tradition. Belladonna drops, applied directly to the eyes, caused the pupils to expand dramatically. The effect mimicked the wide-eyed look of fever, or of emotional arousal. It made the eyes seem darker, deeper, more mysterious. It also caused blurred vision. It caused increased heart rate and blood pressure. It caused sensitivity to light so severe that many users could not go outdoors during the day. With prolonged use, it caused permanent damage to the iris muscles. Some users went blind. And still they used it, because bright eyes were beautiful, because consumption was beautiful, because the look of dying was the look of life. The clothing of the era completed the consumptive picture. Dresses were designed to emphasize the fragility of the wearer. Necklines dropped off the shoulders, exposing the collarbones and the pale expanse of the chest, areas where the wasting of consumption was most visible. Sleeves were wide and drooping, suggesting weakness rather than strength. Fabrics were thin and light, muslin, silk, fine cotton, even in cold weather. The effect was ethereal. A fashionable woman looked as if a strong wind might carry her away, and this was precisely the point. She was supposed to look too delicate for the rough business of life. She was supposed to look like she might faint at any moment, like she needed constant care and protection. The fainting couch became a standard piece of Victorian furniture, or rather, what we now call a fainting couch did. The Victorians themselves called them daybeds, but whatever the name, they served a practical purpose, providing a place for corseted, malnourished, arsenic-poisoned women to collapse when their bodies could no longer sustain the demands placed upon them. Some critics of the era made the connection between fashion and illness explicit. The woman of fashion displays her skeleton at her assemblies and crushes herself to death in the ballroom, wrote one observer. Another noted that fashionable woman and consumptive woman have become almost synonymous terms. The irony was not lost on everyone, but knowing that fashion was killing women did not stop women from following fashion. The social costs of nonconformity were simply too high. Perhaps no one embodied the consumptive ideal more completely than Marie du Plessis. She was born Alphonsine Rose Plessis in 1824 in a small village in Normandy. Her childhood was brutal. Her father was violent, her mother fled, and at the age of 14 her father sold her to a 70-year-old man who took her to Paris. There, in the capital, she remade herself. She changed her name to Marie du Plessis. She learned to read, to write, to dress, to carry herself with the elegance of a noble woman. By the time she was 16, she had discovered that wealthy men would pay handsomely for her company. She became a courtesan, one of the most celebrated in Paris. Marie du Plessis was, by all accounts, extraordinarily beautiful. Contemporary descriptions emphasize her pale, delicate features, her slender figure, her dark hair and her remarkable eyes. She dressed always in white, and she carried white camellias. partly because their lack of scent would not aggravate her condition. For Marie Duplessis had tuberculosis. She knew it, everyone knew it, and somehow it only added to her allure. Among her many admirers was a young writer named Alexandre Dumas Fils, the son of the author of The Three Musketeers. He was 20 years old when they met in September 1844. Their affair lasted less than a year, but it would make them both immortal. Marie Duplessis grew increasingly ill. She knew she was dying, and she seemed determined to outrace death. She gambled excessively. She spent more money than ever. She took new lovers, including, reportedly, the composer Franz Liszt, who wished to live with her. She died on February 3rd, 1847. She was 23 years old. Alexandre Dumas Fils was devastated. Within months of her death, he sat down to write. In 8 days, he completed a novel. He called it La Dame aux Camélias, the Lady of the Camellias. The heroine, Marguerite Gautier, was Marie Duplessis in all but name, a beautiful courtesan dying of consumption who sacrifices everything for love. The novel was published in 1848 and became an immediate sensation. Dumas adapted it into a play in 1852. The play inspired Giuseppe Verdi's opera La Traviata in 1853. Later, it would inspire countless films, including the famous 1936 production starring Greta Garbo as Camille. One woman's death from tuberculosis became one of the most retold stories in Western culture. And the story always made the same point. The consumptive woman was not merely pitiable, she was beautiful, she was romantic. She was, in her dying, somehow elevated above ordinary mortality. Marie Duplessis was buried in Montmartre Cemetery. Alexandre Dumas Fils is buried there too, about 100 meters away. They remain together in death, as they briefly were in life. In 1850, a young woman named Elizabeth Eleanor Siddal was discovered working in a millinery shop in London. The artist Walter Deverell described her as magnificently tall, with a lovely figure and a face of the most delicate and finished modelling. She has grey eyes, and her hair is like dazzling copper and shimmers with lustre. She became a model for the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, a group of English artists who sought to revive the detail and intensity of early Renaissance painting. She was Ophelia drowning in the famous Millet painting, floating in a river with flowers scattered around her. She was the Virgin Mary, Beatrice, countless romantic heroines. She was also, by most accounts, consumptive. Whether Elizabeth Siddal actually had tuberculosis has been debated by historians. Some suggest she had an intestinal disorder. Others point to her addiction to laudanum, opium dissolved in alcohol, which she took to relieve chronic pain. The author Bill Bryson has suggested she may have suffered from arsenic poisoning, noting that she was a devoted swallower of Fowler's solution, an arsenic-based complexion improver. Whatever the precise cause, she was perpetually ill, and this illness became central to her appeal. Dante Gabriel Rossetti, the leader of the Pre-Raphaelites, made her his muse and then his wife. He painted her obsessively, as Beatrice, as various saints and angels, as the embodiment of ethereal beauty. Her pale skin, her thin frame, her perpetually melancholy expression were exactly what the consumptive ideal demanded. In 1862, Elizabeth Siddal died of a laudanum overdose. She was 32 years old. Her husband found her unconscious in their bed. 4 doctors could not save her. The coroner ruled it accidental. But there are suggestions that Rossetti found a suicide note, which his friend Ford Madox Brown told him to burn. Overcome with grief and guilt, Rossetti placed a handwritten book of his unpublished poems in her coffin. 7 years later, he had her exhumed to retrieve them. His most famous painting of her, Beata Beatrix, was completed after her death. It shows her in a trance-like state, her head tilted back, her eyes closed, her face otherworldly in its pallor. A dove carries an opium poppy in its beak, a reference to the drug that killed her. The painting is usually described as beautiful. It is also a monument to the consumptive ideal, to the belief that there is something transcendent, something artistic, in the death of a beautiful woman. The consumptive ideal did not merely shape fashion and art, it shaped the stories the Victorians told themselves. Literature of the era is filled with consumptive heroines, pale, fragile women who die beautifully while those around them weep. These characters served multiple purposes. They allowed authors to explore mortality, they provided opportunities for pathos and sentiment, and they embodied the feminine ideal of the age. Charlotte Brontë knew consumption intimately. She had lost her older sisters, Maria and Elizabeth, to the disease in childhood. Her brother Branwell would die of it in 1848, and within months of Branwell's death, tuberculosis would claim both Emily and Anne. This family tragedy runs through Charlotte's fiction. In Jane Eyre, published in 1847, the character of Helen Burns, the saintly schoolgirl who befriends Jane at Lowood, dies of consumption. Helen faces death with perfect serenity, her faith unshaken, her character unblemished. She is too good for the world, and consumption carries her gently away. What Charlotte never told her readers was that Helen Burns was real. She was based on Maria Brontë, Charlotte's own sister, who died of tuberculosis at the age of 11. The fictional death that moved so many Victorian readers was a memorial to an actual child, actually dead, her suffering transformed into something that could be admired on the page. Emily Brontë, in Wuthering Heights, takes a darker approach. Tuberculosis stalks the novel, claiming Frances Hindley and threatening others. The disease is not romanticised in Wuthering Heights. It is present as a grim reality, part of the harsh world Emily depicts. But even Emily could not escape the consumptive aesthetic entirely. Catherine Earnshaw, in her final illness, becomes increasingly pale and ethereal, her beauty intensified by her suffering. Emily herself would die of consumption just a year after Wuthering Heights was published. She refused to see a doctor. She refused to take medicine. Charlotte watched helplessly as her sister declined, writing anguished letters about Emily's hard, short conflict with the disease. On the morning of December 19th, 1848, Emily's condition worsened. With her last audible words, she said to Charlotte, "If you will send for a doctor, I will see him now." But it was too late. She died that same afternoon. She was 30 years old. Anne Brontë died of tuberculosis 5 months later in Scarborough, where she had travelled hoping that sea air might save her. She was 29. The Brontë sisters, all three of them, wrote about consumption because consumption was their family attendant, as the historians have called it. The disease that killed them also shaped their art, and their art in turn shaped how generations of readers thought about dying young. The cult of consumptive beauty was in the end a cult of suffering. The Victorians were not unique in finding meaning in suffering. Most cultures do in one way or another, but they developed a particularly elaborate aesthetic around female suffering. The beautiful woman was the suffering woman. The admirable woman was the woman who bore her suffering gracefully. Consumption fit this template perfectly. The consumptive woman suffered beautifully. She wasted away without complaint. She maintained her sweetness and her grace even as her body failed. She was patient, uncomplaining, spiritually prepared for death. She was, in short, the ideal Victorian woman, taken to its logical extreme. The imagery of the era reflected this. Paintings showed consumptive women as almost angelic figures, their illness visible but somehow ennobling. Literature celebrated the consumptive heroine who died young, her beauty preserved in memory forever. The message was clear. Women were most beautiful when they were dying. Female beauty was inseparable from female vulnerability, from female suffering, from the female body in decline. This was not a healthy ideal, but it was, for several generations, the dominant one. The consumptive ideal was fundamentally a matter of class. The physical markers of tuberculosis, thinness, pallor, fragility, happened to align perfectly with the physical markers of upper-class status. A thin woman didn't work in the fields or the factories. A pale woman didn't labour in the sun. A fragile woman had servants to do the heavy lifting. Working-class women, by contrast, displayed the opposite characteristics. They were strong from physical labour. They were tanned from outdoor work. They had the calloused hands and muscular arms of people who earned their living with their bodies. These characteristics, strength, tan visible musculature, were considered ugly, not because they were inherently unattractive, but because they marked their possessor as common. Beauty, in Victorian terms, was inseparable from class. And so the consumptive ideal served a double purpose. It defined beauty in terms that excluded the working class, and it encouraged upper-class women to embrace their own fragility, to see their weakness as a virtue rather than a problem. The iconography of the era is striking. The fashionable woman reclines on her couch, too weak to stand. The fashionable woman is carried in her sedan chair, too delicate to walk. The fashionable woman swoons in her lover's arms, overcome by emotion that her frail body cannot contain. These images were romantic. They were also images of incapacity, of women who could not function independently, who required constant male support. The consumptive ideal was, in this sense, an ideal of dependence. Before we speak of how the Victorians died beautifully, we must understand how they mourned. The 19th century has been called the cult of death, and not without reason. Queen Victoria herself set the tone. After Prince Albert died in 861, she wore black for the remaining 40 years of her life. She surrounded herself with his possessions, his photographs, locks of his hair. She made mourning into an art form, and her subjects followed her example. Victorians bought and sold clothing specifically for mourning: black crepe dresses, jet jewellery, mourning stationery with thick black borders. There were rules about how long to mourn, what to wear in each stage of grief, when colours could gradually return. The commercialisation of death became a major industry. And then there were the photographs. Post-mortem photography, the practice of photographing the dead, became widespread in the Victorian era. When the daguerreotype made portraiture affordable in the 1840s, families who had never been able to commission painted portraits could suddenly preserve the images of their loved ones, including their dead loved ones. The practice was especially common for children. Infant mortality was devastating. Perhaps 1 in 3 children died before their 5th birthday. For many families, a post-mortem photograph was the only image they would ever have of their child. The photographers went to great lengths to make the dead appear alive. They posed corpses in lifelike positions, seated in chairs, propped up with hidden supports, surrounded by living family members. They painted rosy colour onto pale cheeks. Some even painted open eyes onto the finished photograph, or opened the eyes of the deceased and held them in place. The goal was not to document death, but to deny it, to create an image that captured the person as they had been, or as they were imagined to have been. The consumptive, with their pale skin and peaceful expressions, were particularly well suited to this kind of memorialization. They looked, in death, very much as they had looked in their final days. This intimacy with death, this willingness to sit with the dead, to photograph them, to keep locks of their hair in jewellery, to surround oneself with memento mori, shaped how the Victorians thought about dying. Death was not hidden away in hospitals and funeral homes. It happened at home, surrounded by family. It was witnessed, mourned, and commemorated in elaborate rituals. And consumption, more than any other disease, fit the Victorian ideal of the good death. The appeal of consumption went beyond appearance. It extended to death itself. Tuberculosis was, in the romantic imagination, the good death. Not quick and violent like accident or murder, not ugly and degrading like cholera or typhus. Consumption was slow, gradual, almost gentle, a fading rather than an ending. The consumptive patient had time to prepare, time to say goodbye to loved ones, to put affairs in order, to make peace with God. The disease typically ran its course over months or years, allowing for an extended period of invalid existence, a kind of living death during which the patient became increasingly ethereal, increasingly detached from worldly concerns. Contemporary accounts of consumptive deaths emphasized their beauty. The dying were said to become more spiritually aware, more creative, more loving in their final months. They experienced moments of unusual clarity and insight. Their appearance, though marked by illness, remained attractive, pale and wasted, but somehow pure, as if the flesh were burning away to reveal the soul beneath. The moment of death itself was described in almost ecstatic terms. "She looked beautiful beyond anything I had ever seen," wrote one observer of a consumptive death. "There was a brightness about her that I cannot describe, as if her spirit was already shining through her skin." Another described a look of perfect peace that came over the dying face. These accounts were probably exaggerated or invented. The reality of tuberculosis death, the hemorrhages, the fevers, the agonizing cough, was far uglier than the romantic imagination wanted to admit, but the myth was powerful enough to reshape how people thought about dying. Consumption became the death that everyone wanted, if they had to die at all. It was respectable, even glamorous. It carried none of the shame associated with venereal disease, none of the horror associated with cancer. To die of consumption was to die, interestingly. Byron's quip about wanting to die of consumption because the ladies would find it interesting was more than a joke. It reflected a genuine cultural attitude, that certain kinds of death were desirable, that certain kinds of suffering were romantic. On March 24, 1882, Robert Koch addressed the Berlin Physiological Society with news that would change how humanity understood tuberculosis, and eventually, how it understood beauty. Koch was a country doctor turned bacteriologist, obsessed with proving that infectious diseases were caused by specific microorganisms. He had already identified the bacteria that caused anthrax. Now he announced that he had isolated Mycobacterium tuberculosis, the bacterium responsible for consumption. The implications were revolutionary. If tuberculosis was caused by a bacterium, then it was not inherited, not constitutional, not a sign of spiritual refinement or artistic temperament. It was an infection. You caught it from other people. The romantic mythology that had surrounded the disease for a century was, in scientific terms, nonsense. And crucially, if tuberculosis was contagious, then consumptives were not ethereal spirits touched by beauty. They were sources of infection. They were dangerous. Koch would go on to win the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1905 for his tuberculosis research. March 24th is still commemorated as World Tuberculosis Day, but the immediate effect of his discovery was to begin dismantling the romantic mythology that had made consumption beautiful. The cultural shift did not happen overnight. Mythologies die hard, especially when they serve powerful social functions. But gradually, over the decades following Koch's discovery, the romantic attitude toward consumption gave way to something more fearful. The consumptive was no longer admired. They were avoided. The consumptive sick room was no longer a sacred space. It was a site of contagion that needed to be sanitized. Public health campaigns emphasized the dangers of tuberculosis. Spitting, a major vector of transmission, was banned in public spaces. Cities installed spittoons and posted signs warning of the dangers of expectorating on sidewalks. Consumptives were increasingly isolated in sanatoriums, away from the general population. The intimate deathbed scenes celebrated by romantic literature became medical hazards. And the beauty standards began to shift. If pallor was the mark of disease, then health required colour. If thinness was the mark of wasting, then health required flesh. If the corseted, fragile, fainting woman was the tuberculosis ideal, then the new ideal would be different. Not immediately, not completely. Beauty standards don't change overnight, but the seeds were planted in the 1880s and 1890s. By the early 20th century, the consumptive look had lost much of its appeal. Koch's discovery led to the rise of a new institution, the sanatorium. If tuberculosis was contagious, then consumptives needed to be isolated. If fresh air and rest helped recovery, then special facilities were needed to provide them. Beginning in the 1850s, sanatoriums began appearing across Europe and America, medical retreats where tuberculosis patients could take the cure. The first was established in 1854 by Hermann Bremer, a German doctor who believed he had cured himself of tuberculosis during an expedition to the Himalayas. He founded a treatment facility at Gerbersdorf in the mountains of Silesia, where patients breathed cold mountain air and rested for months at a time. But it was in Switzerland, in a small alpine town called Davos, that the sanatorium culture reached its fullest expression. Davos sits high in the Swiss Alps, at nearly 5,000 feet. In the 1860s, a physician named Alexander Spengler began promoting it as a treatment destination for tuberculosis. The theory was that the thin mountain air, the sunshine and the cold would somehow heal damaged lungs. Within decades, Davos had transformed from a remote farming village into an international health resort. By 1940, Davos had around 40 medical institutions. The town's architecture was distinctive. Hotels and sanatoriums with long, wide balconies covering their fronts. On these balconies, patients lay for hours, wrapped in blankets, breathing the alpine air, watching the mountains, waiting to heal or waiting to die. The daily routine was rigorous. Patients followed strict schedules, prescribed mealtimes, prescribed rest periods, prescribed moderate exercise. The diet was rich: milk, eggs, butter, designed to counteract the wasting effects of the disease. Some patients stayed for months, some stayed for years, some never left. The sanatorium became its own kind of world, with its own social hierarchy, its own rituals, its own strange beauty. In 1912, the German writer Thomas Mann visited his wife Katja at a sanatorium in Davos. She was there being treated for a lung infection. Mann spent 3 weeks at her bedside, breathing the alpine air, observing the peculiar atmosphere of the place. He caught a cold during his visit. A local doctor examined him and discovered what he called a moist spot on Mann's lung. The doctor suggested he stay for 3 months to take the cure as a precaution. Mann declined, but he remembered. Over the next 12 years, he transformed his experience into one of the great novels of the 20th century, Der Zauberberg, The Magic Mountain. The novel follows Hans Castorp, a young German engineer who visits his cousin at a sanatorium in the Swiss Alps. He plans to stay for 3 weeks. He stays for 7 years. The sanatorium in Mann's novel is a place where time moves differently, where the outside world fades into irrelevance, where patients become absorbed in the seductions of disease, introspection, and death. The tuberculosis patients form a self-described half-lung club, united by their illness, defined by their proximity to death. Mann described the atmosphere as a mixture of death and amusement. The sanatorium was elegant, luxurious even. Patients dressed for dinner, they had love affairs, they debated philosophy and politics, all while the disease slowly consumed them. The Magic Mountain is not a celebration of consumptive chic. It is a critique of it, a diagnosis of European society as morally decadent. Davos becomes a symbol, Mann said, of concentrated physical decay. But the novel also captures something true about the sanatorium era, the strange beauty that people found in their own illness, the way that proximity to death intensified experience, the seductiveness of a world where nothing was expected of you except to rest and, perhaps, to recover. The sanatorium was the last gasp of consumptive chic, romantic mythology, adapted for the age of scientific medicine. One of the curious consequences of Koch's discovery was a revolution in attitudes towards sunlight. Victorian beauty standards had prized pallor above almost everything else. Pale skin was the mark of the lady who didn't labour outdoors. It was also, as we've seen, one of the markers of tuberculosis. To be pale was to be both wealthy and romantically consumptive. But in the late 19th century, doctors began prescribing sunlight as a treatment for tuberculosis. In 1893, Danish physician Niels Ryberg Finsen discovered that light had therapeutic properties. He noticed that his own chronic illness improved with sun exposure. He developed an ultraviolet treatment for lupus vulgaris, a form of skin tuberculosis, that met with remarkable success. In 1903, he won the Nobel Prize for his work. The treatment had 2 branches: heliotherapy, using natural sunlight, and phototherapy, using artificial light. In 1903, Swiss physician Auguste Rollier opened a tuberculosis clinic at Liesen, in the Swiss Alps, that used sunbathing as a primary treatment. Patients lay on terraces for hours, building up their sun exposure gradually, turning brown under the mountain sun. And it worked, to some extent. Sunlight does have antibacterial properties. More importantly, sun exposure increases vitamin D production, which supports immune function. Tuberculosis patients who lay in the sun often improved. The implications for beauty were significant. If sunlight cured tuberculosis, then tanned skin was healthy skin. If pale skin was the mark of the consumptive, then perhaps it should be avoided. The equation between pallor and beauty, which had held for centuries, began to weaken. The transformation of tanning from mark of labour to mark of leisure was not instant, but it was thorough. Part of the change was economic. The Industrial Revolution had moved the working class indoors. Factory workers, not field workers, now formed the majority of the labour force. They were pale from lack of sunlight, exhausted from long hours in poorly ventilated spaces. The association between pallor and labour had weakened. Meanwhile, the wealthy were discovering leisure. They had time and money to travel, to the French Riviera, to Mediterranean beaches, to places where the sun shone and the air was clean. A tan became a sign that you could afford a vacation. By the 1920s, the shift was complete. The transformation is often credited to Coco Chanel. In 1923, the story goes, she returned from a Mediterranean cruise on the Duke of Westminster's yacht with an accidental suntan. Photographs of her disembarking at Cannes, her skin glowing brown, circulated widely. If Chanel, the most fashionable woman in the world, was tanned, then surely tanning was fashionable. How much Chanel actually influenced the trend is debatable. But by 1928, the tide had clearly turned. Magazines that had once urged women to protect their skin from the sun now featured articles on how to get the best tan. In 1927, French designer Jean Patou launched the first commercial suntan oil. In 1929, Chanel herself declared, "The 1929 girl must be tanned." The consumptive ideal of pallor had lasted for over a century. It ended in less than a decade. If the preference for pallor faded in the 20th century, the preference for thinness proved more durable. The consumptive ideal had celebrated extreme thinness. The wasted body of the dying patient translated into the corseted waist of the fashionable woman. And while corsets eventually gave way to other garments, the ideal of the thin female body persisted. The flappers of the 1920s were thin, deliberately boyish, with flattened chests and narrow hips. Some women bound their breasts with bandages to achieve the flat-chested silhouette that fashion demanded. The curves of the Victorian era were suddenly unfashionable. Thinness was modern. The models of the 1960s were thin. Twiggy, the most famous model of the decade, was famously underweight, her angular frame the opposite of the curves that had briefly been fashionable in the 1950s. Born Leslie Hornby, she adopted the nickname Twiggy because of her stick-thin limbs. At the height of her fame, she weighed 91 pounds. She was 16 years old. Twiggy's look was described as childlike, waif-like, ethereal. The language was almost identical to the language used to describe consumptive beauty a century earlier. The template had barely changed. The models of the 1980s were taller but still thin. The supermodels of the early 1990s were athletic but lean, and beneath the surface, eating disorders reached epidemic proportions. The clinical diagnoses, anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, became household terms. Karen Carpenter, one of the most successful pop stars of the 1970s, died in 1983 from heart failure caused by anorexia. She was 32 years old. Her death brought eating disorders into public conversation for the first time. Studies conducted in the 1990s found that eating disorders had increased tenfold since the 1950s. Young women were starving themselves, purging, exercising compulsively, all in pursuit of an ideal that had its roots in the consumptive aesthetic of the 19th century. The mechanisms had changed. Women no longer ate arsenic wafers or wore corsets so tight they damaged their organs. But the underlying message was the same. The natural female body was too large, too fleshy, too alive. It needed to be diminished, wasted, made to look like something dying. And then, in the mid-1990s, something shifted again. The sanatorium era ended not with a cultural shift, but with a scientific breakthrough. In 1944, researchers at Rutgers University, led by Selman Waxman, discovered streptomycin, the first antibiotic effective against tuberculosis. For the first time in human history, the disease could be cured. Not managed, not slowed, but actually cured. The impact was revolutionary. Within a decade, tuberculosis mortality in wealthy countries plummeted. Sanatoriums that had been filled for decades began to empty. By the 1960s, most had closed. The great sanatoria of Davos were converted into luxury hotels or conference centres. Today, Davos is known not for tuberculosis, but for the World Economic Forum. Every January, the most powerful people on Earth gather in those same buildings where, a century ago, patients lay dying on open-air porches. The balconies are still there. The views are still beautiful, but the dying has moved elsewhere. Tuberculosis still kills over 1 million people each year, but almost entirely in the developing world, where antibiotics remain inaccessible and public health infrastructure is weak. In wealthy countries, consumption has become a historical curiosity, a disease of the past. But the beauty standards it shaped have proved far more durable than the disease itself. In the early 1990s, a new fashion aesthetic emerged. It was called heroin chic. The characteristics were familiar: pale skin, extremely thin bodies, dark circles under the eyes, an overall appearance of physical decline. The look was popularised by photographers like Corinne Day and David Sorrenti, and by models like Kate Moss, who rose to fame through her collaboration with Calvin Klein. The name heroin chic was not metaphorical. The look was explicitly associated with heroin use. The wan pallor, the sunken eyes, the emaciated frame, these were the physical markers of addiction, and for a few years in the mid-1990s they were the height of fashion. Kate Moss was discovered at age 14 at JFK Airport in New York. Within a few years she had become one of the most photographed women in the world. Her look, thin to the point of emaciation, with prominent cheekbones and a hollow, waifish appearance, defined the decade. She was called the anti-supermodel, a rebuke to the athletic glamour of Cindy Crawford and Naomi Campbell. The 1993 Calvin Klein campaign that made Moss famous featured her looking pale, vulnerable, and almost childlike. The photographs were stark, unglamorous, in a way that was itself a new kind of glamour. Critics called them porno chic and heroin chic. Both labels stuck. The aesthetic spread through fashion magazines, through advertising, through the grunge music scene of Seattle. Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love, both struggling with heroin addiction, became icons of the look. Glamour and self-destruction merged into a single aesthetic. The parallel to consumptive chic was obvious, and commentators drew it immediately. Once again, a deadly condition was being aestheticized. Once again, the physical markers of decline and death were being presented as beautiful. Once again, women were being encouraged to see their own wasting as desirable. The backlash, when it came, was fierce. In 1997, photographer David Sorrenti, one of the architects of the heroin chic aesthetic, died of a heroin overdose at age 20. President Bill Clinton condemned the fashion industry for glorifying death. He said, "This is not about art, it's about life and death, and glorifying death is not good for any society." The industry retreated, at least publicly. Heroin chic as an explicit aesthetic faded, but the underlying preference for extreme thinness persisted. What does it mean that we keep returning to the aesthetics of death? Consumptive chic and heroin chic are the most explicit examples, but they are not the only ones. Throughout history, beauty standards have repeatedly incorporated elements of illness, vulnerability, and decline. In the Renaissance, belladonna drops were used to create the wide-eyed look that we now associate with consumptive fever. In 18th century France, elaborate powdering gave aristocrats the ghostly pallor of the dying. In the 2010s, corpse bride makeup became a trend on social media. There seems to be something in us that finds beauty in suffering. or at least something in our culture that teaches us to find it there. The reasons are complex and probably not fully knowable. Part of it may be biological. The features associated with illness, thinness, pallor, large eyes, sometimes overlap with features associated with youth or femininity. Part of it may be cultural. In societies where women are valued primarily for their vulnerability and dependence, signs of weakness become signs of desirability. And part of it may be a kind of memento mori, a reminder of death that makes beauty more poignant. The beautiful consumptive was beautiful, partly because she was dying. Her beauty would not last. It could be appreciated now in this fleeting moment, but it was destined for the grave. There is something in human psychology that finds transience poignant, that values things more when they're passing away. The consumptive ideal was specifically a female ideal. Men died of tuberculosis too, in enormous numbers. Keats, Chopin, Branwell Bronte, Robert Louis Stevenson, Anton Chekhov. But male consumptives were romanticised differently. The male consumptive was interesting rather than beautiful. He was tragic rather than fragile. His wasting was the destruction of potential, not the perfection of form. When Byron said he wanted to die of consumption because the ladies would find it interesting, he was using the word interesting advisedly. He didn't expect them to find him beautiful. For women, the equation was different. Female beauty was specifically tied to the appearance of illness. Women were expected to look like they were dying, to cultivate the pale skin and thin body and flushed cheeks that marked the consumptive. And this expectation persisted long after the Romantic era. The fainting woman, the thin woman, the pale woman. These remain powerful images in our culture, even if we no longer consciously connect them to tuberculosis. The ideal female body is still, in many contexts, a body that appears fragile, vulnerable, perhaps slightly unwell. Consumptive chic may have ended, but its shadow stretches into the present. The corset, that engine of consumptive fashion, never entirely disappeared. Time bends wanes. It evolved. In the early 20th century it transformed into the girdle, less rigid but still designed to compress the female body into artificial shapes. In the 1950s, foundation garments returned with a vengeance, squeezing waists and lifting busts into the idealized hourglass. The waist trainer, essentially a modern corset, has been promoted by celebrities and influencers well into the 2020s. The underlying message remained constant. The natural female body was not good enough. It needed to be reshaped, compressed, artificially narrowed. The ideal waist was always smaller than the actual waist. The ideal shape was always different from the natural shape. The connection to consumptive chic may be forgotten, but the practice continues. The 20th and 21st centuries have oscillated between celebrating tanned skin and celebrating pale skin, depending on decade and subculture. But the thin ideal has remained remarkably constant. Marilyn Monroe, often cited as proof that earlier eras preferred curvier women, wore a size 12, which in modern sizing would be closer to a size 6 or 8. She was slim by any reasonable standard, and she was replaced in cultural prominence by Twiggy, by Cher, by the supermodels of the 1980s, by Kate Moss, by the endless parade of thin models and actresses who have defined beauty standards for the past half-century and more. The average fashion model today has a body mass index that would qualify as underweight by medical standards. The average actress is significantly thinner than the average woman. The images that saturate our visual culture, in advertising, in film, in social media, overwhelmingly feature thin bodies. We do not call this consumptive chic. We do not consciously connect it to tuberculosis. But the preference for thinness that originated in the Romantic era's worship of the wasting body has never really gone away. In the age of social media, the consumptive aesthetic has found new expression. Consider the filters that are most popular on platforms like Instagram and TikTok. Many of them brighten the eyes, many of them pale the skin, many of them slim the face and narrow the nose. They create a look that is, whether by conscious intention or cultural inheritance, strikingly similar to the consumptive ideal. The doe eyes filter gives users the wide, luminous eyes of the tubercular fever patient. The porcelain skin filter gives them the translucent pallor of the anemic. The slim face filter gives them the wasted appearance of the consumptive in decline. These filters are enormously popular. Billions of photos are enhanced with them every year. Young women, primarily young women, are learning to see their unfiltered faces as flawed, their natural colouring as too dark, their natural shape as too full. The phenomenon has a name now: Instagram face. It describes the standardised look that emerges from heavy filter use. The same narrow nose, the same large eyes, the same porcelain skin, across millions of different faces. Individual features are smoothed away. What remains is a template. The template looks remarkably like a Victorian fashion plate. Psychologists have documented the impact. Young people who spend more time on social media report higher rates of body dissatisfaction, anxiety, and depression. The constant exposure to filtered, idealized images creates what researchers call social comparison, the tendency to evaluate oneself against others and to come up short. But this is not merely a problem of individual psychology, it is a problem of cultural inheritance. The filters that distort our images are built on beauty standards that stretch back centuries, standards that were shaped by tuberculosis, by romantic mythology, by the strange belief that dying was beautiful. We are, in a sense, applying arsenic wafers digitally. The women who ate actual arsenic wafers in the 19th century were not foolish. They were responding rationally to the pressures of their culture, pressures that told them their natural appearance was unacceptable, that they needed to transform themselves to be worthy of love and attention. The young women using filters today are responding to the same pressures. The delivery system has changed. The underlying demand has not. On some corners of the internet, the connection to illness has become explicit again. The sick girl aesthetic, or sad girl aesthetic, has emerged as a recognised style. It features, among other things, pale skin, prominent dark circles, thin bodies, a general appearance of illness or fatigue. The look is deliberately unhealthy. That's the point. On platforms like Tumblr and TikTok, images circulate that could have been lifted directly from 19th century fashion plates. Young women pose in white nightgowns, their collarbones prominent, their eyes shadowed. They describe themselves as delicate, fragile, ethereal. The hashtags include words like waif and consumptive. Some of these posts are ironic, some are expressions of genuine distress. Young people struggling with chronic illness, depression or eating disorders, finding community in shared aesthetics of suffering. The line between celebration and critique is often unclear. But whatever the intent, the effect is the same. Images of illness are presented as beautiful. Suffering is aestheticized. The consumptive ideal, which seemed to have died with the tuberculosis, sanatoriums, has returned in digital form. The proponents of this aesthetic are not unaware of its problems. Many discuss it ironically, or as a form of solidarity among people who actually struggle with chronic illness. Some frame it as reclamation, taking ownership of an identity that society has stigmatized. But the underlying message, that there is something beautiful about looking sick, echoes directly from the 19th century. Lord Byron would recognise it immediately. There are darker corners still. The pro-ana movement, short for pro-anorexia, emerged in the early 2000s on message boards and blogs. Its adherents treated anorexia not as a disease to be cured, but as a lifestyle to be embraced. They shared tips for extreme weight loss, posted thin-spiration images of emaciated bodies, and encouraged each other to reject treatment. The aesthetic language of pro-ana communities drew explicitly on the consumptive ideal. Members aspired to look ethereal, delicate, like a ghost. They posted images of Victorian fashion, of Ophelia drowning, pale women in white dresses. The connection to tuberculosis was sometimes explicit. One popular quote attributed beauty to the look of consumption. Social media platforms have spent years trying to suppress pro-ana content. Instagram bans certain hashtags. TikTok removes videos that promote eating disorders. But the communities persist, adapting to new platforms and new vocabularies. The young women in these communities are not stupid. They are not ignorant of the dangers. They know, intellectually, that what they are doing is harmful, but they are caught in a cultural trap, a trap that was set in the 19th century and has never been fully sprung. They have inherited a beauty standard that equates thinness with worthiness, pallor with refinement, fragility with femininity. They have been told, in 1,000 subtle and not-so-subtle ways, that their natural bodies are unacceptable, and they have responded by trying to become something else, something ethereal, something consumptive, something dying. This is what consumptive chic looks like in the 21st century. It's worth pausing to consider what consumptive chic cost us. Generations of women poisoned themselves with arsenic and lead in pursuit of an impossible standard. Generations of women compressed their bodies into corsets until they could barely breathe. Generations of women starved themselves, fainted from lack of oxygen, risked their health, and sometimes their lives to look like they were dying. And for what? For an aesthetic that was, at its core, an aesthetic of powerlessness. The consumptive. Woman was beautiful because she was weak. She was desirable because she was dependent. Her very appeal was built on her incapacity, her inability to walk far, to breathe deeply, to exist without constant support. This was not a coincidence. The consumptive ideal emerged at a time when women's public roles were severely restricted, when women's economic independence was almost impossible, when women's value was measured primarily by their attractiveness to men and their ability to bear children. The beauty standard reflected the social order, and it reinforced it. A woman who was too weak to work was a woman who had to be supported. A woman who might faint at any moment was a woman who needed constant supervision. A woman who cultivated the appearance of illness was a woman who accepted her role as decorative object rather than active subject. Consumptive chic was, in this sense, a prison that women built for themselves, or rather a prison that they were taught to build, and then taught to call beautiful. And yet the prison persists, in modified form. We no longer require women to wear corsets. We no longer sell arsenic wafers in pharmacies. We no longer celebrate the consumptive death as the epitome of feminine beauty. But we still prefer thin women. We still photograph women to look pale and delicate. We still, in many contexts, value female fragility over female strength. The specific aesthetic of consumption has faded, but the underlying preferences have proved remarkably durable. Fashion models are still expected to be extremely thin enough that many of them exhibit signs of disordered eating. Actresses are still expected to maintain weights far below what is healthy. Young women are still bombarded with images that tell them their natural bodies are not good enough. And the message of those images is, At root, the message of consumptive chic, that female beauty requires suffering, that looking good means not being well, that the ideal woman is the woman whose body is in some kind of decline. What would it mean to reject this inheritance? Not to reject all beauty standards, which may be impossible, but to reject beauty standards that celebrate illness, to value health over pallor, to value strength over fragility, to see the natural variety of female bodies as beautiful rather than flawed. This is in fact what many movements have tried to do. The body positivity movement has worked to expand the definition of beauty beyond thinness. The Health at Every Size movement has challenged the equation of thinness with health. Athletes and fitness enthusiasts have promoted muscular female bodies as beautiful. These are all, in a sense, rejections of the consumptive inheritance. The results have been mixed. The cultural preference for thinness remains powerful. The images in advertising and media remain dominated by thin, often pale bodies. The filters on our phones still slim and pale the faces they transform. But awareness is growing. The connection between beauty standards and harm is increasingly recognised, and the specific history of consumptive chic, of arsenic wafers and tuberculosis corsets, offers a stark reminder of how far beauty standards can stray from health and happiness. We ate poison to look like we were dying. We might want to choose differently now. There have always been those who pushed back. The Rational Dress Society in 1881, the dress reform advocates, the doctors who warned against tight lacing and arsenic, the feminists who argued that beauty standards were tools of oppression. In the 20th century, the resistance grew stronger. The women's suffrage movement challenged the idea that women should be decorative. The women's liberation movement of the 1960s and 1970s attacked beauty standards as patriarchal constraints. The fat acceptance movement, beginning in the 1960s, pushed back specifically against the ideal of thinness. In recent decades, the body positivity movement has gained significant ground. It argues that all bodies are good bodies, that health and beauty come in many forms, that the ideal should be self-acceptance rather than self-modification. The fashion industry has made some gestures toward inclusivity. More plus-sized models appear in major campaigns. Some brands have committed to showing unretouched photographs. The average size of runway models has increased slightly from its extreme lows in the heroin chic era. But the progress is uneven. The beauty industry is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. It profits from insecurity, from the belief that we need to be different than we are. Challenging the consumptive ideal means challenging enormous economic interests. And the cultural inheritance runs deep. The images that shaped our grandmother's sense of beauty shaped our mother's sense of beauty, which shaped ours. The consumptive ideal is not just in advertisements and fashion magazines. It is in our eyes. It is in the way we reflexively evaluate bodies, our own and others, against a standard that was set in the age of tuberculosis. Breaking free requires more than good intentions. It requires a sustained cultural effort, a rejection of inherited aesthetics, a conscious choice to see differently. What might a post-consumptive beauty look like? Perhaps it would value colour over pallor, the flush of exercise, the tan of time spent outdoors, the variety of skin tones that exist naturally in human populations. Perhaps it would value strength over fragility, the muscles of someone who moves through the world actively, the posture of someone who doesn't need support to stand upright. The female athletes of the Olympics, with their powerful legs and defined shoulders, might be celebrated rather than criticised for being too muscular. Perhaps it would value variety over uniformity, recognising that beautiful bodies come in many shapes and sizes, that there is no single template for human attractiveness. Different cultures have celebrated different body types throughout history. The consumptive ideal is not a universal truth, but a particular historical moment, and moments pass. Perhaps it would value age as well as youth. The consumptive ideal was always a young ideal. The beautiful consumptive died before they could grow old. A post-consumptive beauty might find attractiveness in faces lined by experience, in bodies that have lived and worked and borne children. Perhaps, most importantly, it would decouple beauty from suffering. It would reject the idea that looking good requires harm. It would celebrate bodies that are healthy rather than bodies that appear to be dying. This would be a genuine revolution in aesthetics, a break from patterns that have persisted for centuries. It would require challenging not just individual beauty practices, but the entire framework that equates female value with female appearance. It may be too much to hope for. Beauty standards are deeply embedded in culture, reinforced by advertising and media and the accumulated preferences of generations. A single person cannot simply decide to see differently and have it be so. But cultures do change. The consumptive ideal did eventually fade. The tanned skin that once marked a labourer became, in the 20th century, a mark of leisure and health. Beauty standards that seemed eternal have, over time, given way to others. Some changes are already happening. The strong is the new skinny movement celebrates athletic bodies. The natural hair movement among black women rejects Eurocentric beauty standards. The disability rights movement challenges the assumption that beautiful bodies must be able-bodied. These are not complete solutions. Each movement has its own limitations and contradictions, but they represent genuine alternatives, different ways of thinking about bodies and beauty, different possibilities for what we might admire. What will come next is not predetermined. It depends in part on the choices we make, the images we celebrate, the bodies we admire, the stories we tell about beauty and health, and the good life. The shadow of the consumptive ideal stretches into our present, but shadows can be escaped. We can step into different light. Consumptive chic was, at its heart, a way of looking at death. To understand this, we need to understand what death meant in the 19th century. And it was not hidden away as it is today. There were no hospitals where dying could happen out of sight, no funeral homes where bodies could be prepared and displayed by professionals. Death happened at home. Families watched their loved ones die. They washed the bodies, dressed them, sat with them through the long hours of vigil. Tuberculosis was everywhere in that world. One of every 4 deaths was caused by the disease. Everyone knew someone who had died of it, a sister, a cousin, a friend, a lover. The consumptive was not an exotic figure but a familiar one. The symptoms of the disease were visible in every household. Children grew up watching their parents cough blood into handkerchiefs. Parents buried children who had wasted to shadows. The slow decline of consumption was not an abstraction but a lived reality, playing out in bedrooms and parlours across the Western world. And so the culture did what cultures often do with death. It tried to make meaning of it. If consumption was going to kill so many people, then at least those people could die beautifully. If the disease was going to waste bodies away, then at least that wasting could be seen as ethereal rather than degrading. If death was coming regardless, then at least it could come romantically. Consumptive chic was, in this sense, a massive cultural coping mechanism. It transformed the horror of a plague into something that could be admired, even aspired to. It made tuberculosis bearable by making it beautiful. This transformation was not cynical or deliberate. No one sat down and decided to aestheticize a plague. It happened gradually through 1,000 small cultural choices. The way artists painted dying figures, the way writers described consumptive characters, the way fashion responded to the physical markers of the disease. But the effect was profound. Death became glamorous. Suffering became attractive. The grave itself cast a seductive shadow. The problem with this coping mechanism was its cost. When death is beautiful, the dying are no longer pitied, they are envied. When suffering is attractive, the suffering are no longer helped, they are admired. The consumptive chic of the 19th century made it harder, not easier, to address the actual disease. If consumption was a spiritual ordeal that refined the soul, then perhaps it shouldn't be prevented. If consumptives were more creative and passionate than healthy people, then perhaps the disease served a purpose. If the consumptive death was beautiful, then perhaps it was a blessing rather than a tragedy. These attitudes were never universal. Doctors and public health advocates worked throughout the 19th century to combat tuberculosis. But the Romantic mythology made their work harder. It was difficult to mobilize public concern about a disease that the culture had decided to celebrate. When Koch proved that tuberculosis was contagious, the mythology began to crumble. But it had done its damage. For a century, the most deadly disease in the Western world had been wrapped in an aesthetic that made it seem almost desirable. We might wonder what other horrors we have learned to find beautiful. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of consumptive chic is how much of it survives. We no longer romanticize tuberculosis. The disease still kills over 1 million people each year, mostly in the developing world, but in wealthy countries it has been largely controlled. The Romantic mythology has faded. But the beauty standards that emerged from that mythology have proved far more durable. The preference for thin bodies, the valorization of pallor in some contexts, the equation of female beauty with fragility and vulnerability, the sense that suffering somehow enhances beauty. These ideas predate tuberculosis, but tuberculosis gave them a particular intensity and form. And they persist. When a young woman starves herself to achieve a weight that her body was never meant to reach, she is participating, unknowingly, in a tradition that stretches back to the consumptive ideal. When a fashion industry promotes models so thin that they require medical monitoring, it is echoing the aesthetics of the 19th century sickroom. We have forgotten the origin of these preferences. We have forgotten the arsenic wafers and the tuberculosis corsets. We have forgotten that we once literally tried to look like we were dying. But the preferences remain. They shape how we see bodies, how we judge beauty, how young women learn to see themselves. History does not repeat itself exactly, but it does rhyme. Consumptive chic gave way to heroin. Chic gave way to what? The patterns of aestheticized illness, of beauty built on suffering, of death made glamorous. These patterns recur across centuries. In the 1820s, young women aspired to look like they were dying of tuberculosis. In the 1990s, young women aspired to look like they were using heroin. In the 2020s, young women use filters that make their faces thinner, their skin paler, their eyes larger. The same features that mark the consumptive. The diseases change, the drugs change, the technologies change, but the underlying pattern persists. The belief that female beauty requires suffering, that the attractive woman is the diminished woman, that looking healthy is somehow less desirable than looking ill. Why does this pattern persist? What is it about human culture, or perhaps about patriarchal culture specifically, that keeps returning to the aesthetics of female suffering? Some theorists argue that it serves a function. A woman who looks fragile is a woman who needs protection. A woman who appears weak is not threatening. The consumptive ideal in this reading is not just about beauty. It is about control. It is about keeping women small, dependent, incapacitated. Others point to the fashion industry's economic incentives. An industry that profits from dissatisfaction has no interest in promoting self-acceptance. If women felt beautiful as they are, they would stop buying products designed to change them. Still others see something deeper, a human fascination with mortality that expresses itself through beauty. We find the dying beautiful, because we know we are dying. The consumptive woman is a mirror. She shows us our own impermanence dressed in silk and lace. Whatever the explanation, the pattern is clear, and patterns can be broken. To break the pattern requires something more than awareness. It requires a conscious choice to value health over appearance, to celebrate vitality rather than fragility, to find beauty and strength as much as delicacy. It requires, in a sense, choosing life over the aesthetics of death. This is not easy. Beauty standards are deeply embedded in culture, reinforced by advertising and media and social media, and the accumulated preferences of generations. A single person cannot simply decide to see differently and have it be so. But cultures do change. The consumptive ideal did eventually fade. The tanned skin that once marked a labourer became, in the 20th century, a mark of leisure and health. Beauty standards that seemed eternal have, over time, given way to others. The question is not whether beauty standards will change. They always do. The question is whether we'll guide that change consciously, towards standards that celebrate life rather than death. What will come next is not predetermined. It depends in part on the choices we make, the images we celebrate, the bodies we admire, the stories we tell about beauty and health and the good life. The shadow of the consumptive ideal stretches into our present, but shadows can be escaped. We can step into different light. Each of us carries the weight of aesthetic inheritance. We did not choose our beauty standards, any more than we chose our language or our religion. They were given to us, in the images we saw as children, in the comments adults made about bodies, in the heroes and heroines of the stories we were told. When we look in the mirror and feel dissatisfied with what we see, that dissatisfaction has a history. It is not natural or inevitable. It was constructed over centuries by artists and advertisers, by doctors and fashion designers, by romantic poets who found beauty in death, and Victorian mothers who fed their daughters arsenic. This does not make the feeling any less real. Cultural inheritance shapes us as profoundly as genetic inheritance. The consumptive ideal is in our bones, in the way we automatically evaluate faces and bodies against standards we did not consciously choose. But knowing the history can help. It can create distance between ourselves and our reflexive judgments. It can allow us to see our beauty standards not as truths but as artifacts, products of a particular time and place, shaped by a disease that killed millions and the mythology that grew up around it. We can look at a Victorian fashion plate and recognise it as an image of illness. We can look at a modern filter and see its ancestry in arsenic wafers and belladonna drops. And we can ask ourselves, is this what I want to inherit? Is this what I want to pass on? What does it mean to find beauty in death? The Romantics would say it reflects our deepest nature, our awareness of mortality, our longing for transcendence, our need to make meaning of the suffering that surrounds us. Perhaps they were right. Perhaps there is something in us that will always find the dying beautiful, the fragile compelling, the transient precious precisely because it is passing away. The cherry blossoms in Japan are celebrated for their brief beauty, The petals that fall after only a few days, the transience that makes them precious. There is something profound in finding beauty in impermanence. The consumptive ideal tapped into this. The beautiful woman fading away, more precious for her fragility, more poignant for her approaching death. But there is a difference between appreciating transience and demanding it. There is a difference between finding beauty in what is passing and requiring that beauty pass. The cherry blossoms fall of their own accord. The consumptive woman was encouraged to hasten her own decline. We can acknowledge the human impulse to find meaning in mortality without translating that impulse into a beauty standard. We can appreciate the poignancy of vulnerability without demanding that women be vulnerable. We can recognize the transience of all things without asking anyone to die for our aesthetic pleasure. Time sieste tous. The consumptive ideal was not inevitable. It was a choice made by artists and writers, by fashion designers and advertisers, by millions of individuals who decided what they found beautiful and what they did not. We can make different choices. We can choose to see health as beautiful. We can choose to admire strength as much as fragility. We can choose to celebrate bodies that are thriving rather than bodies that appear to be dying. We can look at a woman with colour in her cheeks and muscles in her arms and see not a violation of the aesthetic but a different kind of beauty, the beauty of vitality, of life fully lived. The women who swallowed arsenic wafers were not foolish. They were responding to the pressures of their culture, pressures that told them their natural bodies were not good enough, that they needed to look like they were dying to be beautiful. We no longer swallow arsenic, but the pressures remain. The question is what we will do about them. We can continue to inherit blindly, passing on beauty standards shaped by tuberculosis to children who have never seen the disease. Or we can break the chain of inheritance, consciously, deliberately, with full awareness of what we are doing. The first step is seeing the history in our beauty standards, seeing the arsenic in our filters, seeing the consumptive in the mirror. The second step is choosing to value health over illness, choosing to celebrate life over the aesthetics of death. It is not easy. It may not even be fully possible. We are all products of our culture, and the consumptive ideal has had 2 centuries to embed itself in our eyes and our expectations. But the attempt matters, the awareness matters, the choice to try matters. And so we return to where we began. A ballroom in Victorian London, women in their corseted gowns, their pale skin glowing in the candlelight, the beauty standard of an age, a standard built on disease, on suffering, on the slow wasting of tuberculosis. Imagine yourself in that room. The candles flicker, the orchestra plays, young women line the walls, each of them trying to embody an impossible ideal, the ideal of the dying. Some of them have swallowed arsenic that morning. Some can barely breathe beneath their corsets. Some have dropped belladonna in their eyes and now struggle to see across the room. All of them are caught in a system that demands they look ill to look beautiful. They did not know what they were emulating. They did not understand that the pallor they painted on was the pallor of anemia, that the flush they applied was the flush of fever, that the thinness they starved for was the thinness of dying. Or perhaps they did know at some level. Perhaps the allure of the consumptive was precisely its proximity to death. Perhaps beauty was always, for them, a memento mori, a reminder of mortality that made every moment more precious. We cannot know what they thought. The women in that ballroom left no diaries describing their beauty routines. The arsenic wafers that killed them were discreetly disposed of. The corsets that compressed their organs were laced up by servants who did not ask questions. What we know is the result. We know the fashion plates. We know the death certificates. We know the pattern that emerged, a pattern that equated beauty with illness, that made dying the highest form of feminine attractiveness. We are not so different. We still find beauty in things that are passing away. We still romanticize suffering, at least certain kinds of suffering. We still teach young women that their bodies are never quite good enough, never thin enough, never pale enough in some contexts, never perfect enough. The tools have changed. The pressures remain. The arsenic wafers are gone, but the hunger remains. The corsets are mostly gone, but the compression remains, now internal, psychological, the feeling of never measuring up. The belladonna drops are gone, but the filters remain, digital alterations that make our eyes larger, our faces thinner, our skin more death-like pale. And so, as the night deepens and the ballroom fades into memory, we leave behind the consumptive ideal, that strange worship of death dressed as beauty. But its echoes remain, in the filters on our phones, in the sizes on our clothing racks, in the images that tell us who and what is beautiful. Marie Duplessis died at 23, coughing blood into her handkerchief, and became immortal. Dumas wrote her story. Verdi set it to music. She became the template for the beautiful dying woman. Pale, passionate, doomed. John Keats died at 25, in a small room overlooking the Spanish Steps, and his friend watched helplessly as the greatest poet of his generation wasted away. His death became part of the Romantic mythology, proof that genius burns too bright, that the creative spirit consumes itself. Elizabeth Siddal swallowed laudanum and became a painting that still hangs in the Tate. Her husband, consumed with guilt, buried his poems in her coffin and then had her exhumed to retrieve them. Even in death she could not escape being a muse. The Bronte sisters, Emily and Anne and Charlotte, all died of the disease they wrote about. The parsonage at Haworth became a house of death, their father bearing child after child until only he remained. The nameless women who ate arsenic wafers died in their homes, their deaths recorded as something else, their sacrifice to fashion unremembered. They all paid the price of consumptive chic. We are still paying it, in ways we do not always recognise. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another chapter in the history of tuberculosis, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the fire carry you gently into sleep. And if you found some measure of insight in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might need it. Beauty does not require suffering. Remember that. Thank you for being here. Good night. The man who changed how Americans die kept embalmed bodies in his closets. Preserved heads sat on tables in his Brooklyn parlor. Thomas Holmes had already embalmed 4,000 Civil War soldiers at $100 each when Mary Lincoln summoned him to the White House. Her husband's body would travel 1,700 miles by train, viewed by 1.5 million Americans over 3 weeks. What she didn't know, what none of them knew, was that this single funeral would empty the parlours of every home in America. Until 1910, the room where you watch television was called something else. It was called the parlour, and in that parlour families laid out their dead. They washed the bodies themselves. They dressed them in their finest clothes. They sat with them for days. Then, in a single generation, death left the home forever. The parlour became the living room because the dead no longer lived there. Tonight we trace that transformation. From the women who prepared their neighbours' bodies for half a crown, to the battlefield embalmers who followed the Civil War's carnage, to the professional funeral directors who made death their business. And at the centre of it all, tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4, the disease that sent the dying far from home, the disease that made shipping bodies back not a luxury, but a necessity. This is the story of how death became a profession, how what was once sacred became commercial, how what was once women's work became men's business, how the parlour became the living room. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of the most profound and most overlooked transformations in human history. The moment when death stopped being something families did themselves in their own homes, with their own hands, and became something they paid strangers to handle. It is a transformation so complete that most people today have no idea it ever happened. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. This episode takes us through drawing rooms and battlefield tents, through White House grief and frontier cemeteries. We'll meet the eccentric doctor who displayed corpses in his shop window, the women whose ancient work was swept away, and the entrepreneurs who saw opportunity in sorrow. We'll follow Abraham Lincoln's body on its 1,700-mile journey and watch as a nation learned to see death differently. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through lamplit parlours and gaslit streets, through the smoke of battle and the silence of the grave, through a world where death was intimate and into a world where it became invisible. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a farmhouse in Pennsylvania, 1843. It is February, and the cold has seeped into every corner of the house. In the front parlour, the formal room, the best room, the room where company is received, a woman lies still. She's 37 years old. She's been coughing for 18 months. The consumption has finally taken her. Her husband stands in the doorway, unsure what to do, but the women know. They always know. Within the hour, 2 neighbour women arrive. They have done this before, many times before. They bring basins and clean cloths. They bring herbs to mask the smell of sickness. They ask the husband to leave, gently but firmly, and they close the door. What happens next is ancient. They wash the body with care, with tenderness, with the unhurried attention of women who understand that this is sacred work. They close the eyes, they tie the jaw shut with a strip of cloth so the mouth won't fall open. They dress her in her best dress, the one she wore to church, the one she was married in perhaps. They comb her hair. By evening she lies in the parlour in a simple pine coffin her husband built that morning. Candles burn at her head and feet. The mirrors have been covered with black cloth, an old superstition, to prevent her spirit from becoming trapped. The clock has been stopped at the hour of her death. For the next 3 days the family will keep vigil. Neighbours will come to pay respects, to sit with the living, to bring food. The children will be lifted up to kiss their mother's forehead one last time. And then, on the 3rd day, the men of the community will carry the coffin to the churchyard, and she will be buried in ground her family has owned for generations. No strangers will touch her. No chemicals will be injected into her veins. No one will charge a fee. This is how human beings had handled death for thousands of years. In homes by hands that knew the deceased, surrounded by community. Death was not hidden away. It was not outsourced. It happened in the same rooms where families ate and argued and celebrated. And then, in the space of a single generation, all of it changed. This is that story. To understand the transformation we're about to trace, we must first understand the world that existed before it. In early 19th century America, death was everywhere. It was woven into the fabric of daily life in ways we can scarcely imagine today. A woman might bear 8 children and bury 4 of them before they reach the age of 5. A man in his prime might be felled by typhoid, cholera, or consumption before his 40th birthday. Death was not something that happened in hospitals, behind closed doors, managed by professionals. Death happened at home, in the same bed where you were born, surrounded by the same faces that had surrounded you all your life. And when death came, families knew what to do. The knowledge had been passed down through generations, mother to daughter, neighbour to neighbour. How to close the eyes, how to wash the body, how long to wait before burial. These were not mysteries. They were simply part of life, as natural and necessary as knowing how to bake bread or mend a fence. The women who performed this work were called many things. Layers out, watchers, sometimes simply the women who help. In England, they were paid half a crown for their services. In America, sometimes they were paid, sometimes they simply came because that was what neighbours did. Often, these were the same women who served as midwives, ushering life into the world at one end and ushering it out at the other. Historian Carol Weaver, studying Philadelphia city directories from the early 1800s, found these women listed as professionals, alongside nurses and midwives. They advertised their services. They had reputations to maintain. Death work was women's work, and it was respected work. But there were limitations to what families and neighbours could do. The human body, once life has left it, begins to decay. In summer, this process accelerates rapidly. Funerals had to happen quickly, within 2 or 3 days at most, and burial had to follow immediately. This meant that when someone died, their loved ones had to be nearby. A son working in a distant city might not make it home in time. A daughter married across state lines might never see her mother's face again. The undertaker, as he existed in this era, was not the figure we know today. The word itself simply meant someone who undertook tasks, any tasks. But by the early 19th century, it had come to be associated with the men who made coffins. These were carpenters and cabinet makers, furniture builders who added coffin making as a sideline. The oldest funeral home in America, founded in Williamsburg, Virginia, in 1759, was started by a cabinet manufacturer named Anthony Hay, who simply began making coffins in addition to tables and chairs. These men did not handle bodies. They did not perform funerals. They built boxes, simple pine for the poor, polished hardwood for those who could afford it, and families did the rest themselves. And then came the 1860s. And then came the war. And then came a scale of death that would shatter every assumption about how the dead should be handled. Between 1861 and 1865, approximately 620,000 Americans died in the Civil War. To put that number in perspective, it was roughly 2% of the entire population. In today's terms, that would be nearly 7 million deaths. And here was the terrible mathematics that changed everything. Most of these men died far from home. They died in Virginia and Tennessee and Georgia, in places their families had never seen. They died by the thousands in single afternoons. And their families, mothers, wives, children waiting in Massachusetts and Ohio and Pennsylvania, wanted them back. How do you send a body from Gettysburg to Boston in July, across 400 miles of railroad without refrigeration? You don't. Not unless you find a way to stop decay. And so, out of the carnage of war, a new profession would be born. Out of the desperate need to reunite families with their dead, out of the terrible mathematics of 600,000 deaths in places far from home, a transformation would begin that would eventually reach into every home in America. The neighbor women would be displaced. The parlor would be emptied of its dead. The ancient ways of handling death, ways that had persisted for countless generations, would be swept away by the demands of modernity. Death was about to become a business. And business, once established, does not easily relinquish its territory. Before we can understand what was gained, we must understand what was lost. For centuries, the preparation of the dead was women's work. It was intimate work, performed by hands that had often known the deceased in life. And it was work that carried a particular kind of knowledge that was passed from mother to daughter, from experienced neighbour to young bride, in an unbroken chain stretching back beyond memory. The layer-out arrived soon after death. Sometimes she was a relative, sometimes a neighbour, sometimes a woman known throughout the community for her skill and her discretion. She brought her own supplies, basins, cloths, sometimes herbs or oils. She asked the family to give her privacy, and she began. The work followed a ritual order. First, the eyes were closed, gently pressed shut while still pliable, before rigor mortis set in. A coin might be placed on each eyelid to keep them closed. The jaw was tied shut with a strip of cloth wrapped under the chin and over the top of the head. Without this, the mouth would fall open as the muscles relaxed, an indignity no family wanted to see. Then came the washing. The body was undressed and bathed with clean water, sometimes scented with lavender or rosemary. This was not merely practical. It was an act of care, a final service to someone who could no longer care for themselves. The layer-out worked slowly, respectfully, talking softly to the deceased as she worked, as though they might still hear. After washing came dressing. The deceased was clothed in their finest garments. For a woman, this might be her wedding dress, preserved for decades for this very purpose. For a man, his Sunday suit. For a child, and there were so many children, perhaps a christening gown. The hair was combed and arranged. Sometimes a lock was cut and saved, a memento for the living to be woven into jewellery or pressed into a locket. The hands were positioned, often crossed over the chest or clasped as if in prayer. And then the body was placed in the coffin, which had been lined with white fabric, and the coffin was placed in the parlour. For her work, the layer-out was paid a small fee. In England, this was traditionally half a crown, a modest sum but not insignificant for a working-class woman. In America, the payment varied. Sometimes it was money, sometimes it was goods, a chicken, a length of cloth, preserved vegetables from the cellar. Sometimes, among close neighbours, it was nothing at all. The understanding was that when death came to your own house, the favour would be returned. This system worked because communities were small and stable. People lived their whole lives in the same village, knew their neighbours intimately, and understood their obligations to one another. Death was not a private matter. It was a community event, and the community had roles to play. But as the 19th century progressed, those communities began to fracture. Young people left farms for cities. Immigrants arrived from distant countries without the networks of kin and neighbour that had sustained their ancestors. And in the anonymous streets of Boston and New York and Philadelphia, families found themselves facing death without the women who knew what to do. Every respectable home in 19th century America had a parlour. It was the front room, the formal room, the room where guests were received. The furniture was the best the family could afford. Horsehair sofas, velvet chairs, polished tables. The windows were draped in heavy fabric. The mantelpiece held the family's treasures, a clock perhaps, or photographs of stern-faced ancestors. The parlour was not a room for everyday living. Children were not encouraged to play there. The family gathered in the kitchen, in the sitting room, in spaces where spilled milk and muddy boots were expected. The parlour was reserved for occasions, for entertaining the minister when he came to call, for hosting young suitors under watchful parental eyes, and for death. When someone died, the parlour transformed. The mirrors were covered with black cloth, an old European superstition meant to prevent the soul from becoming trapped in its own reflection. The clocks were stopped at the moment of death, marking the transition from one state of being to another. Black crape was hung from the front door to signal to the neighbourhood that this house had been visited by death. The coffin was placed on 2 straight-back chairs, or on a special stand if the family owned one. Candles burned at the head and foot, their flames never allowed to go out. Flowers surrounded the body, not merely decorative, but practical. Their fragrance helped mask the inevitable smell of decay. For the next 2 or 3 days, the family kept vigil. Someone was always in the parlour, always watching. This practice, called sitting up with the dead or waking, had multiple purposes. Officially, it was to guard against premature burial, the nightmare fear that someone might be buried alive. But more practically, it was simply what you did. You did not leave your loved one alone. Neighbours came to pay respects. They sat with the family, sharing memories of the deceased. They brought food, so much food that families sometimes struggled to eat it all. Casseroles and pies and loaves of bread appeared on the kitchen table, left by visitors who slipped in and out without fuss. Grief was not a solitary experience. It was witnessed, accompanied, shared. Children were not shielded from any of this. They were lifted up to kiss grandmother's cold forehead. They were told to say goodbye to the baby brother who had lived only 3 weeks. Death was not hidden from them because death could not be hidden. It was too present, too frequent, too woven into the fabric of ordinary life. And when the wake was complete, when the visiting hours were done, the men of the community gathered. They lifted the coffin onto their shoulders and carried it out of the house, through the streets, to the churchyard. The funeral procession was a public event, a community marking the passage of one of its members. And at the graveside, the family watched as their loved one was lowered into the earth. This was the parlour's purpose. This was why the room existed. Not for entertaining, not for formal visits, but for this, the final dwelling place of the dead, the threshold between one world and the next. The parlour was the death room, and everyone understood this. It was simply how things were, how things had always been, how things would always be, or so it seemed. No one in 1843 keeping vigil in that farmhouse parlour could have imagined that this room would be renamed, that its purpose would be erased, that within a few generations Americans would have no idea what a parlour was for. They would have found it inconceivable that death could happen anywhere but here, in this room, surrounded by family, attended by neighbour, women who knew the ancient rituals. The professionalisation of death was unimaginable, because death was not yet a profession. It was simply life. Of all the diseases that haunted the 19th century, none claimed more lives than tuberculosis. It went by many names. Consumption, because it seemed to consume the body from within. Phthisis, the ancient Greek term. The White Plague. But whatever you called it, the numbers were staggering. At its peak, tuberculosis killed 1 in 4 people in Europe and North America. 1 in 4. To live in the 19th century was to know tuberculosis intimately. Everyone had lost someone, a parent, a sibling, a child, a friend. The coughing was everywhere, in churches and workplaces and crowded tenement rooms. The blood-flecked handkerchiefs. The slow wasting, as the body grew thinner and paler over months or years. But tuberculosis did something else, something that would prove crucial to our story, crucial to the transformation we are tracing tonight. It made people die far from home. It scattered the dying across continent, separated them from their families, their communities, their neighbour women who knew what to do. And when they died, in sanatoriums in the Alps, in boarding houses in Denver, in tent camps in the Arizona desert, their families wanted them back. Because there was no cure, doctors prescribed the only treatment they believed might help: fresh air, rest, and sunshine. This meant sanatoriums, institutions built in the mountains of Switzerland, in the Adirondacks of New York, in the high deserts of the American Southwest. Patients were sent away from their families, away from the miasmas of the city, to spend months or years breathing clean air and hoping for recovery. Many never came back. Not alive, at least. By 1880, Denver had earned a grim nickname: the world's Sanatorium. Health seekers flooded into Colorado by the thousands, drawn by promises of dry air and high altitude. They came from New York and Boston and Philadelphia, leaving behind everything familiar. Some recovered, many did not. And when they died, in Denver, in Colorado Springs, in Tucson, in places their families had never seen, a terrible question arose. How do you bring them home? The traditional system of death, the layer-out, the parlour, the community vigil, assumed that people died where they lived. It assumed that the women who knew what to do were nearby. It assumed that burial would happen quickly, in local ground. Tuberculosis shattered these assumptions. A mother in Massachusetts might receive a telegram telling her that her son had died in a boarding house in Arizona Territory, 3,000 miles away. With summer heat accelerating decay, with no refrigeration, with no way to get his body home before it became unrecognizable. Some families accepted the inevitable. They buried their loved ones where they fell, in frontier cemeteries far from ancestral ground. Lakewood's Golden Hill Cemetery in Colorado became the resting place for hundreds of tuberculosis victims, mostly paupers, mostly young, mostly far from anyone who loved them. But for those with money, there was another option. There were men who claimed they could stop decay. Men who could preserve a body long enough to make the journey home by rail. Men who had learned their trade in a different kind of far-from-home dying. Men who had confronted death on an industrial scale, who had developed techniques to preserve bodies under the worst possible conditions, who had turned the preservation of the dead into a business. Men who had learned their craft on the battlefields of the Civil War. This is where our two stories converge. The story of tuberculosis, scattering the dying across a continent, and the story of the Civil War, teaching men how to preserve the dead. Together, these forces would transform how Americans handle death. The railroad changed everything about American life. It collapsed distances that had once taken weeks to cross. It connected farms to markets, cities to hinterlands, families scattered across a continent. But it also created a new problem, one that previous generations had never faced. When people could travel hundreds of miles from home, they could also die hundreds of miles from home. And the railroad that made such journeys possible was not particularly interested in transporting corpses. Railroads had rules about the dead. An unpreserved body was considered a health hazard, and in an era before germ theory was fully accepted, the smell alone was enough to empty a passenger car. Most rail lines refused to transport bodies unless they were either embalmed or sealed in a Fisk metallic coffin. The Fisk coffin was an ingenious device, a cast-iron case shaped like a human body, with a glass viewing plate over the face, and an airtight seal that prevented gases and odours from escaping. It was also enormously expensive. A Fisk coffin could cost as much as a working man earned in 6 months. And during wartime, with iron being requisitioned for weapons and armour, they were almost impossible to obtain. This left embalming. The practice was ancient. The Egyptians had perfected it thousands of years before, but in America it was virtually unknown. Medical schools used preservation techniques to prepare cadavers for dissection, but ordinary people had no experience with it. The very idea seemed foreign, even macabre. But desperate circumstances create demand for solutions. And as the 19th century progressed, as tuberculosis sent thousands to die in distant places, as the railroad connected a continent but could not transport its dead, a gap opened in the market. The gap would be filled by men who understood chemistry, who had experimented with preservation, who saw opportunity where others saw only tragedy. One such man was Thomas Holmes. Born around 1817 in Brooklyn, Holmes was the son of a wealthy merchant. He studied medicine at Columbia University's College of Physicians and Surgeons, graduating around 1845. But what captured his imagination was not healing the living. It was preserving the dead. As a student, Holmes had been frustrated by the poor preservation of cadavers used for anatomical study. Bodies were either inadequately preserved or not preserved at all. The chemicals used, arsenic, mercury, zinc compounds, were dangerous to the students who handled them. There had to be a better way. Holmes studied the work of Jean-Nicolas Ganel, a French chemist who had developed improved embalming techniques in the 1830s. He examined Egyptian mummies, trying to understand how the ancients had achieved preservation without modern chemicals. And gradually, through years of experimentation, he developed his own arterial embalming fluid, a solution he believed was safer and more effective than anything currently available. By 1860, Holmes was ready. He had his formula refined through years of experimentation. He had his technique perfected on medical school cadavers and unclaimed bodies. He had the confidence of a man who knows he has discovered something important. Time tossed to ones. All he needed was a reason for ordinary Americans, not just medical students, not just anatomists, to want their dead embalmed. He needed the market to come to him. The Civil War would give him that reason. It would create a need so desperate, so widespread, so impossible to ignore, that embalming would cease to be a curiosity and become a necessity. And a single death, a young colonel shot while pulling down a Confederate flag in Alexandria, Virginia, would give Holmes his first great opportunity. The Civil War began on April the 12th, 1861, when Confederate forces opened fire on Fort Sumter in South Carolina. 6 weeks later, on May 24th, the war claimed its first famous victim. And in his death, Colonel Elmer Ellsworth would accidentally launch a revolution in how Americans handle their dead. Ellsworth was 24 years old. He was handsome, charismatic, and one of the most famous young men in America. He had toured the country with his militia unit, the United States Zouave Cadets, performing precision drill routines that drew enormous crowds. He had worked as a law clerk in Abraham Lincoln's Springfield office. He had accompanied the president-elect on the inaugural train to Washington. The Lincolns adored him. He was practically a member of the family, a younger brother to Abraham, a surrogate son to Mary, a playmate to Willie and Tad. When war came, he raised his own regiment, the 11th New York Infantry, recruiting largely from New York City firefighters. They called themselves the Fire Zouaves. On the morning of May 24th, Ellsworth's regiment crossed the Potomac River into Alexandria, Virginia. The city had just voted for secession, but Union forces were moving to secure it. As they entered the town, Ellsworth spotted something that enraged him: a massive Confederate flag flying from the roof of the Marshall House Hotel. The flag was so large it could be seen from the White House, a daily provocation to the president himself. Ellsworth was not the kind of man to let such a thing stand. With a small detachment of soldiers, he entered the hotel and climbed to the roof. He cut down the flag and began descending the stairs, the captured banner in his arms. He never made it to the bottom. James Jackson, the hotel's owner and a fierce Confederate sympathizer, was waiting on the stairway. He levelled a shotgun at Ellsworth's chest and fired. Time won to you, the colonel died instantly. A moment later, Corporal Francis Brownell shot and bayoneted Jackson in turn. The first Union officer to die in the Civil War was dead, and Washington went into mourning. Word of Ellsworth's death reached the White House within hours. Lincoln was devastated. My boy, he was heard to cry. Mary Lincoln was equally stricken. They wanted Ellsworth's body returned to them, wanted to honour him as the hero the Northern press was already proclaiming him to be. But there was a problem. A body in late May in Washington's heat would decay rapidly. If Ellsworth was to lie in state, if he was to receive the honours befitting a martyred hero, something had to be done. Thomas Holmes saw his chance. Holmes had connections. Through Secretary of State William Seward, he gained access to the Lincoln White House on the day of Ellsworth's death. There he found the president in tears. Holmes made his offer. He could preserve Ellsworth's body. He could make it possible for the colonel to lie in state, to be viewed by thousands, to be sent home to his family in New York looking not like a corpse but like a man asleep. The process was called embalming. It was safe. It was effective. And Holmes would do it at no charge. Lincoln knew nothing about embalming, but he knew grief, and he knew that Ellsworth deserved better than a hasty burial in the Virginia heat. He agreed. What Holmes did next was a demonstration of his art. Using his proprietary embalming fluid, injected through the arteries, replacing the blood, saturating the tissues, he preserved Ellsworth's body so thoroughly that even close inspection revealed no sign of decay. The colonel's features were peaceful. His skin retained its colour. He looked, as Mary Lincoln would later whisper, like he was asleep. Ellsworth's body lay in state in the White House, the first time a private citizen had been so honoured. Thousands came to pay respects. Then the body was transported to New York City, where it lay in state at City Hall. More thousands came. Finally, Ellsworth was buried in his hometown of Mechanicville, New York. The entire process took more than a week. Without embalming, it would have been impossible. The Lincolns remembered. Less than a year later, when their 11-year-old son Willie fell ill with typhoid fever, probably contracted from contaminated water piped into the White House from the Potomac River, they watched helplessly as he weakened. On February 20th, 1862, Willie died. Mary Lincoln collapsed. She took to her bed and did not emerge for weeks. She never entered the green room again, the room where Willie had been embalmed. She never entered the Prince of Wales room where he had died. The grief would shadow her for the rest of her life. But even in the depths of her anguish, she knew what she wanted for her son. She wanted him preserved, as Ellsworth had been preserved. She wanted to be able to look at his face, to kiss his forehead, to pretend for just a moment that he might wake. Willie Lincoln was embalmed. His body was placed in a temporary vault in Georgetown's Oak Hill Cemetery. And Abraham Lincoln, president of a nation at war, found time to visit that vault again and again, to sit with his son's body, to weep alone. What Holmes had demonstrated with Ellsworth and Willie Lincoln, other men now sought to replicate on an industrial scale. As the war intensified, as battles claimed thousands of lives in single days, embalmers followed the armies like camp followers of a particularly macabre sort. They pitched tents near battlefields. They set up shop in abandoned barns and farmhouses. They posted signs advertising their services: bodies embalmed here, or embalming surgeon, satisfaction guaranteed. Some of these men had medical training. Others had worked as druggists or chemists. Still others were simply opportunists who had learned the basics of arterial injection and saw a chance to profit. The war created a seller's market. Demand was limitless. Families would pay almost anything to have their sons, husbands, and brothers returned to them. The embalmers developed elaborate marketing strategies. They printed business cards and distributed them to soldiers before battles. They offered prepayment plans. A soldier could pay in advance for his own embalming, ensuring that if the worst happened, his body would be preserved and sent home. This was both practical and deeply unsettling. Young men were being asked to plan for their own deaths, to make financial arrangements for the disposition of corpses they still inhabited. The process itself was crude by later standards. A battlefield embalmer worked on a table made from a door balanced on two barrels. He made an incision in the neck or thigh to access a major artery. The carotid or the femoral were preferred. He inserted a tube and pumped in his embalming fluid, usually a mixture containing arsenic, zinc chloride, or mercuric compounds dissolved in water and alcohol. The fluid replaced the blood, saturated the tissues, killed the bacteria that caused decay. The work was messy, malodorous, and dangerous. Blood had to be drained as the embalming fluid was pumped in. The gases of early decomposition had to be released. The cavity, the chest and abdomen, had to be treated separately, aspirated and filled with additional preservatives. All of this happened in field conditions, often within earshot of ongoing combat. The results varied enormously. Some embalmers were skilled, others were barely competent. Some used quality chemicals in proper concentrations, others diluted their mixtures to save money. Some took care with cosmetics and presentation, others delivered bodies that were preserved but barely presentable. But even a mediocre embalming job could preserve a body long enough to survive a railroad journey of several days, and for desperate families, that was enough. The prices were steep. Homes charged $100 per body, roughly $3,000 in today's money, or several months' wages for an ordinary worker. Other embalmers charged similar rates, sometimes more for officers or for expedited service. This meant that embalming was primarily an option for officers and wealthy families. The common soldier, if he died far from home, was likely to be buried where he fell, in a hasty grave on the battlefield, or in a mass trench with dozens of his comrades. The inequality was stark. A wealthy family in Boston could have their captain's son embalmed, dressed in his finest uniform, shipped home by rail, and buried in the family plot. A poor family in the same city might receive only a telegram, a notation that their private son had died at Antietam and been buried on the field. There would be no body to mourn over, no face to see one last time, no grave to visit. The war's death toll was democratic. Bullets did not discriminate by class, but the disposition of the dead very much was not. The numbers were staggering. Over the course of the war, approximately 40,000 bodies were embalmed, a tiny fraction of the 620,000 dead, but still an enormous number by any previous standard. Holmes alone claimed to have embalmed 4,000 men. He sold his embalming fluid to other practitioners at $3 per gallon. He made a fortune. Not everyone approved. The embalmers who followed the armies were widely seen as vultures, profiting from grief. They swarmed around camps after battles, soliciting business from shell-shocked survivors. They offered soldiers the chance to prepay for their own embalming, a morbid transaction that commanders feared was destroying morale. How could a man fight bravely if he was contemplating in advance the disposition of his own corpse? There were other concerns. Some embalmers were accused of price gouging, charging desperate families exorbitant fees in the aftermath of battle when alternatives were non-existent. Others were accused of shoddy work, taking payment and then delivering poorly preserved bodies that deteriorated before reaching their destinations. The industry was entirely unregulated. Anyone could call himself an embalming surgeon. There were no standards, no licenses, no accountability. In January 1865, General Ulysses Grant had had enough. He withdrew embalmers' permits and ordered them beyond the lines. The embalmers protested, but Grant was adamant. The demoralizing effect on troops, he believed, outweighed whatever comfort the families might derive. 2 months later, the War Department issued General Order No. 39, This order required that any embalmer operating near military installations be licensed and supervised. It was the first attempt at regulation, a recognition that the trade had grown too large and too important to remain entirely uncontrolled. But by then the essential transformation had occurred. Tens of thousands of families had experienced embalming. They had seen their loved ones return to them looking peaceful, preserved, almost alive. They had learned that death need not mean immediate burial, that a body could travel hundreds of miles, that a son who died in Virginia could be buried in Massachusetts. When the war ended, these families would remember. And the men who'd learned the trade on battlefields would return to civilian life looking for new customers. Time Sanatoriums. To understand what the embalmers were actually doing, we must briefly consider the chemistry involved. When a person dies, the body immediately begins to break down. Bacteria that normally live in the gut, kept in check by the immune system, begin to multiply unchecked. They digest the tissues from the inside out, producing gases that cause bloating and compounds that cause the characteristic smell of decay. Within hours in warm weather, a body becomes unrecognizable. Within days, it is unviewable. Embalming works by poisoning these bacteria. The chemicals used are, essentially, preservatives, the same class of substances used to prevent food from spoiling. Inject enough of them into the tissues and bacterial growth stops. Decay halts. The body is preserved. The earliest embalming fluids relied heavily on arsenic. Arsenic was cheap, readily available, and devastatingly effective at killing bacteria. A single body might receive up to 12 pounds of the poison. The results were dramatic. Bodies preserved for weeks, even months. But there was a problem. Arsenic is also devastatingly effective at killing humans. Embalmers who worked with arsenic-based fluids developed chronic poisoning. They suffered from skin lesions, digestive problems, nerve damage. Many died young. Medical students who dissected embalmed cadavers were exposed to arsenic residue, leading to illness and occasionally death. And there was another problem, one that would not become apparent for decades. Arsenic does not break down. When an embalmed body is buried, the arsenic remains in the ground forever. Civil War-era cemeteries are now leaching toxic arsenic into the soil and groundwater. A survey in Iowa City in 2002 found arsenic levels near an old cemetery at 3 times the federal safety limit. The search for safer alternatives began almost immediately. In 1855, a Russian chemist named Alexander Butlerow discovered formaldehyde, a compound that would eventually revolutionize embalming. Formaldehyde preserved tissue effectively without the extreme toxicity of arsenic. By the early 1900s, arsenic was banned from embalming fluids, replaced by formaldehyde-based solutions that remain the industry standard today. But in the Civil War era, arsenic was king, and the embalmers who used it were playing a dangerous game, preserving the dead while slowly poisoning themselves. On April 14, 1865, John Wilkes Booth shot Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theatre. The president died the following morning, in a boarding house across the street, surrounded by members of his cabinet and his eldest son Robert. Mary Lincoln, shattered by grief for the 3rd time, first Ellsworth, then Willie, now her husband, was not present at the moment of death. She had been led away hours earlier, her wailing unbearable to the men keeping vigil. But even in the depths of her anguish, she knew what she wanted. She wanted Lincoln embalmed, as Ellsworth had been embalmed, as Willie had been embalmed. And she wanted his body taken home to Springfield, Illinois for burial, The journey would be unprecedented in American history. 1,700 miles, 7 states, 13 cities where the body would lie in state. 3 weeks of travel, viewing, mourning. The route would retrace, almost exactly, the journey Lincoln had taken 4 years earlier when he travelled from Springfield to Washington for his inauguration. He would go home the way he had come, but this time he would not be waving from the back of the train. It would be, in effect, a national advertisement for the possibilities of embalming. And every person who filed past that open coffin would carry away a lesson. Death could be delayed, managed, made presentable. The embalmer chosen for this monumental task was not Thomas Holmes, but a man named Charles Brown. Why Holmes was passed over is unclear. Perhaps he was unavailable, perhaps there were political considerations, perhaps Brown simply had better connections. Regardless, Brown was confident in his abilities. He declared that Lincoln's body would show no perceptible change over the entire journey. He was wrong, but only just. The funeral train departed Washington on April 21, 1865. It was dubbed the Lincoln Special, and the president's portrait was fastened to the front of the locomotive. The coffin rode in a specially decorated car draped in black crepe, the interior hung with mourning fabric, and the train carried another coffin, a smaller one. Willie Lincoln's body had been exhumed from his Georgetown vault. Father and son would make the journey home together, 3 years after Willie's death, reunited in the democracy of mortality. At every stop, enormous crowds gathered. In Baltimore, the city where Lincoln had slipped through in disguise 4 years earlier, fearing assassination, thousands now lined the streets to mourn him. In Philadelphia, over 100,000 people viewed the body in Independence Hall. In New York City, the procession stretched for miles, and the waiting time to view the coffin exceeded 5 hours. An estimated 1.5 million Americans viewed Lincoln's body directly, filing past the open coffin in city halls and state houses across the North. Another 7 million, nearly a quarter of the entire population, watched the funeral train pass through their communities. In an era before photography could capture moving images, this was how the nation said goodbye, by seeing the preserved body of their fallen president with their own eyes. 2 future presidents were among the mourners. In New York, 6-year-old Theodore Roosevelt watched from a window as the procession passed below. In Buffalo, 28-year-old Grover Cleveland stood in the crowd. By the time the train reached the western states, there were signs of deterioration. Lincoln's face had darkened. The features had begun to change. The swelling that is natural to death had progressed despite Brown's best efforts. At each stop, the embalmer did what he could, applying chalk-based makeup to lighten the skin, adjusting the features, masking with flowers and perfume. But nature was winning its slow victory. 3 weeks was a long time, even for the best embalming of the era. Still, the body remained viewable, recognizable, dignified, and that was remarkable enough. On May 4th, 1865, Lincoln's body finally reached Springfield. He was buried in Oak Ridge Cemetery, where Willie was laid to rest beside him. The journey was over. The nation had said goodbye. But the story does not quite end there. Decades later, in 1901, Lincoln's body was exhumed for reinterment in a more secure tomb. There had been an attempted grave robbery in 1876, and officials wanted to ensure the president's remains were safe. When the coffin was opened, witnesses reported that Lincoln's body remained in a most excellent state of preservation. The embalming had held for 36 years. Charles Brown's work had stood the test of time. Lincoln's funeral. Train accomplished something no advertising campaign could have achieved. It showed millions of Americans what embalming could do. It demonstrated that death could be delayed, that bodies could be transported, that families separated by hundreds of miles need not be separated from their dead. It planted a seed that would, in the coming decades, transform the entire culture of death in America. When the Civil War ended, thousands of men who had learned embalming on battlefields returned to civilian life. Some went back to their previous trades: carpentry, medicine, general labour. The war had interrupted their lives, and they wanted nothing more than to resume them. But others saw an opportunity. They had a skill that few possessed. They had experience that no one else could claim. And they had witnessed firsthand how desperate families were to have their dead preserved, how much they would pay, how grateful they were for the service. These men did not simply return home and hang out shingles. The transition was gradual, opportunistic, uneven. In the years immediately following the war, home funerals remained the norm for most Americans. Families still laid out their own dead, still held wakes in their parlours, still carried coffins to churchyards on the shoulders of neighbours. The ancient rhythms of death persisted. But around the edges, things were beginning to change. In cities, the old networks of community support had frayed, or never existed in the first place. Immigrants from Ireland, from Germany, from Italy arrived in neighbourhoods where they knew no one. They settled in tenements alongside strangers who spoke different languages, worshipped in different churches, came from different traditions. The women who had always performed laying out, the neighbour women, the church women, the women who knew what to do, were not here. They were an ocean away, in villages the immigrants would never see again. Families who had moved from the country to find factory work faced the same problem. In the village they had left, death was communal. Everyone knew everyone. Help arrived automatically, unbidden. In the city, death was isolating. You died in a rented room surrounded by strangers, and your family, if they were present at all, had no idea what to do next. Into this gap stepped the new undertakers. These men, and they were almost entirely men now, the women who had dominated death work for centuries being pushed aside, offered a package of services. They would provide the coffin, of course, as the old cabinet maker undertakers had always done. But they would also embalm the body. They would wash it, dress it, arrange its features into an expression of peaceful sleep. They would provide a hearse and transportation to the cemetery. They would coordinate with the church, the cemetery, the florist. They would handle everything. For grieving families, especially those without community support, this was immensely appealing. They did not have to learn the rituals their grandmothers had known. They did not have to touch the dead body of their loved one if they did not want to. They did not have to navigate the complex logistics of death in an unfamiliar city. They could pay someone else to manage the unmanageable, to impose order on chaos, to make death into something that could be purchased and scheduled. And so, gradually, death began to professionalise. The undertaker was no longer just a coffin maker. He was becoming something new, a death specialist, a grief manager, a professional handler of the transition from life to burial. He acquired new equipment, embalming tables with drainage channels, hand pumps and later electric pumps for arterial injection, a growing arsenal of chemicals and cosmetics. He developed new skills: arterial injection through various access points, cavity treatment with trocar and aspirator, restoration of features damaged by disease or accident. He built relationships with churches, with cemeteries, with doctors who could provide a steady stream of referrals, with livery stables that could supply horses and hearses. The work was becoming specialised, technical, and capital intensive. A man could not simply decide one day to become an undertaker. He needed equipment. He needed training. He needed a facility, a place to embalm, a place to display coffins, a place for families to gather. By the 1870s and 80s, a new kind of business was emerging. Not just coffin shops, but funeral establishments, places where all the services of death could be obtained under one roof. The undertaker was becoming the funeral director, a title that emphasised coordination and management rather than the manual labour of coffin building or the unsettling work of handling corpses. If we had to pick a single year when the professionalisation of death crystallised, it would be 1882. In that year, 3 things happened that would shape the funeral industry for generations to come. 3 developments, occurring almost simultaneously, that marked the transformation from craft to profession, from individual undertakers to a coordinated industry. That these 3 things happened in the same year was not coincidence. It was the culmination of trends that had been building for 2 decades, since the Civil War had demonstrated both the possibility and the demand for professional death care. The first was the founding of the Cincinnati School of Embalming. Joseph Henry Clark was a casket salesman for the Whitewater Valley Coffin Company. He travelled the roads of Ohio and Indiana, visiting undertakers in small towns and cities, taking orders for wooden coffins and metal burial cases. In his travels, he became increasingly aware of a problem. Embalmers had no standardised training. Some were skilled practitioners who had learned their craft on Civil War battlefields or in medical schools. Others were barely competent amateurs who had picked up the basics from a bottle of embalming fluid and a pamphlet. The quality of preservation varied wildly, and the public understandably was sceptical of a profession that seemed to have no standards at all. Clark saw an opportunity and a genuine need. He approached Dr. C. M. Lukens, an anatomy professor at Pult Medical College in Cincinnati. Together, they designed a course of instruction in the principles and practice of embalming. They would teach anatomy, the layout of the arterial system, the structure of the body cavity, the points of access for injection. They would teach chemistry, the composition of embalming fluids, the interaction of preservatives with tissue. They would teach technique, how to make an incision, how to raise an artery, how to pump fluid into a body without it leaking out. And they would grant certificates to those who completed the training, pieces of paper that would distinguish the trained professional from the untrained amateur. The first class assembled on Monday, March 8, 1882, in the amphitheatre of Pulter Medical College. 7 students attended. The training lasted 6 days. It was rudimentary by later standards. 6 days to learn a trade that mortuary schools would eventually teach over months and years, but it was a beginning. It was an assertion that embalming was not something anyone could do, but something that required instruction, practice, and certification. The idea caught fire. Clark organised additional classes in Cincinnati through the summer and fall. Then he took his show on the road. In November, he rented space above a drugstore in Philadelphia and taught 15 students. In December, he secured a society hall in New York City and taught 17 more. By the end of 1882, Clark had trained 106 students in 4 major cities. This ended our first year's effort, Clark later wrote, to convince the people that embalming was a successful way of preserving the human dead. The Cincinnati School of Embalming, later renamed the Cincinnati College of Mortuary Science, remains in operation today. It is the oldest mortuary school in America, the direct descendant of those 7 students in that Cincinnati amphitheatre. Its graduates have scattered across the country and the world, carrying forward the standards that Clark and Lukens first established. The second development of 1882 was the founding of the National Funeral Directors Association. Alan Durfee, a funeral director from Michigan, had been organising since 1879. He understood something that many of his colleagues did not. A fragmented profession is a weak profession. Individual undertakers, competing against each other, undercutting each other's prices, lacking any common standards or shared identity, would never achieve the respectability that doctors and lawyers enjoyed. They needed to band together. They needed to establish standards. They needed to present a unified face to the public. In 1880, Michigan funeral directors held their first state convention. The idea spread to other states. And in 1882, funeral directors from across the country gathered in Rochester, New York for the first national convention. There, in that Rochester meeting hall, they established a national organization. They drafted a constitution. They elected officers. They debated policies and procedures. And they made a decision that would prove symbolically important, perhaps more important than any of the practical matters they discussed. They voted to stop calling themselves undertakers. The word undertaker had accumulated negative connotations over the years. It sounded morbid, unpleasant, vaguely sinister, like something out of a Gothic novel. It evoked images of men in black coats lurking round sick beds, waiting for death, profiting from tragedy. The assembled professionals wanted something more dignified, more respectable, more suited to the elevated status they were claiming for themselves. They chose funeral director, a title that emphasized management and coordination, rather than the grim business of handling corpses. A funeral director sounded like someone who organized events, who coordinated complex logistics, who provided a service rather than performing a distasteful task. It was a title that could be spoken in polite company without causing discomfort. The rebranding was intentional and deliberate. It was part of a broader effort to elevate the status of the profession, to move it away from its origins in carpentry and battlefield medicine towards something approaching the prestige of doctors and lawyers. If you called yourself a professional, you needed to look like a professional, act like a professional, and speak like a professional. Undertaker did not fit that image. Funeral director did. 13 years later, in 1895, the trade magazine The Embalmer's Monthly would hold a contest to find yet another name, one even further removed from death. The winning entry was mortician, deliberately echoing the respectability of physician. Just as a physician dealt with the body's ailments, a mortician would deal with the body's final disposition. The parallel was flattering. But funeral director had already taken hold, and it remains the standard term today. As undertakers became funeral directors, they needed new spaces to work. The old model, building coffins in a carpentry shop, embalming bodies in the family home, was no longer adequate. Funeral directors needed dedicated facilities. They needed embalming rooms with proper drainage. They needed display areas for coffins. They needed spaces where families could gather. And so the funeral parlour was born. The name was deliberate. Just as families had laid out their dead in the parlour at home, funeral directors would offer a parlour in their establishments. The room would be decorated to feel domestic. Comfortable furniture, soft lighting, flowers, all the accoutrements of the Victorian home. Families could come to this parlour to view their dead, to receive visitors, to hold the wake that had once happened, in their own front room. The transition happened gradually. Through the 1880s and 90s, funerals might take place at home or at the funeral parlour, depending on the family's preference and circumstances. But the trend was clear. More and more families were choosing to hand over the work of death to professionals. There were several reasons for this shift. First, embalming itself required specialised equipment that most homes did not have. The embalming table, the pump, the chemicals, the drainage. All of this worked better in a dedicated facility than in a family kitchen. Second, urbanisation had crowded families into smaller living spaces. A tenement apartment did not have a parlour. It barely had room for the living, let alone the dead. Third, attitudes were changing. The Victorian intimacy with death, the willingness to wash the body, to sit with it for days, to let children kiss the cold forehead, was giving way to a new sensibility. Death was becoming something to be managed at a distance, by professionals, rather than confronted directly. And fourth, there was tuberculosis. The fear of contagion from the bodies of those who had died of infectious disease made families hesitant to bring corpses into their homes. A funeral director's establishment, with its embalming and disinfection, seemed safer. The professionals, it was assumed, knew how to handle dangerous bodies without spreading disease. By the turn of the 20th century, the transformation was nearly complete. Most urban funerals took place in funeral parlours rather than family homes. Most bodies were embalmed by professionals rather than prepared by neighbour women. Death had been outsourced. And this shift had a curious linguistic effect. With death no longer happening in the home parlour, what was that room for? Its original purpose, the formal reception of guests, the laying out of the dead, had been taken over by the funeral establishment. The parlour sat empty, unused, a room without a function. In 1910, Edward Bock, editor of the Ladies' Home Journal, proposed a solution. He suggested renaming the parlour the living room, a name that emphasised life rather than death, activity rather than stillness. The old parlour, he argued, had become dark, gloomy and oppressive in the popular imagination. It was time to reclaim it. The Yit new name caught on immediately. Within a generation, parlour had become old-fashioned, a word your grandmother might use. Living room was modern, cheerful, forward-looking. The dead had been evicted from the house. The living room was for the living. In the transformation we have been tracing, something was lost. The women who had prepared the dead for generations, the layers out, the watchers, the midwives who ushered souls out of the world as well as into it, found their work taken over by men with embalming certificates and business cards. This displacement happened for many reasons. Embalming itself was part of it. The new chemical preservation techniques required equipment and training that the traditional layers out did not possess. They knew how to wash and dress a body, how to arrange features, how to keep vigil. They did not know how to inject arterial fluid or treat a body cavity. But there was also a social shift at work. The professionalisation of death was part of a broader 19th century trend that separated professional work from domestic work. Medicine was professionalising, pushing midwives aside in favour of male obstetricians. Law was professionalising, creating bar associations and licensing requirements. And death was professionalising, replacing the informal networks of neighbour women with formal businesses run by men. The rhetoric of professionalisation emphasised expertise, training, scientific knowledge. The traditional death workers, with their handed-down wisdom and their half-crown fees, were reframed as amateurs, inadequate to the challenges of modern death. Never mind that they had successfully prepared bodies for centuries. The new funeral directors had certificates. There was also money involved. A layer-out charging £0.50 was not building a business. A funeral director offering a full package of services, embalming, coffin, transport, parlour facilities, could charge substantially more. Death was becoming an industry, and industries require capital, equipment, and margins. The displacement was not immediate or total. In rural areas, traditional practices persisted well into the 20th century. Some families continued to prefer home funerals, continued to prepare their own dead, continued to rely on the women who knew what to do. Even today, home funerals are legal in most states, though few families choose them. But in the cities, where the future was being made, the layers out faded from view. Their names disappeared from city directories. Their knowledge ceased to be passed down. Within a generation or two, most Americans had no idea that families had ever prepared their own dead. What was lost was not just work. It was a certain kind of intimacy with death itself. When families prepared their own dead, they confronted mortality directly. They saw what death looked like, smelled like, felt like. They performed the last services with their own hands. They could not pretend that death was something that happened elsewhere, to other people, managed by strangers. When death was professionalised, it became possible to avoid this confrontation. The funeral director handled the body. The embalmer made it look peaceful, almost alive. The family viewed the results in a comfortable parlour, surrounded by flowers that masked any odour. Death was packaged, managed, made presentable. This was a comfort to many. It is not easy to wash your mother's body, to close your child's eyes. The professionals offered relief from these terrible intimacies, but something was lost in the transaction. A certain knowledge, a certain acceptance, a certain understanding that death is not a professional matter, not a business transaction, but the most personal of all human experiences. Once the funeral directors had their association and their schools, they set about building barriers to entry. This is the standard pattern of professionalisation. An occupation that anyone can practice becomes a profession that requires credentials. The credentials, licenses, certifications, degrees, serve multiple purposes. They genuinely ensure a minimum level of competence. They also limit competition and allow higher prices. In the decades following 1882, funeral directors lobbied state legislatures for licensing requirements. They argued, not unreasonably, that embalming involved dangerous chemicals and public health considerations. An incompetent embalmer could contaminate water supplies, spread disease, or leave families with inadequately preserved bodies. State by state, licensing laws passed. To become a funeral director or embalmer, one would need to complete an approved course of training, pass an examination, and maintain a license in good standing. The days of battlefield embalmers setting up tents and offering their services to anyone with cash were over. The training programs themselves expanded. What had been a 6-day crash course in Cincinnati became a months-long program covering anatomy, chemistry, pathology, embalming technique, and business management. Mortuary schools opened across the country, each competing for students and prestige. By the early 20th century, Charles O'Donnell, who had purchased Clark's Cincinnati School in 1909, was offering an expanded curriculum that went far beyond basic embalming. His students learned public health principles, human anatomy in detail, and the scientific basis of preservation. The school's full name, Cincinnati College of Embalming, reflected its aspirations to academic respectability. All of this professionalization came at a cost, passed on, inevitably, to the families purchasing funeral services. Where a simple home funeral with a pine coffin and a layer-out might have cost a few dollars, a professional funeral with embalming, a polished casket and parlour facilities could cost a working family's entire savings. Yet families paid. They paid because they believed the professionals offered something they could not provide for themselves. They paid because a respectable funeral had become a marker of social standing. They paid because they no longer knew how to do it any other way. And what of Thomas Holmes, the man who had started it all? After the Civil War, Holmes retired to Brooklyn. He had made his fortune, 4,000 bodies at $100 each, plus sales of embalming fluid at $3 per gallon to the growing army of embalmers who had learned from his example. By any measure, he had succeeded. He had transformed a fringe practice into a mainstream industry. He was ready to step back from the embalming table. But he could not entirely let go of his life's work. Holmes's Brooklyn home became a kind of macabre museum. Visitors reported that embalmed bodies were stored in his closets, corpses of unknown provenance, preserved as demonstrations of his technique. Preserved heads sat on tables in his parlour, displayed like curiosities or trophies. The man who had done more than anyone to normalise embalming in America lived surrounded by the preserved dead. This was not, perhaps, as strange as it sounds to modern ears, time. Ones. Holmes was a scientist, and scientists of his era often surrounded themselves with specimens. Medical museums displayed preserved organs and anomalies. Anatomists kept skulls and skeletons in their studies. The bodies in Holmes's closets were proof of his technique, evidence that his methods worked, advertisements for his embalming fluid. He kept them as other men might keep trophies or certificates of achievement. But it was still a curious way to live, surrounded by the preserved dead in a parlour populated by disembodied heads. Holmes had spent so many years in the company of corpses that perhaps the boundary between the living and the dead had blurred for him. Or perhaps he was simply eccentric, a genius who had never quite fit the mould of ordinary society. In his retirement, Holmes pursued other interests. He sold root beer, a popular beverage in an era before widespread refrigeration made other drinks practical. The same man who had preserved the bodies of Civil War heroes now bottled and sold a temperance drink to Brooklyn housewives. He continued to sell embalming supplies to the funeral directors who had learned from his example, maintaining his connection to the industry he had helped create. He was a businessman to the end, always looking for the next opportunity. There is one final irony in the story of Thomas Holmes. When he died in 1900, at approximately 83 years of age, Holmes left specific instructions regarding the disposition of his remains. His body was not to be embalmed. The father of American embalming, the man who had preserved presidents and colonels, who had made fortunes selling the promise of bodily preservation, who had kept preserved heads on his parlour tables, wanted no part of the process for himself. He wanted his body to return to the earth in the natural way, to decay as bodies had decayed for all of human history before he came along. Why? We can only speculate. Perhaps he'd seen too much, knew too much, understood too well what the chemicals did to human tissue. Perhaps, having spent his life interfering with the natural process of decay, he wanted his own death to follow the ancient pattern. Perhaps he simply did not believe that preservation served any real purpose, that the comfort it provided to the living was illusory, that the dead were dead regardless of what chemicals saturated their tissues. Whatever his reasons, the request was honoured. Thomas Holmes was buried, without embalming, his body allowed to decay naturally in the Brooklyn ground. It was a strange final statement from the man who had done more than anyone to make such natural decay seem shameful, inadequate, unmodern. The father of embalming chose, in the end, not to be embalmed. Throughout this story, tuberculosis has been a constant presence, sometimes explicit, sometimes lurking in the background, always shaping the conditions that made the professionalization of death both possible and necessary. It was tuberculosis that sent patients to die in distant sanatoriums, far from their families, creating the urgent need to transport bodies home across hundreds or thousands of miles. A mother in Boston whose son died at Saranac Lake in the Adirondacks needed embalming. A husband in Philadelphia whose wife died seeking the cure in Colorado needed embalming. Without preservation, these bodies would decay before they could reach home. Without embalming, the railroads would not transport them. Without professional undertakers who knew the process, families would be helpless. It was tuberculosis that drove the great health migration to the American West, filling Denver and Colorado Springs and Tucson with consumptives who would never return to their eastern homes alive. By 1890, more than a third of Colorado Springs' population had come seeking healthier air. Many recovered. Many more did not. When they died, their families faced a terrible choice: bury them in unfamiliar ground, far from ancestral plots, or pay to have them embalmed and shipped home. And it was the sheer scale of tuberculosis mortality, 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, an unrelenting drumbeat of death that touched every family, every community, every social class, that overwhelmed traditional community-based death practices. When death was rare, families could muddle through. When death was constant, when the laying out women were themselves dying, when communities were too fractured and mobile to sustain the old networks of mutual aid, something had to fill the gap. And it was fear of tuberculosis, fear of contagion, fear of the mysterious process by which the disease spread from person to person, that helped drive families to accept professional funeral services. Tuberculosis was known to be contagious, though the mechanism was not fully understood until Robert Koch identified the tubercle bacillus in 1882, the same year, not coincidentally, that funeral directing professionalized, that the first embalming school opened, that the National Funeral Directors Association formed. The timing was not accidental. The scientific discovery that tuberculosis was caused by a specific germ heightened anxieties about handling the bodies of the dead. Families were afraid. They worried about catching the disease from their dead relatives. They wondered whether washing and dressing a consumptive's body might expose them to infection. The intimate contact that the layers out had always practiced, the washing of the body, the dressing of wounds, the closeness of the work, now seemed dangerous. The funeral directors offered reassurance. They promised to handle the body safely, with professional detachment and proper precautions. They claimed that embalming disinfected as well as preserved, that the chemicals killed any lingering bacteria, that the body they returned for viewing was safe to be near. Whether this was scientifically accurate is debatable. Modern research shows that tuberculosis bacteria can survive in embalmed tissue for weeks, and that embalmers themselves face significant occupational risk, but it was psychologically comforting. Families could believe they were protecting themselves by hiring professionals. They could maintain a safe distance from the contaminated dead. There is another way tuberculosis shaped the funeral industry, a subtler influence, operating through aesthetics rather than fear. The disease had a peculiar beauty. Its victims, in the final stages, often retained a certain ethereal quality, pale, thin, translucent, as though they were already half departed from the physical world. This consumptive look had been romanticized throughout the 19th century. Poets and painters celebrated the beautiful death of the consumptive. The dying heroine of La Bohème, the pale heroines of Gothic novels, the consumptive artists whose genius seemed to burn brighter as their bodies failed. These were cultural archetypes of the beautiful death. When funeral directors prepared bodies for viewing, they drew on this aesthetic tradition. They used cosmetics to create a peaceful, sleeping appearance. The pale face, the closed eyes, the serene expression. They arranged features to suggest serenity rather than suffering. They made the dead look, as Mary Lincoln had said of Ellsworth, like they were merely asleep and might wake at any moment. This artifice, making death look peaceful, beautiful, almost like life, became central to the American funeral tradition. It persists today in the language of viewing and visitation, in the expectation that the body will be displayed in an open casket, looking its best. We want our dead to look like they're sleeping. We inherited this desire in part from the aesthetics of tuberculosis, from the beautiful death of the consumptive, translated into cosmetic practice by generations of funeral directors. By the early 20th century, the transformation was essentially complete. Death had become a profession. It had schools that trained practitioners and associations that represented their interests. It had licensing requirements that barred the untrained from practice and ethical codes that governed professional conduct. It had dedicated facilities, funeral homes, no longer called parlours, that name having passed out of fashion, where all the services of death could be purchased in a single transaction from a single provider. The industry grew rapidly in the early decades of the 20th century. Every city, every town of any size had its funeral home, often multiple funeral homes competing for business. The men who ran them were respected members of their communities, serving on school boards and civic organisations, maintaining the dignified demeanour that the profession required. They were often the first call when someone died, before the doctor, before the minister, before anyone else. The home funeral, once universal, became rare, and then almost vanished entirely. Most Americans born after 1920 would never see an unembalmed body. They would never participate in the washing and dressing of their dead. They would never experience death as an intimate family matter, as something that happened in their own homes, handled by their own hands. They would experience it as customers, purchasing services from professionals, receiving a prepared body at a scheduled viewing. This is the world we inherited. When someone dies today, we call a funeral home. We sit in a comfortable office and select a casket from a catalogue or a showroom. We discuss flowers and music and obituary notices. We receive the body, washed and dressed and cosmeticized by strangers we have never met, At a scheduled viewing in a room designed to look like a living room but is not anyone's home. We attend a service planned with professional guidance following rituals that have been standardized across the industry. We are mourners, not participants. We are customers, not caregivers, timed twos. Is this better or worse than what came before? The question admits no simple answer. The professionalization of death relieved families of difficult, sometimes traumatic work. It provided expertise that most people did not possess and did not want to acquire. It spared the bereaved from confronting the raw reality of bodily decay. It allowed for transportation of bodies across great distances, reuniting families separated by geography, the tuberculosis problem that had helped spark the revolution in the first place. But it also created distance between the living and the dead. It made death something that happens elsewhere, in facilities designed to be pleasant but impersonal, managed by strangers who have made mortality their trade. It transformed a universal human experience, perhaps the most universal of all human experiences, into a commercial transaction. And it made the actual reality of death, the coldness of the body, the stillness, the absolute finality, something most Americans never directly encounter. We see the prepared corpse, the sleeping face, the peaceful illusion. We do not see death itself. In recent years, there has been a small but growing movement to reclaim some of what was lost. Home funerals are legal in most states, and a growing number of families are choosing them, washing their own dead, holding vigils in their own living rooms, participating in death rather than delegating it. Natural burial, without embalming, without elaborate caskets, with the body returned directly to the earth, is gaining popularity among those who reject the artifice of conventional funerals. There is a sense, among some, that the professionalization of death went too far, that something essential was lost when we handed our dead over to strangers. But these remain minority practices, chosen by a small fraction of the population. For most Americans, death will continue to be handled by funeral directors in funeral homes according to procedures established over a century ago. The revolution that began on Civil War battlefields, that was broadcast to millions by Lincoln's funeral train, that was institutionalized in Cincinnati and Rochester in 1882, that revolution won. It won so completely that most Americans cannot imagine any alternative. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We began in a Pennsylvania farmhouse in 1843, where neighbour women washed and dressed a body as women had done for centuries beyond counting. Time, ones. We saw the parlour, the death room, where families kept vigil with their dead, where candles burned at the head and foot of simple pine coffins, where the clock was stopped at the moment of passing. We traced the disruption of this ancient pattern. We saw tuberculosis, the White Plague, killing 1 in 4 people across the Western world, sending patients to die in distant sanatoriums and Western territories, far from home, far from the women who knew what to do. We saw the railroad, connecting a continent but creating new problems, bodies that needed to travel hundreds of miles, decay that would not wait. We saw the Civil War, with its scale of death that overwhelmed every tradition, that created demand for solutions no one had imagined before. We met Thomas Holmes, eccentric genius, coroner's physician turned embalming pioneer, who preserved 4,000 soldiers at $100 each and kept their embalmed heads in his Brooklyn parlour as trophies. We followed him to the Lincoln White House, where he preserved Colonel Ellsworth, the first Union officer killed, and Willie Lincoln, the president's beloved son. We rode the funeral train with Abraham Lincoln's body, 1,700 miles across 7 states, viewed by 1.5 million Americans, a national demonstration of what embalming could achieve. We watched as battlefield embalmers became civilian undertakers, undertakers became funeral directors, and funeral directors built an industry with schools and associations and licenses. We saw the Cincinnati School open its doors in 1882, the National Funeral Directors Association form in Rochester, the profession claim its dignity. This is not a simple story of progress or decline. It is a story of transformation, of an intimate human experience becoming a professional service, of women's work becoming men's business, of death leaving the home and entering the marketplace. It is the story of how we came to handle death the way we do today. What does this transformation tell us about ourselves? What does it reveal about the nature of human beings facing the oldest and most inescapable of all human problems? Perhaps this. We are a species that has always struggled with death, and we will grasp at any means of managing that struggle. We will embrace whatever technologies, whatever institutions, whatever arrangements of society promise to make death more bearable, even if that promise is, in the end, illusory. The promise of embalming was, at its heart, a promise of control. You cannot prevent death. It remains beyond any power, but you can delay its visible effects. You cannot bring back the dead, but you can make them look as though they might wake at any moment. You cannot stop time, but you can freeze a moment, the face at rest, the hands folded, the peaceful appearance that suggests sleep rather than extinction. The promise of professionalization was also a promise of control. If death is handled by experts, then we need not handle it ourselves. If the body is whisked away to a funeral home within hours, we need not see it in its raw state, need not watch the colour drain and the features stiffen. If specialists prepare the viewing, we need not confront the terrible work of making the dead presentable, the washing, the positioning, the cosmetic restoration. Control. That is what we purchased when we professionalized death. Not control over death itself, that remains forever impossible, but control over our experience of death. We arranged matters so that death would come to us filtered, managed, packaged in acceptable forms. We interposed professionals between ourselves and the raw reality of mortality. And yet, death remains. It remains despite our arrangements, despite our professionals, despite our technologies of preservation and presentation. No amount of embalming, no professional preparation, no comfortable funeral home can change the fundamental fact. The people we love will die. We will die. All the management and professionalization in the world cannot alter this by 1 second. Perhaps the question is not whether we gained or lost by professionalizing death. Perhaps the question is what we do with whatever intimacy with death we can still find, how we face the reality that no professional, however skilled, can face for us. What do we carry forward from this history? What echoes of these transformations still sound in our lives today? We carry the living room, the space that was once the death room, now renamed and reclaimed for life. Every time we gather in that room to watch television or entertain friends, we inhabit a space that was once defined by death, where our great-great-grandparents kept vigil over the bodies of their loved ones. The name changed in 1910. The space remains. We carry the expectation of the beautiful dead, the peaceful face, the serene expression, the appearance of sleep that suggests the deceased might wake at any moment. This aesthetic, born in the romanticisation of tuberculosis and perfected by generations of embalmers and funeral directors, shapes what we expect to see when we view a body. We would be disturbed to see death as it actually looks. The pallor, the sunkenness, the absolute stillness. We want the illusion. We carry the funeral industry itself, a multi-billion-dollar business that handles nearly 3 million deaths per year in America alone, employing tens of thousands of funeral directors and embalmers, operating tens of thousands of funeral homes in every city and town across the country. The Cincinnati School, the NFDA, the professionalization of death. These have become permanent features of our world, as established and as taken for granted as the medical profession or the legal profession. And we carry the loss of something older. The knowledge that families once possessed, how to prepare a body for burial, how to keep vigil through the night, how to confront death directly rather than through the mediation of professionals, has largely been forgotten. Most of us would not know how to lay out our own dead. Most of us will never try. The skills that were once passed from mother to daughter, from neighbour to neighbour, have been lost. This loss may be acceptable. Perhaps we prefer to have professionals handle death, just as we prefer to have professionals handle our plumbing and our taxes and our illnesses. There is no shame in specialisation. Modern life is built on the division of labour, on the delegation of tasks we cannot or will not do ourselves. But there may be something valuable in remembering that it was not always so. That for most of human history, death was handled by families, by communities, by women who knew what to do because they had been taught by women before them. That the professionalisation we take for granted is recent, barely a century and a half old. That it is contingent, the product of specific historical circumstances, not an inevitable feature of human society. That it is, in principle, reversible. We need not return to the old ways, but we can remember them. We can honour the layers out and watchers whose work has been forgotten, whose names appear in no history books. And we can ask ourselves, each time death comes into our lives, how much we wish to delegate, and how much we wish to do ourselves. Death comes to everyone. This we know. This is the one certainty in human life, the one fact that unites every person who has ever lived or ever will live. What we have traced tonight is how one society, in one era, chose to respond to that universal fact. How America moved from intimacy to distance, from participation to delegation, from community to commerce. How it transformed a family matter, handled by women in parlours, into a commercial service, handled by men in funeral homes. How it built an industry, a vast, sophisticated, profitable industry, on the unchangeable reality of mortality. Other societies have made other choices. Other cultures handle death in ways that would seem strange to us, and our ways would seem strange to them. Other eras will make choices we cannot imagine, will develop technologies and practices that would be as foreign to us as embalming would have been to our ancestors in that Pennsylvania farmhouse in 1843. The professionalization of death was not inevitable. It was a response to specific circumstances: the Civil War, tuberculosis, urbanization, the railroad. Different circumstances might have produced different outcomes, and circumstances are changing again. The next transformation is already underway. Cremation is rising, now chosen by more than half of Americans, a complete reversal from a century ago. Natural burial is growing. Burial without embalming, without elaborate caskets, with the body returned directly to the earth. Some families are reclaiming home funerals, washing and dressing their own dead as their great-great-grandmothers did. The industry built by Thomas Holmes and Joseph Henry Clark and Alan Durfee is changing, as all industries must change when the world changes around them. What will remain constant is death itself, and the human need to make sense of it, to honour the dead, to find some way, any way, to say goodbye. Let us return one final time to that Pennsylvania farmhouse. The year is 1843. February. The cold has seeped into every corner of the house, and the fire in the hearth barely holds it at bay. In the parlour, candles burn at the head and foot of a simple pine coffin that the husband built with his own hands this morning, working through his grief with hammer and saw. The neighbour women have done their work and gone home. They washed the body with care and tenderness. They dressed it in the best dress, the one saved for just such an occasion. They arranged the features into peace. The community has come to pay respects, to sit with the living, to share food and memory. Tomorrow the men will carry the coffin on their shoulders to the churchyard, and the minister will speak the words that have been spoken over the dead since time beyond memory. In this moment, death is intimate. It is handled by hands that knew the deceased in life, that held her hand, that braided her hair, that cared for her in sickness. It happens at home, in the same rooms where the family eats and sleeps and lives, where the children play and the fire burns. It is witnessed, not managed. It is confronted, not delegated. It is present, visible, real. This world is about to change. 20 years from now, Civil War battlefields will teach a generation of men to preserve the dead with arsenic and zinc. A president's funeral train will show the nation what embalming can do. It will demonstrate that death can be delayed, that bodies can travel. Tuberculosis will kill millions and scatter millions more across a continent, far from home, far from the women who knew what to do, creating desperate demand for the services of the new death professionals. The parlour will become the living room. The undertaker will become the funeral director. Death will leave the home, quietly, gradually, completely, and take up permanent residence in professional facilities handled by strangers who have made mortality their trade, who have certificates on their walls and chemicals in their tanks and showrooms full of caskets in every price range. All of this is coming. But tonight, in 1843, in this farmhouse in the hills of Pennsylvania, none of it has happened yet. Tonight, a family keeps vigil in the old way, as families have kept vigil for countless generations. Tonight, death is still a family matter. Tonight, the dead are still at home. And so, as the night deepens and the candles burn low, we leave that parlour behind. Its time is passing. The world is changing, shaped by war and disease and the relentless engine of professionalization. But the fact of death remains, as it remained for those neighbour women, as it remained for Thomas Holmes and his preserved heads, as it remained for Abraham Lincoln on his funeral train, as it remains for us tonight. We have travelled far tonight, from parlours to battlefields, from neighbour women with their basins and cloths to professional, embalmers with their pumps and chemicals. From a world where death was intimate and present, to a world where death is managed and distant. We have traced the arc of a transformation that shaped the world we live in, that made possible the funeral industry we now take for granted, that renamed the very rooms in our homes. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another corner of tuberculosis history, another way that this singular disease shaped the world we inherited. But that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of candlelight guide you into sleep. Let the soft crackling of distant fire ease you into dreams. Let the knowledge that generations before us faced the same darkness, the same sorrow, the same mysteries of mortality. Let that knowledge offer some comfort. We are not alone in our mortality. We never have been. Every person who has ever lived has faced death, has lost someone they loved, has wondered what happens when the light goes out. We are part of an unbroken chain stretching back to the beginning of humanity. The women who laid out the dead, the layers out and watchers, the neighbour women who came when they were needed, knew something that we have largely forgotten. They knew that death is not an enemy to be defeated, not a failure to be hidden, but a passage to be honoured. They knew that caring for the dead is an act of love, not a transaction, not something to be purchased from strangers in a showroom. They knew that the hands that wash and dress a body, gently, tenderly, with the unhurried attention of those who understand the sacredness of the work, are performing something ancient and necessary and profoundly human. We professionalized death because we had to, because circumstances demanded it, because the old ways could not survive the pressures of war and disease and modernity. But perhaps, in some small way, we can still remember what was lost. Perhaps we can hold on to some thread of connection to those women in their parlours, keeping vigil by candlelight, performing the final acts of care for those they loved. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might find comfort in these stories of how we came to be who we are. This channel exists because people like you choose to listen, to follow, to share. And I am grateful. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for travelling with me through parlours and battlefields and funeral homes. Thank you for sitting with the dead alongside me for a little while in the darkness. Sleep now, if sleep will come. The dead are at rest. The living must follow. Good night. She dies in his arms. Every single night in opera houses around the world, from Milan to Melbourne, from Paris to São Paulo, from the grandest theatres in Vienna to provincial houses in small Italian cities, she dies. Coughing, feverish, her cold hands reaching for the man who loves her, whispering his name with her final breath. And every night the audience weeps. They have been weeping for over 125 years. Mimi's death in La Bohème is the most famous tuberculosis death ever staged. More people have watched her die than have actually died of the disease in the modern era. Puccini's opera has been performed tens of thousands of times, on average, somewhere on Earth, almost every single day since its premiere in 1896. But Puccini did not invent her. He borrowed her from a real woman, in a real garret in Paris, who really coughed blood into a handkerchief while the man who loved her watched helplessly. That man then wrote a novel about it, and then he died, himself, of the same disease, at 38 years old, in a charity hospital, penniless despite his literary fame. This is the opera that made tuberculosis immortal. The opera that turned disease into beauty, suffering into art, and a frozen garret in Paris into the most emotionally devastating stage setting in the history of music. Tonight, we ask why it still makes us cry. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we explore La Bohème, Giacomo Puccini's masterpiece about love, art, poverty and death in the garrets of 19th century Paris. It is, by some measures, the most popular opera ever written. It is certainly among the most performed, the most recorded, the most likely to reduce an audience to tears. We will trace the opera back to its source, a novel written by a man who lived the bohemian life himself, who knew the freezing rooms and the empty stomachs, who loved women who were dying of consumption, and who died, in the end, of the very same disease that kills his most famous character. We will witness the bitter rivalry between two composers racing to tell the same story, and see how one version became immortal while the other was forgotten. And we will follow the opera's descendants forward across a century as to Jonathan Larson's Rent and beyond, asking why we keep returning to stories of young artists dying beautifully. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from literature to music, from architecture to fashion, from the American West to the way we think about art itself. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now settle in, find a comfortable position. Let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through freezing garrets and candlelit cafes, through opera houses and off-Broadway theatres, through stories of artists who died young and the art that keeps them alive. Let's begin. Paris. Christmas Eve, 1830-something. Imagine, if you will, a room at the top of a narrow building in the Latin Quarter. It is barely a room at all, more of an afterthought, a space carved from beneath the roofline where the ceiling slopes so sharply you cannot stand upright at the edges. The floorboards are warped, the walls are thin, the single window, small and high, is covered in frost, thick frost, the kind that grows when the temperature inside is barely warmer than the temperature outside. Through that frosted window, if you wiped a circle clean, you would see the rooftops of Paris stretching toward the Seine. Chimney pots, spires, the grey winter sky pressing down like a lid. 4 young men share this space. Rodolfo is a poet who has just burned the 3rd act of his play in the stove, watching the pages curl and blacken, giving up 3 months of work for 20 minutes of warmth. Marcello is a painter. His canvases lean against the walls, unsold and unsellable. Chaunard is a musician who has not had a paying engagement in weeks. Colline is a philosopher whose overcoat pockets bulge with books, the one possession he will not sell even when he is starving. They are artists. They are dreamers. They are at this moment slowly freezing to death. This is the world of La Bohème, the bohemian life of mid-19th century Paris, where young artists lived in beautiful squalor, creating masterpieces while dodging landlords and stretching every sou. It is a world of camaraderie and creativity, of grand ambitions and empty stomachs, of passionate arguments about poetry and painting conducted over tables where there was nothing to eat. And it is a world where tuberculosis waits in the shadows. In rooms like this, cold, damp, crowded, poorly ventilated, the bacillus thrived. It moved from lung to lung, invisible, patient, deadly. By the time someone began to cough, it was already too late. Into this garret comes a knock at the door. A young woman, a seamstress from down the hall, enters seeking a light for her candle. The draught on the stairs has blown it out. She's breathless from the climb. She coughs. She leans against the doorframe for support. She's pale and thin and, in the light of the single candle that remains lit, achingly beautiful. Her name is Mimi. She will be dead by the final curtain. In the next 2 hours, Rodolfo and Mimi will fall in love. They will quarrel. They will separate. They will reunite at the moment of her death, surrounded by the friends who have become family in this cramped and freezing room. The love story will be passionate and doomed. The death will be beautiful and terrible. It is one of the most performed operas in the world, produced somewhere on Earth, on average, almost every single day. More than 125 years after its premiere, audiences still weep at Mimi's death, still feel the chill of that garret, still believe utterly in the love story even though they know from the very first scene exactly how it will end. Tonight, we explore why. Why this story, with its consumptive heroine and its starving artist, has captured imaginations across 3 centuries, why tuberculosis became opera's favourite way to die, and why, even in an era of antibiotics and central heating, we keep returning to the cold garrets of Bohemian Paris. This is the story of La Bohème. Giacomo Antonio Domenico Michele II Maria Puccini, mercifully known simply as Giacomo Puccini, was born on December 22, 1858, in Lucca, a small city in Tuscany. Lucca is one of those Italian cities that seems preserved in amber, ancient walls, narrow streets, medieval towers that have stood for centuries. It was a place where tradition mattered, where families carried their professions like inheritances. And the Puccinis were musicians. For 4 generations, stretching back to the early 18th century, the family had produced composers, organists and choir masters who served the Cathedral of Lucca. The position of director of music at the Cattedrale di San Martino had passed from father to son like a title of nobility. When Giacomo was born, it was simply assumed that he too would take his place in this tradition. He would learn organ, he would compose church music, he would serve God and Lucca as his father and grandfather and great-grandfather had done before him. But Giacomo had larger ambitions. He had heard something in music that the cathedral could not contain. At 15 years old, young Giacomo walked 18 miles to Pisa to see a performance of Verdi's Aida. 18 miles, because he could not afford the coach fare. He arrived exhausted, his feet blistered, and took his seat in the cheapest section of the theatre. What he saw and heard that night changed everything. I felt that a musical window had opened for me, he later wrote. The grandeur of the orchestration, the power of the voices, the spectacle of ancient Egypt recreated on stage. This was music that could shake the earth, that could make an audience forget to breathe, that could reduce a theatre full of sophisticated adults to tears. He knew, walking back to Lucca in the dark, that he would not be content as a provincial church musician. He would compose operas, the grandest form of musical drama, the art that combined orchestra and voice, and theatre and spectacle into a single, overwhelming experience. He studied at the Milan Conservatory, struggled through years of poverty that would later inform his portrayal of the Bohemians, and gradually made his name. His early operas, Le Villi and Edgar, showed promise, but not mastery. Then came Manon Lescaut in 1893, a story of doomed love that established him as a major force in Italian opera, a worthy successor to the aging Verdi. For his next project, Puccini turned to a French novel about starving artists in Paris, artists very much like the young man he had once been. The novel was Scènes de la vie de Bohème, Scenes of Bohemian Life, written by Henri Murger and published in 1851. It was a collection of loosely connected stories, almost more like sketches, based on Murger's own experiences as a desperately poor writer in the Latin Quarter of Paris during the 1840s. We will explore Murger's life and death in detail later in our journey. His story is as tragic in its way as any opera. For now, what matters is that his book became the defining document of the Bohemian myth, the romanticised vision of the starving artist that would captivate imaginations for generations, that would shape how we think about creativity and poverty and the relationship between suffering and art. In Murger's stories, poverty was not merely endured, it was celebrated. It was a badge of honour, proof of artistic integrity. The Bohemians were poor because they refused to compromise their art. They lived in garrets because they chose freedom over security. They went hungry because they would rather starve than sell out. They were, in their own eyes, aristocrats of the spirit, superior to the bourgeois world that had money but no soul, comfort but no poetry. And woven through the comic adventures and philosophical arguments was a thread of tragedy. A young woman called Mimi, a seamstress and flower maker who loved the poet Rodolphe, and died, as so many young women died in 19th century Paris, of tuberculosis. Her death, in the original novel, is almost incidental. Mentioned in passing, one more casualty of the bohemian life, but it haunted readers. It haunted Puccini. It was this story, this specific tragedy within the larger comedy, that Puccini seized upon for his opera. He would make Mimi's death the centre of everything. He would make an audience feel what Rodolphe had felt, watching the woman he loved grow pale and thin and finally still. La Bohème premiered on February 1st, 1896, at the Teatro Regio in Turin. The conductor was a 28-year-old named Arturo Toscanini, who would go on to become, by many accounts, the greatest conductor of the 20th century, a legend who led orchestras at La Scala, the Metropolitan Opera, and the New York Philharmonic. But that night in Turin, Toscanini was just a young man with a baton trying to bring a new opera to life. The premiere was not a triumph. The critics were mixed at best, hostile at worst. Carlo Berseccio, writing in the influential Turin newspaper La Stampa, delivered what became the most infamous bad review in operatic history. La Bohème, even as it leaves little impression on the minds of the audience, will leave no great trace upon the history of our lyric theatre. He could not have been more spectacularly wrong. The audience at that first performance knew something the critics did not. They had wept at Mimi's death. They had felt the chill of the garret, the warmth of the love, the terrible weight of loss. Whatever the critics said, they would return. They would bring their friends. Within 4 years, La Bohème was being performed in opera houses across Europe and America, in London and Vienna, in Buenos Aires and New York. Within a decade, it had joined the standard repertoire, one of those works that every opera company must perform, that every soprano must master. Today, it is one of the 3 or 4 most frequently performed operas in the world, beloved by audiences who may never have heard of Run Remerger, who may know nothing of the tuberculosis epidemic that gave the story its tragic weight, but who recognise in Mimi's story something universal and permanently true. They recognise love. They recognise loss. They recognise the terrible beauty of a death that comes too soon. To understand La Bohème, we must first understand the man who created its source material, and who lived and died the life he described. Louis-Henri Murger was born on March 27, 1822, in Paris. His father was a tailor and concierge. His mother helped manage the building where they lived. The family occupied a small apartment on the Rue Saint-Georges, not a slum exactly, but far from the prosperous quarters of the city. They were respectable poor, that most precarious of positions, always one misfortune away from destitution. Young Henri grew up knowing poverty intimately, not as an abstract concept, but as a daily reality of cold rooms and carefully rationed meals, of clothes mended until they could be mended no more, of luxuries that existed only in the shop windows that he passed on his way to school. His father wanted him to learn a trade, to become a tailor like himself, or perhaps a clerk with steady employment and a pension to look forward to. But Henri had other ideas. He had discovered books, and through books he had discovered the world, of ideas, poetry, philosophy, the promise of a life beyond the narrow confines of his father's workshop. As a young man, barely into his 20s, he drifted toward the artistic circles of Paris. He tried poetry first, with limited success. His verses were competent but not brilliant. He contributed articles to small literary journals that paid little or nothing, sometimes only in copies of the magazine itself. He became part of a loose group of artists and writers who called themselves, with self-deprecating humour, les buveurs d'eau, the water drinkers. They were too poor to afford wine. The water drinkers lived the life that Murger would later romanticise in his fiction. They shared cramped rooms in the Latin Quarter. They pawned their belongings to pay rent. First the non-essentials, then the essentials, then everything they owned except the tools of their art. They went hungry for days at a time. They created poems and paintings and essays that almost no one wanted to buy. And they died. One by one, they died. Of tuberculosis, of starvation, of fevers brought on by cold and malnutrition, of the accumulated damage that poverty inflicts on young bodies not yet strong enough to resist it. The water drinkers left no monuments except in Murger's memory. The Latin Quarter takes its name from the language spoken there for centuries, Latin, the tongue of scholars and theologians who attended the Sorbonne, the ancient university that had stood at the heart of this neighbourhood since the 13th century. For hundreds of years, students had lived in these narrow streets, debating philosophy and law, medicine and theology in the language of the church and the academy. By the 1840s, Latin had faded, but the scholarly character of the neighbourhood remained. The area had become the heart of artistic and intellectual Paris, a place where ideas mattered more than money, where a clever argument could earn you a meal and a brilliant poem could earn you a reputation, even if it couldn't pay your rent. It was a neighbourhood of students and artists, of cheap cafes where debates raged late into the night, of bookshops where volumes were sold by weight when their owners could no longer afford to keep them. The most affordable rooms were the garrets, attic spaces at the top of narrow buildings, reached by climbing 4 or 5 or even 6 flights of rickety wooden stairs. These garret rooms were scarcely fit for human habitation. The ceilings sloped so sharply that you could stand upright only in the centre. The single window, small and draughty, let in a thin grey light and far too much cold air. There was no running water. You carried it up from the courtyard in buckets. There was no heat except what you could coax from a tiny stove fed by whatever scraps of fuel you could scrounge. In winter, ice formed on the inside of the windows. In summer, the roof baked in the sun, turning the garret into an oven. But these rooms were all that a struggling artist could afford. 3 or 4 francs a month, payable, theoretically, to a landlord who would bang on your door demanding rent at the most inconvenient moments. Murger and his friends inhabited this world completely. They spent their days in cafes, not drinking expensive coffee, which was beyond their means, but occupying tables for hours, nursing a single glass of water or perhaps a small beer, bought with coins scraped together from jacket pockets. They talked about art and philosophy and revolution. They argued about poetry and politics. They planned the masterpieces they would create when they had the time, the materials, the stability to create them. And then they climbed back to their freezing garrets and worked through the night by candlelight, writing poems that would never be published, painting canvases that would never be sold, composing symphonies that would never be performed. They lived for their art because there was nothing else to live for. The centre of their social world was the Café Momus, a modest establishment on the Rue des Prêtres Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois that features prominently in La Bohème. It was not elegant. The furniture was worn, the walls were stained with tobacco smoke, and the proprietor had long since given up hope of collecting what he was owed. But here the bohemians gathered to share what little they had, to argue about ideas, and to forget for a few hours the poverty and cold that defined their existence. Between 1847 and 1849, Murger published a series of stories in a small literary magazine called Le Corsaire. It was not a prestigious publication, far from it. Le Corsaire was a satirical journal, irreverent and often in trouble with the censors, but it paid, however modestly, and it gave Merger a platform. The stories he wrote, loosely connected, episodic, semi-autobiographical, depicted the lives of 4 bohemian friends and the women who loved them. They were comic mostly. The tone was light, ironic, self-deprecating. The characters schemed to avoid their landlord. They invented elaborate justifications for not paying their bills. They found ways to eat lavish meals and then slip away before the check came. But underneath the comedy was something darker. The characters were often cold. They were often hungry. They fell in love with women who were already dying. The reader laughed at their antics, but the laughter had an edge to it. The recognition that this precarious existence could collapse at any moment into tragedy. The characters were drawn from life, from the water drinkers Merger knew. Rodolphe, the poet, was Merger himself, his ambitions, his struggles, his romances thinly disguised. Marcel, the painter, was a composite of several artist friends. Chaunard, the musician, was based on Alexandre Chan, a real composer who had shared quarters with Merger. Colline, the philosopher, was drawn from a friend named Jean Wallon, whose overcoat pockets really did bulge with books. And the women, Mimi, Musette and others, were composites of real women Merger had known in the Bohemian underworld. Grisettes they were called, working-class girls who sewed or made artificial flowers by day and drifted into the demi-monde by night. In 1849, Merger adapted his stories into a play, La Vie de Bohème, which was produced at the Théâtre des Variétés. It was a surprising success. Parisian audiences, many of them comfortable bourgeois, who had never set foot in a garret, found themselves enchanted by this vision of artistic life. They wept at the sad parts. They laughed at the comic parts. They came back the next night and brought their friends. What they saw was not poverty as it actually was, but poverty as they imagined it might be. Romantic, full of adventure and passion, redeemed by art and love. Merger had discovered something that audiences desperately wanted, a myth. In 1851, Merger gathered his stories together and published them as a novel, Scènes de la vie de Bohème. The book became a classic, reprinted in edition after edition, translated into languages that Merger would never learn to read. It defined for generations what it meant to be a Bohemian, and in doing so, it obscured the reality of what it had cost. Merger's genius was to transform the misery he knew into something audiences wanted to experience vicariously. In his stories, the Bohemians are not simply poor. They are nobly poor. Their poverty is a badge of artistic integrity, proof that they have not sold out. They could have comfortable bourgeois lives if they wanted them. Their education, their talents, their connections would have enabled them to find steady employment in some office or shop, but they have chosen differently. They have chosen to starve for their art. They are heroes of the spirit, too pure for commerce, too honest for compromise, too devoted to beauty to care about money. When they burn their manuscripts for heat, it is presented not as desperation but as a kind of joke, a commentary on the relative values of literature and warmth. When they dodge their landlord, it is a comic caper, not a shameful necessity. The reality, of course, was grimmer. Merger knew, because he had lived it, that Bohemian life was not a choice for most who lived it. They were poor because they had no money, not because they had rejected money on principle. They went hungry because they could not afford food, not because fasting was spiritually ennobling. They died young of tuberculosis, of typhus, of all the diseases that poverty breeds, not because early death was beautiful, but because poverty kills. The water drinkers did not toast their empty glasses with ironic cheer. They stared at them in despair, wondering when they would eat again. But Merger also knew, with the instinct of a born storyteller, that this reality would not sell books. No one wants to read about genuine misery. No comfortable Parisian wanted to feel guilty about the artists starving in the garrets above their heads. They wanted to admire those artists from a safe distance, to envy their freedom and their passion without having to share their cold and hunger. And so Murger created a myth. The myth of the beautiful doomed artist that would persist long after the actual water drinkers were dead and forgotten. The bohemian became a figure of romance, an object of aspiration. The garret became a symbol of artistic authenticity, not what it actually was, a death trap of cold and disease and slow starvation. It was a beautiful lie, and like all beautiful lies, it had consequences. Among Murger's characters, Mimi stands out, and her story would become the emotional centre of La Bohème. In Murger's stories, Mimi is a grisette, a young working-class woman who supplements her meagre wages as a seamstress or flower maker by accepting gifts from male admirers. She's not a prostitute exactly, but she exists in the shadowy world between respectability and the demi-monde. She makes artificial flowers for a living, violets and roses crafted from silk and wire, sold to decorate the hats and dresses of wealthy women who would never acknowledge her existence. Her real name is Lucille, but everyone calls her Mimi. She is thin and pale, with hands roughened by needle pricks, and eyes that are alternately merry and melancholy. She coughs sometimes, a delicate cough that she hides behind her handkerchief. She falls in love with Rodolphe, the poet. Their relationship is passionate and stormy, the kind of love that burns too hot to be sustainable. They quarrel over small things, his jealousy, her flirtations with wealthy admirers, the impossibility of surviving on poetry alone. They separate, they reunite, they separate again. Throughout it all, Mimi grows increasingly ill, the familiar symptoms of tuberculosis emerging gradually, inexorably. The cough becomes more persistent. The pallor deepens, she grows thinner, weaker. There is blood on the handkerchief now. Everyone can see what is happening, but no one speaks of it directly. There is nothing to be done. In Murger's original stories, Mimi's death is not the dramatic climax. It happens almost casually, mentioned in passing. One more casualty of the bohemian life. One more flower maker carried off by the consumption. The narrative moves on. The comedy continues, tinged now with grief. But when the stories were adapted for the stage and later for opera, Mimi's death became the emotional pinnacle of the work. Puccini understood what Murger had perhaps not fully grasped, that Mimi's death could carry the weight of everything the opera had to say about love and art and mortality. She dies surrounded by friends, in the arms of the man who loves her, in the same garret where she first appeared seeking a light for her candle. The love that began in that room ends in that room. The symmetry is perfect, the tragedy is complete. It is a death that audiences have been weeping over for more than 125 years. Here is the bitter irony at the heart of La Bohème. Henri Murger died the same way his characters died. After the success of his play and novel, Murger achieved a measure of fame and financial stability. He moved out of the garrets. He bought new clothes. He dined in restaurants where he actually paid the bill. Critics praised him as the chronicler of a vanishing world, the poet of Bohemian Paris. In 1859, he received the Légion d'honneur, the red ribbon that marked recognition from the French state of his literary contributions. He was 37 years old. He should have had decades of writing ahead of him. He should have been able to leave the garret life behind forever. But the damage was already done. Years of poverty, cold, and malnutrition had destroyed his health beyond repair. Tuberculosis, almost certainly contracted during his water drinker days, had taken hold in his lungs. The disease had been progressing slowly, invisibly, throughout the years of his success. Now, in the late 1850s, his condition deteriorated rapidly. The cough that had been merely annoying became constant, racking, bloody. He grew weak. He could not work. Whatever money he had earned from his books and plays slipped away, spent on doctors who could do nothing, on medicines that helped not at all. By January of 1861, Murger was nearly penniless again. The wheel had come full circle. The man who had made the garret romantic found himself once more without resources. He was admitted to a Paris hospital, the Maison du Bois, a charitable institution for the poor. He was too weak to care for himself. Napoleon III's minister, the Count Walowski, heard of his condition and sent 500 francs to help with medical expenses. It was a generous gesture. It was also meaningless. No amount of money could cure tuberculosis in 1861. It was too late. Henry Murger died on January 28, 1861. He was 38 years old, the same age at which Chopin had died, the same age at which so many consumptives died, cut down in what should have been the prime of life. The man who had romanticized the bohemian life, who had made poverty beautiful in his fiction, died in the same poverty that had killed his characters. The garret that he had transformed into a symbol of artistic freedom had, in reality, been a death sentence. The cold that he had turned into comedy had been tuberculosis, waiting patiently in his lungs. The myth he created outlived him, and continues to outlive him still, more than 160 years later. Bohemia, Murger wrote in the preface to his novel, is bordered on the north by cold, on the west by hunger, on the south by love, and on the east by hope. He had lived in all four quarters. He had died there. The influence of Murger's work extended far beyond La Bohème, far beyond the Paris that he had known. His vision of the starving artist became a template, one that would be repeated and elaborated throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. The Bohemian ideal, once specific to a few blocks of the Latin Quarter, spread across the world. Wherever young artists gathered to pursue their dreams, they found themselves reenacting a story that Murger had written. By the end of the 19th century, the Latin Quarter had given way to Montmartre as the centre of Bohemian Paris. The artists of the Belle Époque, Toulouse-Lautrec painting dancers at the Moulin Rouge, Renoir capturing light on canvas, the young Picasso arriving from Spain with nothing but talent and ambition, inhabited a world that Murger would have recognised immediately. The garrets were a little warmer now, lit by gas lamps rather than candles. But the essential elements remained: poverty, creativity, community, and always the shadow of early death. In the 20th century, the Bohemian tradition migrated across the Atlantic. Greenwich Village in New York became the American Montmartre, home to writers and painters, radicals and dreamers. The cafes of the left bank, where Hemingway and Fitzgerald drank in the 1920s, were direct descendants of the Café Momus. The coffee houses of the Beat generation in the 1950s, the rock clubs of the 1960s and 1970s, each was a new iteration of the same myth. Each generation reinvented Bohemia according to its own needs. The artist changed, the art changed, the specific substances of addiction changed, but the fundamental elements remained constant: poverty accepted, even embraced for the sake of art, community among those who had rejected or been rejected by mainstream society, romantic tragedy lurking always behind the camaraderie and the laughter. And, always in some form, the shadow of early death. Murger had established the template, perhaps the most durable template in modern cultural history, The young artist dies young. In the 19th century, the disease was tuberculosis. In the 20th, it was heroin or suicide, or the accumulated damage of a life lived on the edge. In the 1980s and 1990s, it was AIDS. The specific disease changes. The underlying mythology remains. The garret is still there, waiting for the next generation of dreamers to discover it. When Giacomo Puccini decided to adapt Murger's novel into an opera, he did not know that another composer had the same idea. The story of what happened next has become one of the great rivalries in operatic history, though the truth of it remains murky, obscured by decades of accusation and counter-accusation. Ruggero Leoncavallo was a successful Italian composer, best known for his opera Pagliacci, a brutal one-act tragedy about jealousy and murder in a travelling theatre troupe. He was, by all accounts, an ambitious man, keenly aware of his place in the operatic world and protective of what he considered his territory. According to some accounts, primarily Leoncavallo's own, he had been working on a La Bohème opera for years. He had researched Murger's life. He had visited Paris to absorb the atmosphere. He had even, reportedly, offered Puccini a libretto for the project in 1892, which Puccini had declined, claiming he preferred to work with his own librettists. In March of 1893, the two composers ran into each other at a cafe in Milan. The Café Buffy, according to one account, or perhaps another establishment entirely. During their conversation, they realised with mutual horror that both were actively working on operas based on Murger's novel. The meeting did not go well. Leoncavallo was furious. He believed, or claimed to believe, that Puccini had rejected his libretto specifically in order to steal the idea and create his own version. Whether this was true, or whether both composers had simply arrived at the same source material independently, remains impossible to determine. But Leoncavallo was convinced of Puccini's treachery, and he was not the sort of man to suffer in silence. He launched a public campaign through the press, accusing Puccini of theft and betrayal. Letters flew back and forth in the newspapers. Each composer claimed priority. Each accused the other of bad faith. The musical world of Italy took sides. Puccini's response was characteristically blunt. What does it matter to Maestro Leoncavallo? Let him compose, I will compose, the audience will decide. And so both composers continued their work. The race was on. Puccini collaborated with two librettists, Luigi Illica and Giuseppe Giacosa, to transform Murger's sprawling episodic novel into a coherent operatic drama. It was a partnership that would produce three of the most beloved operas in the repertoire, La Bohème, Tosca and Madama Butterfly. The collaboration was not easy. Illica was responsible for the dramatic structure, the plot, the stage directions. Giacosa handled the verse, the actual words that the characters would sing. The two men had different temperaments and different ideas about what the opera should be. Puccini, who knew exactly what he wanted, drove them both relentlessly, demanding revision after revision until the libretto met his exacting standards. The transformation of Murger's novel required significant condensation and restructuring. The original stories wandered. They were episodic, loosely connected, more interested in atmosphere than plot. An opera needed focus. It needed a clear dramatic arc. It needed, above all, an ending that would devastate the audience. The librettist chose to centre the work on two love stories, Rodolfo and Mimi, Marcello and Musetta. The other bohemians, Shonald the musician, Colleen the philosopher, became supporting characters. The various women in Murger's stories were consolidated. The comic episodes were selected for their theatrical potential. Everything else was simplified or eliminated. Most importantly, the libretto made Mimi's death the climax of the entire work. In Merger's original, Mimi's death is mentioned almost in passing. One tragic event among many in the chaotic Bohemian life. It happens, and then the story continues. In Puccini's opera, it becomes the moment toward which everything builds. The joys of Act 1, the comedy of Act 2, the heartbreak of Act 3, all of it leads inexorably to the final scene in Act 4, when Mimi returns to the garret to die. This structural choice transformed La Bohème from a series of charming scenes into a unified tragedy. It gave audiences something to feel at the end. Not just the pleasant melancholy of Bohemian nostalgia, but genuine, wrenching grief for a character they had come to love over the previous 2 hours. Puccini composed La Bohème between 1893 and 1895, completing the orchestration in late 1895. He worked at his villa at Torre del Lago, in the marshlands near the Tuscan coast, where he could compose undisturbed by the distractions of city life. The music is among his most accessible and immediately appealing, which is saying something for a composer whose melodies are universally admired. From the very first notes, the orchestra establishes a sense of bustling energy, of life being lived at full tilt despite the cold and the poverty. The love duets are soaring and romantic. The comic scenes sparkle with wit. The melodies are unforgettable. Rodolfo's aria about Mimi's cold little hand. Mimi's response, explaining who she is and what she dreams of. The glorious duet that ends Act 1 as they declare their love and walk out into the Parisian night. Musetta's flirtatious waltz in Act 2. Mimi's heartbreaking farewell in Act 3. Audiences leave the theatre humming these melodies. They have been humming them for over a century. But the sophistication of Puccini's score goes far beyond catchy tunes. He developed a system of musical themes, what musicologists call leitmotifs, borrowing the term from Wagner, that recur throughout the opera, transformed and developed as the drama unfolds. These themes are not just labels for characters, they carry emotional weight. They tell us what the characters are feeling even when the words cannot. The theme of Mimi's bonnet, first heard when she describes her simple life in Act 1, returns in Act V as she lies dying, but now it is coloured by loss, by the memory of what was and will never be again. The theme of the Bohemians' camaraderie, boisterous and playful in Act 1, becomes tender and mournful in Act 4, when the friends sacrifice their few possessions to help the dying girl. This technique creates a sense of memory within the music itself. As the characters remember earlier times, the orchestra remembers with them, bringing back fragments of themes that the audience has heard before, now coloured by everything that has happened since. The effect is cumulative. By the end of the opera, every musical phrase carries the weight of the entire story. The effect in Act 4 is devastating. As Mimi lies dying, as she and Rodolfo recall their first meeting, the orchestra plays music from Act 1, from the moment when they first declared their love, when everything was possible, when the future stretched ahead of them like an endless promise. What was joyful then becomes unbearably sad now. The melody is the same, the meaning is transformed. The music carries the weight of everything that has been lost. Let me walk through the opera's story. 4 acts that span roughly a year in the lives of our bohemians, from one Christmas Eve to the following autumn. Act 1. Christmas Eve, in the garret. The room is freezing. Rodolfo the poet and Marcello the painter are trying to work, but the cold makes concentration impossible. Marcello's painting, a depiction of the crossing of the Red Sea that he has been reworking for years, sits on its easel, abandoned. Rodolfo's latest poem lies unfinished on the table. To warm the room, Rodolfo makes a dramatic sacrifice. He burns the manuscript of his play, feeding it page by page into the stove. The fire blazes briefly, then dies. The warmth is fleeting, the art is gone. Their friends Colin the philosopher and Shaunod the musician arrive with an unexpected windfall. Food, wine, fuel and money, the product of a comic misadventure involving an eccentric English milord and a parrot. For once the Bohemians will eat well on Christmas Eve. But their celebration is interrupted by the arrival of Benoit the landlord, demanding the rent that is months overdue, through a clever trick, getting Benoit drunk and then pretending moral outrage at his confessed infidelities. The Bohemians manage to throw him out without paying. It is a small victory, comic and slightly mean-spirited, but it is theirs. The friends prepare to leave for Christmas Eve celebrations at the Café Momus, but Rodolfo stays behind. He has an article to finish, he claims. The others depart. The garret falls silent. And then there is a knock at the door. Mimi enters, seeking a light for her candle. The draught on the stairs has blown it out. She is breathless from the climb. 5 flights of stairs are hard when your lungs are not strong. In the candlelight, Rodolfo sees that she is beautiful. Her pallor, her thinness, her evident fragility, all of it strikes him as lovely rather than alarming. Both candles go out. In the darkness, Mimi drops her key. They search for it together, hands reaching across the floor, their fingers touch. Rodolfo, moved beyond reason by this simple contact, takes her hand and tells her it is cold. "Che gelida manina," the aria begins. He tells her who he is, a poet, poor in worldly goods but rich in dreams. She tells him who she is. Lucia is her name, but everyone calls her Mimi. She makes flowers and embroidery. She lives alone. She waits for spring. They fall in love instantly, passionately, with the intensity that only the young and the doomed can muster. The act ends with them declaring their love and walking out into the Parisian night toward the cafe where their friends are waiting. Act 2. The Latin Quarter, outside the Café Momus. It is still Christmas Eve, and the streets are alive with vendors and revellers. Rodolfo buys Mimi a pink bonnet, a modest luxury, but one that fills her with joy. The Bohemians gather at the cafe, ordering more food than they can afford. Their meal is interrupted by the spectacular arrival of Musetta, Marcello's former lover, now on the arm of Alcindoro, a wealthy older man who is clearly besotted with her. Musetta is everything Mimi is not. Bold, flamboyant, calculating. She knows exactly what she wants, and what she wants right now is Marcello's attention. She sings her famous waltz, ostensibly describing how men stare at her when she walks through the streets, but really aim directly at Marcello. It is a performance within a performance. Musetta using the cafe as her stage, the other diners as her audience, and the increasingly uncomfortable Alcindoro as her prop. Her strategy works. Marcello cannot resist her. Feigning a pinched foot, Musetta sends Alcindoro to buy her new shoes. The moment he leaves, she and Marcello reunite passionately. A military parade fills the streets. In the confusion, the Bohemians slip away, leaving poor Alcindoro to pay their bill as well as his own when he returns with the shoes. It is a comic ending, but with an edge. We have seen the Bohemians at their most charming and their most ruthless. We have seen love bloom, both the tender love of Rodolfo and Mimi, and the passionate, volatile love of Marcello and Musetta. And underneath it all, we have seen Mimi coughing delicately into her handkerchief. Act 3. A snowy February morning at a tavern near the Barrière d'Enfer, one of Paris's toll gates, where travellers entering the city must stop and pay their customs dues. It is dawn, snow is falling, workers are stamping their feet against the cold. Mimi appears, seeking Marcello. She has learned that he is living at the tavern with Musetta, who is entertaining the customers with her singing. She needs his advice. Her relationship with Rodolfo is falling apart. She tells Marcello what has happened. Rodolfo is jealous, possessive, impossible. They quarrel constantly. She doesn't know what to do. She loves him, but she cannot live this way. Rodolfo appears, also seeking Marcello's advice. Mimi hides behind a tree and overhears their conversation. At first, Rodolfo complains of Mimi's flirtatiousness. She smiles at other men. She accepts their compliments. She's not faithful to him. But Marcello presses him. That is not the real reason, and they both know it. Slowly, reluctantly, the truth emerges. Rodolfo is afraid. He knows Mimi is dying. He can see it in her pallor, hear it in her cough, feel it in the thinness of her body when he holds her, and he knows that his poverty cannot provide her with the care she needs. His garret is killing her. The cold, the damp, the lack of food and medicine, all of it is hastening her death. He believes that being with him is a death sentence. If she were with a wealthier man, in a warmer room with doctors and medicines and proper food, perhaps she might survive. Mimi, hearing all of this, cannot contain herself. Her coughing, that terrible racking cough, reveals her presence. Rodolfo rushes to her. The pretense of quarrelling falls away. They know now what they are facing. They decide to stay together through the winter. They cannot bear to part while the world is cold. But in the spring, when the roses bloom, they will separate. It is compromise born of desperation, and both of them know it will not hold. Meanwhile, Musetta and Marcello are having their own violent quarrel. Their love is a storm, always, and now the storm has turned destructive. The act ends with both couples, Rodolfo and Mimi tenderly reconciled, walking slowly away, Marcello and Musetta screaming insults at each other as the snow falls around them. Act 4. The garret again. Some months have passed. It is autumn now, and the trees that Mimi loved are bare. Rodolfo and Marcello are back in their old room, both pretending to work but actually pining for the women they have lost. Mimi and Rodolfo have separated. Marcello and Musetta have broken up again. The men try to comfort each other. They try to make light of their losses, but neither of them is fooling anyone. Schaunard and Colleen arrive with a modest meal, bread, a herring, much less than they pretended to bring in Act 1, when the bohemian life still seemed like an adventure. The four friends engage in mock combat, horse play, a burst of the old camaraderie. For a moment, the garret is full of laughter. And then Musetta arrives with devastating news. Mimi is outside, too weak to climb the stairs. She had been living with a wealthy viscount, the better life that Rodolfo had hoped for her, but she left him. She wanted to die in the garret. She wanted to die with Rodolfo. Rodolfo rushes down to help her. Mimi is brought in and placed on the bed. She's dying. Anyone can see it. Her face is grey. Her breathing is laboured. She cannot stop coughing. The friends spring into action. Musetta gives her earrings to Marcello to sell for medicine. Colleen, in one of the opera's most touching moments, sacrifices his beloved overcoat, the one possession he treasures, the coat whose pockets have carried his books through all these years of poverty. He sings a farewell to it, Vecchia Zimara, old coat. It is a small aria, brief and quiet, but it carries enormous weight. In this world of poverty, a coat is not just a coat. It is warmth. It is identity. It is everything. The friends go out on their errands, leaving Mimi and Rodolfo alone. They talk. They remember. They recall their first meeting, the candle, the key, the cold hand. They recall the bonnet he bought her. They recall the love that seemed for a moment like it could conquer everything. Mimi falls asleep, or seems to. Rodolfo, trying to make her comfortable, goes to adjust the shade on the window. The light is hurting her eyes. The friends return. Schaunard notices that Mimi has stopped breathing. He whispers to Marcello. Marcello tries to tell Rodolfo without speaking the words, but Rodolfo sees their faces. He sees Musetta praying. He knows. He rushes to the bed. He takes Mimi's hand, the hand he took in the dark so many months ago. He calls her name. There is no answer. The opera ends with Rodolfo's anguished cry, "Mimi! Mimi!" and a devastating orchestral crash. The curtain falls. The audience weeps. Mimi's death in La Bohème is, medically speaking, remarkably accurate. A study published in The Lancet, one of the world's most prestigious medical journals, analysed her symptoms as depicted in the opera and concluded that Puccini's portrayal was consistent with advanced pulmonary tuberculosis, complicated by cor pulmonale. This is a condition in which the heart's right ventricle fails due to long-term damage from lung disease. The lungs, ravaged by tuberculosis, can no longer efficiently oxygenate the blood. The heart, struggling to pump blood through damaged lung tissue, eventually gives out. Mimi's cold hands, the gelida manina that Rodolfo sings about in his first aria, are not merely a romantic detail. They are a symptom of peripheral circulatory failure. Her breathlessness on the stairs is not a dramatic convenience. It reflects the progressive destruction of her lung capacity. Her weakness, her pallor, her gradual wasting, all of it is medically consistent with the disease as it actually progressed in the 19th century. By the time of her death, Mimi's body would have been in complete failure. Her oxygen-starved tissues would have been shutting down one by one. Her heart, weakened by months or years of struggling against damaged lungs, would have been unable to pump blood effectively to her extremities. The cold hands that Rodolfo takes in the dark of the garret would have been even colder at the end. Puccini got it right. Whether through research or intuition, whether guided by librettists who had witnessed such deaths firsthand or simply by the accumulated cultural knowledge of a society where tuberculosis was everywhere, he created a death that was both beautiful and true. But medical accuracy is not why tuberculosis became opera's favourite disease. The appeal was aesthetic, not scientific. Consumption was chosen not because it was common, though it certainly was, but because it was useful. It served the needs of the stage. Tuberculosis was the ideal operatic illness because it allowed singers to die beautifully. Consider the alternatives available to 19th century composers seeking a disease to kill their heroines. Cholera, epidemic in 19th century Europe, particularly in the great urban outbreaks of 1832 and 1854, kills through violent diarrhea and dehydration. The victim loses massive amounts of fluid, becoming gaunt and blue-skinned. Within hours, death can come in a single day. It is a terrible way to die, and absolutely unsuitable for the operatic stage. No audience wants to see that, and no singer wants to portray it. Typhus causes high fever, delirium, and a rash that covers the body. The victim becomes confused, unable to recognize loved ones, lost in hallucination. Again, dramatically unpromising. You cannot sing a touching final aria when you are delirious with fever. Smallpox leaves its victims scarred and disfigured. Bubonic plague kills with grotesque swelling of the lymph nodes. Dysentery, like cholera, involves symptoms that cannot be depicted on stage without embarrassment. Syphilis, though extremely common in 19th century Europe, carried a moral stigma that made it unsuitable for sympathetic characters. A woman who died of syphilis was presumed to have lived a life of sin. She was not a victim, but a transgressor. Audiences might pity her, but they would not weep for her the way they wept for Mimi. Tuberculosis, by contrast, seemed almost designed for operatic tragedy. The disease killed slowly over months or years, allowing for extended deathbed scenes. A composer could write a 4-act opera spanning an entire year, with the heroine growing progressively weaker, and the audience would understand and accept the timeline. They had seen it happen in their own families. Tuberculosis caused gradual wasting that could be portrayed as ethereal rather than gruesome. The consumptive grew thin, delicate, almost translucent, qualities that the 19th century associated with spiritual refinement rather than physical decay. The pallor and flushed cheeks, symptoms of anemia, and the hectic fever that came and went, could be interpreted as signs of delicate beauty. A consumptive heroine looked fragile, romantic, interesting. Most importantly, the consumptive remained conscious and articulate until very near the end. A woman dying of tuberculosis could speak, could sing, could express her deepest emotions with full awareness of what she was saying. She could say goodbye. She could forgive. She could declare her love one final time before the light faded from her eyes. A consumptive heroine could die beautifully, surrounded by loved ones, expressing her deepest emotions in song. The death could be tragic without being repulsive. Audiences could weep without looking away, and the soprano could bring down the house with her final aria, knowing that she was performing one of the great set pieces of the operatic tradition. Before La Bohème, there was La Traviata, Verdi's opera about a courtesan who dies of tuberculosis. If La Bohème is the most famous operatic death by consumption, La Traviata is a close second, and it came first. La Traviata premiered in Venice on March 6, 1853, 43 years before La Bohème would debut in Turin. The premiere was famously disastrous. The soprano was miscast, the audience laughed in the wrong places, and Verdi was so dejected that he nearly withdrew the work entirely. But within a year, La Traviata had been revised and restaged to acclaim. It would become one of the most beloved operas in their repertoire. The opera was based on La Dame aux Camélias, The Lady of the Camellias, a novel and play by Alexandre Dumas Fils. Dumas was the illegitimate son of the famous novelist Alexandre Dumas, author of The Three Musketeers and The Count of Monte Cristo. The younger Dumas would become a successful writer in his own right, but his fame would rest largely on this single story, a story based on his own life, on a love affair that ended in tragedy. Verdi saw Dumas' play in Paris in 1852 and immediately recognised its operatic potential. Here was everything he needed: a passionate love story, a strong-willed heroine, a tragic ending that would reduce audiences to tears, and at the centre of it all, tuberculosis, the disease that made the tragedy possible. In La Traviata, the consumptive heroine is Violetta Valery, a courtesan, the most famous and sought after in Paris. She lives extravagantly, surrounded by admirers, throwing parties that are the talk of the city. But she's ill. She coughs. She knows, though she tries not to think about it, that her time is short. She falls in love with Alfredo Germont, a young man from a respectable family, and for a time they are happy together, living quietly in the country, away from the glamour and corruption of her former life. But Alfredo's father arrives and demands that she give up his son. A courtesan cannot marry into a respectable family. She will ruin Alfredo's reputation, his sister's marriage prospects, his entire future. Violetta, in an act of extraordinary self-sacrifice, agrees. She pretends to have fallen out of love with Alfredo. She returns to Paris to her former protector. Alfredo, not knowing the truth, believes she has betrayed him. He publicly humiliates her. By the time Alfredo's father confesses what he did, by the time he gives Alfredo permission to be with Violetta, it is too late. She is dying. The consumption that has been advancing throughout the opera has finally won. The opera ends with one of the most famous death scenes in the repertoire. Violetta briefly feeling better, that terrible rally that sometimes precedes the final decline, what doctors call the last improvement, rises from her bed, declares "I feel life returning," and then collapses, dead. Alfredo screams her name, the orchestra crashes, the curtain falls. Scholar Arthur Gruss has noted that La Traviata may contain the first operatic death by tuberculosis. Whether or not this is precisely accurate, other scholars have identified earlier examples. It certainly established the template that La Bohème would later perfect: the beautiful young woman, the doomed love affair, the lingering death in the arms of the beloved. Behind Violetta Valery, behind all the operatic consumptives of the 19th century, stands a real woman. Marie du Plessis was born Rose Alphonsine Plessis on January 15, 1824, in a small village in rural Normandy. Her childhood was one of poverty and abuse. Her mother died when she was 8. Her father, an alcoholic peddler, actually sold her, to a man who used her as a child labourer and worse. By her mid-teens, she had escaped her family and made her way to Paris, where her extraordinary beauty caught the attention of wealthy men willing to pay for her company. She reinvented herself, changing her name from Alphonsine to Marie, adding the aristocratic du to her surname. She learned to dress, to speak, to move through high society as if she belonged there. She became one of the most famous courtesans of her era, a demi-mondaine, they called such women, inhabitants of the half-world that existed alongside but separate from respectable society. She was courted by aristocrats and artists, by dukes and diplomats. Franz Liszt himself was among her admirers. She owned a magnificent apartment, attended the opera in diamonds, drove through the Bois de Boulogne in her own carriage. She lived extravagantly, running up enormous debts, because she knew her career would be short. Beauty fades, youth fades, and she was already coughing. Alexandre Dumas Fils met her in 1844, when he was 20 years old and she was barely past 20. He was immediately infatuated. Their relationship was stormy and short-lived. He was jealous of her other admirers. She could not afford to give up their financial support, but it marked him for life. When Marie died of tuberculosis on February 3, 1847, at the age of 23, Dumas was devastated. He was in Marseille when he received the news. He could not even attend her funeral. By the time he returned to Paris, her possessions had been auctioned off to pay her debts, and the apartment where they had been together had been stripped bare. Within months, Dumas had begun writing the novel that would immortalize her. In his hands, Marie du Plessis became Marguerite Gautier, the Lady of the Camellias, named for the flowers she always wore. The real Marie had favoured camellias too, perhaps because they have no scent and would not aggravate her cough. The novel cleaned up some of the more sordid details of her life, while preserving her fundamental tragedy. A woman of great beauty and sensitivity, trapped by circumstances into a life of moral compromise, redeemed by love but killed by disease. In Dumas's telling, Marguerite is not simply a prostitute, but a romantic heroine, a woman who sacrifices everything for love and is destroyed by a society that cannot accept her redemption. The novel became a play. The play became Verdi's opera, and Marie du Plessis, the poor Norman girl who was sold by her father and died alone in a rented apartment at 23, surrounded by doctors she could not pay, became an archetype, the fallen woman whose death purifies her, the consumptive beauty whose suffering ennobles. She would have been astonished, perhaps, to know that people would still be weeping for her over 175 years later. It is worth noting that in both La Traviata and La Bohème, the consumptive victim is female. This is not medically accurate. Tuberculosis killed men and women in roughly equal numbers throughout the 19th century, and in some periods and places it actually killed more men than women. Men worked in dusty factories and crowded workshops. Men lived in boarding houses and military barracks. Men, in many ways, were more exposed to the conditions that spread the disease. But operatic tuberculosis was overwhelmingly a women's disease. The dying consumptive on the 19th century stage was almost always female. The reasons were cultural, not medical. In 19th century opera, and in 19th century culture more broadly, the dying woman was a figure of intense emotional and aesthetic interest. Her death was beautiful in ways that a man's death could not be. Her suffering was redemptive in ways that a man's suffering was not. A dying man might be heroic, might be tragic, might be mourned, but he was not beautiful in the same way. His death did not carry the same emotional charge. The consumptive heroine embodied a constellation of Victorian ideals about femininity, passivity, fragility, submission, selflessness. She accepted her fate without complaint. She forgave those who had wronged her. She thought of others even as she lay dying, worrying about the grief she would cause them. In death, she became almost angelic, a model of the feminine virtue that the living were supposed to emulate. This mythology served patriarchal interests, whether or not the artists who created it were consciously aware of what they were doing. The dying woman was the ultimate object of male desire. Beautiful, vulnerable, utterly dependent. She could not threaten the man who loved her. She could not challenge him, criticize him, leave him for someone else. She could only suffer beautifully and die, leaving him to mourn her and to remember her as perfect. Mimi and Violetta are both in their different ways products of this mythology. They are presented sympathetically, even heroically. Their deaths are meant to move us, not to teach us a lesson about morality or social reform. But they are also presented as victims of disease, of poverty, of the men who love them but cannot save them. Their agency is limited to the choice of how gracefully to accept their fate. Neither woman rages against her death. Neither demands better treatment, better housing, better medicine. Neither calls out the social system that has condemned her to freeze and starve. They accept, they forgive, they die. It is a troubling pattern, even as it is a beautiful one. The consumptive heroine did not die with the 19th century. Throughout the 20th century and into the 21st, artists have returned again and again to the template established by La Traviata and La Bohème. The specific disease may change. AIDS replaced tuberculosis as the era's emblematic plague, but the underlying structure remains. Young love cut short by fatal illness, the beautiful death that cannot be prevented, the grief of the survivors who must carry on. In 1996, exactly 100 years after La Bohème premiered in Turin, a new version of the story opened off-Broadway in New York. It was called Rent, and we will explore it in detail shortly. But first, let me mention some other descendants of the operatic consumptive. The 2001 film Moulin Rouge, directed by Baz Luhrmann, is explicitly modelled on La Bohème and La Traviata. Its heroine, Satine, a courtesan and star performer at the famous Parisian nightclub, dies of tuberculosis at the film's climax, in the arms of the young poet who loves her. The film quotes Puccini's music directly and unmistakably, using La Bohème itself as a plot element. Luhrmann was not subtle about his sources. He wanted audiences to recognise the tradition he was working in. The 1993 film Philadelphia tells the story of a lawyer dying of AIDS, a gay man whose illness makes him an outcast from the prestigious law firm he had dedicated his life to. The film follows a structure remarkably similar to La Traviata. A talented person, stigmatized and rejected because of their private life, fights for dignity while slowly dying. Tom Hanks won the Academy Award for his performance, and the film brought the AIDS epidemic to mainstream audiences in a way that few previous works had managed. Even films that do not explicitly reference opera often replicate its patterns: the beautiful death of the young, the love that cannot save, the art that memorializes. These themes recur across decades and genres, always with an emotional power that seems to draw from something deeper than any individual work, from the template itself. Why does this story keep being told? Perhaps because it addresses something fundamental about human experience: the fear of loss, the knowledge that love cannot protect us from death, the desperate hope that beauty and meaning can somehow transcend mortality. The consumptive heroine dies, but her story lives on. Mimi is dead by the final curtain, but Rodolfo will remember her, and we, the audience, will remember her with him. In this sense, art becomes a kind of immortality. The death that cannot be prevented can at least be transformed into something beautiful, something that endures beyond the individual life. There is, of course, something troubling about this. The real deaths from tuberculosis were not beautiful. They were messy, painful, prolonged. The real Marie Duplessis did not die in her lover's arms singing of redemption. She died alone, in debt, abandoned by the men who had used her and moved on. The real bohemians of the Latin Quarter did not die poetically. They died in cold rooms, coughing blood, terrified. But opera is not documentary. It does not pretend to show us life as it is. It shows us life as we wish it could be, or as we fear it might be, transformed into music and spectacle. The consumptive heroine is a fantasy, yes, but she is a fantasy that speaks to real fears and real hopes. We keep returning to her because death is real, and love is real, and the gap between what we want and what we get is always there, yawning beneath our feet. La Bohème gives us a way to feel that gap, to mourn what is lost, to celebrate what remains, to experience the full weight of human transience in a safe, aesthetically controlled form. For 2 hours we weep for Mimi, and then the curtain falls and we return to our lives, which, unlike hers, continue. On the evening of January 25th, 1996, a 35-year-old composer named Jonathan Larson went to bed in his New York apartment. It was the eve of something he had been working toward for 7 years, since before the fall of the Berlin Wall, since before the Gulf War, since before the internet became part of everyday life. The next morning, Rent, the musical he had poured his heart and soul into, would have its final preview performance at the New York Theatre Workshop, a small off-Broadway venue that had nurtured the project through its long gestation. Larson never woke up. He died in his sleep of an aortic dissection, a sudden tear in the main blood vessel leading from the heart. The condition, caused by a congenital defect that had never been diagnosed, killed him almost instantly. He was alone in his apartment. He was just hours away from seeing his life's work presented to an audience. The cast and crew learned of his death the next morning. They were devastated. Some wanted to cancel the performance, but they decided, after agonized discussion, to go on, not as a full performance but as a memorial, a way of honoring the man who had created the work they loved. They sat on stools on the stage, dressed simply, and sang through the score. There would be no blocking, no costumes, no elaborate production, just the music and the words. The audience, many of them in tears before the first song ended, understood that they were witnessing something extraordinary, a work of art born in tragedy, baptized in grief. Rent had become, in the most terrible way imaginable, a piece about itself, about young artists dying too soon, about communities formed in the face of loss, about the urgent question of how to measure a life when there may not be much time left. Rent went on to become one of the most successful musicals in Broadway history. Jonathan Larson had conceived of Rent in 1988, when he was 28 years old and still struggling to make his mark in the theatre. He had been inspired by a suggestion from the playwright Billy Aronson, who wanted to create a musical based on Puccini's La Bohème, in which the luscious splendour of Puccini's world would be replaced with the coarseness and noise of modern New York. Aronson knew Larson was a talented composer with rock sensibilities. He thought they might collaborate on bringing the Bohemians into the 20th century. Larson took the idea and ran with it, eventually running so far that Aronson gave up his creative stake and Larson continued alone. He moved the action from the Latin Quarter of 1830s Paris to the East Village of late 1980s New York, Alphabet City, the neighbourhood below 14th Street where struggling artists actually lived, where squatters occupied abandoned buildings, where drugs were sold on street corners, and the sound of sirens was constant. He replaced Merger's bohemians with their contemporary equivalents, struggling rock musicians trying to write the one song that would matter, documentary filmmakers capturing life on the streets, performance artists pushing boundaries in small downtown venues. And he replaced tuberculosis with HIV/AIDS. The parallels to La Bohème are extensive and deliberate. Rodolfo the poet becomes Roger, a rock musician whose former girlfriend died of AIDS and who now struggles to write music that means something. Marcello the painter becomes Mark, a documentary filmmaker who observes and records the lives of his friends. Musetta the singer becomes Maureen, a performance artist with an ego as large as her talent. Colleen the philosopher becomes Tom Collins, a gay professor of computer philosophy. And Mimi, the seamstress, who coughs and shivers and dies of tuberculosis, becomes Mimi, an exotic dancer at the Cat Scratch Club, a drug user, HIV positive. In Rent, as in La Bohème, two love stories intertwine. Roger and Mimi fall in love despite, or because of, their shared mortality. Roger is also HIV positive. His former girlfriend April had slit her wrists when she learned her diagnosis, and he has been hiding in his apartment ever since. Mark, like Marcello, serves as the observer and narrator of the group, the one who survives to tell the story. The friends support each other through poverty and illness, through quarrels and reconciliations, through love affairs that bloom and wither and sometimes bloom again. To understand Rent, you must understand the world in which it was created. By the late 1980s, HIV/AIDS had devastated the artistic communities of New York. The disease, first identified in 1981, had spread with terrifying speed through gay and bisexual men, through intravenous drug users, through anyone whose blood came into contact with infected blood. The early years were marked by confusion and denial. What was this disease? Where had it come from? Why did it seem to target certain communities? And then, as understanding grew, by fear and stigma and abandonment. There was no effective treatment. AZT, the first drug approved to fight EUVUS, had severe side effects and limited effectiveness. Diagnosis was essentially a death sentence, not immediate, not always quick, but inexorable. Young men in their 20s and 30s, artists and dancers and writers and musicians, developed the lesions of Kaposi's sarcoma, the wasting of AIDS-related illness, the pneumonia that would fill their lungs and drown them. The government's response was slow and inadequate. Criminally so, many believed. President Reagan did not mention AIDS publicly until 1985, 4 years after the epidemic had been identified, by which point thousands had already died. Funding for research was pathetic. Prevention efforts were hampered by moralism and fear of talking about sex. The East Village, where Rent is set, was the epicenter of a cultural movement that combined artistic experimentation with political activism. S It Up, the AIDS coalition to unleash power, staged protests and die-ins, demanding action from a government that seemed content to let gay men die. Grand Fury created posters and art that forced the epidemic into public consciousness. Artists created work that addressed AIDS directly, refusing the silence that mainstream society wanted to impose. Jonathan Larson was part of this world. He was not gay himself, but he had friends who were. He had friends who were HIV positive. He attended funerals, too many funerals, for people his own age who should have had decades of life ahead of them. He knew that the bohemian ideal of artistic community now came with a terrible price. And he saw, in Puccini's century-old opera, a template for expressing this experience. The parallels were too strong to ignore. The genius of Rent lies in recognizing that tuberculosis and AIDS occupied remarkably similar cultural spaces, a century apart. Both diseases were associated with marginalized communities. Tuberculosis struck the urban poor, the immigrants, the artists who lived in cheap, crowded, poorly ventilated housing. AIDS struck gay men, drug users, sex workers, people already stigmatized by mainstream society, already pushed to the margins, already vulnerable. Both diseases inspired fear and discrimination. Tuberculosis patients were isolated in sanatoriums, shunned by neighbours who feared contagion, denied employment and housing. AIDS patients faced similar isolation, fired from jobs when their diagnosis became known, evicted from apartments, rejected by families who could not accept their illness or the behaviour that had led to it. Both diseases became linked, in the cultural imagination, with questions of morality. Were the victims somehow responsible for their illness? Had they brought it on themselves through their behaviour, their choices, their way of life? The consumptive was suspected of having burned too bright, having exhausted herself through passion and excess. The AIDS patient was blamed for sexual promiscuity, for drug use, for being gay in a society that insisted homosexuality was a sin. And both diseases tragically killed young people. People in the prime of creative life, people who should have had decades of work ahead of them. Keats died of tuberculosis at 25. Keith Haring died of AIDS at 31. The list of artists taken by these diseases is endless and heartbreaking. Larson understood these parallels intuitively. By framing his story of the AIDS epidemic through the lens of La Bohème, he gave audiences a way to connect present suffering with past suffering, to see themselves as part of a longer history of loss and resilience. The Bohemians of 1990s New York were descendants of the Bohemians of 1840s Paris. The community that formed around HIV was a descendant of the community that formed around tuberculosis. The disease changed. The human response, to gather together, to support each other, to make art in the face of death, remained the same. Rent differs from La Bohème in one crucial respect. It is a musical, not an opera. This distinction matters more than you might think. Opera is sung throughout. Every word, every emotion is conveyed in song. Musicals alternate between spoken dialogue and musical numbers, allowing for a different kind of pacing and a different relationship between ordinary speech and heightened emotion. Opera tends toward grandeur, and formality toward orchestral richness and vocal technique. Musicals can be more casual, more contemporary in their sound and their style. Larson's score for Rent draws on rock, pop, gospel and Latin music, genres that would have been completely foreign to Puccini. The electric guitars, the drum machines, the funk bass lines, all of it places the work firmly in its moment, in the sound of 1990s New York. When the characters sing, they sound like they belong to their era. The result is a work that speaks the musical language of its audience. The most famous number, the one that escaped the show and became a cultural phenomenon in its own right, opens the second act. It poses a simple question. How do you measure a year? In days? In hours? In cups of coffee? The answer, sung in soaring gospel harmony by the full cast, is love. Measure your life in love. It is a direct response to the epidemic. When time is short, when death is near, when you know that you may not have decades ahead of you, what matters is not achievement or acquisition. What matters is connection. Love becomes the only meaningful metric. Other songs address the themes of the work more directly. The duet Without You explores loss and dependence. The bitter confrontation, Goodbye Love, stages the kind of quarrel that we see in Act 3 of La Bohème, when lovers who cannot bear to be together cannot bear to be apart. What You Own questions the values of mainstream society. Materialism, career ambition, the pressure to sell out and abandon the bohemian life for something safer and more respectable. And early in the show, Roger sings his statement of desperate hope. He wants to write one song before he dies that will mean something, that will last. It is the Bohemian creed in its purest form, the belief that art outlasts the artist, that the work matters more than the life. Murger would have recognised that hope. Puccini would have recognised it. It is the same hope that has driven artists into garrets for 200 years. Rent opened on Broadway on April 29, 1926, just 3 months after Jonathan Larson's death. It was an immediate sensation. Critics praised its energy, its emotional honesty, its willingness to address subjects that mainstream theatre had largely ignored. The New York Times called it an exhilarating landmark rock opera. The Washington Post said it pulses with life and passion. Even critics who had reservations about the music or the book acknowledged that something important was happening, that Rent was speaking to its audience in a way that few musicals had done in years. The show won 4 Tony Awards, including Best Musical, beating out such competitors as Bring In Da Noise, Bring In Da Funk. More remarkably, it won the Pulitzer Prize for drama, an honour rarely given to musicals, and never before to a rock musical. The Pulitzer Committee recognised what audiences had already discovered, that Rent was not merely entertainment, but a significant work of American art. It ran on Broadway for 12 years, closing in September 2008 after more than 5,000 performances. It grossed over $280 million. It spawned national and international tours, a film adaptation in 2005, a live television broadcast, and countless amateur and professional productions around the world. More than any other work of its era, Rent brought the AIDS crisis into the cultural mainstream. It made audiences who might never have attended an ACT UP protest, who might never have known anyone living with HIV, weep for characters they came to love. It created empathy across barriers of sexuality and class. It humanized a disease that had too often been used to dehumanize its victims. And it did all this through the structure of an opera about tuberculosis, written 100 years earlier by an Italian composer who could never have imagined the world his creation would eventually speak to. Jonathan Larson never saw his triumph. He worked on Rent for 7 years, often living in poverty himself, struggling to convince producers and investors that the show was worth staging. He waited tables at the Moondance Diner to pay his rent. He lived the bohemian life that his musical celebrated, not as a pose, but as a necessity. His death, at 35, has an eerie resonance with the deaths in his musical, and in La Bohème before it. Like Mimi, like Roger, like Angel, he died young, leaving work that would outlive him. Like Murger, he lived the life he wrote about and paid a price for it, though his price was not tuberculosis, but a congenital heart defect that no one had ever diagnosed. He had complained of chest pains in the days before his death. Emergency room doctors at 2 different hospitals examined him and sent him home, attributing his symptoms to stress or food poisoning. They did not run the tests that might have revealed the truth. In the years after his death, his family successfully sued the hospital for malpractice. The settlement provided some financial security, but no amount of money could bring back the artist who had created Rent or give him the chance to see what his work would become. The musical stands as his monument. Every performance in theatres around the world keeps his vision alive. The story he told, of artists struggling against poverty and disease, of love surviving loss, of community persisting through tragedy, continues to resonate with audiences who were not yet born when Larsen died. Larsen understood, perhaps better than anyone since merger, why the Bohemian myth endures. It is not a myth about poverty. It is not a myth about suffering. It is a myth about meaning, about finding purpose in creativity, about valuing human connection over material success, about measuring our lives not in wealth or fame, but in love. That message has outlived him. It will continue to outlive all of us. We have traced La Bohème from Merger's garret to Puccini's orchestra pit to Larsen's off-Broadway theatre. We have followed a story across 150 years, through 3 continents, through revolutions in music and politics and medicine. Along the way, we have encountered tuberculosis and AIDS, real deaths and fictional ones, artists who lived the bohemian life and artists who died too young. What binds these stories together? What makes them, in some essential way, the same story told again and again? At the most basic level, they are all love stories. Rodolfo loves Mimi. Roger loves Mimi. The poets love the seamstresses and the dancers, across a gap of century and disease. And in each version, love proves insufficient to save the beloved. The love is real. The love is powerful. The love is beautiful. And the love cannot stop death from coming. The dying die. The living are left to mourn. And the audience weeps because they recognize this pattern. They have seen it before, or they will see it, in their own lives. This is a universal experience, perhaps the universal experience. To love is to risk loss. To form attachments is to guarantee eventual grief. Everyone who loves will someday lose. The consumptive heroine, dying in her lover's arms while the orchestra swells around her, dramatizes what everyone who has ever loved already knows, that this too will end, that everything ends, that the price of love is the certainty of eventual loss. We weep for Mimi because we are all in some way either Mimi or Rodolfo. We are either the one who will die too soon, or the one who will be left behind. There is no third option. But La Bohème and its descendants offer something beyond the mere acknowledgement of mortality. They offer community. Mimi does not die alone. She dies surrounded by friends, the bohemian community that has sustained her and Rodolfo through poverty and illness, through quarrels and reconciliations, through all the ups and downs of their brief time together. Musetta is there, praying. Colleen is there, having sold his coat to buy medicine. Schaunard and Marcello are there, doing what they can, which is almost nothing, but which is everything. Rent's characters face their diagnoses together, supporting each other through treatment and loss, through the endless cycle of doctor's appointments and drug protocols, and the slow decline that AIDS brought in the years before. Effective treatment. Angel dies surrounded by friends. Mimi survives, at least for now, because her community refuses to give up on her. Even in death, the individual is held by the group. This is the bohemian promise. The thing that makes the garret bearable, the thing that makes the poverty endurable, the thing that makes the whole desperate enterprise worthwhile. Artistic community can provide what family and society often fail to provide: unconditional acceptance, support without judgment, love that does not ask you to be anything other than what you are. The water drinkers may be poor, but they have each other. They share what little they have. The bread that Shaunard brings, the wine that appears from somewhere, the warmth of bodies pressed together against the cold. They celebrate together and grieve together. When one of them falls, the others catch them. When one of them dies, the others remember. It is an idealized vision, of course. Real artistic communities are full of jealousy, competition, and betrayal. The history of Bohemia is not all solidarity. It includes plenty of broken friendships and stolen ideas, plenty of lovers who became enemies, plenty of collaborators who ended up in court. Artists are people, and people are complicated. But the ideal matters. It offers a model of what human relationships could be: connection based on shared values rather than blood ties, support given freely rather than transactionally, love that exists because people choose it rather than because they are obligated by biology or law. The garret may be cold, but it is not lonely, and that, in the end, may be the most important thing. There is another theme woven through all these stories: the power of art to transcend mortality. Rodolfo is a poet, Roger is a songwriter, Merger was a writer, Larsen was a composer. These are people who make things that can outlast them. In La Bohème, Rodolfo's manuscripts are a joke. He burns them for heat. But in the larger frame, art is no joke at all. Puccini's opera has outlived its creator by 100 years. Larsen's musical continues to be performed decades after his death. The art survives. This is the deepest hope of the Bohemian myth, that creativity offers a kind of immortality. The artist dies, but the work remains. The consumptive heroine breathes her last, but the audience will remember her, will sing her arias, will tell her story, will keep her alive in the only way that matters. It is a hope, not a guarantee. Most art is forgotten. Most artists leave no lasting trace. The cemeteries are full of poets whose work has vanished, painters whose canvases have crumbled, musicians whose songs are silent. But some art does survive. Lear, Bohème has survived, Rent has survived, and each performance is a small act of resurrection, the dead brought back to life through the living bodies and voices of performers. When a soprano sings Mimi's final aria, she's not merely performing a role. She's keeping Mimi alive. She's refusing to let death have the last word. We have moved from tuberculosis to AIDS to what comes next. COVID-19 killed millions of people, including many artists. The lockdowns devastated the performing arts. Broadway went dark, opera houses closed. The very possibility of live performance was called into question. Will there be a COVID Bohème? A musical or opera that does for our era what Rent did for the AIDS years? Perhaps. The template is there, waiting to be filled. Young artists struggling to survive, a community bound together by shared vulnerability, a disease that kills indiscriminately, that strikes without regard to talent or ambition or love. But perhaps the specific disease matters less than the underlying experience. Merger wrote about tuberculosis because that was what killed young artists in his era. Larsen wrote about AIDS because that was what killed young artists in his. The disease is the occasion, not the essence. What remains constant is the experience of mortality, the knowledge that we will die, that those we love will die, that all our achievements and relationships and hopes are temporary. This is the darkness against which the Bohemian light shines. Every generation rediscovers this truth. Every generation finds its own way to express it. and every generation apparently returns to the garret, to the template that Murger created and Puccini perfected and Larsen updated, because that template captures something essential about the human condition. There is one more element to consider: the relationship between the garret and the world outside. The Bohemians of La Bohème are not political revolutionaries. They do not seek to change society. They seek only to live their lives, make their art, and love those who love them. The outside world, represented by the landlord, by the wealthy Alcindoro, is an annoyance to be evaded, not an enemy to be fought. Rent is more politically engaged. Its characters are explicitly living on the margins, queer, HIV positive, homeless, addicted. The musical includes a subplot about a community protest against a landlord who wants to evict squatters. The politics of gentrification, of AIDS activism, of LGBTQ+ rights are woven into the fabric of the work. This difference reflects the different eras in which the works were created. Murger's Bohemia was pre-political. The idea of artists as a class with collective interests had not yet developed. By the 1990s, the personal was understood to be political, and artistic communities were expected to engage with broader struggles. But in both works, the primary focus remains on the intimate sphere. The lovers, the friends, the small community. The garret is a refuge from the world, not a platform for transforming it. This is perhaps both the appeal and the limitation of the Bohemian myth. It offers warmth and meaning at the personal scale. It does not offer a vision of how society might be organized to prevent the suffering it depicts. Mimi dies, in part, because she is poor. She cannot afford warmth, cannot afford medical care, cannot afford the basic conditions of health. The opera mourns her death but does not ask why such deaths occur. Why, in a society of plenty, young women freeze and starve and die of treatable diseases. Rent is more aware of these structural questions. Its characters are poor and sick in a city of wealth and health. The contrast is visible, and the injustice is noted. But even Rent cannot quite escape the gravitational pull of the beautiful death. Mimi survives at the end of the musical, a choice that Larsen made to differ from Puccini, but the spectre of AIDS hangs over her survival. The audience knows, even if the characters can hope, that the reprieve is likely temporary. The garret remains a place of beauty and tragedy, not a launching pad for revolution. And so we return to where we began. A garret in Paris. A knock at the door. A young woman, breathless and coughing, seeking a light for her candle. We know how the story ends. We have known since the first scene. Mimi will die. Rodolfo will mourn. The friends will gather, their laughter turned to tears, their camaraderie tested and proven by loss. And then the curtain will fall, and the audience will applaud through their tears, and the singers will bow, exhausted and exhilarated, and the whole beautiful tragedy will begin again tomorrow night. And the night after that, and the night after that. La Bohème has been running, in one form or another, for over 125 years. Thousands of sopranos have sung Mimi's death, each one bringing her own voice, her own understanding, her own life experience to the role. Thousands of tenors have cried Rodolfo's anguished final words, their voices breaking on that desperate repetition. Mimi! Mimi! Millions of audience members have wept in the darkness, mourning a character they never met, in a garret they never visited, in a Paris that no longer exists. Why? Why do we keep returning? Because the garret still exists, not the same garret. That building was probably torn down a century ago. But garrets, like it, all over the world. Young artists still live in cramped apartments, still struggle to pay rent, still choose creativity over security. The poverty still exists, even if it wears different clothes now. And the love still exists. The loss still exists. The terrible gap between what we hope for and what we get, that gap is always there, always has been, always will be. We are all always reaching for something just beyond our grasp. We may have antibiotics now. Tuberculosis may be curable, though it still kills over 1 million people every year, mostly in the parts of the world we prefer not to think about. But death is not curable. It will never be curable. And the story of young love cut short, of creative community threatened by forces beyond its control, of beauty and meaning snatched away by indifferent fate, that story will never grow old. Merger died of it. At 38, in a charity hospital penniless despite his fame, Larsen died of it. At 35, alone in his apartment hours before his triumph. In some sense, we are all dying of it, of the human condition, of the limitations of mortal life, of the eventual end that awaits even the most brilliant and beloved among us. But the music plays on, the stories are told. The garret in memory and imagination is still lit by candles, still warm with friendship, still alive with the voices of those who refuse to let cold and hunger and disease silence them. That is the Bohemian legacy, the true legacy, beneath all the romance and all the tragedy. Not the romantic poverty that killed so many, not the beautiful death that we weep over from our comfortable seats, but the insistence, stubborn, defiant, unshakable, that art and love and community matter, that they matter even in the face of everything that would destroy them, that they matter precisely because they are fragile, because they must be renewed in every generation, because nothing is permanent except the human need to create meaning in a universe that offers none. And so, as the night deepens and the final notes fade, we leave behind the garrets of Paris and the lofts of New York. We leave behind the opera houses of Turin and Milan, the off-Broadway theatres of the East Village, the stages large and small where this story has been told and retold. We leave behind the singers and the composers, the librettists and the playwrights, the audiences who have kept this story alive for more than a century and a quarter. Next time on the Sanatorium, we will explore another chapter in the history of tuberculosis. There are more stories to tell, more lives to remember, more connections to trace between disease and culture, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of Mimi carry you gently into sleep, and if you found some measure of beauty in tonight's journey through the garrets and the opera houses and the pages of old books, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might need it. Mimi is dead. The candle is out. The garret is dark and cold. But the love remains. In the spring of 1912, a German novelist visited his wife at a Swiss sanatorium. She was being treated for tuberculosis. He planned to stay for 3 weeks. A doctor examined him during his visit. "I found a moist spot on your lung," the doctor said. "You should consider remaining here for treatment, perhaps 3 months." Thomas Mann refused. He returned to Munich. He began writing. 12 years later, he published a novel about a young man who visits his cousin at a Swiss sanatorium. The young man plans to stay for 3 weeks. He remains for 7 years. Here is the strangest part of this story. When doctors later re-examined his wife's original X-rays, they found no evidence of tuberculosis. She had never had the disease at all. The greatest tuberculosis novel ever written, a book that would win its author the Nobel Prize, that would define an entire era, that would be called one of the most important works in the history of literature, was born from a misdiagnosis. From an illness that wasn't real. From a cure that didn't work. From 3 weeks that became 12 years. And here is something stranger still. The novel would predict with uncanny precision the catastrophe that was about to engulf Europe. It would diagnose a civilization's sickness before the symptoms became visible to anyone else. It would see the war coming, the World Festival of Death, and describe it in terms that would haunt readers for the next century. This is the story of the Magic Mountain, of Thomas Mann and his enchanted mountain, of a young engineer named Hans Castorp who went to visit a sanatorium and never came home. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of literature's greatest novels, a book about time and death and disease, about love and philosophy and the collapse of European civilization. A book that was intended as a short comedic novella and became a 1,200-page epic. A book written in the shadow of one world war and published in the ruins of another. If you've journeyed with us before to Davos, to that alpine town that Tuberculosis built, then you already know the world we're entering tonight. The same cure terraces, the same mountain air, the same patients wrapped in blankets, breathing deeply, watching the snow fall on the peaks above. But tonight, we're not just visiting the sanatoriums, we're entering the mind of the man who immortalized them. We're following Thomas Mann from the merchant houses of Lübeck to the balconies of Davos, from the outbreak of the First World War to the Nobel Prize ceremony in Stockholm. We'll walk the corridors of the Berghof Sanatorium where Hans Castorp spent 7 enchanted years. We'll listen to the great debates between reason and passion, between life and death. We'll stand with hands in the snow, lost in a blizzard, dreaming of paradise and horror. And we'll follow Thomas Mann himself through the darkest chapters of the 20th century, through exile and loss, through the rise of fascism and the destruction of everything he loved, through the long years of speaking across an ocean to a homeland that no longer wanted him. It is a long journey, but the night is long, and the fire is warm, and there is nowhere else we need to be. So settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow, let the mountain air fill your lungs, that thin, cold, impossibly clear air that was supposed to cure tuberculosis, but instead created something far more lasting. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a train climbing through the Swiss Alps. It is May of 1912. The narrow-gauge railway winds upward through tunnels and across viaducts, the locomotive labouring against the grade. Outside the windows, the world transforms. The green valleys of the lowlands give way to pine forests, then to rocky meadows where the last patches of winter snow still cling to sheltered hollows. The air grows thinner with each passing mile. Passengers who board at Lanquos at the base of the mountains find themselves yawning, their ears popping as the train climbs higher. The ordinary pressure of sea level gives way to something else, something lighter, stranger, more intoxicating. In one of the passenger carriages sits a man of 36. He is impeccably dressed, his moustache carefully groomed, his bearing that of a successful bourgeois gentleman. He carries with him the quiet confidence of someone who has already achieved what he set out to achieve, who has, against considerable odds, made himself into one of the most celebrated authors in the German language. His name is Thomas Mann, and he's travelling to Davos to visit his wife. Katja has been at the Wald Sanatorium since March, nearly 3 months now. Her doctors in Munich had detected what they believed was tuberculosis, and they had recommended the mountain cure, the same cure that Dr. Alexander Spengler had pioneered half a century earlier, the same cure that had transformed this remote valley into one of the most famous medical destinations in the world. Thomas has been worried. He and Katja have been married for 7 years now. They have 4 children, Erika, Klaus, Golo, and Monica, with 2 more still to come. The household in Munich depends on Katya's management. Without her, everything has been more difficult. But it is more than inconvenience that troubles him. It is fear. Tuberculosis kills. It killed Chopin and Keats, the Bronte sisters and Chekhov. It is the White Plague, the captain of death, the disease that has shaped the 19th century more than any other. And now it has come for his wife. He has been at home with the children, writing as he always writes, with the disciplined regularity of a factory worker. Every morning at his desk by 9 o'clock, every afternoon with his correspondence, tea at 4, a walk before dinner, the life of a German author, ordered and productive. But the work has not gone well. He has been distracted, anxious. The letters from Davos bring mixed news. Katya is comfortable, the doctors are optimistic, but the cure takes time, months, perhaps a year or more. And now he is ascending into her world, a world where time moves differently, where the healthy and the sick live side by side, in elegant buildings perched on mountainsides, where conversations about philosophy and death and the meaning of existence fill the long hours between meals. He does not know it yet, but this 3-week visit will change the course of his career. It will give him the setting and the atmosphere for a novel that will consume the next 12 years of his life. It will introduce him to a world suspended between life and death, a world that will prove irresistible to his literary imagination. The train pulls into the station at Davosplatz. The air that greets him as he steps onto the platform is thin and cold and impossibly clear. He can see for miles in every direction, the peaks sharp against the blue sky, the snowfields brilliant in the May sunshine. The altitude hits him immediately. His heart beats faster, his breath comes shorter, colours seem more vivid than they should be. There is something intoxicating about this air, something that makes the ordinary world below seem impossibly distant. Somewhere above him, on one of those elegant terraces, his wife lies wrapped in blankets, breathing this same air, waiting for him to arrive. Thomas Mann has just completed a novella about death and desire in Venice, a story about a celebrated author who travels to a foreign city and falls under a spell from which he cannot escape, a story that ends with a cholera epidemic and a death on the beach. He has come to Davos thinking he might write something similar, a companion piece, a light satirical treatment of the same themes, death and enchantment, but set in a tuberculosis sanatorium rather than a plague-ridden city. Something short, something he can finish in a few months. He has no idea that the short story he's imagining will become a novel of over 1,000 pages. He has no idea that the First World War will erupt before he can finish it. He has no idea that by the time he writes the final sentence, Europe will have torn itself apart. This is his story, and theirs. To understand Thomas Mann, we must first understand where he came from. He was born on the 6th of June, 1875, in the ancient Hanseatic city of Lübeck, a city of brick churches and merchant houses of trading families whose roots stretched back centuries, a city where respectability and commerce and Protestant virtue formed the bedrock of existence. The Hanseatic League had made Lübeck rich. For centuries it had been one of the great trading centres of northern Europe, a city of ships and warehouses, of merchants who grew wealthy on grain and salt and timber. The city's coat of arms proclaimed it the Queen of the Hanse, and even in the late 19th century, long after the League had faded into history, Lübeck's leading families still carried themselves with the dignity of merchant princes. The Mann family was one of these merchant dynasties. His father, Johann Heinrich Mann, was a grain trader and senator of the city, a pillar of the community, respected and prosperous. His grandfather and great-grandfather had been Lübeck citizens before him, The family business, Johann Siegmund Mann, had celebrated its centenary during Thomas's boyhood. The family home stood on the Beckergrube, one of the finest streets in Lübeck. It was a grand house, filled with heavy furniture and family portraits, with servants and silver and all the trappings of bourgeois success. Young Thomas grew up surrounded by respectability. But his mother was different. Julia da Silva Bruns had been born in Brazil, the daughter of a German plantation owner and a Portuguese Creole mother. She had been brought to Germany at the age of 7, raised by relatives, educated in the European manner. But she carried within her something that her husband's Lübeck relatives never quite understood: a love of music, of art, of the life of feeling rather than commerce. She was beautiful and dark-eyed, with an artist's temperament hidden beneath the proper exterior of a senator's wife. Musicians frequented their house. The piano was never silent for long. The world of art and beauty existed alongside the world of grain prices and merchant ledgers. It was through his mother that the young Thomas Mann was exposed to music, especially the operas of Richard Wagner. He would remember those evenings all his life, the music washing over him, the sense of being transported to another world. Wagner would remain his great passion, his troubling love, the composer whose genius and whose dangerous politics would haunt his work for decades. Thomas was the second son. His older brother Heinrich would also become a writer, and eventually a rival whose political views would lead to years of estrangement. But in childhood, the two boys shared their mother's artistic temperament, her sensitivity, her sense that there was more to life than the counting house. There were also sisters, Julia and Carla, and a younger brother, Victor, but it was Thomas and Heinrich who would carry the family's artistic aspirations into the world. Thomas loathed school. He failed to meet its requirements with what he later described as an innate and paralysing resistance to any external demands. The Catharineum, Lübeck's venerable gymnasium, could make nothing of him. He was not stupid, far from it, but he refused to perform. He dreamed and wrote poetry and waited for his real life to begin. He was designated to take over the family grain firm, but everyone who knew him understood that this was impossible. He was not made for commerce. He was made for something else. The question was whether that something else would ever amount to anything. In 1891, when Thomas was 15, his father died. Senator Mann left careful instructions in his will. The grain business was to be liquidated. He knew his sons. He knew they would never carry on the family tradition. Better to sell than to watch them destroy what generations had built. The family moved to Munich, a centre of art and literature, a city where a young man with artistic ambitions might find his way. Julia Mann took her children south, away from the grey skies and brick churches of Lübeck, into a world of cafes and galleries and bohemian possibility. And find his way Thomas did. The Munich years were formative. He worked briefly at an insurance company, a disaster. He attended lectures at the university, however sporadically. He read voraciously. He wrote stories and sent them to magazines. Slowly, painfully, he learned his craft. He also travelled to Italy with his brother Heinrich, spending months in Rome and Palestine. Italy would become one of his great subjects. The South, the sun, the sensuality that both attracted and frightened his northern Protestant soul. At the age of 26, Thomas Mann published his first novel. It was called Buddenbrooks, and it told the story of the decline of a merchant family in Lübeck over the course of 4 generations. It was, quite openly, the story of his own family, the slow decay of commercial energy, the rise of artistic sensitivity, the transformation from prosperity to decadence. The novel drew on everything he knew: the family home on the Beckergrube, The senator father with his public dignity and private doubts, the artistic mother who didn't quite belong, the children who couldn't carry on the tradition, the long, slow decline from merchant, vigour to aesthetic refinement to collapse. The Lübeck patricians were not pleased. They recognised themselves in its pages, or thought they did. They called it a scandalous Roman éclat, a betrayal of their caste. For years, man would receive angry letters from Lübeck, from people who claimed he had libelled their families. But the rest of Germany embraced it. Buddenbrooks became a bestseller, then a classic. It would eventually help earn its author the Nobel Prize, the young man who had failed at school, who couldn't hold down a job at an insurance company, had written one of the great novels of the German language. By 1912, when Thomas Mann boarded that train to Davos, he was already famous. He had married Katia Pringsheim in 1905, the daughter of a wealthy Munich family, a woman of intelligence and beauty, who would become his lifelong partner and the mother of his 6 children. Katia was remarkable in her own right. Her father was a distinguished mathematician. Her mother came from the wealthy Dome family, known for their progressive politics. Katia herself had been one of the first women to audit university lectures in Munich. She was brilliant, cultured, and devoted to her difficult, demanding husband. He had published short stories and novellas that had established him as a master of German prose. Tonio Kröger, a story about an artist torn between his bourgeois origins and his artistic calling. Tristan, a darkly comic tale set in a sanatorium, a hint of things to come. Most recently he had completed Death in Venice. This novella told the story of Gustav von Aschenbach, a celebrated writer who travels to Venice and becomes obsessed with a beautiful Polish boy named Tadzio. As Aschenbach's obsession grows, a cholera epidemic sweeps through the city. He refuses to leave, refuses to tear himself away from the object of his desire. Eventually he dies on the beach, watching Tadzio wade into the sea. Death in Venice was partly autobiographical. Mann and his wife had vacationed in Venice the previous year, staying at the Grand Hôtel des Bains on the Lido. There he had encountered a young Polish boy who fascinated him, the same boy who would become Tadzio in the novella. He had also witnessed the early stages of a cholera outbreak. The authorities were covering it up, afraid of scaring away tourists. But the disease was there, lurking in the canals and alleyways. He had turned these experiences into literature, into a meditation on beauty and death, on desire and dissolution. The novella was received as a masterpiece, but Mann was already thinking about his next project, something lighter perhaps, something that would revisit the same themes, enchantment, death, the spell of illness, but in a more satirical mode. He was thinking about tuberculosis, about sanatoriums, about those strange mountain communities where the sick and the healthy live together in a world apart. And now, as the train climbed toward Davos, he was about to experience that world firsthand. The Wald Sanatorium had opened just the year before in 1911. It was one of the newest and most modern of Davos's many medical institutions, a palace of healing perched on the mountainside above the town. Its director, Dr. Friedrich Jessen, was known for his progressive methods and his belief in the curative power of mountain air. Katia Mann had been among its first patients. She had arrived in March with what doctors believed was tuberculosis. For nearly 3 months she had followed the prescribed regimen: rest on the cure terrace, rich food, hours of stillness in the mountain air. She had written letters to her husband describing daily life in the sanatorium. The meals, 5 enormous meals per day, designed to build up the wasted bodies of the consumptives, the fellow patients, a strange mix of nationalities and temperaments, united only by their illness. The strange atmosphere of a community where death was always present but rarely discussed. These letters are lost now, but their influence remains. They gave Thomas Mann his first glimpse into a world that would obsess him for the next 12 years. A world where time seemed to stand still, where conversations about death were as common as conversations about the weather, where the healthy became infected not just with disease, but with a certain way of thinking, a certain enchantment. When he arrived at the sanatorium in May, Thomas Mann did not simply visit his wife. He immersed himself in the sanatorium life. He sat on the balcony beside her, wrapped in the same kind of camel hair blanket that all the patients used. He breathed the thin, alpine air. He observed the doctors and nurses going about their rounds. He listened to the conversations between patients. He noted the rituals and routines. He absorbed the peculiar atmosphere of this place, what he would later call a mixture of death and amusement. And then, as we have heard, a doctor examined him and found a moist spot on his lung. Would he like to stay for 3 months? Would he like to take the cure himself? Thomas Mann said no. He had children waiting for him in Munich, books to write, a life to live. He could not surrender to the mountain spell, however seductive it might be. But the question stayed with him. What if he had said yes? What if he had surrendered? What if he had stayed? The novel he would write imagined the answer. The novel that Thomas Mann began writing in 1913 opens with a young man on a train. His name is Hans Castorp. He's 23 years old, an engineer from Hamburg, and he is travelling to the Swiss Alps to visit his cousin Joachim Siemsen. Joachim has been at the Berghof Sanatorium for several months, being treated for tuberculosis. Hans plans to stay for 3 weeks, just long enough to keep his cousin company, before returning to the flatlands to begin his career. 3 weeks, 21 days, a brief interruption in the orderly progression of a young bourgeois life. Hans will visit, he will rest, he will breathe the famous mountain air, and then he will descend to the real world below, to engineering projects and business concerns and all the productive activities of modern life. This is what Hans believes. This is what the reader believes, at least at first. But the mountain has other plans. Mann introduces his protagonist with careful irony. Hans Castorp is ordinary, thoroughly, deliberately ordinary. He is not particularly intelligent or gifted. He has no great passions, no burning ambitions. He is simply a young man of his class and time, a product of Hamburg's merchant culture, destined to build ships and make money and live the respectable life his family expects. He has recently passed his engineering exams and is about to take a position at the shipyard of Thunder and Wilms. Everything is prepared. His future is mapped out. All he needs to do is follow the path that has been laid before him. But first, this brief holiday in the mountains. 3 weeks to visit his cousin, 3 weeks to see the sanatorium that everyone talks about, 3 weeks to breathe the famous air. The journey itself is significant. Mann devotes pages to Hans's ascent from the flatlands to the mountain. The train climbs and climbs. The air grows thinner. The landscape becomes more dramatic. It is as though Hans is travelling not just to a different place, but to a different world entirely. From the moment Hans arrives, something is different. The air is thinner, his heart beats faster. Colours seem more vivid, sounds more distinct. Even time itself seems to move differently. The hours stretch and compress in ways that the flatlands never permitted. His cousin Joachim meets him at the station. Joachim is a soldier, or would be, if only he could get well. His greatest desire is to leave the sanatorium, to descend to the flatlands, to begin his military career. But the doctors keep finding reasons for him to stay. His fever persists. His lungs are not yet healed. Just a few more months, they tell him. Just a little longer. Hans is struck by how natural this all seems to Joachim. The routine of the sanatorium has become his cousin's entire world. The morning rest cure, the 5 enormous meals per day, the temperature taking, the x-rays, the consultations with doctors. Joachim speaks of these things as if they were the normal substance of existence. And indeed, at the Berghof they are. The sanatorium itself is like a grand hotel perched on the mountainside with views in every direction. It has elegant public rooms and private balconies, a library and a dining room, gardens and walking paths. The patients live in comfort, even luxury. But beneath the elegance lies the ever-present reality of illness and death. Hans is shown to his room, a pleasant chamber with a balcony overlooking the valley. The furniture is solid and comfortable. The walls are thick enough to muffle the sounds of the neighbouring patients. It could be a room in any good hotel. Except that the room's previous occupant died here just 2 days ago. The sheets have been changed and the room has been aired, but the death still lingers somehow. It is the first of many deaths that Hans will encounter at the Berghof. The sanatorium has its own customs, its own hierarchies, its own way of measuring time. New patients are called horizontal. They must spend their days lying on the cure terraces, forbidden from walking or exerting themselves. More advanced patients are granted increasing freedoms, allowed to walk in the gardens, to take excursions into the surrounding mountains. But no one, it seems, ever truly leaves, or if they do, they often return. The mountain has a way of claiming its own. Hans meets the chief physician, Hofrat Behrens, a tall, melancholic, wryly humorous man who has lived at the sanatorium for years. Behrens' own wife died here of tuberculosis, and he stayed on when he discovered that he too was infected. Now he presides over this community of the sick with a mixture of professional competence and dark humour. Behrens paints in his spare time, portraits of the patients mostly. He has painted Klavdia Shosha, the Russian woman who will become Hans's obsession. His medical eye and his artist eye see the same things: the signs of illness, the pallor of the skin, the particular beauty that consumption sometimes gives its victims. There is also Dr. Krakowski, who handles the psychological aspects of treatment. He is a bearded man with a penetrating gaze, given to wearing sandals and speaking in suggestive terms about the unconscious. He believes that illness has its roots in repressed desires, that physical disease is often the manifestation of psychological conflict. His lectures are well attended by the patients, who have little else to occupy their time. The lectures are about love, mostly, about the hidden workings of desire and repression. The patients listen, fascinated and uncomfortable, wondering what their own illnesses might reveal about their secret selves. Hans intends to observe all of this as an outsider. He is healthy after all. He is just visiting. In 3 weeks, he will return to Hamburg, to his uncle's shipping firm, to the life that awaits him in the flatlands. But on the very first evening, something happens. During dinner, he notices a woman across the dining room. She has high cheekbones, slightly slanted eyes, and a peculiar habit of letting doors slam behind her. Her name is Klavdia Shosha. She's Russian, married but alone, and she has been at the sanatorium on and off for years. Hans watches her. He cannot stop watching her. There is something about her face, something about the way she moves, that reminds him of someone from his past. A boy named Pribislav Hipper from his school days, a friend with whom he shared a single charged encounter. He does not understand this fascination. He does not want to understand it. But from this moment forward, Klavdia Shosha will become his obsession. And then, within days of his arrival, Hans develops symptoms. A cold, perhaps, a mild infection. His face feels flushed. His heartbeat is irregular. There is a strange taste in his mouth, the taste of blood perhaps, though he cannot be sure. Hofrat Behrens examines him and discovers what the real Thomas Mann's doctor had discovered in 1912, a moist spot on his lung. Would Hans like to stay for treatment? Would he like to take the cure? Unlike Thomas Mann, Hans Castorp says yes. What does it mean to stay on the mountain? The first thing Hans discovers is that time moves differently here. In the flatlands, time is marked by activity, by work and appointments, and the forward progress of a career. But at the Berghof, there is no work to be done. The patient's only job is to rest, to eat, to breathe, to wait. The days blur together. Monday becomes indistinguishable from Wednesday. The weeks accumulate without marking. The seasons change. Summer gives way to autumn, autumn to the deep snows of winter. But the routine remains constant. Rest cure at 9, lunch at noon, rest cure at 2, dinner at 7. The same balcony, the same blankets, the same view of the mountains. Thomas Mann called his novel a Zeitroman, a novel about time, not just because it was set in a particular historical era, but because time itself is the novel's subject. The sanatorium exists outside of ordinary time. It is a place where the normal rules do not apply. The novel's structure mirrors this distortion. The first day at the Berghof takes over 100 pages to describe. The second day takes almost as long, but later, entire years pass in a single chapter. Time expands and contracts according to the logic of experience rather than the clock. Hans begins to lose track of how long he has been at the Berghof. Was it 3 weeks, 3 months, longer? His letters home grow less frequent. His thoughts of Hamburg, of his engineering career, of the life that awaits him in the flatlands grow dimmer and more distant. The mountain is casting its spell. Part of this spell is the routine itself. The 5 meals per day are enormous, intended to build up the wasted bodies of the consumptives, to provide the calories needed to fight the disease. Breakfast, second breakfast, lunch, tea, dinner, rich foods, heavy foods, milk and eggs and butter and meat. The patients eat and rest, their bodies growing softer even as their lungs struggle to heal. There is something almost obscene about this abundance of food in the midst of wasting disease. But the logic is medical. The body needs fuel to fight the bacillus. Part of the spell is the enforced stillness. During the rest cure, patients are forbidden to read, to talk, to do anything that might agitate the mind or body. They must simply lie there, wrapped in blankets against the mountain cold, breathing the thin air, staring at the sky. And part of the spell is the obsession with symptoms. Every patient takes their temperature multiple times daily, keeping the thermometer in their mouth for exactly 7 minutes. One of many 7s that recur throughout the novel. Every fluctuation is noted, analysed, discussed. A rise of a few tenths of a degree becomes a matter of intense concern. A decline is cause for celebration. The body becomes the sole focus of attention. Normal life, with its distractions and diversions, falls away. There is only the body, the temperature, the hope of healing. Hans finds himself drawn into this obsession. He purchases his own thermometer, an expensive precision instrument, and monitors his temperature with growing fascination. He learns to read the subtle signs of his body, to interpret every flush and chill. His moist spot becomes the centre of his existence. But is he really sick? This is the question that hovers over the novel, just as it hovered over Katia Mann's actual diagnosis. The doctors at the Berghof find evidence of illness. They prescribe treatment. They find reasons for Hans to stay. But the reader begins to wonder whether the illness is real, or whether it is an excuse. a reason to stay on the mountain to escape the demands of life below. Perhaps Hans wants to be sick. Perhaps illness is a form of freedom. For there is something seductive about illness, something liberating about being excused from the normal obligations of existence. At the Berghof, Hans has no responsibilities, no work to complete, no career to build. He can spend his days in contemplation, in conversation, in the slow accumulation of experience. The German word for this state is Krankheit, sickness. But there is another word that applies, Versuchung, temptation. The sanatorium offers the temptation of withdrawal, of escape from life's demands. It is a temptation that many of the patients have succumbed to. The flatlands come to seem impossibly distant. When letters arrive from Hamburg, they feel like messages from another world, a world of commerce and industry and practical concerns, a world where time marches forward, where things get done, where life has purpose and direction. His uncle writes, asking about his plans. His friends write, wondering when he will return. The engineering firm writes, reminding him that his position cannot be held indefinitely. But these communications seem increasingly irrelevant. They belong to a life that Hans is no longer sure he wants. But on the mountain, there is no forward movement. There is only the eternal present of the cure. There is only the routine, the meals, the rest cure, the conversations, the temperature taking. There is only the waiting. 3 weeks becomes 3 months. 3 months becomes a year. Hans stops mentioning his departure date. He stops thinking about Hamburg. The mountain has claimed him. This is the enchantment that Thomas Mann experienced during his 3-week visit in 1912. He could have stayed. The doctor had invited him to stay. He had felt the mountain's pull, the seductive promise of illness, the strange peace of a world where normal life was suspended. He chose to leave. His character does not. And in not leaving, Hans Castorp opens himself to experiences that would never have been possible in the flatlands. He opens himself to philosophy, to ideas, to the great debates that will consume the rest of the novel. He opens himself to questions about life and death, about the meaning of existence, about the nature of time itself. He opens himself to love and to death. If time is the novel's structure, ideas are its substance. Hans Castorp arrives at the Berghof as an ordinary young man, well-meaning but intellectually unremarkable. He has received the standard education of his class, but he has never thought deeply about philosophy or politics or the meaning of existence. He has accepted the world as he found it. The mountain will change this. His first educator is Lodovico Settembrini, an Italian man of letters who has been at the sanatorium for years. Settembrini is a humanist, an apostle of the Enlightenment, a believer in reason and progress and the dignity of man. He speaks in elaborate, beautifully constructed sentences. He quotes the classics. He sees himself as a representative of civilization itself. Settembrini comes from a distinguished Italian family. His grandfather fought with Mazzini for Italian unification. His father was a classical scholar and freethinker. Settembrini himself works on a great encyclopedia of suffering, a catalogue of all the ways that human beings have been oppressed and tortured throughout history, compiled in order to prevent such suffering from ever happening again. He is, in his way, an idealist. He believes that education can improve humanity. He believes that reason can triumph over superstition. He believes that the future will be better than the past. Settembrini takes Hans under his wing. He warns him about the dangers of the mountain, not just the physical dangers of tuberculosis, but the spiritual dangers of enchantment. The sanatorium, Settembrini believes, encourages a kind of moral lassitude. It makes people fall in love with death rather than life. It seduces them away from the active, productive existence that gives human life its meaning. Flee this place, Settembrini urges. Return to the flatlands. Take up your work, your career, your responsibilities. Do not let the mountain claim you. His favourite word is placet, the Latin for it is pleasing. It pleases him when Hans shows signs of intellectual awakening. It displeases him when Hans falls under the mountain's spell. Hans listens, fascinated. He has never met anyone like Settembrini. No one who speaks with such passion about ideas, who sees the world as a battleground of competing philosophies. The Italian opens doors in Hans's mind that have never been opened before. But he does not flee. He stays. And in staying, he encounters Settembrini's opposite. Leo Nafta is a Jew who has converted to Catholicism and been educated by the Jesuits. His story is extraordinary. Born into poverty in a Galician village, he witnessed his father's murder by a pogrom when he was a child. The Jesuits took him in, educated him, converted him. Now he lives in Davos, too ill to continue his work as a teacher, but still formidably intelligent. Where Settembrini represents the Enlightenment, Nafta represents its opposite: authority, tradition, the rejection of humanist optimism. He believes that the modern world has lost its way, that reason without faith leads to chaos, that humanity needs the discipline of absolute truth. He is small, sharp-featured, and dressed always in elegant black. His rooms are filled with religious art, a pieta, crucifixes, images of suffering and martyrdom. He takes a dark pleasure in argument, in reducing his opponents to confusion and despair. The two men despise each other. Settembrini calls Nafta a terrorist and a nihilist. Nafta calls Settembrini a windbag and a fool. They cannot be in the same room without arguing. And yet they are drawn together, locked in endless debates that Hans witnesses with growing fascination. These debates form the intellectual heart of the novel. Settembrini argues for democracy, for tolerance, for human rights. Nafta argues for hierarchy, for discipline, for the submission of the individual to higher powers. They debate war and peace, art and commerce, life and death. What is progress? Settembrini believes in it absolutely. The forward march of reason, the gradual improvement of humanity. Nafta calls this a delusion. History is not a line but a circle. Civilizations rise and fall. The idea that modern humanity is superior to its ancestors is merely arrogance. What is freedom? For Settembrini, it is the highest value, the right of individuals to determine their own destinies. For Nafta, it is a curse. Freedom without guidance leads only to chaos and despair. Human beings need discipline, hierarchy, truth imposed from above. Neither wins, neither can win. That is the point. Thomas Mann wrote much of this material during the First World War, when the ideas that Settembrini and Nafta represent were tearing Europe apart. The novel became a battlefield for the same conflicts that were playing out in the trenches of France and Belgium. Reason versus tradition. Progress versus authority. The Enlightenment versus its enemies. Mann's own sympathies were complicated. At the start of the war, he had sided against the Enlightenment. He had written essays defending German culture against what he saw as the shallow rationalism of the West. He had quarrelled bitterly with his brother Heinrich, who supported the democracies. But as the war dragged on, as the carnage mounted, his views began to shift. The novel reflects this internal struggle. Neither Settembrini nor Nafta is simply right or wrong. Both articulate genuine insights. Both are also deeply flawed. Settembrini's humanism can seem naive and self-satisfied. His faith in progress seems increasingly hollow in a world preparing for industrial slaughter. Nafta's authoritarianism leads ultimately to nihilism, a worship of death that negates everything he claims to believe. Hans listens to them both. He absorbs their arguments. He is educated by their conflict. But he is never simply a student. The novel's great achievement is that Hans Castorp, this ordinary young man, this unremarkable engineer from Hamburg, becomes wiser than his teachers. He finds a position between their extremes, a synthesis that neither of them can achieve. This synthesis will be articulated most clearly in the novel's central chapter, a chapter called Snow. But before we reach that moment, we must speak of love. For Hans's education is not only intellectual, it is also emotional, and at its centre is Klavdia Choschal. For months, Hans watches Klavdia from across the dining room. He does not speak to her. He does not introduce himself. The social conventions of the sanatorium do not permit such forwardness. Patients are introduced formally or not at all. A young German engineer cannot simply approach a married Russian woman and declare his interest. So, he watches. He learns her schedule. He positions himself where he will see her. In the dining room, in the corridors, in the gardens. He becomes, in his quiet way, obsessed. What is it about her? She is not conventionally beautiful. Her face is too broad, her cheekbones too pronounced. She has what the Germans call Kyrgyz eyes, slightly slanted, suggesting something Asiatic, something foreign, something other. And yet Hans cannot look away. There is something about her face, something about the way she moves that holds him captive. It is as though he has known her before, in some previous life or some forgotten dream. He realizes gradually what this feeling means. Klavdia reminds him of someone, a boy named Pribislav Hipper whom he knew in school, a boy with the same Kyrgyz eyes, the same high cheekbones, a boy with whom he shared a single, charged encounter. This is one of the novel's most daring elements. Hans's love for Klavdia is bound up with a memory of boyhood desire, of feelings that were never acknowledged or expressed. He once borrowed a pencil from Pribislav Hipper, and the exchange was invested with an intensity that he never understood and never forgot. The mountain, which suspends normal rules of time, also suspends normal rules of propriety. It allows Hans to feel things that Hamburg would never have permitted. It allows him to acknowledge desires that the flatlands would have kept hidden. Settembrini warns him. Stay away from the Asiatic, he says, using a word that reveals his own prejudices. He sees Klavdia as a representative of everything he opposes, the irrational, the sensual, the Eastern. She is disorder in female form. She is ill, he says. She is soft, she is lax. She lets doors slam behind her because she has no discipline, no self-control. She will drag you down into her softness. Hans cannot stay away. He borrows a pencil from her, an act that echoes his long-ago encounter with Pribislav Hipper. He learns her routines. He listens for the sound of her door slamming. He becomes, in his quiet way, her devotee. And then comes carnival night. Once a year the Berghof celebrates Fasching, the carnival that precedes Lent. Patients don costumes and masks. The normal hierarchies are suspended. Wine flows freely. For one night, everyone pretends to be someone else. It is a dangerous night. The sick pretend to be healthy. The proper pretend to be wild. Rules that govern daily life are temporarily suspended. Anything might happen. Hans approaches Klavdia at last. They speak. He uses the intimate form of address, du rather than sie, a liberty that would be unthinkable under normal circumstances. In German, to use du with a stranger is either an insult or an intimacy. Hans means it as intimacy. They speak in French, neither's native language, but a language in which difficult things might be said more easily. Hans tells her of his love, of his months of watching, of the dreams that have consumed him. She is not surprised. She has known. Perhaps she has been waiting. That night they consummate their passion. The details are not given. Mann was a discreet writer, and the scene unfolds largely through implication, but the implication is clear. Hans enters her room. He does not leave until morning. It is the only night they will have. The next morning, Klavdia leaves the sanatorium. She has been planning this departure for weeks. She returns to her husband, to whatever life awaits her in Russia. She leaves Hans only a memento, an X-ray photograph of her diseased lungs, which he will treasure like a love token. Hans is devastated, but he does not follow her. He does not leave the mountain. Instead, he waits. He waits for 3 more years. This is the strange mathematics of love on the mountain. One night becomes an eternity. 3 years of waiting become a mere interlude. Time stretches and compresses according to its own logic. During these years, Hans continues his education. He reads books from the sanatorium library, books on anatomy, on physiology, on the nature of life itself. He listens to the debates between Settembrini and Nafta. He observes the other patients, watching as some recover and descend to the flatlands, watching as others decline and die. His cousin Joachim finally leaves. He can wait no longer for the doctor's permission. He descends to the flatlands, takes up his military career, becomes the soldier he always wanted to be. But the mountain is not finished with him. Within months, Joachim returns. His illness has flared again. This time there will be no recovery. Hans watches his cousin die, watches him slip away in a scene of terrible pathos, still trying to salute, still the soldier at the end. It is the death that affects Hans most deeply. Joachim was his connection to the flatlands, his link to normal life. With Joachim gone, the mountain's hold on Hans is complete. And then, years after her departure, Klavdia Chosha returns. But she is not alone. The man who accompanies Klavdia is unlike anyone Hans has encountered at the Berghof. His name is Mynheer Pieperkorn. He is Dutch, a former coffee planter from Java, and he is enormously wealthy. He is also old, sick, and possessed of a personality so overwhelming that everyone around him is drawn into his orbit like planets around a sun. Pieperkorn is massive, a great bear of a man with a leonine head and piercing eyes. He dominates every room he enters, not through force or aggression, but through sheer presence. When he speaks, everyone listens, even though he rarely finishes a sentence. This is the strangest thing about him. Pieperkorn cannot complete a thought. His speech trails off into fragments, into gestures, into inarticulate but somehow eloquent silences. He raises a finger, makes a gesture, and everyone nods as though he has said something profound. Life, gentlemen, he begins. Life is, that is to say, in short, but enough. And somehow this is enough. His presence fills in what his words leave out. Where Settembrini and Nafta are all words, all ideas, Pieperkorn is pure life force. He represents something that cannot be captured in arguments or philosophies, the irrational vitality that makes existence worthwhile. Thomas Mann based this character partly on Gerhard Hauptmann, a famous German poet whom Mann both admired and resented. Hauptmann was a towering figure in German letters, a Nobel laureate, a literary celebrity, a man who commanded attention wherever he went. But man found him intellectually disappointing, a great presence with little substance. The portrait in the novel is affectionate but also satirical. Pieperkorn is magnificent but also absurd, a giant who cannot express the simplest thought. He is the critic's nightmare, a man who cannot be analysed because there is nothing to analyse, only presence. Hans should hate him. This is the man who has taken Klavdia. This is his rival. For 3 years Hans has waited for her return, dreaming of their one night together, treasuring the X-ray of her lungs, and now she returns on the arm of another man. But Hans finds himself drawn to Pieperkorn instead. The two men become friends. They drink together. Pieperkorn drinks enormously, a connoisseur of wines and liquors. They talk, or rather Pieperkorn speaks in fragments while Hans listens, trying to decipher meaning from gesture and intonation. There is something generous in this friendship. Hans has learned during his years on the mountain to set aside jealousy. He has learned that love is not possession, that people cannot be owned. Klavdia belongs to no one, not even to herself. She moves through life like a force of nature, taking and leaving as the spirit moves her. Or perhaps it is simpler. Perhaps Pieperkorn is simply impossible to resist. His personality as a force of nature, as irresistible as gravity. Even Settembrini and Nafta fall silent in his presence, their arguments suddenly seeming petty and abstract. But Pieperkorn is dying. The vitality that animates him is flickering. He feels it failing, feels himself becoming impotent, a word that has both sexual and existential meaning. He can no longer be the life force he has always been. His body is betraying him. His spirit is dimming. He speaks of this to Hans, in his fragmentary way. The greatest sin, he says, is failure of feeling. To be alive and not feel alive, this is the unforgivable thing. Better to die than to lose the capacity for life. One day, he gathers a small group of friends for a picnic by a waterfall. It is a beautiful day. The water crashes over the rocks. Nature displays itself in all its overwhelming power. Pieperkorn leads them to the waterfall's edge and begins to speak, but the roar of the water drowns out his words. No one can hear him. His gestures become more and more emphatic, but his voice is lost in the thunder of the cascade. It is perhaps the perfect image of his life. All presence, no content. All gesture, no words. Magnificent and absurd at once. That night Pieperkorn kills himself. He has chosen to end his life while he still can, before the vitality drains away completely. It is an act of will, a final assertion of control over a body that has begun to betray him. He uses a clever device of his own invention, a kind of spring-loaded poison needle. Even his death is elaborate, theatrical. Hans grieves, Klavdia grieves, and then, once again, she leaves. This time, Hans knows she will not return. This time, he does not wait. Before Pieperkorn's arrival, before Klavdia's return, there is a moment that stands at the centre of the novel. Hans has taken up skiing. It is one of the few physical activities permitted to the patients, a way to exercise the lungs in the cold mountain air. Day after day, he ventures into the snowfields above the sanatorium, exploring the wilderness that surrounds the Berghof. The skiing is solitary and meditative. Hans glides across the snow, alone with his thoughts, the sanatorium shrinking to a speck below him. Up here, the debates of Settembrini and Nafta seem very far away. There is only the snow and the sky and the rhythm of his movements. One afternoon he goes too far. A storm blows in without warning. Within minutes, he is lost in a whiteout, unable to see more than a few feet in any direction, unable to find his way back to the sanatorium. He skis in circles, though he does not know it. The storm grows worse. His strength begins to fail. The cold seeps into his bones. He knows, with growing certainty, that he is going to die. He takes shelter against a hay barn, a rough structure used by farmers in summer, now half buried in snow. He sits there, his back against the wooden wall, feeling the cold claim him. He is dying. He knows this. The cold is too intense, the storm too severe. No one knows where he has gone. He will freeze to death within hours. And as he sits there, waiting for death, he falls asleep. He dreams. The dream is the most remarkable passage in the novel. It is the moment toward which everything has been building. The synthesis that Hans achieves, the wisdom that goes beyond both Settembrini and NAFTA. At first, Hans finds himself on a Mediterranean shore. The sun is warm, the sea is blue. Beautiful people move through a classical landscape. Young men and women of perfect form, engaged in games and conversations and gentle love. It is paradise. It is everything the mountain is not. He sees children playing on the sand. He sees mothers nursing infants. He sees old people sitting in the shade watching the young with benevolent eyes. It is a vision of human life as it might be, harmonious, beautiful, at peace with itself. But the dream changes. Hans is drawn toward a temple at the edge of the landscape. It stands apart from the sunny scenes below, its columns casting deep shadows. Something compels him to enter, something he does not understand. Inside, he finds something terrible. Two old women crouch over a child. They are tearing it apart. They are eating its flesh. Blood stains their mouths, their hands, the floor beneath them. The horror is indescribable. Hans wants to flee, wants to wake, wants to unsee what he has seen. But he cannot move. He can only watch as the hags continue their terrible feast. And then he understands. The beautiful people outside know about this horror. It is part of their world. They live their graceful, harmonious lives in full knowledge of the temple and what happens within it. The paradise and the horror exist together, inseparable. Hans wakes from this vision with a single insight. It is the most important sentence in the novel, set in space type in the German original, to emphasize its significance. For the sake of goodness and love, man shall let death have no sovereignty over his thoughts. This is Hans's synthesis. This is what he has learned from Settembrini and NAFTA, from Klavdir and Pieperkorn, from all his years on the mountain. Death is real. Horror is real. The temple and its horrors cannot be denied or wished away. But life must not be governed by them. Love must not be conquered by them. We must acknowledge death and still choose life. We must know the horror and still act with goodness and love. The storm clears. Hans finds his way back to the sanatorium. He has survived. But here is the strange thing. Within days, Hans forgets his vision. The insight fades. The words that seemed so clear in the snow become confused and uncertain in the warmth of the Berghof. The mountain reclaims him. Its spell is unbroken. This forgetting is perhaps the most honest thing in the novel. Epiphanies rarely last. Insights fade. We return to our habitual ways of being, even when we have glimpsed something higher. The vision in the snow was real, but it could not survive the return to ordinary life. Hans will not remember his vision when he needs it most. Let us step back from the novel for a moment and consider the real Davos. the town that Thomas Mann visited in 1912, the place that would become the Berghof in his imagination. Davos sits at an altitude of 1,500 metres in the Graubünden Alps, high enough that the air is thin and cold, low enough that life is still possible. In the 19th century, it was a small farming community, its people scraping a living from the rocky soil and sparse pastures. Everything changed when Dr. Alexander Spengler arrived. If you have travelled with us before to Davos, to the episode about that alpine town that tuberculosis built, you know Spengler's story. He was a German doctor who came to Davos in 1853, suffering from tuberculosis himself. The mountain air seemed to help him. He began to wonder if it might help others. Spengler became convinced that the particular combination of altitude, dry air and sunshine in Davos could benefit tubercular patients. He began recommending it to his patients. Others followed. By the 1860s, the first sanatoriums were being built. The Davos that Thomas Mann visited in 1912 was the product of this medical gold rush. The town had been transformed. Where once there were scattered farmhouses, now there were grand sanatoriums, buildings like ocean liners run aground on the mountainside, their balconies facing south to catch the sun. The Schatzalp, opened in 1900, was one of the grandest. Built in the Art Nouveau style, it, perched on a ridge above the town, accessible only by funicular railway. Its patients were wealthy, its facilities luxurious. It is the model for Mann's fictional Berghof. The Wald-Sanatorium, where Katja actually stayed, was newer, opened just in 1911. It was a forest sanatorium, set among pine trees on the mountainside above the town. Its director, Dr. Friedrich Jessen, was known for his modern methods. Life in these sanatoriums followed a strict routine. Patients spent hours each day on the cure terrace, lying in reclining chairs, wrapped in blankets, breathing the cold mountain air. They ate enormous meals, 5 per day, rich in fats and proteins, designed to build up their wasted bodies. They took their temperature obsessively. They submitted to x-rays and examinations. They lived suspended between hope and fear, never knowing whether they would recover or decline. The sanatoriums were also social worlds. Patients came from across Europe, from Germany and Russia, from England and France, from Italy and Austria. They were thrown together by their illness, united by their common fate. Romances flourished, friendships formed. The boundary between patient and visitor, between sick and healthy, was permeable and uncertain. Mann captured all of this in his novel. The 5 meals per day, the cure terraces, the obsessive temperature taking, the strange society of the sick. But he transformed it too, making the sanatorium into a symbol of something larger, a microcosm of European civilization before the catastrophe. By 1912, that catastrophe was only 2 years away. The world that Mann observed at the Wald-Sanatorium, the elegant society of the sick, the debates between humanists and authoritarians, the enchantment with death, was about to be swept away by war. The sanatoriums themselves would survive for another 4 decades, until antibiotics made the mountain cure obsolete. But the world they represented, the world of pre-war Europe, with its certainties and its illusions, would end in August of 1914. Mann did not know this when he visited. He could not have known. But by the time he finished his novel 12 years later, the catastrophe had happened. The novel that began as satire had become prophecy. We must now consider the man behind the novel, consider the circumstances in which it was written. Thomas Mann began writing The Magic Mountain in 1913, just over a year after his visit to Davos. He intended it to be a short satirical piece, a companion to Death in Venice, exploring similar themes in a more humorous mode. Perhaps 100 pages, perhaps he could finish it in a year. Then, in the summer of 1914, the world exploded. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo set in motion a chain of events that would destroy the Europe Thomas Mann had known. Austria declared war on Serbia, Russia mobilised, Germany declared war on Russia and France. Britain entered the conflict. Within weeks, millions of men were marching toward trenches where they would die in numbers that defied comprehension. Mann, like many German intellectuals, initially supported the war. He saw it as a defence of German culture against what he perceived as the shallow materialism of the West. Germany represented depth, inwardness, the life of the spirit. France and England represented surface, commerce, the life of mere reason. This is a position that seems incomprehensible now, but it was common among German intellectuals in 1914. They believed that German culture was superior to Western civilization, that Germany represented something deeper and more authentic than the democracies of the West. Mann threw himself into this argument. He wrote essays defending Germany, defending the war, defending what he saw as German values. He quarrelled bitterly with his brother Heinrich, who opposed the war and embraced the democratic values of France. The brothers stopped speaking. Their estrangement would last for years. It was a painful rupture. Two brothers who had grown up together, who had shared their mother's artistic temperament, now divided by politics and war. And still Mann worked on his novel, though the work was interrupted constantly. He wrote political essays, gave speeches, engaged in the conflicts of the day. The Magic Mountain lay unfinished, its characters frozen on their mountain while Europe burned. The war dragged on, 4 years that seemed like 40. The trenches became charnel houses. The dead piled up in numbers that numbed the mind. 10 million soldiers would die. 20 million more would be wounded. The flower of a generation was destroyed. By the time the war ended in 1918, everything had changed. The German Empire had fallen. Revolution had swept through the country. The old certainties had been swept away. Mann's own views had begun to shift. The carnage of the war had shaken his confidence in German exceptionalism. The failure of the old order made him reconsider his opposition to democracy. Slowly, painfully, he was coming to see that his position had been wrong. When he returned to the novel, he brought these new perspectives with him. The Magic Mountain became not just a story about a young man in a sanatorium, but an allegory for European civilization itself, a civilization that had been enchanted by dangerous ideas, that had fallen under the spell of death, that had descended into the madness of war. Once. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA took on new meaning. They were no longer abstract philosophical discussions. They were the ideas that had torn Europe apart. The novel's final pages are among the strangest in literature. For 7 years, Hans Castorp has lived on the mountain. 7 years of rest, cures and debates, of love and death, of time suspended. 7 years while the world below prepared for catastrophe. And then, in August of 1914, the spell breaks. The word comes up the mountain. War has been declared. The European powers are mobilizing. Young men are needed to fight. The sanatorium empties. Patients who have been too sick to leave suddenly find themselves cured, or cured enough to fight. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA reach their terrible conclusion. They quarrel, they challenge each other to a duel, and NAFTA, in a final gesture of nihilism, shoots himself rather than his opponent. Hans descends. After 7 years, he finally leaves the Berghof. Not because he is cured. We never know whether his illness was real. Not because he has chosen to leave. He could have stayed. He descends because history has summoned him. The final scene finds him on a battlefield somewhere in Flanders. Shells are falling. Men are dying around him. He stumbles forward through the mud and smoke, singing a German song, a love song oddly, in the midst of all this death. The song is The Linden Tree from Schubert's Winterreise, a song about rest, about the tree that promises peace, about the traveller who is tempted to stop and sleep forever. It is a song about death, and Hans sings it as he marches toward what may be his own death. Thomas Mann does not tell us what happens next. The novel ends with Hans disappearing into the chaos of battle. Will he survive? The narrator offers little hope. Adventures of the flesh and in the spirit, while enhancing thy simplicity, granted thee to know in the spirit what in the flesh thou scarcely could have done. Moments there were, when out of death and the rebellion of the flesh, there came to thee as thou tookest stock of thyself a dream of love. Out of this universal feast of death, out of this extremity of fever, kindling the rain-washed evening sky to a fiery glow, may it be that love one day shall mount. The World Festival of Death. This is man's phrase for the war that ended the world he had known, the war that killed millions, the war that made the enchantments of the sanatorium seem almost innocent by comparison. Hans Castorp, who spent 7 years learning to think about death, now faces death itself, not as philosophy but as artillery shells and poison gas and bodies piled in, trenches. The abstract debates of Settembrini and NAFTA have become horribly concrete. It is an extraordinary ending, frustrating for readers who want resolution, who want to know whether Hans lives or dies, but true to the novel's vision. The mountain protected its patients from the world, but the world eventually comes for everyone. The enchantment ends, the spell breaks, history claims its own. Thomas Mann finished The Magic Mountain in the summer of 1924. He had worked on it for over 12 years, longer than Hans Castorp spent at the Berghof. The novel that began as a short satire had grown into over 1,000 pages, one of the longest and most complex works of German literature. He was pessimistic about its reception. Germany in 1924 was a wounded nation, defeated in war, convulsed by revolution, devastated by hyperinflation. The economy was only beginning to stabilise. Hitler had just been released from prison after his failed beer hall putsch. Would anyone have the patience for a 1,200-page meditation on time and death? Would anyone expect, Mann wrote, that a harassed public, economically oppressed, would take it on itself to pursue through 1,200 pages the dreamlike ramifications of this figment of thought? The answer surprised him. The Magic Mountain was an immediate success. The first printing sold out almost immediately. Critics hailed it as a masterpiece. Readers devoured it despite its length and difficulty. Within months, it was clear that Mann had written something that would endure. The novel spoke to its moment. The Europe of 1924 was living in the aftermath of the catastrophe that the novel predicted. Readers recognised their world in Mann's pages, the intellectual conflicts, the seductions of death, the enchantments that had led to disaster. The book was both diagnosis and autopsy, explaining how the catastrophe had happened even as it mourned what had been lost. But the novel also transcended its moment. Its themes were universal enough to speak to readers in any era. Time and death, love and illness, the tension between life's demands and the desire to withdraw from them. These are permanent human concerns, not bound to any particular place or time. In 1929, Thomas Mann was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature. The Swedish Academy cited Buddenbrooks as the primary reason for the award, but everyone understood that The Magic Mountain had sealed his reputation. He was now officially one of the greatest writers in the German language. The prize ceremony was held in Stockholm in December. Mann gave his acceptance speech in German, speaking of the relationship between art and democracy, between literature and politics. He was beginning to engage more openly with political questions that would consume the rest of his life. He used the prize money to build a summer cottage in Lithuania, on the Curonian Spit, a narrow strip of land between the Baltic Sea and the Curonian Lagoon. There, in a simple wooden house overlooking the dunes, he worked on his next great project, the tetralogy Joseph and his brothers, which would occupy him for the next 16 years. But the Magic Mountain remained his central achievement. When readers thought of Thomas Mann, they thought of the sanatorium, the Cure terraces, the debates between Settembrini and NAFTA, Hans Castorp, lost in the snow, glimpsing a truth he could not hold. The mountain had claimed not only Hans but his creator, and through his creation it had claimed millions of readers as well. The 1920s were good years for Thomas Mann. He was wealthy, famous, honoured. He lived in a grand house in Munich with his wife and 6 children. He travelled, lectured, received prizes and honorary degrees. He was by any measure a successful man. But storm clouds were gathering. The Weimar Republic, the democratic government that had replaced the Kaiser after the war, was struggling. Economic instability, political extremism, the humiliation of the Versailles Treaty. All of these undermined confidence in the democratic order. The Republic had enemies on all sides. And a new political movement was rising. The National Socialists, led by Adolf Hitler, offered a vision of national renewal that appealed to many Germans. They promised to restore Germany's greatness, to avenge the defeat of the war, to build a new Reich that would last 1,000 years. Thomas Mann watched this rise with growing alarm. His political views had evolved since the war. He had come to see democracy not as a foreign imposition, but as the best hope for German civilization. He had reconciled with his brother Heinrich. He had begun to speak out against the forces that threatened to destroy everything he valued. In 1930 he gave a speech in Berlin. He called it an appeal to reason. It was a plea for the educated middle class and the working class to unite against the Nazis, against what he called the inhuman fanaticism of the National Socialists. The speech was courageous. It was also dangerous. The audience was hostile, filled with Nazi sympathizers who heckled and interrupted. The newspapers attacked him. The Nazis marked him as an enemy. 3 years later, in 1933, Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. The democratic experiment was over. The 1,000-year Reich had begun. Thomas Mann was not in Germany when it happened. He and Katja were on vacation in Switzerland, enjoying the Alps that had inspired the Magic Mountain. They had planned to stay a few weeks and then return home. They received word from their children. Do not come back. Your writings have been blacklisted. Your home has been searched. You are not safe. Their eldest children, Erika and Klaus, who had already fled to France, confirmed the warning. The Nazis were arresting their enemies. Mann's name was on the list. They never returned to Germany, not for decades. Not until after the war, after Hitler was dead, after the Reich lay in ruins. The house in Munich, with its library and manuscripts, its memories and possessions, was lost to them. At first, Mann tried to remain apolitical. He published cautiously. He did not denounce the regime openly. He feared for his property, for his books, for the German audience he had cultivated his entire life. Perhaps he thought he could wait out the madness. Perhaps Germany would come to its senses. But silence was impossible. In 1936 he published an open letter to the University of Bonn, which had stripped him of his honorary doctorate. The letter was a declaration of opposition. He would no longer be silent. The Nazi regime responded by revoking his German citizenship. Thomas Mann, author of Buddenbrooks and the Magic Mountain, was now officially stateless. When asked whether he found exile difficult, whether he felt lonely without his homeland, Mann gave an answer that has become famous. "Where I am, there is Germany. I carry my German culture in me." In 1938, Thomas Mann emigrated to the United States. He settled first in Princeton, New Jersey, where the university offered him a position as a visiting lecturer. Later, he moved to Pacific Palisades, California, a community of German exiles near Los Angeles that included other refugees from fascism: Bertolt Brecht, Arnold Schoenberg, Theodor Adorno. These were strange years for the great German writer. He was in exile from the culture that had produced him, living in a country whose language he spoke imperfectly, watching from across an ocean as his homeland committed crimes that defied comprehension. America was good to him. He was honoured, celebrated, welcomed. Universities invited him to lecture. Publishers published his books. The American public, in its generous way, embraced this distinguished refugee. But he never felt at home. The California sunshine, so different from the grey skies of Northern Europe, seemed false to him. The American way of life, so optimistic and practical, was foreign to his temperament. He longed for the culture he had lost, for the German language, for European complexity, for the world he had known. And yet he was not passive. During the war, Mann made a series of radio broadcasts addressed to German listeners. They were called Deutsche Hörer, German listeners, short speeches recorded in California, transmitted to Europe by the BBC, aimed at reaching those Germans who might still be reached. In these broadcasts, Mann pleaded with his countrymen to reject the Nazi regime. He described the crimes being committed in Germany's name. He reminded Germans of their better traditions, of Goethe and Schiller and Beethoven, of the culture that had once been the glory of Europe. "German listeners," he would begin, "a German writer whom you know speaks to you, one whose work and person have been banned in Germany, whose books, though born of a German soul and German education, are forbidden and hunted there, while in all other parts of the world people can read them in their own language." How many Germans heard these broadcasts we cannot know. How many were moved by them we cannot know. But Mann continued throughout the war, month after month, speaking across the ocean to a homeland he could not visit, hoping that his words might make some difference. In 1944, on the 6th of June, D-Day, the Allied invasion of Normandy, Thomas Mann became an American citizen. It was also his birthday. He was 69 years old. He was now officially American, but in a deeper sense he remained what he had always been, a German writer in exile carrying his culture with him wherever he went. The war ended the following year. Germany surrendered in May of 1945. The Reich that was supposed to last 1,000 years had lasted 12, the same span of time it had taken Thomas Mann to write The Magic Mountain. There was terrible irony in this. The novel had predicted catastrophe. It had diagnosed the sickness of European civilization, the seduction of death, the enchantments that led to destruction. And then, with uncanny precision, that catastrophe had occurred. Hans Castorp had descended from the mountain into the First World War. Thomas Mann had descended from the fame of the 1920s into the exile of the 1930s and 40s. The mountain could not protect anyone forever. After the war, Thomas Mann faced a question. Should he return to Germany? The country was in ruins. Cities had been bombed to rubble. Millions were dead. Soldiers and civilians, Germans and their victims. The crimes of the Holocaust had been revealed in all their horror. And yet it was still Germany. It was still the land of Goethe and Bach, of the culture Mann had spent his life serving. Many of his fellow exiles planned to return. Bertolt Brecht would go back to East Germany. Others would return to the West. Mann chose a middle path. He visited Germany several times after the war, but he never lived there again. Instead, he settled near Zurich in Switzerland, the same country where the Magic Mountain was set, the same mountains where Katia had taken her cure so many years before. In 1949, he made a particularly significant visit. He travelled to both Germanys, the Federal Republic in the west and the German Democratic Republic in the east, to receive Goethe prizes from both Frankfurt and Weimar. It was the 200th anniversary of Goethe's birth, and Mann was chosen to give the commemorative address. This decision was controversial. The Cold War had begun. Americans viewed the Communist East with deep suspicion. Some accused Mann of being too sympathetic to the Soviet bloc, of lending legitimacy to the communist regime. But Mann refused to choose sides in this new conflict. He had seen what happened when nations divided against each other, when ideologies demanded absolute loyalty. He had watched one catastrophe. He did not wish to participate in another. "I know only one Germany," he said. "Goethe belongs to all of Germany. I cannot recognize a division of German culture." The Goethe address was remarkable. A meditation on the German genius and the German catastrophe, on the culture that had produced both the greatest art and the greatest crimes. Mann spoke of Goethe's complexity, his darkness as well as his light. He spoke of Germany's need to reckon with its past, to understand how the catastrophe had happened. The final years were peaceful, though not without sadness. His son Klaus, who had struggled with depression and addiction, took his own life in 1949. It was a blow from which Mann never fully recovered. He continued to write Dr. Faustus, a novel about a German composer who sells his soul to the devil, Felix Krull, a comic novel left unfinished at his death, essays and letters and speeches. He watched his remaining children grow and scatter. He corresponded with admirers around the world. His health was good for a man of his age. The moist spot that the doctor had found in 1912 had never developed into anything serious. Whatever it was, it had not killed him. On the 12th of August, 1955, Thomas Mann died in Zurich. He was 80 years old. He had lived through 2 world wars, through the rise and fall of empires, through revolutions in art and politics and technology. He had written some of the most important novels of the 20th century. He had won the Nobel Prize. He had become what he set out to become, a writer of permanent significance. And it had all begun, in some sense, with a train ride to Davos, with a 3-week visit that became a 12-year project, with a novel about a young man who could not leave the mountain. What does the Magic Mountain mean? What is it about? These are questions that have occupied scholars for a century. The novel is so rich, so complex, so layered with meaning that no single interpretation can exhaust it. At its simplest level, it is a story about education. Hans Castorp arrives at the Berghof as an ordinary young man. He leaves, if he leaves at all, him as someone transformed. He has been exposed to ideas, to experiences, to ways of thinking that the flatlands would never have offered. This makes the novel a Bildungsroman, a German term for a novel of formation, a story about the development of a young person into maturity. The genre has a long history in German literature, going back to Goethe's Wilhelm Meister and before. But the Magic Mountain is also a satire of the Bildungsroman. Hans's education leads him not to productive citizenship, but to a battlefield. The wisdom he gains does not save him. It may not even survive him. At another level, the novel is an allegory. The sanatorium represents European civilization before the First World War, a community enchanted by death, seduced by dangerous ideas, suspended in a false peace that cannot last. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA are the debates that were tearing Europe apart. Reason versus tradition, progress versus authority, the Enlightenment versus its enemies. These ideas did not stay on the mountain. They descended into the trenches and the gas attacks and the mass graves. At yet another level, the novel is a meditation on illness and mortality. What does it mean to be sick? What does it mean to live in the shadow of death? These are questions that every human being must confront. Hans Castorp confronts them with unusual intensity. His 7 years at the Berghof are 7 years of thinking about death, observing it, discussing it, preparing for it. The novel asks whether this is wise or foolish, whether we should engage with death or flee from it. The answer Hans glimpses in the snow, that love must not be conquered by death, is one answer. But it is not the only answer, and Hans himself cannot hold on to it. Perhaps this is the deepest meaning of the novel. Wisdom is fragile, insights fade, we glimpse truths and then forget them. The mountain casts its spell, and we forget what we learned in the storm. Thomas Mann knew this. He had seen it in his own life. He had supported a war and then repented. He had opposed democracy and then embraced it. He had believed things that turned out to be wrong. The Magic Mountain does not offer easy answers. It offers instead a journey through time and ideas and experience, a journey that each reader must make for themselves. If you visit Davos today, you will find a different world from the one Thomas Mann described. The sanatoriums are mostly gone. When antibiotics appeared in the late 1940s, they made the mountain cure obsolete. Streptomycin could kill the tuberculosis bacillus in a matter of months. The fresh air cure, which required years of rest, could not compete. Within a decade, the sanatoriums that had dominated Davos for nearly a century began to close. Some were converted into hotels, others became conference centres or apartment buildings. A few were demolished entirely. The patients went home, those who survived, and the elaborate culture of the cure disappeared. But some traces remain. The Schatzalp, the grand sanatorium that was one of the models for Mann's Berghof, still stands. It is now the Berghotel Schatzalp, a historic hotel built in the Art Nouveau style. Guests can stay in the same rooms where tuberculosis patients once lay. They can look out at the same views that Hans Castorp contemplated. The building has been preserved almost exactly as it was. The cure terraces are still there, though now guests use them for sunbathing rather than treatment. The proportions and the atmosphere remain. The funicular railway that once carried patients up from the town now carries tourists and skiers. If you know what you are looking for, you can feel the history. The ghosts of the consumptives are still there, in some sense, lying on those terraces watching the clouds drift past, waiting for a cure that might or might not come. The walled hotel, formerly the walled sanatorium where Katia Mann stayed, still exists as well. It has been renovated and modernised, but something of its sanatorium past remains. Visitors can walk the corridors where Thomas Mann walked, can stand on the balconies where he stood. There is also the Thomas Mann Trail, a walking path that connects the walled hotel to the Schatzalp above. Visitors can retrace the author's steps, ascending from the town to the mountain, following the route that Hans Castorp might have taken. Along the way, plaques quote passages from the novel. And every January Davos fills with visitors for a very different kind of gathering. The World Economic Forum brings together presidents and billionaires, prime ministers and CEOs. They meet in conference centres that stand where sanatoriums once stood. They discuss the future of the global economy in the same mountain air that was supposed to cure tuberculosis. There is something darkly comic about this. The town that tuberculosis built has become the town where the powerful meet to shape the world. The invalids have been replaced by elites. The cure terraces have been replaced by reception halls. Thomas Mann would have appreciated the irony. His novel was partly about the isolation of a privileged class, about people who withdrew from the world into a comfortable cocoon of illness and philosophy. The World Economic Forum is also, in its way, an isolated gathering of the privileged. People who meet on a mountain to discuss problems that seem distant from ordinary life. Perhaps the magic of the mountain takes different forms in different eras. The Magic Mountain has been read in dozens of languages by millions of readers for over a century. The first English translation appeared in 1927, just 3 years after the German publication. It was made by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter, who would translate most of Mann's major works over the following decades. Mann admired Lowe Porter's dedication. He called her Di Lowe, the lioness. She worked tirelessly to bring his work to English readers, wrestling with his complex sentences and dense philosophical passages. Her translation shaped how an entire generation of English-speaking readers experienced Thomas Mann. But scholars later found problems in her translations. She had simplified passages, smoothed out difficulties, sometimes misunderstood the German. Her Magic Mountain, though readable, was not quite Mann's Magic Mountain. In 1995, a new English translation appeared. John E. Woods produced a version that was acclaimed for its accuracy and energy. It won the Helen and Kurt Wolff Translators Prize. It made the novel more accessible to English readers than ever before, while remaining faithful to Mann's intricate style. New translations continue to appear. Each generation of translators brings new perspectives, new sensibilities. The novel remains challenging, over 1,000 pages of German philosophical prose, but it continues to find translators willing to take on the task.